This video could change the copywriting space forever. The secret information to generating millions of dollars online has been hidden behind $1,000 paywalls until today. You see, for the past few years, I spent over 5,000 hours and way too much money uncovering this hidden information and using it to change my life forever, generating over $600,000 in revenue just last year. But now it's time for me to pass this information along to you for completely free. What you're about to witness is unlike any copywriting course you've ever seen on YouTube before. And to be honest, this goes far beyond just copywriting. You're about to unlock the ability to write high converting copy with ease, land dream clients, and start making over 5 figures a month from anywhere on God's green earth. And what's much more important than that is you're about to have real confidence in your skill. No more imposter syndrome. No more doubting that all the time you've already invested might have been a waste. No more wondering if you're ever gonna escape that feeling of being trapped in school or work. And right now, you're probably excited, but also a little skeptical, and I completely understand that. If you're wondering why I'm able to give you this information for free, I'm gonna cover that in just a second. But there's a big reason why you've never seen information like this on YouTube before. And it's because the gurus do not want you to know what I'm about to show you. You've heard the old saying, right? Give a man a fish and you'll feed him for a day. But teach him how to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime. And the gurus make their living off of selling you fish. The shiny tactics, the outreach strategies, the frameworks. But what if today you learned how to fish for yourself? Meaning you no longer have to rely on a shady guru ever again. You'll unlock insane confidence because you'll know how to solve every problem you encounter. And what if that feeling that you're always missing something went away for good? And that's exactly what's about to happen as you join the elite group of first principle thinkers. The ones who know how to tackle every single problem they encounter in life and business. Well, that's exactly what this course is going to teach you today for $0. You're about to unlock the first principles of copywriting. This is the video you've been searching for so long. In fact, you will never need another copywriting video ever again. I mean it, not even mine. But KJ, how can you be so sure? And it's because I've already revealed these principles to a test group of around 150 copywriters, and the results were nothing short of insane. My students have collectively signed over 200 plus clients and generated millions, yes, millions, for those same clients in just the past year. In fact, one of my OG students is doing $1 million a month for one of his clients as we speak, easily taking home tens of thousands of dollars a month for himself from just one client. Insane. But before they learn these principles I'm about to show you, they were just as stuck as you are right now. These principles were their breakthrough. So if you're ready to change your life forever, I want you to grab a notepad, grab a pen, get rid of all distractions, turn your phone off, and lock in on this once hidden information. Because I promise you, it will change your life forever if you invest the time into consuming this free video. I hope you're as excited as I am. I've been waiting almost a year to share this with you guys, so let's dig in. And like I mentioned earlier, you're probably wondering, KJ, why? And if you'd allow me, I'd like to be really honest with you for a second. The reason I'm able to give away this information for free is firstly because of this book right here called the Bible. I believe this is the Word of God. I believe that God created us. He loves us. He loves me. He loves you. And we're imperfect. We don't deserve to have a relationship with God because of our sin, our imperfection. But thankfully, God sent his son Jesus over 2,000 years ago, who lived a perfect life and died the death that he didn't deserve. He took our place on that cross. And if we believe in Jesus, we have that relationship with God again. We get what we don't deserve, meaning eternal life, to spend eternity with God in heaven, our creator who loves us. And I believe it's life, not just in heaven, but life right now on this earth to bring truth and life. And so for me, it's not just about the money. In fact, it's not about the money at all, which is why I'm able to give away this information. Because could I make more by selling this like I have been for the past year? Probably. But will I help more people if I give it away for free? Definitely. So that's what I'm doing. And the Bible also says, do not store up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy and thieves break in and steal. But instead, store up for yourself treasures in heaven, where thieves cannot steal and moth and rust cannot destroy. So this is my attempt to serve you guys, to help you change your life for free, and hopefully store up treasures for myself in heaven and not on this earth. And to be honest with you, I want to be very careful with getting more money, because it seems like the more money I make, the more susceptible I am to just being sinful and wanting to make my own name known and not the name of God and Jesus. So this is part of my attempt to combat that by giving away what I've sold for thousands of dollars. I'm giving it to you now for free. And the second reason is I do make money off the back end of this, because I do have a coaching program where I help copywriters get clients. So if you want to learn more about that, like I said, you don't have to at all. Please, guys, the reason I'm doing this is to help serve you, to point more people to Jesus. But if you do want to work with us, you can apply below in the link in the description. But with that out of the way, that's my honest intentions behind this video, is to hopefully share the truth of Jesus and help you, just to help you. That's it. That's all. That's my evil intention, is to help you, right? And all the resources to this entire course can be found by DMing me on Instagram. I'll have the link in the description as well. You can do that. And hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you at the end of this. Welcome, my friend, to the first module in the first principles section of the new Copywriting 101 course. In this section, you're going to learn how the fundamentals of selling through written word. If you can't tell, I'm freaking excited. I'm so excited because this stuff is so powerful, and I know how many lives are going to change from this, and I hope yours are one of those, so I'm freaking thrilled to bring this to you. But before we go any further, I highly recommend you've seen Foundations in full. Also, I highly recommend that you understand web learning. We've talked about that in Foundations 2.0 whenever that comes out. For best results, though, very simple. Watch every module twice. The first time, don't take any notes. Just stay fully locked in, trying to understand everything without having to write down anything. The second time, take notes. And if you really want to get good at this, watch the third time, reviewing your notes while going through that. So, that out of the way, get freaking excited. This is the exact information. This is everything I've used to generate over $500K in revenue in just my first year with learning this skill, with writing copy. I know it's crazy. It's hard to believe myself, but it's real, and you're going to learn exactly everything to do that. So let's jump in. Okay, first principles. As we discussed in previous courses, to develop a full understanding of a concept, we must start from first principles and work our way up to the more tactical information. So we've learned by now that the way that self-made millionaires and billionaires think is they break everything down into the fundamental truths. Based on those principles, they start working their way up and building tactics and things based on the current environment, but it all comes from a deep understanding of first principles. So if we want to become the best copywriters that we possibly can to persuade as many people as possible, we must understand copywriting all the way down to first principles. So let's do that right now. Copywriting, words written to persuade. You are writing something or saying something to persuade someone. We can break this down to a very simple definition with three core components, right? We have a human, the person you're trying to write the words for. Then we have a stimulus, meaning the words. And then we have the response or lack thereof. So whether they took action, whether their beliefs changed, whether they bought or not. So human, stimulus, response. This is the very first principle of what we're doing here. There's a subject, and we are presenting them something in hopes to get an action. You have a person who already exists. You put something in front of them. You try to get an action. So in our case, it's reader, words, and action, or lack of action, which is probably where most of you guys are at. But hopefully by the end of this course, you'll be creating a lot of action. So that gives us some good clarity on our purpose. And our main purpose as a copywriter is to write words that change readers' beliefs, causing them to take action. And if you've not gone through the mindset course, this will help make a lot of sense with what you're doing and why your life is the way it is right now and how you can change it, is because every single action you do comes from a belief that you're believing. And so if we can change beliefs, that's how we cause the actions. And we'll go into depth in that throughout this whole course, but just understand that you're writing words to try to get action. If your words fail to change someone's beliefs or create action, that means your stimulus was ineffective. So if we go back up to this diagram, we have a human. If you present them a stimulus, let's say this was red, and it didn't do anything, nothing happened, nothing changed, you got no response, this was an ineffective stimulus. You had bad copy. But if your words succeed to create action, then your stimulus was effective. So if you write some copy and it gets them to click the link, it gets them to buy the thing, then you got the response you wanted. Let's go over some examples. Your YouTube title causes the target viewer to click. So the right people click the video based on your title. Good copy. Perfect response. Your email subject line causes the recipients to open the email. Your email body copy causes the readers to click the call to action link. Your headline causes readers to feel intrigued and they continue reading. Your pain bullet causes readers to feel pain. Your short form hook causes viewers to stop scrolling and watch the reel. So as we discussed in foundations and in acquisition, this is why copywriting is one of the most valuable skills you could possibly learn. Because if you learn how to craft effective stimuli, those are the Lego blocks to building an effective system, which gives you the output you want in life. So if you can't write good copy, there's almost just no way you win online, like holistically as a business owner. Because you have to know what to present to the people that you're trying to target to get the action you want. And by tying in all these micro actions, you get the micro action. So if you want someone to purchase your course, you have to tie in a lot of these micro pieces of copy to get the big action you want. That's why this skill is so daggum important and why I do nothing but teach it, right? Because it's just the foundation. So pretty simple stuff there, but it's important. We have to start with first principles. This is why like the laws of physics are so important. They all sound stupid, right? What goes up must come down. It's like, yeah, well, no, duh. But that's how you base all the other thinking models that you do has to come from that foundation. So if you want to build a massive skyscraper of wisdom and knowledge, you can't do that without having the solid, deep foundation. And that's where this comes from. This is why this is so important. And this is what gives you an edge over any copywriter who doesn't understand this. So how can we kind of understand this even deeper as far as us using this to make money, to create effective copy? This is what I found called a lock and key visual. And I first heard this from Charlie Morgan. I've modified it a little bit based on what I've seen to be true, but huge shout out to him for first showing me this. And this visual helps us gain a much clearer understanding of what our role is as a copywriter and gives us some very important, very valuable truths. So here we have the lock and then the key, and you get action. So going back up, it matches this, right? The human is the lock, the stimulus is the key, and the unlocked lock is the action we want them to take. So your copy can't take the action. The human takes the action, but the copy is what triggers it, the stimulus. And you can view your reader's mind as the lock. So the mind controls the body, clearly. You can't just make the body move by showing the body copy. You show the copy to their mind, and their mind triggers their body to move, to take action, pull out their credit card, give you money, do whatever. So the lock, the reader's mind. We have to write good copy, effective stimuli being the key, and that causes the action, which is the unlock happening. So let's look at the important truths we can draw from this visual. Truth number one, it's impossible to craft the perfect key without first understanding the lock you're crafting it for. So if you're trying to make a key, a perfect key, there's no such thing as a perfect universal key. There's only a perfect key that matches the correct lock. And if you're trying to make a key, but you don't understand the lock, you can't even see the lock, it's impossible. It'll never happen. Truth number two. Well, yeah, so the copy version of this is it's impossible to write good copy without first understanding who you're writing to. This is crucial. And you can tell that most people don't understand this because they ask for copy reviews all the time from people without realizing that if those people reviewing your copy can't really understand who you're selling to, then how could they possibly rate it? It's impossible to write great copy without first understanding who you're writing to. 99% of copywriters don't even understand this. This will literally put you way ahead of the game, this one statement in this one visual. Truth number two, the better you understand the lock, the easier and faster you can craft the right key. And so if you're a locksmith or if you're making keys for locks, and you have this one lock that is brand new to you, you just got it today, You're looking at it, you don't really understand the pins and everything perfectly. You're making a key. It takes you 8 hours to make a key that like kind of works and takes forever, but you finally get it open. Versus you've been making the same key for the same lock for 8 years. You know how easy it'll be for you to craft that key? You can probably do 100 a day in your sleep without even thinking. Same thing applies to copy. The better you understand who you're writing to, the easier and faster you can write great copy. So if you're writing YouTube scripts or headlines, or titles for YouTube videos, if you've been writing titles for the same exact person for 8 years, it gets so much easier to write titles that convert for them. So much easier. I know because I used to do titles and thumbnails every single day for this really big car YouTuber. He had like 2 million subs. And when I first started, I was trying to do the thumbnails like Mr. Beast and do like business education because that's the niche I was in. I just thought all thumbnails were supposed to look like that. But I realized that I was doing keys for the wrong lock. These guys were 50, 60-year-old boomers who loved cars. I had no clue who they were. But after a year, I got good at knowing these boomers. I knew what they would click on. And I got good at making thumbnails and titles that were effective every single day, super fast. I could do like 10 in an hour because I understood who I was writing to. This is so key. Truth number 3, the perfect key for one lock probably won't work for another lock. Might not work. Just like the perfect copy for one customer profile or niche might be completely ineffective for another customer profile or niche. So a thumbnail that worked for those 40, 50-year-old mechanic boomers is not going to be the perfect thumbnail that's going to work for a 16-year-old science nerd. They're completely different locks. You need different keys. And so you can't just say, oh, this piece of copy is great without any context of who it's written to. You have to understand the lock. Which brings us to the next section, understanding the lock. The first step to writing effective copy is gaining a deep understanding of the person you're writing to. That's what we just covered. You must understand the lock. That's the secret. It's not through some tactic or using some special word in your headline or some format or framework. It's by understanding who the frick you're talking to. Oh, man. I don't know if you guys have younger brothers or sisters, but I have a brother and a sister. They're both younger than me. And early on, I started to learn how to get them to do what I wanted them to do. And it was very different. The way that I would like persuade my sister as a kid to do what I wanted her to do was completely different for how I'm persuading my brother. I couldn't just use the same thing. You have to understand the minds of your audience. Let's go over how to do that. Oh man, this is freaking so powerful. Oh, let's go. Okay, so to better understand your reader's mind, we can segment their minds into 2 parts. The first part, left-hand side here in orange, is general conditions. This is how all humans think. And so whenever you're submitting your copy in some free Discord or for even in us to review when you're first getting started, what you're really asking us is how well you targeted the general conditions. Because this is how all humans think. So whenever you hear general conditions, I want you to think everyone, all humans everywhere. This is this is our default state of thinking. If you can understand how the human mind works in every single human, then you do get a good insight of how to craft a general key in general. So it's like, if you don't know how to find the right metal that makes a key strong enough to even open a lock, then you can't really open any lock. So you have to have like the materials of the key, which is general conditions, how all humans think, and then the ridges for the specific lock you're trying to target, which would be the specific conditions. Anyways, this will make sense in a second. Most of these thinking patterns weren't taught to us. They came pre-installed. This is what people call the monkey brain, or maybe like the amygdala, whatever. When we're using our subconscious brain, it usually thinks along these lines, these general conditions. And the practical application of general conditions will be covered in an entire module. It's called the text and subtext module in this course. We'll talk about exactly how to crank the heck out of general conditions and really sell to anyone on the planet. But thankfully, God has given our conscious brain an ability to override these subconscious patterns, which is why not everyone becomes the same eternal IG Reels monkey. If we lived in our monkey brain, it would be just like a monkey at a zoo whenever you hand them a phone. They're just like, all day. They will scroll for 12 hours until they get hungry and the monkey brain tells them, we need to eat. And then once they've eaten, they go back to scrolling, getting dopamine. So God has given us the ability to override this, thankfully, or else no work would ever happen and everyone would just be eating food all day and watching reels all day. Which is, if you're doing more of that, then you're living in your monkey brain and you need to come out of there. But let me give you an example real quick, because like I said, we're going to cover this in depth later. But for right now, here's an example. You see, God has programmed our brains to want to conserve energy. Therefore, our subconscious brain prefers to take the easier path. So if you were default, if you had no conscious state, no goals, no nothing, you were just like your brain on subconscious mode, you would do the easiest thing possible all the time. When you have no discipline, what do? You just the easiest thing. So our subconscious brain would rather scroll IG Reels than do deep work. Why? Because it's less painful. It's easier. It conserves a lot of energy. You get like a bunch of dopamine without doing anything. You just sit there and do this. Super easy. And so the practical application of understanding this one general condition that we love easy means you should make the opportunity you're selling sound easy. You should make your copy easy to read. You might think that, I should target these. If I target these scientists, I should write this super research paper for how to sell them. You ain't going to sell nothing writing research papers. Because deep down, no matter how smart someone is, when it comes to reading copy or being sold emotionally, they prefer it to be as simple and easy to understand as possible. Why write the same thing harder and easier and just choose the harder method? Just write it easier. And we'll go over how to do that in a lot of depth later. But it's important, before you can understand specific, you need to understand general. Like I said, web learning will help you learn all this, so watch all these things multiple times. But we have general and specific. So that's general. It's how all humans think. They want it easy. They want it safe. They want things to be exciting, big. You get it. Now, where things really get crazy. Specific conditions. These are niche specific to the exact people that you're targeting. This is the psychological, physical, and situational conditions shared by the people that you're targeting with your marketing, the people in your audience, in your niche. So these are the conditions of the brain that are specific to your niche and audience and the experience that created these conditions. Their past experiences, their current situation, their desired future, their pain points, the language they use, their perceived problems, etc. We're going to give you guys all those frameworks for that in a second. Don't worry. But just try to understand this as deep as you can right now. You got general conditions, how all people want things, easier, whatever, easier, faster, all that good stuff. Then you have specific conditions, which are specific to your niche. So let's look at some examples of some conditions of early stage copywriters. Right now, this will just look like words to you, but after we finish this module, you'll see how each one of these fits into a category, which is very simple to understand and we can leverage. So this might have been you before this program. This might be you right now. You might be leaving some of these stages and these conditions. So you've watched multiple free copywriting courses on YouTube, but you haven't written much copy. You've memorized frameworks like ADA and PAS, but whenever you go to write, you just don't know where to start. You feel like your copy is decent, but you don't have an expert who can give you an honest review. You've joined multiple free copywriting communities, but you soon realize that it was just the blind leading the blind. You struggle with imposter syndrome. Some days you feel like your copy is solid and you can really help people. Other days you feel like this is all a big scam and no one really makes money like this. I've been there, guys. You think that if you could just get one client, you could prove to yourselves and your family that this stuff is legit. You bought courses and coaching in the past which never lived up to their expectations. You're eager to invest in yourself, in your skill, but you're scared of being burned by another guru who's overpromising and under-delivering. You want this magical goal of 10K per month, and you think all your pain would disappear if you could just hit that number. They won't, by the way. Ask anybody in CE who's hit 10K a month. They're always like, KJ, what do I do now? They still are in pain. Anyways, that's what you think, though. You're not normal and average. You play video games and you party with your friends, but you always feel like a failure during and afterwards because you know you have the potential to do much more. Anyway, you get the point. You can read those if you want. Pretty cool, right? You're driven by one word, freedom, financial location, and time. All right. Finding, collecting, and understanding the specific conditions of your target audience is the key to writing effective copy and creating effective stimuli that lead to actions and responses. If you want to make money with this skill, the key is finding specific conditions of who you're writing to. That's it. The better you understand what's going on inside their mind, the easier it will be for you to grab their attention, to generate interest and trust, and then change their beliefs, which leads to action and money in your bank account. This is it. If you want to know how money is made, I'm telling you right here. This stuff gets me so excited every time I read through it. So once you've mastered writing copy that appeals to general conditions, this is what like most people teach, right? How to write copy that makes things sound easy and safe and big. Your audience specific conditions and your level of understanding of these things directly dictate how effective your copy is. I'm going to say that again. Once you understand how to just write copy that sounds generally, easy, safe, big, new, how effective your copy is directly correlates to how well you know your audience's specific conditions. Let me show you guys an example. This will tie all this together. It'll be super cool. Let me zoom in real quick so we can kind of see this a bit better. So I want you to take a second and think. Here we have two stimuli. They're both thumbnails. They both have almost the same amount of views, both posted a year ago, okay? Think about the audience one is targeting and the other one is targeting. And can you spot the general conditions? And then can you spot the specific conditions? So I'll give you a second to think about this. Pause the video. I'm serious. You're not here to sit here and listen to me yell all day, all caffeinated up so you feel good. You're here to learn. And the only way to learn is to start putting this knowledge into action right now. Pause the video. Think. What are the general conditions here? What are the specific conditions? I want you to think through this. Now, I haven't even showed you how to leverage it. I haven't showed you the categories. I haven't showed you anything, which is why I want you to think before this to go ahead and give yourself some foundation of action, of trying. So think. What is the general? What are specific? So let's take a look. General conditions. What emotions are both of these things pushing here? If you guessed it right, it should be easy. Easiest survival house. Easy, all caps, right? Is making it very obvious. Pushing the easy factor. Look at this. How I made $17 million online. So you can just copy me. What is that? Easy. Both these thumbnails are heavily playing on the easy emotion. We talked about that earlier. Why do our brains like that? Because we want to conserve energy. We given the option for two outcomes, and this one is hard, this one is easy, and they get the same result, what are we going to choose every time? Easy. That's how the world works. I know it sounds obvious, but you got to start spotting these things. So look at this. Imagine if this said, Minecraft, very hard to build survival house. Not for beginners. To some people, that might interest them based on specific conditions, but overall, it's not right because people don't want it to be hard. They want it to be easy. That's why they're on YouTube trying to figure out how to do it. What about this? How I made $17.5 million online. You can't copy me. This is going to be hard, and this is going to take you 15 years. Go figure it out yourself. Like, no one's clicking on that thumbnail. So that's the general conditions. But now, can you spot the specific conditions? This Minecraft tutorial is targeted towards who? Probably young kids, gamers. They're not interested in business. They're not as aware that they want things to be super easy and colorful. Like, look at the colors in this. We got bright colors, blue, green, big red arrow, easiest survival house. There's emojis in the title. It's targeted towards people playing Minecraft. So it says Minecraft. It's specific, right? This person understands who they're targeting. So imagine if this, instead of it being a house, a Minecraft house, a picture, it was like a complicated blueprint, like an actual architectural blueprint for a Minecraft house. It would not have maybe 1,000 views. But they understand who they're targeting with specific conditions. Now look at Charlie's. He's targeting who? Business owners who like to think they're smart, think they're complicated. Like, look at what he's doing here. It's very nonchalant. It feels like it's authentic. Look at the case. It's all lowercase. Big revenue number because it's what people care about in this niche. Lots of windows open, lots of complexity. Like, do you see why this has 400,000 views? But if Mr. Beast used this thumbnail, it would flop. It's all about the audience you're targeting. That's it. So hopefully through this little example, you can see that we got general conditions at play and specific conditions. And even though they're using the same general conditions, the specific conditions are completely different. Really, really freaking cool. Really cool. So like I mentioned earlier, we'll dive deeper into general conditions and how to leverage them in our copy in the following modules. But for now, let's focus on the all-important specific conditions. So leveraging specific conditions. I've found over the past year of using this every day myself and teaching this to hundreds of people like you, that there are two keys to leveraging these conditions effectively. This is very, very important. Please pay attention, because otherwise you'll miss this and you'll spin your wheels for a year until you understand what I'm saying here. So watch this as many times as you need to. The first key is condition scalability. So no matter how similar people are in a niche, there's always going to be differences from person to person. God has never created the exact same people. Even twins are wildly different. They have so many differences. They might look similar, but there's still differences in their looks, and they're way different in how they act and all that good stuff. And the same is true of your audience. Your audience will not be 10,000 carbon copies of the same exact person. And so there's going to be differences in the specific conditions across the niche. Your job, pay attention to me, your job is to find which specific conditions are shared by the largest portion of your audience. So some conditions will be shared by some of your audience, and other conditions will be shared by a lot of your audience. It's a scale. It's not just yes or no. It's like how much does this condition scale? Let's make it real with an example. You might find that some people in your audience's drive to make money online comes from their desire for freedom. And they verbalize that desire as, I want to travel the world. That's the words they use to kind of conceptualize that desire they have. However, you then find that the majority of your audience wants to make money so they can get their family out of a bad situation. So it's more about the safety and getting away from fear and danger side of things. You'd write copy appealing to the second desire since it scales more in your audience. So for example, if you're doing one-to-one sales, you have the opportunity to completely tailor your pitch and your sales message to that person on the other side of the camera. But writing copy is not the same. You're going to talk to 100,000 people at once. And so you might have 1,000 out of those 10,000 people who really want to, travel the world, do whatever. But you might have 7,000 out of that 10,000 people who want to get their family out of a bad situation. Therefore, you would want to write copy to that second latent condition because it scales more in your audience. Do you hear how powerful this is? It's crazy. It's so crazy. So if you wrote an insane piece of copy, but it was targeted towards this desire for freedom and traveling, but it only appealed to like 1,000 of the 10,000, then you wrote that insane level of insanity of copy to the second desire, to getting your family out of a bad situation, which covers 7,000, you might get 7x the sales just by writing to the different latent condition, specific condition, sorry. Insane. The second key is condition potency. So the secret to writing compelling copy is not by finding and targeting a million specific conditions. And this was a little bit of the mistake I made with the old version of part of this module called latent conditions. And I changed the name because this makes a lot more sense and it works better logically. I've learned a bit since the last one. But I had everyone write a million latent conditions. They're trying to find a million of these things in their audience because I didn't understand potency. You see, the power doesn't come from having a million conditions. The power comes from finding and targeting the few specific conditions that matter the most to your audience. And so your audience might have the desire. Let's go over this example. Yeah, let me show you this example. You might find that your audience wants to lose weight. So everyone in your audience has the goal of losing weight. And they have a couple of different reasons why. They want to feel healthier, they want to be better at sports, they want to have more confidence, they want to attract a hot partner. Now, while these are all good reasons, these all might be on your conditions deck, the power comes from focusing most of your messaging on the one desire that they want the most. And so we don't want to just take a shotgun approach. we don't want to tell them like, you can have benefit bullets to hit all these, but your core sales message, the one angle you're taking in your sales page and the big converting mechanism of your entire funnel, of your client's funnel, it needs to have one big reason. And so the power comes from focusing on the most powerful one. And so after research and reflection, you might find out that the main desire they want more than anything is to look attractive. So that's what you target in most of your copy. And so they might want all these things. They might want to get better at sports, have more confidence, feel healthier. But the desire that they care about the most, the thing that would literally change their life forever if you could solve that problem for them, is attracting a partner, a hot partner. They want to look attractive to attract another hot partner. And so that is the potency. That's the most painful, the most emotional bullet in your target that scales across most of your target audience. And so if you nail these two things, your stuff is going to start printing. But it takes a while. We'll talk about how to find this and how to iterate and all this. But just understand, it's not about having a million conditions. It's about having conditions that are extremely potent and scale across your niche. Which conditions appeal to most of your target audience and are the most powerful out of the conditions that they have? Cool. So we can group our audience's specific conditions into a few categories to make them easier to spot and leverage. So up here, we went over just a couple of different, conditions for early stage copywriters, but it's hard to kind of categorize them because they're all just a bunch of text and it's hard to kind of use them. That's why I've spent, over a year and a half now thinking through this and grouping them for you. And so if we zoom in here, and we're going to go over these in depth, but let me just pop in here. This cool little diagram. We've got three different sections here. First, we have the macro aim. You want to understand who is your audience as a whole, what goal do they have, and why do they have that goal? Like I said, we'll go over this in detail. Then we have the painful details. So what is their current situation? What is their dream situation? What are their pain points? And what are their desire points? And then their beliefs. What is their method false belief, their internal false belief, their external false belief, and their perceived micro problems? Yeah, this junk is powerful. If you can't tell, man, it's we've been using this, and dude, if you want to figure out how to get your content popping, your sales pages popping, your products popping, like everything, this is the heart of everything you do. Is this specific conditions deck? So what I've done is I've created a conditions deck template based on what I found that works best for writing copy quickly and extremely effectively. So you can access it here in this module below this video in the school resources, or if you're looking at this module, obviously you're watching the video, but if you're scrolling through this module, you can access it on the actual page. So let's crack it open and let's cover what these are going to go like. So what I've done here is I've given you guys an example, but please, with power comes responsibility. Do not just take my example and try to copy it, try to copy the formatting, do all this stuff. It's not going to work. It's a good place to start there, but over time, you need to tailor this based on your findings. Like this conditions deck should really just be a representation of your understanding of the audience. So it's going to help you put it together so you can understand it and you can leverage it time and time again and just pretty much have your brain on paper for this audience. Super cool. And so I also giving you guys a Miro version. You can check that out. I prefer to use the Miro version, but we have this deck in docs form or the Miro form, just to make it super simple for you guys. I think I did this the right way. Yeah, we're good. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up my example here. We'll talk about each section, and then we'll go over an example. Like I said, this is not perfect either, okay? I'm training Andreas. He's going to be taking over kind of more of the marketing and sales side so that I can do content and product, which is all I want to do all day, every day. It's what I'm gifted to do. So he actually went through this and we've kind of done this together. We're still workshopping it. He's learning. So yeah, don't take this word for it, but these are some good examples of kind of what this might look like for you to do. So if you want to duplicate these, go to the board, click on the three dots at the top and click edit, or actually do board and then duplicate. Let's jump in. Section 1, macro aim. So we start with the who. How can you easily describe the people you're targeting? How do they label themselves? And it helps if this sounds specific, but it's actually broad. So if you're talking to gamers, when they label themselves as a gamer, and it sounds very, very niche, very specific, but it's actually broad. Like, who doesn't play video games, right? People our age. Like, everyone has played games for the most part. So, cool. This is how we do this. For us, it's 16 to 24-year-old ex/current gamer turned business nerd. This is like the couple words that can really describe who we're talking to. So we go into some more detail here of how we actually got to this potent little, who. Broke students who've tried and failed online business methods. Now they're stuck in school or low-paying jobs, desperate for a real breakthrough. An ex-gamer that's put down the game to channel his obsessive personality towards making money online. Overthinkers and wannabe agency operators who binge YouTube and ChatGPT. So here we have kind of 3 different target customer profiles that all fit inside this cool little words. So, dope. Like I said, all of this will take time. We'll go over how to iterate all this, but just follow along with me. Don't get overwhelmed. We'll talk about it in a second. Next is purpose. So why? Why are they doing everything they're doing? What is the main driving forces? And we're going to go over like Maslow's hierarchy of needs in depth later. We've already covered it in foundations. We're going to cover it again in pain, the pain module, even more detail. But the main thing for our guys is freedom and fulfillment. You want to feel free. You want to have the freedom to channel your obsession into what you want to work on. You don't want to be told what to do. You want to be the person creating, not the person following. And also you want to feel fulfillment. You want to feel proud, accomplished, and capable of your skill. You want to be seen as smart and valuable among your peers, family, and competitors. You want to prove that you're not average. You want to fulfill the dream of freedom, mastery, and purpose. So that's the why. Now let's talk about the what. What have you channeled this desire around? What is the problem? What is the big goal? And the big goal is making money online. That's your big goal. You want to make $10K a month from copywriting or marketing or some other skill. You want to escape the cycle of living with parents, the college debt, and crappy jobs. You want to become a respected operator, founder, and CMO. And the method is make money online, and it gets even more niche with like online business and copywriting. And you kind of think, if you could just get one client or just book some calls, everything else would fall into place. Cool, that's the what. So this gives you a really good example of the macro aim. So it's 16 to 24-year-old ex-gamers. They want to make money online. And why do they want to do that? So they can feel freedom and be fulfilled. Nice. Section 2, the painful details. So on here, you really want to have like one answer. So you have a much deeper description, and from that description, you want to turn it into one answer. So here we have, this one, and this one. Because you want to just give you like good clarity on the macro. In section 2, the painful details, this is the really getting into the specific conditions here and the things that you can use. And so what you want to do is you want to have the most powerful 3 to 5 for each. Like I said earlier, you don't want to have 1 million of these. You can do 1 million to start with, but the goal is to figure out which ones are the most scalable and most potent. And so think, what is going on in their current day-to-day life? Think more literally. Focus on scalability. What is true for most of the audience? What do they spend their time doing? What is happening that they feel like they can't overcome and escape? So here we have a really in-depth one, which is you're tired of watching 16 to 20-year-olds get rich online while you sit on the sidelines trying to finish your English paper. You're just as obsessed as them, just as smart as them, but you've been wasting your talent on video games and useless classes. You're ready to lock in, make some money online, and create the future you want for yourself, but you just need the roadmap. Do you see how this little thing is very powerful for anyone who's feeling that? They're going to be like, wow, are you talking to me? I actually had a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and the guy commented, he said, KJ, are you talking to me? Like, do you know who I am? Because that's how much I understood the negative situation. And so the current situation is negative. Here's some more. Living at home, no independence, writing DMs, getting ghosted, in school or working crappy jobs to stay afloat. They're practicing copy alone, binging content instead of executing, feeling like a prisoner in their own situation. A lot of pain there. Like I said, don't just copy the format of these. Format it how it makes sense to you. But once again, use these questions to help you. Focus on the actual situation, not so much how they feel. Now, dream situation. What do they want their future to look like? Whose lifestyle do they envy? What do they want to spend their time doing every day? We got some cool points here. Then pain points, negative. So the first thing we talked about was the situation. This is like what's going on. The pain points negative is how they feel about it. So the first one is kind of more literal. This is like the emotion. What do you hear a lot on sales calls? What's going on? I feel like I'm always stuck at square one. It's embarrassing to rely on my parents. I feel like I'm never going to be enough. I feel like school is useless for me. I've heard that one a lot. Why is this working for everyone but not me? I'm tired of watching other people win while I binge content and go in circles. So you want to figure out, there's a lot of pain going on in your audience. And you want to think, what words, what phrases are your audience using to explain that pain? This is why we'll talk about it later. This is why sales calls are so important. But in their own words, how are they explaining their pain? Then on the flip side, how do they want to feel about their dream situation? I want to feel confident, in control. Control is a big word, big, powerful trigger word. I want to be proud of myself and make my family proud. I want to know that I'm not average. This is a big one for you guys and people like us, right? Seeing the words "I'm not average" is like, that just brings you like, oh, greatness, capable of greatness. I want freedom, fun, to feel like my work actually matters. I want to be the guy people look up to, not the guy who's figuring it out forever. See how there's a million ways we could have put this, but based on hearing you guys, lots of sales calls and videos and comments, the guy who's figuring out forever, like that just sounds painful, doesn't it? So focus on how they feel, focus on figuring out those trigger words that really bring up that pain. And so this gives you powerful ammo for everything you do, all the sales messages you do. Next, section 3, beliefs. Now, how you want to treat this one is you want to add as many as possible to this, but keep them ranked in order of importance. Now, we just have some couple examples. This is not like a great example. A fully fleshed out version of this would have a lot of beliefs, and you'd have spend a lot of time ranking them on which ones you hear the most. So for example, if you're taking a lot of sales calls for an offer or your own offer, or you're reviewing sales calls from your client, the more often you hear the same belief, the more pain seems to be associated with it, the higher you would rank this up. So put every false belief that you ever hear on this page and then rank them. So the first false beliefs are method false beliefs. What are all the reasons and excuses that they think the method doesn't work? So in my instance, it would be making money online to my broad audience and copywriting for the more niched audience. So why do they think the method sucks? Whatever it is you're selling, why do they think that thing sucks? So cold outreach doesn't work anymore. Copywriting is too saturated, right? Nobody replies to DMs unless you have proof or case studies. It's too late to start copywriting. I missed the boat, whatever. Next is the internal false beliefs. This is why do they think that they can't make the method work? So once they believe that copywriting works, they'll then try to excuse it that, oh, well, it works, but I can't make it work. Why do they think they suck? I'm not good enough, not skilled enough. I'm too lazy or inconsistent. I don't have the work ethic or talent for this. Talent is a big one. I'm not a natural writer. That's a big one. I always fall off. What makes this time different? So nothing else has worked for me, so I can't make this thing work. Next, external false belief. These are kind of the most complicated, but you'll get it over time. Why do they think the world and environment that they are in makes the method suck? So for instance, everyone's alone. I don't have any support. School and my job. So like, this is not copywriting's fault. It's not my fault. I'm in this job and I can't do anything about it. Nobody replies my DMs because of the algorithm. The algorithm is screwing me. The market's screwing me. The guru's lied. I can't trust him anymore. The big one is AI is replacing copywriting. Therefore, I shouldn't do it. Like, I could do it, but AI is going to replace it, so why would I? That's a big external false belief that Andreas has missed here. Entire skill, which is silly, by the way. If AI made everyone rich, why would these guys be selling courses on AI? Why can't you just ask AI how to get rich? Like, it's dumb. It's okay. Anyways, continue on. Perceived micro problems. So once you go over, the method false belief, the internal false belief, the external false belief, now we want to figure out what are the problems inside of the big problem. So the big problem is making money online with copywriting, whatever. What are the problems inside of that they think are the reason they can't succeed? This is not what you think. It's what they think. Because on the marketing, it's the front side. If I made videos on nothing but mindset, I wouldn't get a lot of views because most of you guys don't think you have a mindset problem. Even some of you in the course have asked me on coaching calls, should I watch the mindset modules because my mindset is great? And I'm like, just try it and get back to me. And you come back and say, oh, wow, frick, my mindset was not as good as I thought. So it's all about what your audience perceives their problem is. And so the biggest one for copywriters is, a big problem is, how do I get clients? And that fractals into, how do I pick a niche? How do I find leads? That fractals even further. How do I find leads on Instagram? How do I find leads on YouTube? How do I find leads inside this perfect niche? How do I do outreach? How do I do sales calls, etc.? What are all the micro problems? These become very, very useful because this is where you pull your angles for content, for videos, emails, anything you send out like weekly value. You can get angles from this. So you don't have to use, how to write copy. You can use an angle, a pain point, but you can provide them value, perceived value, by answering these questions in your content. So yeah, you just get as many of these as possible. A good way to think about this is, if you were to make a course to be the bridge from where your audience is now, their painful current situation, to their desired situation, what are all the small problems in that bridge to get there? So let's say that making money online is the bridge. What are the small problems? Finding a skill. Which skill is best for you? How to learn the skill? How to get clients with that skill? How to do call? You see how there's a million small problems, little chunks in that bridge. Cool. This is how you make content, like infinite, by the way. This is how I make all my content, is understanding these things. And the way that you get the content to actually work is by understanding this first stuff. So now, section 4 of this template, we'll go over this in detail later and on in some courses, but this is general conditions. So like I said, these are the conditions that appeal to almost all humans. Example is new, easy, safe, big. And so here we just have some stuff here that Andreas has noted and kind of some context of how we can use it. So new, fast, simple, proven, safe, scalable, identity-based, accessible. This really be status-based. Cool. And that is the example conditions deck. This is a freaking powerful frame right here. I'm not kidding. You get this, you're ahead of CMOs. I don't say that lightly. I really don't. It's powerful stuff, as you can tell. So watch this as many times as you have to. I would rather you watch this one module 15 times than to continue searching for new YouTube content that, oh my God, how to make 10K a month with micro branding. Bro, this is it. Focus on this. Do it a lot. You're going to make a lot of money. Going back to our module, all right, that is the specific conditions deck template. So, disclaimer, if you feel a bit overwhelmed looking at this deck for the first time, do not worry. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have every single category filled out immediately. You might not have any of it. Just get whatever you can, okay? Because filling out this for each audience you write to is an iterative process. So for every single audience you're writing, you must have a conditions deck. And you should have a deck targeted for getting your clients, so targeting the people you're selling to, with your services. Then you should have a deck for each client's audience. Now, that sounds a little complicated, but you need to have a deck that will help you with outreach, targeting for who you're targeting with you selling. Then once you get clients, you need to have a deck for each audience, for each client you have. And start simple. Start very simple. Fill out whatever you can. Add and rearrange as you spend more time studying and writing for that audience. And we'll go over this in detail. But first, let's go over, how do you find these things? How do you find specific conditions? And you should view finding specific conditions like hunting for buried treasure, because they're worth it just as much, if not more. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. One pain point that you find that is potent and scalable across your market can literally give you, lead to millions in sales. Seriously. Bad copywriters hunt for tactics and frameworks. Great copywriters hunt for specific conditions of the audience they're targeting. That is a very expensive, valuable statement right there. So your job is to find as many as possible and then sift them into the most valuable and useful ones. So let's go over how we do that. There's 3 main ways that I've found that we can search for specific conditions of our audience: sales calls, discovery calls, personal experience, and search-based market research. So here we have this cool little diagram. We have sales calls plus you plus search-based methods. Method 1, sales and discovery calls. This is by far, the most effective way to find potent specific conditions. This is where you're going to get because the whole point is like you're trying to figure out not just what your market says, but like what did your market actually believe? And what really is their most potent specific conditions? And sales calls are kind of the only real environment where you get deep and things get emotional and things get painful and you can actually unearth what they're really feeling. They're the best. So ask your client for any sales calls, the recordings they have, or take them for your audience. Obviously, you'll be taking sales calls for yourself, so that's like you're always going to be having sales calls for yourself or for your audience, whatever. So just keep that in mind. Very, very powerful. Now, if you don't have a client, we're going to go over this in a second. Also, you don't have to understand a niche perfectly to get a client. General conditions alone will be enough in most cases. So if you're wondering like, well, I can't get sales calls without having, or I don't have specific conditions, so I can't get clients, so I can't get sales calls to get more specific conditions. It's not true. You don't have to be a master at this. In fact, if you just get good at general conditions, if you had almost no specific conditions, using our outreach systems, you can get clients. I've seen it happen a bunch of times. But if you want to get good and make a lot of money and scale, you're going to have specific conditions. That's where sales calls come in. So if you have a client or if you're writing for your own offer, this should be very simple. 1, conduct sales calls or have your client and sales team take sales calls. Use Fathom or a similar software to record the calls and it transcribes them automatically. So you'll have these calls, or you can upload them to Loom, and Loom can do transcription. Then what you want to do is on these calls, make sure that you're doing actual sales. You want to dig deep in the discovery of the call. If there is not tension on that sales call, you didn't do it right. It needs to feel uncomfortable. There needs to be emotion, because if you're getting emotion out of them, you're getting an actual potent latent specific conditions. So then you want to grab the transcriptions, as many calls as you can, with your dream audience. If they hop on a sales call with someone who turns out they weren't really in the person you're targeting, don't use that one, okay? This is for like the perfect person you're trying to target, these dream clients. So if I hop on a sales call, which happens sometimes with like a 50-year-old woman who wants to write blog posts, that's how she found copywriting. I'm not going to use that as specific conditions, because she didn't fill onto the audience that I'm targeting. She somehow found this some other way. Use for your dream clients, okay? So grab as many transcriptions as possible, read over those discovery questions, those pain points, and look for words, look for the answers that are powerful, and add those to your conditions deck. Guys, this is how you do it, literally, okay? Like this is every single step. And as you do with everything, iteration is key. We're going to talk about how to iterate in a second. The more calls you take, the more you review and search, the better understanding you'll get in the audience. The better understanding you have of the audience, the more calls you'll book, giving you even more understanding. It's exponential. Method 2, personal experience. So a great practice for you who are just getting started, or those of you looking to kind of finally hone in on your long-term niche that you're wanting to work with for years, is to work with an audience that you're in or you used to be a part of. So my first kind of niche that I decided to work with copywriting was YouTubers selling info products. That's exactly what I had a little bit of experience in, even though I didn't make a lot of money, and it's who I wanted to be. And so even that small amount of experience can go such a long way. Like, you know more than you think about a lot of things, especially people like us who are obsessive, who get into a lot of stuff. Trust me, you know more than the average person about that thing. And that can give you a lot of good specific conditions off the bat, just by thinking about how you felt in that scenario. So let's go over how to do this. Number 1, send outreach to clients who have an audience you have experience with. So if you like to work out, try targeting fitness influencers, because you understand more about working out than someone who's never touched a weight before. Like, they don't even understand hypertrophy or caloric intake, all these things that sound like super basic to you, like you were born with this knowledge. You weren't. You learned this at some point. You have experience. Don't overthink this, okay? Also, if you try dropshipping for a few weeks, or maybe even a couple days, or you just watch some videos on it, then target dropshipping coaches. You know more about dropshipping than someone who doesn't. So you got it. No, not too bad. Number 2, think back to how you felt as someone in that audience. This takes some practice. You want to practice visualizing the situation, the emotions, the things that you were, like everything you felt, the problems you had. Think back to it. Use those prompts from the conditions deck to help you fill this out. And then use that experience to fill out your conditions deck as best as you can so you can start outreaching and get a client. So once again, you're not going to like perfect your conditions deck by just going through your personal experience, because what you might be part of the audience that is not so scalable. Like the things that you had struggled with or you wanted, turns out not everyone wanted that. In fact, very little people did. And so personal experience is not perfect, but it's a great way to start. This is more than enough to get you your first client so that you can start using the other methods. So if you're struggling to find a niche that you used to have experience in, or you do have experience in, then just pick something you want to learn about and start learning. It's that simple, guys. If you're overthinking it, just know that you're shooting yourself in the foot. There's nothing else you can do besides doing. There's nothing left. That's a good quote. There's nothing left to do but to do. That's fire. There's nothing left for you to do but to do. That's good. I should write that down. Probably won't though. I'll forget it by the end of this. So don't overthink. Take action. You don't have to have everything perfect. In fact, you could send outreach using like our outreach methods and have none of this, and you could still get clients. It's literally happened before. This is just giving you a much better chance. So don't overthink. Method 3, search-based market research. And so this is like the normal thing you think when people hear, market research. You can also search for these conditions using search-based market research. Here are 3 simple methods that you can use to collect specific conditions from your niche. Disclaimer, there are a million ways to do this, and it is very niche dependent. It depends on who you're targeting, where they're at, and what they, where they hang out at and what they do. So you need to get creative and put in some work. You got to actually think to make this stuff work. But once again, this is some of the highest leverage work you can do. Like it's not easy, it's not sexy, but it's going to make you the money. It's going to give you the edge. And a good thing I like to think about is anytime I'm feeling pain, like for instance, making this module freaking sucked, by the way. I mean, I enjoy it, but like, it's not easy. It's not easy to figure out how to do this stuff. Like it's actually very painful and it takes me hundreds of hours. But I remind myself when I'm feeling pain, like, you know what? If anyone else in my competition wants to do this, they have to go through the same pain. You want to know what's funny? Most of my competitors can't even sit down and record this module, like speak clearly and fluently and not crash out for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Most of them can't even record it. Even if I did all the hard work of giving them module, creating the templates, do all the stuff, they couldn't even record it. And so that gives me so much confidence to continue recording these modules. And I'm like, you know what? Let's freaking do it. Because my competitors have to go through the same pain. And so I'm glad that it's painful. I'm glad that it's hard. Otherwise, what are we doing here, So keep that in mind when you're doing this stuff. First is ChatGPT. Once again, I'm not against AI. I love AI. It's an extremely powerful tool. But don't let it just think for you. Use it as a tool. So tell ChatGPT everything you know about your niche. So, right, everything you can think about, just critically think, like what are the, all the specific conditions of this niche. Give that to ChatGPT and then ask it for different specific conditions types. So ask it about what beliefs they might have. Ask it what actions they're taking, emotions they're feeling, situations they might be in. So cool. Next is YouTube videos. So what I like to do is, I used to do this a lot when I was first writing for people with niches I didn't really understand. I would search for YouTube videos, YouTube channels in that niche. I would go to the popular channels and I would search by the most popular videos. So I would go to my client's channel and their competitors, and I would search all their videos by the popular button on YouTube. And that allows you to see like what problems do people really care about in this niche. Because YouTube literally shows you by views which conditions are the scalable. Because those videos scaled based on conditions. So cool. Check out the comments. The comments are not great, but they are a good place. There are some really good, genuine comments. You can find some seriously good conditions from them. So it's worth checking into. Reddit forums are a good place to look at. Any other kind of question-based things, any other forums, pretty simple there. Just, it's not applicable to all niches, but if your niche is on Reddit, this is a great place. And remember, this is one of my favorite diagrams of this whole module. Quality over quantity. Your goal is to find conditions that are potent and scale across your audience. So we don't want to just shotgun spray a bunch of weak conditions on your person reading this. We want to just, we want to put a hole in their chest. Your copy should feel like they got shot with a hole in their chest. And the way you do that is by finding conditions that are the most powerful, most emotionally charged, and are shared by the largest part of your audience. Quality over quantity. Just remember, sniper over shotgun. I'd rather you have one pain bullet that is so freaking painful that they like just crumble inside than to have 57 bullets that are kind of like hit or miss. Quality over quantity. How do we achieve that? Iteration. The secret ingredient to finding and leveraging specific conditions well is small improvements over time. No matter how good you are or how good you think you are, it takes time to gain a deep understanding of an audience, which gives you that power. It gives you the ability to just snipe. It takes time to find specific conditions. It takes time to figure out which ones are scalable, which ones are potent. It takes time. It's going to take some time, and that's okay. It's just how the world works. So don't try to rush it. Just understand these things. And you guys got to realize, all of us, me included, are so short-term sighted in this market. This online money, get rich quick, freaking goobers. We're all a bunch of idiots. You overestimate what you can do in the short term, but man, you severely underestimate your potential in the long term. Like you're rushing your days, you're full of anxiety, you didn't get enough work done, you didn't send enough outreaches, but I'm telling you, man, that's how you lose, by worrying about sending 100 outreaches a day. The person who sends 10 outreaches a day, but he does it for 600 days straight, will always destroy the person who sends 100 outreaches a day for 4 days and then gives up. You underestimate what you can do in the long term. The same is true of this deck. Some of you are going to pull this thing up, fill it out once, and never look back. And you're going to be like, it's whatever. Some of you, though, will bookmark this on your freaking Google Chrome. You'll continue to update this every week, and you are going to make a lot of money if you apply these things in the right market. Your conditions deck should be a living document. It's not a one-time fill-out thing. It's a sculpture. You're continuing to carve this thing until you have this beautiful masterpiece, which is like a skeleton key to your market, to just sales. The good news is this game is exponential. And so those of you that actually stick with this, if you understand your audience 5 times better than your competitors, you won't just get 5x the results. It's not linear, it's exponential. You'll get 50x to 100x the results. The better you understand the conditions of the human mind, the better you understand the specific conditions of your audience's mind, the better you can write copy which leverages these conditions, the crazier your results will be. Remember, obsessive learning leads to obsessive earning. Let me fix my formatting there. It's going to drive me crazy. Obsessive learning leads to obsessive earning. You have to keep learning these things. So here's our diagram, exponential results, right? You don't just get 5x the results. The graph would be over here, right? If you learn these things, the deeper of understanding you get, this bottom axis here, the insane these things are going to be. And so how do we do that? What's like a really tangible way? Shout out to Virgil for helping, he was helping me brainstorm this module. And he's like, dude, this is amazing, but give them a way to actually iterate. And I was like, shoot, I never really thought about that. I kind of just do it. And so shout out to Virgil for this. This is very, very powerful stuff to tie everything together. So to give you as much clarity as possible, I want to give you a simple iteration roadmap that you can follow to ensure you're leveraging these specific conditions effectively throughout your entire journey. So phase 1 is getting your first client. So if you guys don't have any clients, you're just getting started, this is where you're going to start. It's going to be mainly based off of personal experience and search-based because you don't have any sales calls yet. Choose a niche that you are interested in or have experience in. Don't overthink this. Just make a list of every interest you have, or things that you want to be interested in, or things that you think you could be interested in. Make a big list. Cross off things that you're I'm not really too interested in that, until you have a really solid base of things that you're interested in or you could be, and you think that there's money in that market. Don't choose I don't know. Don't choose some random, Xbox 360 game cult community. Pick something where there's money and there's a lot of people, okay? Then create a conditions deck for that audience and use critical thinking based on what little experience you have to fill out your deck as well as possible. Like I said, don't overthink, don't overthink, don't overthink. You don't have to be perfect. Next, start outreaching using DM Lightning or a similar free value-based system. And so the cool part about DM Lightning or something similar is you don't have to have a lot of specific conditions to send it. It's just voice note. It's just a DM. It's very low barrier to entry. This is exactly what you should be doing to get your first client. But yeah, if you know who you're targeting, you can move on, use something that High Value Outreach 2.0, do whatever. Yeah, cool. As you're sending outreach and writing free copy, use your conditions deck to write your copy and improve your outreach. So you should be using this thing to write the copy and then using like the results of the copy or the feedback from the people you're reaching out to improve it, improve your outreach. And as you find new specific conditions or you learn which ones are more potent and scalable than others, update your conditions deck to reflect your findings. This is very important. Schedule a recurring time each week to do some search-based research and update your conditions deck. Like I said, if you've already filled out all your personal experience, if you've already done, if you don't have any sales calls yet because you don't have a client yet, then do some search-based research once a week, every week at least, and more if you want to, and update this deck. That's going to give you a fresh set of eyes on things to write even better copy, get more responses, and I promise you'll land a client. This is like overkill. You don't even have to do this to land a client, but this will help you do that a lot faster. So repeat those until you land a client. Phase 2, iterating with client. So once you get a client, you now have unlocked a whole new level. You've got their personal experience, which they have way more than you probably, obviously, if they're coaching in that niche or they're working with them. And then they have all the sales calls or client interviews, whatever. So once you get a client, schedule a time for both of you to review the current conditions deck that you have and then re-rank conditions in the area of like importance and scalability and add in new ones because they will probably know their audience better than anyone. So use that to your advantage. Number 9, take sales calls or ask for recordings of previous sales calls with the people your client considers to be qualified leads. So out of there, like ask them who their perfect client is. And if they have a call with that person, go back and watch it. And get as many calls as you can. If your client doesn't do sales calls, like if they're selling low ticket or like e-com or something, try to schedule calls with their previous clients and ask them questions or get them to fill out a survey. Do something. We need to ask the audience for this stuff. And they're not always going to tell the truth, by the way. Most of the time, you want to pay attention to what people do and not what they say when it comes to marketing. People say they don't want edited videos, but then people will watch edited videos longer. Pay attention to what they do, not what they say. But if you have nothing, go off what they say and continue to watch what they do, see if it matches up, and continue looking. As you do business and write for this audience, continually update your conditions deck to reflect your understanding. So you still keep that schedule every week. So once a week, maybe even multiple times if you have time, because this is so powerful. Pull up a new call, view this transcript, update your conditions deck. Like I make my sales and marketing team do this. Like we do this, guys. We're updating our deck, and it's going to make us extremely powerful. We're always iterating to get better and better and better because think about it. This is how you get it. This doesn't come through filling it out once. It comes through time, and time and experience and doing iteration. This doesn't happen if you just do the same thing over and over. And you have to be considering your actions, ponder your ways, as the Bible says, iterate, and it's going to be insane. I'm telling you, it's going to be insane. So take action. Don't overthink. Importantly, enjoy the process. Enjoy the pain. This is the work. This is the toil that God has given us under the sun. And the Bible says to enjoy it. So, enjoy it. And keep moving forward. Just keep moving. If you don't give up, you're literally beating 99% of people. Keep moving forward. Use this stuff. And quick reminder. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm getting like emotional. Anyways, God is good. God is really good, guys. He's so good. And I'm so blessed to do what I do every single day. And I'm going to continue to do it if the Lord allows me and gives me the energy. But if you want to help me, why the freaking am I getting emotional, dude? I don't even know. Anyways, I'm trying to just get through the end of this. If you want me to crank out more modules like this one and even better modules, please let me know the wins you've had from this, the breakthroughs you've had from this, just some new thoughts, a new view on life that this module specifically has given you in the Course Wins channel. This is not to inflate my ego, even though that might happen a little bit. I'll try to fight against it. It's really just there to encourage me, because sometimes these things, I get so bogged down trying to make these and I get so overwhelmed, and the guys just remind me of these wins and all the good this is doing and how worth it is. It gives me a lot of energy to know all this pain through making these is worth it. I love you guys. I'll see you guys in the next module. I hope this stuff changes your life, because it did mine. So see you guys in the next one. Hello again, my friend, and welcome to module number 2 of the Copywriting 101 program. This is called Text and Subtext. Now, in this module, we're going to cover the difference between text and subtext and how you can manipulate both to influence readers to take action and give you and your clients money. Now, disclaimer, before we jump in, I highly recommend watching every previous module before this module. So anything before this, probably specific conditions, go and watch this module, because we're going to be building on the concepts we learned there. And like we've talked about before, web learning is essential. You can't just go through this whole program once, because in order to understand the things before this module, you must have this module's understanding. And so you have to learn it all together, meaning you should go through everything multiple times to fully grasp the picture and how you can use this to make some money. So if you don't understand these concepts in depth, applying these new ones will be very hard, if not impossible. With that out the way, let us dive in. Welcome to Text and Subtext. Starting off with the language. You see, copywriting is a language, the language of emotion, the language of sales. This is a quote from Kyle Milligan in his book, Take Their Money. Highly recommend that book. This is a well-respected and successful copywriter. Kyle Milligan explains in his book, Take Their Money, that copywriting is best viewed as an entirely different language. And this language called copywriting exists to speak to the reader's emotions. The reason why most people find the skill of copywriting difficult to master is we all thought, right, that we could learn a couple frameworks, learn PAS, learn ADA, figure out a couple trigger words to use, and then just make a bunch of money and make millions. Like, we all thought that. But when you view copywriting as a language, it makes complete sense. Those little tactics and frameworks and watching a little 10-minute video on YouTube will never make you a skilled copywriter. Just like memorizing a few Spanish words to order at a Mexican restaurant does not make you a fluent Spanish speaker. That's the whole idea here, is if you stop seeing copywriting as a bag of tricks and see it instead as a deep language that once you learn, you can speak fluently to create money, that's when you start getting things clicking and things start working. So in this module, what I want to do is we're going to break down the fundamentals of this language we call copywriting, and then go over a very simple way that you can learn to speak this language fluently as fast as possible. The reason why I was able to make so much money with copywriting so quickly is because I adopted this mindset very early on. I learned how to learn the language, and while everybody else was searching for tactics and scrambling for the new whatever outreach method, I was just learning the language. That's exactly what I want to show you guys in depth today. And obviously, shout out to Kyle Milligan. He was the one who showed me these concepts. I'm sure someone showed them to him, but he's the one who showed them to me, so huge credit to him. And we're going to take what he taught in his book and crack it open and dive even deeper and give a lot of examples. Let's do it. I'm excited. This stuff is powerful, so let's get into it. Subtext. As stated above, copywriting speaks to emotions. So here's how it works. Great copy provokes emotions in its readers. Those emotions provoke action, and that action leads to sales. And so the art of copywriting is learning how do we trigger this emotional part of the brain, and that is done by focusing on the subtext of what you're writing, the why you're writing what you're writing. It's how you want the reader to feel. So by focusing on the feeling, the emotion, the language of copywriting, you're able to get the results you want. But most people spend so much time worried about the text. what they're writing, the actual words. When what matters much more is the subtext. You could give a professional copywriter a very limited amount of words, and you could give an undeveloped copywriter the entire dictionary, and this other copywriter would smoke him every single time, Because it's not about the exact words you use, it's the subtext. Why did you write that whole sentence? So here's a very simple example in this diagram. You might have seen this text before, very cliche kind of copywriting marketing thing. We've developed a step-by-step system. That's the text. But why did the author write that? What feeling did he want you to feel? What did he want you to think in your head? And the subtext is simple. Wow, it would be so easy if I had that. Life would be easier if I had this step-by-step solution. And so we'll go over plenty of examples, but the text is how you write these things, the literal words that you're writing. But the subtext is the emotion and feeling you're trying to push. So the text was this step-by-step solution, but the subtext was, wow, this feels easy if only I bought this thing or if I had this solution. So let's look at some examples. Text. That's why we're giving you the step-by-step solution. Wow, it'd be so much easier. What you're about to read will cause a fallout in the online business world. Oh my, this is important. I should probably read this. That's why the writer wrote that statement, is so you would feel like you had to read this. History is repeating itself. Subtext. Okay, this seems pretty safe. If it's happened before, then at least I'll know what to expect. Text. Warning. Subtext. This is dangerous and important. I should probably pay attention. Text. Breakthrough discovery. Subtext. This is brand new. There's probably a lot of opportunity still. I need to get in on this before people catch on. See how it works? Text. If that's you, don't worry. Subtext. Wow, this person understands me. I can trust them. They'll probably help me out. Really cool. So in great copy, every single sentence plays a specific role in persuading the audience to take action, in causing some sort of emotion or belief in the reader. No lines are wasted. And as you're learning to write compelling copy, you have to focus on the why that you're writing the sentence before you worry about the what. Under no circumstance can you write something and it be great copy without it just being complete luck if you don't understand why you're having to write this line. What is the purpose of this line? Is it to make them feel safe? Is it to push this massive urgency to get them to take action now? It's all about the why. And later on in this course, we'll go over how do you figure out, what to write and where and how to structure these things. We'll go over the chain of beliefs, how to shatter beliefs, but it all comes back to understanding how to push these simple emotions. And there's four. There's four big core emotions that we're going to cover, and it's going to blow your mind. You'll never see advertising your copy ever again. You'll never see the same ever again after we cover this. So I'm excited. Let's go. So the four core emotions. Disclaimer, if you haven't seen specific conditions, go watch that module before continuing. It makes all this make sense. Also, Kyle Milligan, like I said, covers these as the NESB, New, Easy, Safe, Big, in his book, Take Their Money. Check out that book if you want his full perspective. But let's dive in. Here we have general conditions. So as we discussed in specific conditions, we can divide the human brain into two categories to help us kind of make sense of this. You've got the general conditions, which is every human is pre-programmed to think in this way. And then you have specific conditions, which is the way that your audience, their experiences, their exact pain points and desires, the things that have made them who they are, on top of the already pre-existing, just pre-programmed human monkey brain. So in the last module, we covered how do we leverage these specific conditions, these things that are specific to our audience. In this module, we're going to cover the four big general conditions that we'll use in every piece of copy from now till forever. So like I said, these are four general conditions. There's way more than just four, but these are like the four biggest buckets that you can make sense of things very easily and get the 99% out of copy. So no matter who you're writing to, you'll be appealing to one or more of these 4 emotions in some aspect. So this is the why. This is the why behind why you're writing. This is the subtext. So let's dive in. Number 1, easy. This comes from the simplicity theory, which is this principle suggests that people have a natural bias towards simplicity and prefer experiences that minimize cognitive load. So if we have a limited amount of calories and energy, and our brain uses a lot of energy, it's an energy hog, we don't want to think very hard because we don't want to waste energy. We want to conserve as much energy as possible. Therefore, our brains are programmed to take the easier route. It wants the easy stuff. So the translation here, in layman's terms, is we want stuff to be easy. Given the same outcome, we'll always take the easier route. So in your copy, you want the action you're persuading them to take to be as easy as possible. It must seem so easy. So let's dive deeper. How do you actually produce this emotion? Let's look at a few ways. And what I want you to understand is most statements you're going to find here will hit multiple of these at once. So it's not like you're just only doing one at a time. You'll probably hit multiple of these, but this is all the easy emotion. So number 1, you can decrease the time investment. So an example, in just a few minutes, the 6-minute six-pack, 2-hour rider, you can earn $400 a day starting next Monday, starting soon. This 20-second trick allows you to, boom, 20 seconds. All this by clicking a few buttons for 15 minutes a day. So we're showing them how we're decreasing the perceived time investment they have, making it seem easier. Next is decreasing the effort investment, so work. So like we went over here, all of this by clicking a few buttons for 15 minutes a day. So by clicking a few buttons, it makes it seem very easy. You can get this result without work they hate. So anytime you see a without statement, it's usually playing on work. It's going to be less effort. Without these things, without making 400 videos, without anything you plug in the blank there, without working out 7 days a week, it's decreasing the effort investment, making it seem easier. Once again, step by step. This takes a little bit of the intelligence and time and work. So this one kind of hits a lot of these, but step by step is a huge one for easy because it makes it seem like, okay, they've already done the hard thinking for me. They've done the work for me. It's going to take me less time. So cool. All you have to do is blank, insert simple action. Number C, letter C, decreasing the intelligence required. So smarts. You don't have to be a financial expert. High school dropouts are taking advantage of this to make $333 a day. Simple. Super easy. Making it seem like anyone can do it. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. Cool. Decreasing the resources required. So we went over time, work, smarts, and now with less money. So with only $100, all you need is $1 a day. You don't have to have millions in the bank, making it seem easier because they don't need as much money. And the last one, decreasing the chance required. This one's a little bit kind of niche, but I think it's really cool. And basically you're pushing the anybody emotion. So saying that anyone can do this, regardless of where you came from, your genetics, or how, your bad luck, anyone can do it. So you don't need NFL genetics. People who look like the opposite of Tom Cruise are landing hot dates weekly. So you might blame your genetics, say, well, I'm shot. I don't look good, so there's no way this works for me. But if you show how, hey, you don't have to look good, you don't need those genetics, then boom, decreasing that. It sounds easier. There's 0% luck required. Foolproof. Proven. All of these things are taking away the chance requirement, making it seem easy. And Kyle calls anybody the alter ego of easy. So if you can show how anyone can succeed, people will think, well, I'm not the brightest person, but I'm brighter than some people, so it'll probably work for me. And really, really cool. So these are just like really tactical ways you can do this. Make sure to look for these when you're breaking down copy. Now, words to look for when decoding someone pushing the easy emotion. So these are just some words that signal easy. Obviously, easy, anybody, simple, foolproof, step-by-step, system, you don't need, all you have to do is, you don't have to be, etc. And we'll cover live examples in depth in this module. Number 2, safe. risk aversion theory. This theory describes the human tendency to prefer a sure, lower outcome over a gamble with a potentially higher payoff, but also a chance of loss. Now, what this means is people hate losing more than they like winning. So people prioritize not losing over winning. And this can sound a little bit weird to people like me and you because we're probably much more, we like risk a lot more. So we're less avert to risk, where we don't mind taking risk. But that is not the general population. And also, you in your monkey brain state does not like taking risk. You would prefer that there's less risk if you got the same outcome. And so what's funny is there's a study that showed that people were much more willing to walk 2 miles to retrieve some money that they had lost that fell out of their pocket than they were to walk 2 miles to gain that same amount of money. So they net the same amount of money, but they were willing to walk backwards 2 miles to retrieve what they lost, but not willing to walk forward 2 miles to gain that same amount. The translation is, we want stuff to be safe. We don't want there to be any risk, if possible. So in your copy, you want the action you want them to take to appear as safe as possible. The opportunity, the product you're selling, whatever it is, it must feel safe. And the main way to push this emotion is just to highlight how sure this opportunity is. Show that the probability of this working is so high, and show how it's predictable. And so Kyle calls predictable the alter ego of safe, because if you can show how predictable something is, it seems safer and safer. And like I said, the goal here is just to try to decrease the perceived downside risk of taking your action as close to zero as possible. So, example, we've helped over 85 plus copywriters just like you sign paying clients. So this is straight from CopyLead. When we show people how, dude, we've helped 85 guys plus exactly like you in your scenario get paid with this skill, people think, wow, this is pretty dang safe. And that's the reality. It is, right? Or B, proven, predictable. This is the safest way to, history is repeating itself. The last time this happened. So all of these things are showing how the perceived likelihood of achievement is going up, the perceived risk of failing is going down, making your thing feel safer. And there's so many ways to do this, and this will come from you breaking down copy. We'll go over this together later on some real examples. But just think, why is the author pushing this safe emotion? Or like, what is he doing? Is he pushing the safe emotion? Is he pushing these other ones? And you'll begin to see these patterns. So language is all about patterns and being fully immersed in the new language. And so that's why you have to be studying copy, which we'll go over later. Moving on to number 3, new. This one's so important. The psychology of new. This explores how individuals respond to novel experiences and the mental benefits of embracing new things. So it encompasses things like the fresh start effect. So people love, think about New Year's resolutions. People are like, oh, it's new year. It's a fresh start. Dopamine floods the brain. It's the stimulation of neuroplasticity. Yeah. Essentially, it examines the psychology of novelty, increased motivation, improved mood, boosted confidence. All this, like, ChatGPT speak to say, we love new stuff. And so Kyle and other copywriters will consider new to be the most important emotion. Because categorization is death. If people see your outreach, they see your stimuli, they see your subject line, they see your sales page headline, they see any of these things and they think, oh, I've seen this before, you're done. You're shot. Your thing has to be new. Because as we looked at it above, science shows that anything there's something new, it inspires hope. It floods this dopamine in your brain saying, hey, this time it might work. This thing is brand new. We've never seen it before. Your brain wants to pay attention because it's a new thing. It can't be categorized. There we go. I nailed it that time. And this is important because people want new, not an improvement offer. People don't want better. They want something new. And without seeming new, people will categorize your thing as something they've seen before and move on with their day. And so in your copy, you want the opportunity you're selling to seem as brand new as possible. This explains a lot, doesn't it? This is why copying the latest outreach technique that Uncle KJ or some other guru has put out on YouTube doesn't work. It's because if thousands of people have seen this outreach and they start spamming it, that means that it's no longer new in the market. It's faded, it's used, it's saturated. This is why I have to sell my copywriting outreach systems only in Copy-Lead. I can't give them away for free because they simply don't work. And so this is why you have to learn how to become a first principle thinker. We talk about this a lot in Foundations. But if you don't learn how to become the person who creates the new method, then you're fricked in the long run, because you're always going to be dependent on someone like me who does think in first principles to create these methods for you. And if you're not the person who creates them, then you don't get the benefits of being first to an outreach strategy or to a thumbnail thing or to an offer or to whatever. The first person gets the lion's share of the market to start with because they're the new, they're the brand new thing. So think about this with think about a simple way in like the main consumer world. Think about the iPod. The iPod was not an MP3 player. It was something brand new. Yes, it played music, but people didn't see it as an MP3 player. They saw it as the iPod. It's a whole new thing. And that inspires so much dopamine and buyers. So anytime you see these words, you can kind of think of new. Obviously, new, breakthrough, discovery, one of a kind, disruptive, game-changing, revealed. These all create the new emotion. And there's so many ways to do this, largely through creating your own things, which is what we're going to talk about right now. And the goal with this new emotion is to create this epiphany in your audience's head that gives them that feeling of new and creates hope. That's the whole idea. And we'll talk about this in depth and belief shifting and how all this happens and how you actually do this, section by section. But the whole idea is if you can create this new thing that makes sense to them and is believable, you create all this hope, you set yourself apart from the market, and they have to buy from you. And you have the emotion there that's already been brought up to stimulate that action. And so let's look at some examples. What I recommend is learning how to create concepts that are new to your audience. And so we'll go over some macro opportunities and then some micro opportunities. So macro opportunity is probably the easiest one to spot. This is the big problem or the method that you're selling. So for instance, this is not your product. This is the method, the problem that your product solves. So for example, advertising might be played out. It might seem like a boomer word to guys our age, but copywriting didn't. Copywriting sounded new. We never heard of it before, and it was exciting. And look, now we're all here learning this new thing called copywriting. But to people who copywriting has been around forever, it's already played out. They failed with it in the past. They have negative emotions with it because they were sold something that didn't work with copywriting. And that's when I created the new opportunity called digital persuasion. And I sold $90,000 worth of this low-ticket product at scale by creating this brand new word called digital persuasion. I didn't stick with it because I think it's sort of corny. And also, no one knows what copywriting is. So the market is not saturated at all. But to the small audience that I had back then, copywriting was pretty saturated. And when I launched this brand new thing, it worked. Or how about copywriting versus ghostwriting? This was something that, what is this guy's name? I can never remember his name, but he's a Twitter guy, and he pretty much packaged copywriting as this new thing called ghostwriting and made a lot of money doing it. Or how about the Emon example? Marketing agency sounded kind of boomerish, kind of boring. So he created SMMA, social media marketing agency. It sounds new. It's something completely different, even though it's really the same thing. Or how about this one? This one is pretty good with our generation. of online info, meaning like this 6 month to 12-month gap of people who came into the space this one certain time. Anyways, consulting/agency versus growth operating. It's the same freaking thing. You're consulting someone or you're doing something for them to grow their business. It's consulting and agency. But it's brand new, right? It's growth operating. It's completely different. It inspires hope. And it works like crazy. Or how about the classic ClickFunnels example from Russell Brunson? You've got websites versus funnels. All a funnel is a website. It's a simpler version of a website. It's very, very simple. But he rebranded it completely. And there's a cult following of people like us who build funnels all because this dude created this one word. I want you to know, the world did not spawn in with the concept funnels. Russell Brunson made it up. It's not like a thing that's in the Bible. It's literally a brand new concept. It's just a website. But earlier in 2000, the website was a new opportunity. No one had heard of website. And so, as I'll say a million times, what sounds new and believable to your audience depends on their specific conditions, 100%. SMMA could be a completely dead horse that's been beat to death, or it could be a brand new opportunity, depending on who you're talking to. It all depends on your audience. So going over the new micro opportunities. And so this is a really cool way to do things, cool way to sell, especially in this like organic day and age where chances are you're talking to your audience a lot before they end up buying your stuff. Instead of it just being one sales letter, you have a lot of time. You can create these new micro opportunities. So in my organic branding, in my YouTube videos, I talk about systems over cold DMs. So cold DMs sounds painful. It sounds like you've tried it before and it didn't work. There's a lot of pain that you probably have with cold DMs. But when I talk about creating outreach systems, it sounds new. You're like, what? I can create a system, a factory to give me clients. It sounds new, even though it's very simple. It's right. It's nothing crazy. But all you need is that little bit of hope, and it just breathes life into your sales message. Or how about this? Cold DMs. Everyone was talking about slinging cold DMs versus high value outreach. I created this out of thin air. Like, it sounds like it came from the beginning of time because we'll talk about in a second how to make these things sound good. But it's a new micro opportunity. So high value outreach is a micro opportunity that I teach in Copy Elite, clearly. Also, the hyper learning cycle. It's a new micro opportunity that I've taught and you'll learn in this exact module. When I first came on the copywriting scene, everyone was preaching emails. All you got to do is write some emails. And so all the guys who had been through all these courses, they'd all tried emails and they failed. And so what I taught is, hey, the real money is in sales pages. And all of a sudden everybody was like, yo, I got to learn sales pages. They felt hope. They were wanting to do copywriting again. So inside the big opportunity of copywriting, I was teaching this new micro opportunity called sales pages. And a lot of you guys were reignited with hope, went out, made some money. And so you must understand that you will not know what is new and what's believable without understanding the specific conditions. There's a reason why I've put this course in the order that it is. You can't do this well without understanding specific conditions. Because if I didn't know the copywriting market, I would have no clue that emails were played out and people didn't want to learn them much anymore. I would not have known that sales pages were new and people weren't doing them. It's all about understanding your audience. So let's talk about one of my biggest secrets that I've not seen very many people talk about at all. People talk about the new opportunity and creating mechanisms, but they don't talk about how to create like fire mechanisms, the things that really hit and cause so much persuasion. So I hope you're ready. The key to creating new opportunities, new mechanisms, new methods that sound unique and exciting is they have to also appeal to the logical part of their brain. Example, it needs to be exciting, it needs to sound cool, it needs to have aura, but it also needs to make sense and sound believable. And this takes some time to get good at. But the main thing is don't be corny or weird. It needs to have some aura to it. And this takes practice. I can't just immediately teach you guys how to do that. It just takes some time and some thought. But let's look at some examples. Once again, high value outreach. This was a huge selling point. Like I saw this fractal across the market when I started teaching it. People were like, I want to learn high value outreach. How do you do this? First is if I called it the KJ method. Do you see why this doesn't work? Think about it. It has a bit of neediness to it because I'm using my own name. There's no aura. It doesn't appeal to the logical side because the KJ method doesn't give you any insight into why this thing might actually work. But the high value outreach method does. Do you see how you can kind of understand what the method might be about, but you still don't know how to do it? You're thinking, oh yeah, instead of sending this low value stuff, I'm be sending something of high value. And it sounds so believable. It's so logical, but yet it creates action because you still don't know how to do it. And that creates insane curiosity. They're like, yeah, I believe this thing is going to work. Just by the name of it, it sounds believable, but they don't know how to do it. And so the curiosity is through the roof. Or high value outreach versus one of a kind outreach. Notice how like weird this sounds and kind of just lame, like loserish. Or the hyper learning cycle versus the turbo info method. It's subtle. And the hyper learning cycle could seem a little bit corny, honestly, but it's proven. It works. People love the idea. So it's all about just, it takes some time. It takes some time. You have to develop a bit of taste. And it comes from studying what works. Or how about this one? In a lot of Iman's sales like promotions, his big launches, he talks about the unconventional path and how you must take the unconventional path. Because if you take the conventional path, you'll get what? Conventional results. And you don't want conventional results. You want outsized results. So you must realize it only comes from the unconventional path. It's such a logical, simple, easy message to understand, right? You're thinking, yeah, that makes sense. If I go to school, I'll probably get what everyone else went to school gets, which is mediocre income, mediocre life. But if I do this other thing, insert Iman's new method here, if I do this, I'll get unconventional results. Now imagine he named it something. This is honestly not that bad. You can make it way worse. But imagine it was called, hey bro, you don't need to do the average lifestyle. You need to take the secret roadmap of the elite 1%ers. Do you see how that sounds so forced? It sounds kind of corny. And it doesn't sell. Versus the unconventional path, it just seems like, wow, okay, frick. Yeah, that makes sense. Or how about this? A lot of guys, whenever they join Copy Elite, they go through, stuff like this and they learn how to use these crazy, tactics and sales methods, and they want to start slinging outreach using some crazy sounding thing. And they don't get results. Why? Because a business owner, someone who's more aware, who's been in the game for a while, who can see through a lot of the salesy stuff, they want something believable. But it still has to sound new. Don't get me wrong here. You still have to use these emotions, but you have to do it subtly in a brand new way. And so look at this. Proven inbound IG system. We have system. It sounds easy. Proven sounds safe. Inbound shows them that you know what you're talking about, and it gives them an idea of like what this system is and how it works, but they still don't know how to do it. It sounds professional, but it still sounds new to them. Versus the 4-pronged IG explosion method. And it sounds corny, but this might work for like a consumer-based, new, unaware audience. So it all depends on specific conditions. Like I said, right there, disclaimer. I'm going to put it everywhere because you guys are going to not make any money unless you fully grasp this. So yeah, really, really cool. Like I said, I've not seen anyone talk about this. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. This is some crazy ninja stuff. Like this is literally, you're seeing it right here. I made, $700K off words like this, high value outreach. It's insane. Insane. Kyle Milligan calls only the alter ego of new. Because if you can show how this opportunity is only available through your offer, through working with you, then they have to inherently believe that it's new. Because if they can only get it from you, then they've never seen it before and they can't get it anywhere else, meaning they have to take action now with you. So, cool. And using these opportunities that they've only heard from you makes it sound like they can only get it here. So when someone talks about high value outreach in the copywriting space, they think of me because I'm the one who kind of pioneered it, who came up with it. And I'm not some genius guy. I'm an idiot. It just sounded cool to me. And I thought if it sounds cool to me, it sounded cool to other people. And it did. But that's why if you want to learn high value outreach, they say you have to come to me because this new thing makes it seem like it's only here available at Copy Elite. Cool. Like I said, we'll cover examples later, but those are some really good examples. Number 4, big and FOMO, meaning fear of missing out. So psychology of big. When an opportunity seems big, it demands attention. It signifies importance, it creates intrigue, and it appears rewarding. This also creates the fear of missing out, referred to as FOMO. And so when an opportunity is big, meaning like a lot of people are paying attention to it, it creates intrigue. There's also a reward tied to it, or some kind of big consequence if you don't pay attention to it. Like imagine a hurricane is coming. That's kind of like the emotion of like, oh man, something big is coming, or Christmas is coming, or something like that. There's a big thing that's coming, and you must pay attention to it. You must see the importance. It creates intrigue, and there's some kind of massive reward or massive consequence depending on if you pay attention to it. And that leads to FOMO, which is a very strong emotion. So the fear of missing out is a psychological phenomenon characterized by anxiety or unease about the possibility of missing out on a positive experience or opportunity that others are having. This also plays into a lot of like the social aspect of humans. We want to stay connected. We want to be in the know. And if we're not, it leads to envy, dissatisfaction, and feeling like we're not as fulfilled. So translation is very simple. We pay attention to big stuff, and we don't want to miss out on a big opportunity that everyone gets in on. So creating this big and FOMO can be a little more abstract than the previous 3. But after some practice, you'll find it easy to spot in the copy that you're studying. And so here are some words you can look for. Big, huge, once in a lifetime, breakthrough, fastest growing, only seen twice in history, world changing, this will change everything, massive. You want readers to feel an overwhelming urge that something big is going on and they don't have time to wait. They need to act fast. So Kyle Milligan talks about how fast is kind of the alter ego of like big and FOMO. They kind of all go together. Because when you create a big thing and you create this need to act fast, it just feels like, okay, there's this general sense of mass urgency. I need to do something. And big will kind of inherently happen as you nail the other 3 emotions. But just remember that you need to add some hype in your copy. It needs to sound dope. It needs to sound like something big is happening so that they don't want to miss out on it. Really cool. Very, very, very important. Very important. And you can even notice this in subtle things. So think about the intro to this video, to this module. Think about how the professional editing makes it feel big. It makes it feel legit, professional. So it's not always about copy. Everything ties together in your promotions to give it this feeling of larger than life, and you don't want to miss out on it. It's the little things, guys. And everything has, this is what I'm saying is there's a reason for every single thing a great marketer does. And if you think that, oh, they just did this because it's cool or they got lucky, don't think like that, because you're going to miss the most amazing epiphanies and insights because you're not looking, and success leaves clues. No matter whether you like somebody or not, you think they got lucky or you don't agree with the way they do something, if they're successful, there is clues for you to pick up and to apply to whatever you're doing. Cool. Let's go over balance. You see, like everything else in life, balance is key. if you push on these emotions too hard, your copy might come off as very salesy or too dramatic, unbelievable. Once again, this is another area which is highly dependent on the specific conditions of your target audience. If you're targeting people who have been burned by a more direct and salesy marketing in the past, they're more likely to respond negatively to the type of that copy in the future. So a lot of people have gone through this early era of online courses. And the way that a lot of people sold online courses was very direct response, very pushing these high emotions, lots of promises and claims and making things seem larger than life. And then a lot of courses in this early era of online education just don't live up to that hype. And so the next time that people like us saw that type of copy, we thought, this person, it's got to be a scammer. It can't be that good. And so we had a negative connotation to this very direct response salesy copy. But don't let that fool you. Because remember the first time that you went through a massive online promotion or went through a webinar, or went through a funnel or got sent some marketing emails. You were digging it up. You were eating it up, bro. Like you were excited. I remember when I first received the emails to one of Iman's first promotions on YouTube, bro, I had that thing notified on my phone. I was checking my email every day. Like I was literally bot mode. I was so into this big thing Iman was putting on. Yeah. So, I mean, it's all about specific conditions. So don't treat everyone like they're in the same state as you. You know, you're hours into this course at this point. You're not normal. People don't do this. You know, people don't study marketing like you. And they're not as burned or as aware as you are as all of this stuff. But if you're selling to business owners, or you're sending outreach to business owners or guys who sell info, like you got to know who you're talking to. And this is where balance is key. So let's look at this example. I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. It came out a little small in the diagram, but it looks sick though. So here we have balance. I want you to notice how both sides are saying the same what? They're pushing the same emotion. But look at the balance. Look at how cranked up the right side is versus the left side. So left side, how to write content without getting bored. I want you to know that this thing on the right is saying the exact same thing. This is a bullet from Ben Settled, by the way, from his breakneck content sales page. He says how an almost inhumanely productive business author and copywriter who has written 100 books and probably 100 plus ads tricks his brain into cranking out exciting new content for up to 12 hours per day and without ever getting bored or burnt out. He's saying the same thing. Both examples push the same emotion, but the right side displays when you crank this emotion, pushing it up to 100%, where the left side pushes the same emotion, but more subtly. So like I said, if you're marketing to people who have been burned by this stuff and they don't like the salesiness, this might work less than just saying how to write content without getting bored, especially in this age of organic content. People want to feel authentic and don't want to be too salesy, and there's a lot of trust already inherently by the content and by the content creator, that you can just say this and it might work better. So as mentioned above, there's no universal right way to do it. The bullet on the left is not better than the bullet on the right. It all depends on the scenario. Who are you selling to? What state are they in? What type of copy are you writing? It all depends on what you're selling and who you're selling to. And this goes a little deep here, but even the same person can be in a different state. They might see this bullet on a YouTube video and feel turned off. They might see this bullet though on an Instagram ad and it might work. It gets tricky, but it all depends on what state of mind and what is the conditions of your audience's brain when they see this stimuli, when this piece of copy. And as a great rule of thumb, what I would say, and most of you guys are going to not take this advice, but you really should, because it's going to help 1,000,000% in your journey of learning this skill and this language, is to push your copy to 110% on the sales side to make sure you're pushing emotions. And then in your editing, tone it down to a level you think your audience is comfortable with. So what you would do is don't start by writing the thing on the left. Like we talked about above, you're no different from the rest of us humans. You want the easier route. And so you're going to want to just write this bullet and move on. But what you should do is write a bullet more like the one on the right. Write your headlines, your subject lines, make them sound crazy emotional, and then tone it down afterwards. It's a lot easier to go too far and then just pull it back than it is to do nothing and try to push yourself to go further later. So go too far and then tone it down. You want to view it kind of like a thermostat. That's how I used to teach this concept. It's the sales thermostat. So crank it all the way up until it's way too hot. It sounds a little bit crazy. And then tone it down to where it's just right. Cool. Let's go on to learning the language. The secret to making serious money with this skill is using the hyperlearning cycle to learn the language of copywriting as fast as possible. Like I talked about above, this is how I was able to make a year's progress in like 2 months and hit 10K a month the very next month. Is because I didn't view copywriting as another bag of tricks. I viewed it as a language. And if you can learn how to learn the language extremely fast, that's when you get ahead of everyone. You see, most people don't make money with copywriting is because they're learning it using what I call the snail approach. And that is as follows. If this is you right now, please, it's okay. Don't worry. It's why I'm making this video. You're all right. You can completely change, but just don't be offended. Actually, be offended. This should piss you off. You should not want to be slow. So here we go. You spend 95% of your deep work time watching copywriting YouTube videos. You spend 4% of your deep work time reading other people's copy. That probably isn't even that good. Then you spend 1% of your deep work time writing your own copy. And to be honest, based on what I've seen from students and everything, this is best case scenario. Like a lot of you guys aren't even doing deep work. And if you are, you're spending probably 99% of it watching YouTube videos or just watching modules. That's a recipe for subpar results at best. Now, instead, I'd like to show you how to hyper learn the language of copywriting using a very simple daily routine. Do not fall for the trap that you need some kind of complex algorithmic crap to win. You don't. You need simple and consistent and effective. If you do the things that really push the needle every day and you make it as simple as possible so you can do it every day, over time, it's going to be very hard for you to not win. So that's what the hyperlearning cycle is. You do, you learn, you study, you iterate, you do, and you repeat this every single day. This is exactly what I did to hit 10K a month of copywriting in 2 months. Exactly. I did this every day. I'm sure I slacked off 1 or 2 days, but like I was going crazy. So let's go over how to do it, and then we'll walk through a cycle together. Number 1, do. In the copywriting hyperlearning cycle, the do is the action. It's writing a piece of copy. So every day, if you just write one piece of copy, you can check off the do in this cycle. And the more time you have, the more experience you get, the longer form copy you write, the more copy you write, the more pieces of copy you write. But for now, don't overthink it. Just write a piece of copy every day. Ask yourself, how many days in the past couple months or since you started copywriting have you wrote a piece of copy that day? Seriously. And guys, I hope you know that I don't just teach this stuff to sound cool. I do it. I don't know if you guys have seen me, but I've uploaded every day on my Raw channel, on my like daily, it's called KJ Daily. And I upload a 10-minute video every day. Why? Because that's the hyper learning cycle of me speaking and me learning to make content. And so instead of watching a bunch of videos on speaking and trying to learn from a bunch of books and crap, I just speak every day and I review it every day. And then I watch books, not watch books, idiot. See how iterating on my speaking right now, just took note that I'm an idiot. Watch courses, read books after I've done the thing for the day. First thing I do is record stuff. So anyways, do. Write a piece of copy. Number 2, learn. Watch one of these modules again and take notes. So you can watch, YouTube videos, free YouTube videos, whatever, but the chance of that information is probably going to be very watered down, probably not very first principle. I would highly recommend you guys just watch these modules over and over again because it's first principle stuff. And I know this stuff works because it's made me almost $1 million in revenue in the first 2 years of me doing this. So watch these modules again or read old copywriting books. I'll link my library below the school module. You guys might be a little bit tempted to go look at all my notes, but just look at the books and buy them if you want. But like I said, these modules have been made from the essence of all those books and then my own understanding and then times 5. So I would just probably watch the modules. But anyways, number 3, study. Read a great piece of copy, break it down, and take notes. This was huge. So obviously doing was the most important thing I did, but the second most important thing that I did compared to everyone else is I was reading the language. I was trying to speak the language of copywriting by immersing myself in it every day. They say the best way to learn Spanish is to either go to Mexico and spend a year there or to watch Spanish-speaking television all the time, to immerse yourself in the language. The reason why you can't speak copywriting is because you're not sitting there and listening to it and reading it and soaking it in every single day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you a metric crap ton of free copy, not free copy, of like a metric crap ton of copy resources for you to just break down under this school module. We'll go over this in synthesis some more in module 8, it should be. But if you need somewhere, if your excuses, I don't know what to study, I'm going to give it all to you. Super simple. And then number 4, iterate. Use your notes from learning and studying to rewrite your piece of copy from earlier. And so how I'm learning to speak is I'm speaking every single morning in a 10-minute video. I'm watching videos, I'm reading books, buying courses. I'm watching other speakers who are very, very good at the art of speaking. And then I'm taking notes from those two and I'm changing what I do the next day. And so what I did before this module is I learned a trick about reading a book for 5 minutes and trying to pronounce everything with a super wide mouth, hitting every single syllable like this. And it's funny, that helped me iterate and make this module a little bit more understandable. So, like I said, we'll walk through this entire cycle together in the synthesis module. But for now, let's start by just applying what you've learned today. I want to make this very actionable, very simple. So step 1, what we're going to do is we're going to study. We're going to do number 3. We're going to do the studying together right now. Hope you're excited. I've never seen anybody do this in the course. This is going to be super sick. So I want you to pause the video and make a copy of this Miro board. So don't pause it yet. Click on this link in the resources. You're going to pull up this Miro board. It's going to look just like this. What you can do is right-click these 3 dots, go to Board, Duplicate. If you don't have a Miro account, make one. It's free. Duplicate this board, and you're going to have a board like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do this. And so we're going to duplicate. We'll do that. And now you'll have a board that you can draw on. So what we're going to do is you're going to pause this video. You're going to go line by line in each piece of copy, one at a time, making note of the core emotions, the general conditions, the subtext that the writer is trying to push with the text. Then you can resume this video and watch me break down the same copy to check your work. Then I want you to repeat for each example. If you sit here and just like the way I talk and frick around and eat popcorn and never do anything, there's no way you actually learn this stuff. So you should feel bad if you don't do this, honestly, is what I'm saying. So what I want you to do is pull this up, and I want you to pause the video right now, go to basic email number 1. This is an email from an old Iman Ghazi promotion, one of the first emails I ever studied. And I want you to take the pen for blue and highlight everywhere that you see the new emotion. How is he pushing new? Then I want you to do the same thing for easy and safe and big using these colors. And then after you're done, come back, unpause this video, and you're going to watch me do it right now. So pause the video, go do that, and I'll see you back in a second, and we'll go through this. All right. I want you to know, if you didn't pause the video, have fun being worse than everyone else. Being real with you here. So hopefully you pause the video, you went and did this, and we're going to crack into it as soon as I take this big gulp of spring water. All right, so what we're going to do is let's go through and let's look for a new. How do people get rich? That's the big question. And also, you're going to notice there's a lot going on here. I mean, this is a real email that made a lot of money, or was part of a promotion that made millions. And so there's so many things to take away, but for now, I just want you to focus on just the new, easy, safe, big. That's all we want to focus on. There's one thing that most millionaires have in common. You might think it's because none of them went to college or university, but it's not. In fact, most millionaires did not go to college or university. So that begs the question, what is one trait millionaires have in common? This, we're hinting that something new could be coming here. This one trait. Trait is honestly pretty new in this online space. Like they're like, oh, trait. Sure, you could say that they're all hardworking, determined, and confident. But that sounds superficial. Lots of people embody those traits and aren't millionaires. That's no real formula for success. There's something much more deep-rooted than most millionaires have in common. The answer is the fact that none of them attribute their success to college or university, let alone school. Instead, over the course of the last 6 months, I launched an investigation into the truth behind the education system. What I found was it's been entirely detached from its roots. All millionaires follow the same 5 principles that originally made education so powerful. These 5 principles date all the way back to ancient Greeks. Principle you may ask is called the rescue. Yeah. So honestly, I don't really see anything necessarily new here. The only thing I would say is the whole idea of it is kind of new. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something, it's funny because it's actually old. He's pushing the new emotion by talking about how old it is. And that creates curiosity, and it's something that's new to us. We don't know what this trait is. So yeah, not a whole lot of new there, honestly. So let's go over easy. Let's check that out. Let's take out the green. Like I said, you guys might be better than me. Trying to do this live for module, a little bit tougher, but no excuses. Let's go. I'm exposing their secret. Exposing is new, honestly. Should have put that on there. How do people get rich? That's a big question. It's not. Okay, this pushes easy a little bit because they did not go to these things. What is the one trait? Our millionaires, there's no form of success. The answer, they're in school instead. The truth, attachment's roots. All right, we have 5 principles. How do you get access? All you need to do, boom, there's new. So the action, what we want here is to click this thing to save your spot. Best part, 100% free and online. Sorry, easy. 100% free, 100% online. Easy, easy, easy. As soon as you can, sending a special message. Who sign up now? That's new. Sorry, I just had to warm up for a second, guys. I had to warm up. So actually, there's a good bit of new here. So we've got new in special message, private WhatsApp. You can only get it here. Never say publicly. That is pushing only a little bit because you can only get it there. 5, lead to real success, truth. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I'd say that's pretty good for new and easy. Let's talk about safe. Let's see if we can see some safe in here. There's so much at work here what I might do is we might cover this email again to show you like all the other psychological stuff here. This is more of if you knew where this email fit into the whole promotion, you'll see how insane it is. But we'll go over that later. What are we going over? We're looking for safe. Okay, 5 principles, foundation. All right, foundation of real success. Date all the way back. That feels safe. Once again, we're talking about how it happened. It's historical. It's proven. First episode, how do I get access? The best part. As soon as you can. Real education. That's pretty safe. We'll be in touch. Okay. Now, big. This is where we're going to start marking stuff up. Rich is big, the whole thing. I'm exposing their secret. This seems massive. One thing that millionaires have in common. I went to college, university. Okay. I launched as investigation into the truth behind the education system. Do you feel how big that sounds? Also, 6 months adds to the big because it took a while. This is in the online space, 6 months is a freaking eternity. 5 principles a day, all the way back. This is big. This is big. The rescue. I mean, frick. The even name sounds big. This is like they were so good at creating the big emotion in these things. Like it is insane. Save your spot. Sounds big. Get access as soon as you can. Sign up as soon as you can. FOMO. Learn the truth behind the education system. Real success, real success. Real education. Save your spot now. Yeah, pretty cool. So a lot of emotions going on here. As you'll see, we're going to go into even more. And some of these are going to get crazy. But this is a little bit more subtle on the emotional side of things. What he's doing here, we'll talk about this later, is he's throwing rocks and confirming suspicions a lot. Because what this email does is it's building trust for when he really sells on the webinar type videos. And so not a whole lot as far as the emotions as some stuff, but yeah, you guys get the point. We'll go over that later. Email number 2, this is actually one of my OG emails that was on my email list when people signed up. So here we have, I can't take it anymore. We'll just go through line by line and do each one. So I can't take it anymore. This sounds big. I've had enough. Big. If I hear one more boomer say, just go to college and get a stable job, I might puke. How can they be so blind? That sounds big. We have the greatest opportunity in the history of mankind, yet they want us to play it safe. This is a crazy line because it's like huge, big, also throwing rocks at boomers. Get real. They might have been right 30 years ago, but this isn't 30 years ago. They're missing one giant fact that us young kids know. The internet changed everything. So I am literally just shoving the big emotion like crazy right here. Then we get into here's how. You can learn anything in the world for free. So we'll talk about, that sounds pretty easy. Easy. You can level up high value skills that actually make you a ton of money. This would be big. Big. Yeah, we're talking about big here as well. Boom. You can build businesses with insane leverage using low cost or free tools. That's easy. You can leverage social media algorithms to grow and monetize an audience. That would be big. Getting the result without spending a dime. So we talked about easy here, and this is the easy on the resource side of things. You can network with high-value individuals all over the world. If you aren't playing the great online game, you'll be left in the dust. So I am like just shoving, I'm spamming the big emotion like crazy. So if you're ready to start playing, be on the lookout for these emails. I'll be giving away tons of dope value every single week. I'm going to show you these boomers, the power of the internet. So once again, just more big here. So yeah, this is really an email just to honestly get people excited to open my future emails. So the reason that I chose big is because I wanted them to sign up to my email list and be like, wow. I want them to feel like this is different. I wanted them to, actually the whole email by pushing big pushes the new emotion to my whole email list. Like signing up to KJ stuff is new because this is something big. It's different. It's crazy. So hopefully that makes sense. But this is what you guys need to do, for yourself and break this stuff down. All right. Now let's go over sales letter 1. I forgot to mention it in the last one, but if you haven't paused the video and done this, go pause the video, break this one down, and let's go through it together. This is a little sales letter from Zarak. So he cranks the sales thermometer pretty high because he's selling to people like us. So yeah, you'll see. It's pretty good. So we'll go through it. All right. Here we have attention. What is that? Big. Here we go. The biggest profit opportunity in internet money history is upon us. Screaming big. How I use AI. Actually, we'll do big, run 15, operate a 7-figure run rate. Big. But this is easy, right? Anytime you use AI, you're just screaming easy. Also, easy with one copywriter. This will allow you to add 10 additional clients. Without this, easy, easy, easy. All of this is what? Big. So he is just hitting us immediately with a lot. This is also pushing big. You see where it says 10 additional clients in all caps. There's a reason he's capitalizing this stuff, is because he's emphasizing that emotion he's trying to push. What you're about to read could cause a bloodbath in the B2B marketing industry. It will leave hundreds of thousands jobless, broke, and wondering where did it all go wrong. While the savvy action takers win the lion's share of clients. He's just spamming big and easy right here. With leaner teams, less stress, and higher profit margins. So here we have a lot of emotion in just what we're looking at right now. And notice how he channels this. We'll talk about this later. But he channels all that emotion to this one word. The reason is simple. So it's like all this emotion is now focused. So all that you just felt is like, boom, right here. The reason is simple. I've unlocked the most powerful artificial intelligence copywriting SOP on the planet. Once again, he's tying all that into massive, easy artificial intelligence copywriting SOP. Notice how he says AI, the full word, to make it sound bigger and even easier. I've unlocked the most powerful, super big SOP. It sounds easy to a business owner on the planet. Big. If you don't pay attention to what I'm about to show you, you're going to be left behind. Big FOMO. This is so powerful that my agency literally hit a 7-figure run rate. Big. Hundreds of hours of research, trial and error. He's just spamming big like crazy. That's all he's really doing here. I've put together a program that allows my entire business to run off one copywriter and artificial intelligence. Also, forgot to add, this is also playing into a lot of new. So as you'll notice here, he's probably not heard, no one's ever heard of this. This sounds new and only. He's talking about everything that he has done, which makes it feel like only. He's put together a program that run my entire business, one copywriter and artificial intelligence. Once again, we're doing big and easy here, just all throughout this. Still big. Benefits. It's just going to be big and easy throughout this whole thing. I mean, you can go through and see it, but like copywriter makes more money. AI lets him write better copy at a faster rate. He's able to take on more accounts without decreasing quality. Big and easier. Profit margins skyrocket with AI. Big, easy. You defeat the inherent problem in B2B service as your ability to scale is no longer limited by how many employees you have. Whoa, that's really big. Sounds super easy. What else we got here? Here we go. Actually, we have some safe going on. This is nice. We have some safe here. Look at all this. We have some data, some charts. We talk about how that is safe. They're begging me. Social proof. This is also big and safe. If other people are begging this guy for this SOP, then it feels real. First, I wasn't going to release it. Why not? Why profit from it? It'll pretty much first to market. This is very, very advanced, but he's addressing one of the biggest false beliefs of like selling info or doing something like that. It's like, why not profit from it first? So this is also kind of a little bit to safe emotion. Cool. Tell you how to get on this FAQ. In the FAQ, what he's doing is, this is just easy and safe. So can a novice copywriter use this? Yeah. And does it work for email copy? No. Who's this for? Yeah, you guys can continue reading on. He's using FAQ to continue pushing these emotions. But yeah, look at that, guys. A lot of big and easy at the start of his message. And that's very important, very important. So let's move over to sales letter 2, which is one of my sales letters that did almost 100K. I think it was like 90 something in total in like 6 months or so. Most of that being the first 3 that I launched it. Pretty crazy. So let's break it down. Sales letter number 2. KJ the Anti-Guru reveals the real secret to making money online. Big. How anyone, what is that? We're immediately freaking pushing the easy thing, can master the art of digital persuasion, the mechanism itself. Here we have, let's see, we've got easy going on. No, not easy. We've got new going on immediately. So take out the blue. We've got new. Digital persuasion also sounds big. The way that I position, I remember spending a lot of time on this headline And I went with master the art because it added this big feeling to it. Can make 5 to 15K per month. That sounds big as well. From anywhere in the world. At this point, I'm pushing easy like crazy. So I want people to feel, and I know this because of my audience. Most of my audience was from a third world country, third or second world. And so by saying anywhere in the world, all of a sudden I just nailed it. Yeah, and here we have a little bit of safe, a little bit of big going on by specific numbers and saying, you can make a lot in this amount of time. Also, it sounds easy as well because of the time limit being like lower. So a lot going on there. Cool. Have you ever wondered, why does it seem like everyone's making money except me? What's the real secret behind these gurus? Here I'm just doing a little bit of digging up pain. But as far as emotions, I'm kind of pushing the big because I'm saying there's a real secret that no one's telling me. If that's you, I've got your back, brother. Here I'm just making feel a little bit of safety. Not actually, because it's not really any credit or anything, but just I've got your back. The next few minutes, what is that? That is easy. I'm going to reveal the actual secret. So we have easy and big going on. The same secret allowed me to do this much in this amount of time. So we've got big. And to be honest, it's not even a secret. It's actually very simple. If you'll notice, me and Zarak doing kind of the same kind of thing here. It's a lot of big, a lot of easy to start the message and the lead. And then we're bringing it to a point by saying it's actually very simple. So all these emotions, boom. The reason is simple. It's actually very simple. If you notice, we don't actually reveal anything. That's part of copy. You just continue leading them on. It's very simple. What is this? Massive, easy emotion. Despite what the gurus have told you, you don't make money online by doing all this stuff. Now, what you guys might not realize is this is pushing the easy emotion because all these things are hard. And by saying that this stuff is what I'm selling is not this stuff, they're thinking that it's easy because it's not these things that are hard by contrast. I'm also throwing a lot of rocks here. We'll talk about that in the following modules. Forget all that. I'm going to be honest with you. If you aren't making money online, it's because one simple reason. You haven't learned the most valuable skill of the 21st century. A lot of big here. The most valuable skill of the 21st century. I could have just said you haven't learned a skill. But I played it up with big for a reason, guys, for a reason. I was in a dark place. This sounds pretty big. I had one goal, make money online. I tried everything. I tried and failed. I was ready to give up. A few weeks later, I discovered something that changed my life forever. The new skill, look at that. Pretty cool, eh? Literally using new right there. So that would actually be blue. The brand new skill that made me this much big. It's normal Monday nights. He was making over this much. So here I'm talking about what I'm doing is I'm driving insane emotions over this thing, this skill that I'm going to reveal. So before I reveal it, I want there to be a huge emotional attachment to it. So I say with this skill, Dan made this much money in online income, so very big, and then I'm just slapping it with easy. Without employees, without starting this, without doing this, and the craziest part, he was only working 4 hours a day. Crazy. I was speechless. Once again, I'm playing up the emotions. By me showing how emotional I was when I discovered it, that's going to transfer to them. I had to figure it out. Dan had mastered one extremely valuable skill, the most valuable skill. Once again, we're talking about big here. The name of this golden skill, even the word that is just trying to make it sound big. Digital persuasion. As I studied Dan's content, I began to understand the real reason I was broke wasn't because of this. It wasn't because of this. It was because of this. I became obsessed with persuasion. Here I'm just telling, we're doing story selling, which we'll cover in the following modules. If you combine persuasion with the power of the internet, you can persuade more people in less time without needing any money to start. So here, I knew that this was probably the most important part of this entire sales page up to this point, is I'm about to reveal this thing that I built all this emotion for. So what I did is I wanted to go super big, super easy. So as you notice in here, we've got a lot of big and a lot of easy. So the real secret to getting rich insanely fast, what did I talk about? Fast, speed, FOMO. If you combine persuasion with the power of the internet, power being freaking adding to the big emotion, you can persuade more people in less time without needing any money to start with, meaning more money, less time, less effort. Big, bigger, faster, easier. all from learning one skill, digital persuasion. Now, here's where we tie it all together with the new. They've never heard this mechanism before, ever. So this is all this emotion is on this new thing that they can only get here. This is why the sales page did so many numbers with such little traffic, and it's still printed. I mean, insane conversion rates. So instead of spending time, energy, and money persuading people in person, these guys were persuading millions of people at once using the power of the internet. Big and easy. Again, everywhere I looked, I began to see digital persuasion at work. And so this is, once again, just adding the big emotion to the new. So you can do all this. This is all digital persuasion. Whoa, it's crazy. Here we talk about a lot of just safe. I think I had orange for that. So I'm showing actual proof. I'm giving specific numbers. I'm literally using big here, so big and easy. I go over some more, numbers, specific numbers, proof. So at this point, I'm swapped more on how do I show them that this was real? So I've got their interest. They see how the potential, but now they're a little skeptical. How do they know that this stuff actually works? How did it work for me, and can it work for them? So by doing that, I'm showing them all this proof, and then I'm showing a lot of proof, and I'm adding to the big and easy emotion by showing all these guys who made a lot of money doing the same thing I did, and all this emotion, the safe and big and excitement, is all around digital persuasion. And cool. Here you can see me going crazy again because I'm about to release I'm about to drop the price and show everything. I'm about to, it's about to get crazy. So what do? Not many people know this skill yet. FOMO, opportunity, big. There's a massive opportunity. I'm literally spelling it out for them. Massive opportunity for those who learn immediately. Big, FOMO, fast. So the question is, how do you learn it fast and make your first $1,000 online? Then easy, without doing this. I got you, bro. That's why I've done everything I know about digital persuasion. And here at the last second, I could have just left it, but instead I wanted to throw in another big hitter. The exact knowledge has generated me and my clients over $350K in the past few months into something that will change your life forever. Digital Persuasion School. Boom. Now I'm dropping the thing. This is the core. Notice how the entire course is around this brand new mechanism. That's it. That's why it sold so much. And then you could see me go crazy on the bullets in here. Scale any business. Take full advantage of the attention economy to make you and your clients rich. Just that one bullet just sounds like big, massive. There's a lot of big and easy in here because here I'm trying to stack up value. It's big, it's easy. I'm adding safe, it's all in here. And here we want to really push this big FOMO to get that action out of them, to click the button to buy now. You're still early. FOMO. Save your spot before it's too late. FOMO. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. Big FOMO. This is a really good. I did a really good on scarcity. This is probably the best scarcity urgency I've ever done. It's really good. Anyways, I'm talking about how this information is so valuable. The more people who have it, the less it becomes because of how crazy it is. And now is your chance. You'll never be this price again. Buy now. Then I actually had the prices to show that this is legit happening. Does this actually work? Here we're just pushing some safe, a lot of wins. Yeah, no wonder that page did so well. It's pretty good, even if I say so myself. Pretty nuts. So this is really cool. I have another one here that you can break down on your own time. I'm using the description, but this one is kind of the same deal here. Just a long sales letter, and just look at how they do big and easy and safe, and it's so sick. It's dope. Also, what I want to do is I wanted to throw in some more. I know a lot of you guys work with fitness people, and you are interested in doing more fitness type copy. What I've done is I've given you 2 great examples to break down over here, some good examples, and then also just some examples of people who don't do it as well. And I'll say that this is completely bad, and you're seeing just a page. You're not seeing the whole funnel, the whole sales message, so it's impossible to really say how bad it is. But just notice the lack of emotion in a lot of this copy versus this copy. So check it out. Notice how your copy might be more like this, kind of worse examples, and needs to be more like this, where we're pushing some serious emotions here. So really cool. And I hope you guys enjoyed that little section of us doing this together. And like I said, I'll put together a giant resource of great copy that you can break down every single day in the resource section in this module on school. All I ask is that you promise me something. Promise me that you will not overthink, you won't procrastinate, and you're not going to spend 8 hours breaking down copy when you should be following the entire cycle, meaning writing a lot of copy. Promise me that you're going to write just as much as you break down, and you will be fine. You'll be crushing it. Moving on to our final section here, iterating subtext in your copy. So there's a lot going on in those examples, way more than just the subtext, but I want to focus on just these concepts that you've learned today. It's very powerful. And I want to make these concepts as tangible and useful as possible. So let's go over a very step-by-step, notice what I did there, process that you can use to improve the subtext, meaning the emotion pushing in your copy. And so the biggest problem with you guys right now is you don't know what to write, meaning you don't know what words to write, because you don't even know what subtext you're trying to accomplish. The reason why you hate sitting down to write some copy is because you don't know where to start. But if you understand, okay, what am I supposed to be doing right here? Am I pushing big? Am I pushing easy? When you get an idea of how to do that, the writing becomes easy because you just write whatever you think is going to push that emotion. So let's go over this. Like I said, this is one of the many processes we'll cover throughout this course, all of which you can use in the iteration phase of hyperlearning cycle. So throughout this course, for everything, we'll be giving you, step-by-step ways to implement this and make it very actionable. But today, I just want to talk about the subtext version. So in your iteration time, so what we did is we just studied. What you're doing right now is learning. So all you have to do on your own is doing the thing and then iterating. So I'm going to show you how would you iterate using these concepts. Let's do it. So when reviewing copy that you've wrote, you want to ask yourself, which of the big four emotions do you think is the most important to push in this specific piece of copy for this specific audience? And so different pieces of copy are going to have different main emotions you're going to be pushing. If it's something more like a hype opt-in, or it's a, dropping the price and getting people to buy now, it's obviously going to be much more on the big side, the fast. You want to create that emotion. Versus if you're sending out, some kind of value email, just targeting some limiting beliefs, you might want to talk about the easy side. You want to show how easy your opportunity is and break their beliefs and make it seem super easy and that anybody can do it. So it's important to remember, what is the main emotion you're trying to push? And if you have a long sales letter, obviously there's going to be all of them. But it's a good question to ask yourself. Number 2, where and how can you push the easy emotion more? So if you noticed in me breaking down my sales page, there's a lot of places where I could have just continued on writing and went to the next section. But I took time to push these emotions a little bit harder. And that's because I iterated on that sales page a lot of times. And I would ask myself, where can I push easy more? Where can I push new more? Where can I push safe more? And where can I push the big and FOMO more? And then number 6, which ties it all together, is based on my audience and this specific piece of copy, should I crank up the emotions or should I tone it down a bit? And if you're going through this question, you should honestly ever be asking, should you tone it down? Because like I said before, you want to just put as much emotion as possible into that piece of copy as you can to start with. That way you only ever have to tone it down. So those questions will make you a lot of money if you continue to do them daily. You're going to learn this language and you're going to make some serious progress, man. It's going to be awesome. So yeah, you'll be on the fast track to writing extremely compelling copy in no time. And wow, thanks for being here with me today. Quick reminder, these modules take a lot of time, a lot of pain, a lot of effort. It's my calling. I feel like God has given me a gift to do this, so I'm going to do it no matter what. But I can't lie. Seeing your guys' wins and your breakthroughs and your thoughts and feedback on these modules gives me so much energy, and it helps me push harder than I can without it. So if you have time and if this genuinely gave you a breakthrough or this genuinely helped you make some money, do something, please just let me know. Don't fake it. I want to hear only good, genuine feedback. Even if it's bad, if you have some suggestions, send me those too. And it just gives me so much energy to know that the pain that I go through making these is so worth it to see a life change from you guys. So love y'all, and I will see you in the next module. Welcome to the third module in the Copywriting 101 course. Now, in this module, we have something extremely important to cover, talking about how to create trust in your audience. Because without trust, selling becomes extremely hard, if not impossible. Meaning, the following concepts are extremely important if you want to sell anything online. Now, quick disclaimer, I highly recommend watching every previous module before this one because, as always, we'll be building on the concepts we've already talked about there. And if you don't understand those in depth, well, applying these will be hard and complicated. So, with that out of the way, let us dive straight in. The bridge of trust. There's an old Hormozi quote that I love. I don't know where he got it from. Maybe he made it up. But it's that sales is a transference of belief over a bridge of trust. So as you can see in this little diagram, we have you and your audience. And in order to transfer the belief they need to buy your stuff and change their life, they have to trust you. So if people don't like and trust you, it doesn't matter how good your copy and sales message is, they're not gonna buy. And if some of you are having trouble getting clients and selling products online or selling for your clients, it's probably because of this. It doesn't matter how good your copy is, your sales messages, your belief shifting is. If people don't trust you, they don't trust you, meaning they're not going to buy from you. They're not going to believe a word that you say. So a simple example is, imagine a friend that you love and trust deeply. This person has never lied to you. They've never led you astray. And they call you and they say, yo, I got this thing you have to buy. It is amazing. I know it'll change your life because it changed mine. Dude, you got to get this thing like now. On the flip side, let's imagine you have some sleazy guy from high school that you remember. He was kind of a douche and always was trying to get one over on people, always only looking out for himself. He's lied to you before, and he comes to you and gives you this elaborate sales pitch about the same product. He has all the witty responses to your objections, and he sells this thing like crazy. And from a sales point of view, he's crushed it. But there's still a low chance you buy from him. Why? Because you don't like him. You don't trust him. It doesn't matter what he says. And so oftentimes, us copywriters and marketers get so tied up in the funnels and the selling tactics that we forget the most obvious question, which is, do they even like and trust us? It seems so obvious, but man, we forget it because we get tied up in all the fancy stuff and forget the basics. And so in the future modules, we're going to dive deep into crafting compelling sales messages and how to chain beliefs and proof together to make your product and service irresistible emotionally and logically, but none of that matters if your audience doesn't like and trust you. Hence why this module comes first. Now, before we get into this, I want to give just a quick warning. These principles are extremely powerful and should not be taken lightly. And I don't say that as some kind of sales method here. You've already bought this thing, right? So I'm not selling you any further. I'm simply saying, be careful. This stuff is extremely powerful. And these are the exact principles that have led to starting the world's largest brands. But these very same principles have created cults, which led to the death of their followers. So before continuing, I don't mean to be scary or anything. I'm just saying, please promise me that you'll devote your new power to good and not evil. Sell products and concepts, frameworks, services that bring good to the world, not evil. So use these to serve the market, not yourself. So with that out of the way, you're probably like, what the frick is this going to contain? It's going to be good, trust me. Let's go over the 11 variables of likeness. The liking principle states that we are more likely to be influenced by people we feel a connection with or we like. Translation, we're more likely to trust people we like. And so if you look at this bridge of trust, each brick is made up of liking. So you trust someone because you like them. And we're going to go over the 11 variables of what creates that likeness. And so if you understand how to use each variable and you use them, you will create this bridge of trust like crazy. It'll be solid. It'll be firm. It'll be easy for people to trust you and for you to transfer beliefs. That's the whole point of this entire module. So in Robert Cialdini's book, Influence, he describes how people prefer to say yes to those that they like. And multiple studies have not only shown this to be true, but to be one of, if not the most important variables when it comes to someone making a purchasing decision. So when it comes to someone deciding whether to buy or not to buy, whether they like you or not is one of the most important variables. And after studying countless books and almost doing $1 million in sales online, I can tell you, he's freaking right. Liking is everything. There's been so many times where my funnel has sucked and my copy had sucked and I didn't know what I was doing, but because people liked me, they bought. Think about you. Maybe you bought Copy Lead back when I had I've been through so many variations of terrible VSLs and terrible funnels. And the entire time, people still bought. I was still doing over, $50K a month, $40K a month, no matter what. Why? Because I just think people liked me. Liking is everything. And that's why I want to share with you the 11 variables of likeness. Because when you focus on leveraging these variables, you'll find that your audience will begin to fall in love with you or your client. So here's our little diagram here. And what I want to do is we're going to go over each principle one by one, and then I'll show you some examples and practical applications for each. And then later on the module, I'll show you how all of these tie into real funnels for real brands, real personal brands, to see how the best of the best are using these to sell products. I hope you're ready. Let's get right into it. So like I said, each one of these principles is like a brick in your bridge of trust. So the more you use these, the more trust you have, the more you can sell to your audience. So number one, relatability, similarity. We like people that we relate to. People who share the same feelings, the same internal emotions as we do. We like to buy from people and brands that get us, that understand what we're going through. They understand how I feel. They understand how I'm feeling. They understand, they know me. Also, we like people we are similar to. Those who have the same traits externally as we do. People who look like us, who think like us, who are in the same situations as we are. Meaning they share the same background. So people around the same age, people from your same hometown or country, people from the same culture, the same interests, they like the same sports, the music, hobbies, same values and opinions or appearance, social status. So relatability is more on the emotional side of things. So you can look super unsimilar to someone, but still relate to them. That's how it differs. Relatability is more internally. Similarity is kind of more external factors. But these tie together to make this one important statement, which is the more your audience believes you feel how they feel, like the things they like, and look and talk the way they look and talk, the more they'll like and trust you. And so a great example is memes. The reason why memes do so well is because they're extremely relatable. Whenever you see a meme that goes viral, it goes viral because so many people have felt or they know that same vibe the meme is giving off. That's what makes it so funny. And that's why memes go a lot more viral than just a bunch of words, because the picture can convey so much more relatability and emotion, and that sparks that liking, and people share the meme and it goes crazy. Another example is when you talk about someone's specific conditions, they feel understood and similar to you and your brand. This is why this one is number one, by the way. Because if you've gone through specific conditions, you understand that, wow, if you can use their language and use their pain points, use their desires, talk about situations they've been in, it creates that relatability, similarity, which creates trust. So using similar language, talking about similar interest, similar hatreds and enemies, similar clothes, similar accent, etc. What's funny is I was in Africa a couple years ago, and I was in West Africa, where not many people go, in Sierra Leone. And it was so funny because, this is going to sound terrible, I was never so happy to see a white person in my life when I ran into this random white person. Because it's nothing but just African people, and they're everywhere, which is dope, but I am not similar to them. I don't speak their language. Even when they speak English, their accent was so strong I could barely even understand it. You just want to kind of be around someone who gets where you're from. And so we ran into this one white dude literally one person out of thousands that we talked to, this one white guy, and we were like, yo, you're from America. He's like, yeah, bro. And I've never felt this strong connection to some random dude in my life, just because I was around so many things and people that I was unfamiliar with. As soon as I saw someone I was familiar with, it was like, oh, dude, you speak English. That's awesome. Let's talk about English stuff. So yeah, that's what it feels like when you are the only brand that's talking and looking the way that your audience looks and talk. So pretty cool. Another example is, I use bro a lot, brother, dude. All these are language that you guys probably use. And any females watching this, I'm sorry, I'm not a female. So it's hard for me to kind of relate to y'all, or it's hard for me to be similar to y'all, but I can relate to y'all by saying that we all come from the same feeling of wanting to be above average, wanting to set out on our own and build our own business. That's me relating to you no matter what you look or sound like or what gender you are. Pretty cool. You also can see me doing this talking about interests. So I talk about video games. Why? Because you guys love video games. So therefore, I talk about it, which makes you relatable to me. And I don't do that out of some evil intention. I genuinely freaking love video games, and I've been addicted to them for a long time and am a recovering addict. So when I talk about that, that's true of me. It relates to you guys, and you guys are like, yeah, frick yeah, we love video games. You get the point. All right, moving on to familiarity, consistency. So we like things that we're familiar with. Familiarity feels safe. Our brains are wired to prefer what we recognize, being faces, names, accents, style, because based on past experiences, it's less likely to be a threat and more likely to be rewarding. This is known as the mere exposure effect in psychology. So the more that we're exposed to something, the more we tend to like it just because it's familiar. So as you'll notice in a lot of these, they sound very similar, but there's little nuances that are different. So the difference between familiarity and these two above is familiarity is just how many times you've seen something. It feels safe. And just like the Africa example, when I was in Africa, it was so weird because they have the same things, but they're not made out of the same materials. So they have cars, but they don't look like American cars. They have houses, but they don't look like American houses. They're made out of like cinder blocks and cement. It just looks so unfamiliar. And you don't realize it until you're somewhere out of your comfort zone that's unfamiliar. You don't realize how familiar you are with the world around you that you live in on a daily basis. And what's cool about this is consistency creates predictable familiarity. So when someone sees you show up in the same way, same appearance, same energy, same values, they begin to feel like they know you and can trust you, even if they don't really know you that well or at all. So remember from last module, predictability feels safe, and people trust what they can predict. And so when you are consistent, you feel safer than someone or some brand that is inconsistent. So these are a little bit complicated, but the examples make better sense of it. So first thing is your family. There's a funny Sam Ovens quote where he talks about how the only reason you like your family is because of impressions. That's why you love your family, because you've seen them more than you've seen anyone else. So you're more familiar with them, meaning you like them. This is a classic rule of advertising. If you've ever wondered, when you see some ads and they are terrible, you're like, how are they still running this ad? It's not good at all, especially on TV and commercials. You got to realize it's because it's creating familiarity. Even if the ad was like terrible, if they put it in front of you enough times, you begin to trust this brand more than another brand who hasn't been put in front of you. And this works really well for stuff that people aren't like going and seeking out, for example. I don't know if you guys not from America might not get this, but there's a Cheez-Its commercial. I'm going to show it to y'all real quick. It's hilarious. Cheez-Its, who's the cheesiest? So this Cheez-Its commercial has ran for, I kid you not, I think it might be older than 4 years. I feel like I've seen this commercial a bajillion times. But they run the same commercial every year, again and again and again. And it's because they're creating familiarity. And so you might not want a cheese cracker at that moment. But when you go to the grocery store and you decide you want a cheese cracker, Even if the advertisement sucks, you don't know the other brands. The only brand that you've seen is Cheez-It. So what do you choose? Cheez-It. All because it's familiar to you. You've seen it before. This is also why I do daily uploads. So part of one of the principles for my new daily channel that I'm testing is if I can create that familiarity with me, people will trust me more. They'll show up to my videos, they'll buy my stuff, and I'll be able to help them. And so by uploading daily, I'm getting 7 times the familiarity. And by not missing an upload, it creates this consistency. And so when someone goes to invest in my stuff or someone else's stuff, they look at me and think, wow, KJ's here for me every single day. He's consistent. And subconsciously they think, wow, okay, that's safe. That creates that feeling of safety. And so they end up going with me over the person who uploads every 3 months because they're like, well, what if they just stop? What if they stop helping? What if they don't work with the same niche anymore? Yeah, so pretty cool. That ties into a very important concept, which is the same niche, same offer, same product. So if you guys have been following me for a while, you'll understand that I've changed my funnel. I've changed the style of my videos. I've changed probably every freaking thing you can change. I've even changed my voice. I'm in the process of trying to change it. So I changed everything. But when it comes to the things that really matter, I have not touched. Meaning I still help the same exact people as the very day I started. I still have the same offer as the very day I started. I still have the same product as the very day I started. Copy Elite has not changed at all, meaning the product, like, I still sell Copy Elite. I haven't swapped to a brand new niche. I haven't swapped to some different offer. I haven't swapped to building a whole new product around speaking or a fitness product. I'm doing the same thing. And because I've done that for a year, those of you that have been following me for a year, you feel safer than someone who just popped on the scene. Even if they're better than me. You're like, well, this KJ guy, he's been around for a long time. I know he's not going to swap up. I know he's not going to switch up and go just try to chase the bag because he's been here. So yeah, familiarity, consistency. Also, this is why we tend to hang out with people from the same race as us. And this doesn't just mean skin color. It means like the culture because we feel familiar with those people. Same example of me being in Africa. When I saw a person speaking English, I was like, yo, talk English with me because we're familiar with it. A good example, because I'm a redneck, is Ford versus Chevy trucks. So if you're not from the country or from America, there's a big debate in the South on whether Ford is better or Chevy is better. And if you grew up in a Ford family, you think that Ford is the superior truck because you're familiar with it. Your granddad drove a Ford, your dad drove a Ford, they bought you a Ford, and because you're familiar with Ford, you just think that it's better. Same is true for Chevy. If you grew up in a Chevy family, your whole family had Chevys, they talked about how good Chevy was, you rode in it since you were little, you drove it when you turned 16, you like Chevys because you're familiar. And you'll make up all these reasons why you actually like it more, but to be honest, it's because you were just raised in it. That's why you're familiar with it. Another good example is Odablock. So there's this streamer. If you guys don't know, I used to play a lot of RuneScape. Let's see. Odablock. And there's this guy called Odablock, and I've been following him for a long time, and I'm not a huge fan of this guy, or I wasn't. He uploads these videos every single day. And what's funny is, because he uploads every day, very, very consistently, and he has for a long, long time. Like, I've not been a fan of this guy. I didn't like him when he first came on the scene. I watched a ton of other YouTubers. But here's the difference between him and the other ones. He has been dog-headed consistent since the very start. The dude just continues to put out content. And so what would happen is, when I would want to watch a RuneScape video, there wouldn't be any out there, except for Odablocks. And so I was forced to just watch his video. And so when I watched it enough times, I actually began to like him. He didn't really change that much. It's just that I became more familiar with him. I understood the way that he did things and why he did things. And now, I kid you not, I watch his videos every freaking day. And what's funny is the same is true as one of my best friends. He hated Odablock. And now he'll send me his videos just because this guy is just consistent. And the more familiar we got with him, the more we end up liking his stuff. And now we watch him every day. So really cool. Number 3, authenticity, humanity. So we like people who feel authentic, people who seem real. This is why AI has got a long way to go. And I saw a cool music video. Let me show you guys this. What is this guy named? Flume. So Flume put out a music video the other day, and it's crazy. It's a wild looking video. Like, you can watch it on your own, but it just looks so weird, like very weird. The song is incredible, but really weird animation. And a lot of the comments were talking about how the creativity is insane and there's no way that AI would just make something like this. Because it's authentic. It's just weird. And so we like things that feel real, that feel human, authentic. And so what they'll say is, oh, they're being themselves. It doesn't feel like they're pretending. I can trust what they're showing me. And part of that is we like people who feel human, meaning perfectly imperfect. So since we know that deep down that no one's perfect, no one's lived a perfect life except Jesus. Jesus is the only one who lived a sinless life just so he could die for our sins if we believe in him. We have a relationship with God again. But because we're not Jesus and no one else has ever been Jesus, we distrust people who come across as perfect because deep down we know it's a lie. We feel like they're lying to us because we know that there's no human that's perfect. So when someone does show us their humanity, it builds trust because we realize they're imperfect just like us. So when someone seems perfect, they appear to be dishonest. When someone seems imperfect, just enough of imperfection, they seem honest. We want to trust them. They mess up, they get nervous, they overthink, they failed before. Hey, they're just like me. So the more that your audience believes you're being real and not performing, the more they see your human imperfections, the more they like and trust you. And so an example could be talking about your past failures. And bonus points if it's relatable and similar to your audience's failures. Using your real voice, not corporate speak or perfect grammar. So you see in my sales messages, I'll say, bro, and don't worry, RN, meaning right now. And yeah, just talking like not corporate. If I was to, what's funny is I use ChatGPT to help me structure some of these modules once I have all the essence of it written myself. But every time I have to go back through and reword it because it sounds too corporate. Even when I tell it to use my voice, it still can't do it because it's just it's too corporate speak. And people like mistakes. Laughing at yourself, showing mistakes in real time. These are great ways to show humanity. Showing and saying that you don't know everything. It's a great way. And a good example that I used to do in the past, and I still do. So one of the examples of, let's see. In my daily videos, I am literally just trying to be as authentic and human as possible. I made a recent video talking about how entrepreneurship sucks. And it's just a video talking about the hardships of entrepreneurship. Also, in my other channel, I used to do these a lot, and I still do. You see me talking about these achievements in my life, a message to my future self, why I follow Jesus, how it feels to hit 10K a month. Like, look at how authentic and real that is, it seems. So, pretty cool. My 3-year battle with anxiety. Some of you might have seen that and thought, wow, this dude's kind of different from other YouTubers. Why? Because I'm just showing my failures live. It's cool. So, a really, really big warning here. Authentic does not mean oversharing. It does not mean showing everyone everything, because there's aura and there's attractiveness in mystery. So being authentic simply means choosing to share certain moments and not sharing everything. It's a delicate balance. What I like to say is don't record yourself pooing. That's kind of the concrete phrase that you can help yourself remember this by. There's a fine balance between showing your humanity and then just oversharing to the point where people are like, I don't know if I love this guy. this guy's a bit overboard. Or sharing so many flaws that people start to doubt your skill. Just remember, there's aura in mystery. Don't show everything, but also don't be a robot. Show some failures, show your humanity, show the human side of you. And a good example about this is CEQ1. So I had the opportunity to have a couple guys on my team fly out and live with me for a few months. They literally lived right above me, and some of them lived in my house. And that was too much. It was definitely oversharing. And so they got to see every single part of my life, and I got to see theirs, and we're just human. So yeah, you just don't want to overshare. It's like they start to realize that, oh man, maybe this dude's nuts. Maybe he's not the crazy leader I thought. Maybe he's just insane. And I was thinking, man, I can't work with these people because frick me, there's just living with them 24/7 is a lot different than working with them. So yeah, important lesson, but it's all about, it's the same goes for anything, relationships with family. Anytime you spend every waking second with anyone, you just need some alone time. The same goes for your brand. Like, don't show everything, but show some humanity. So these principles lead to a feeling of safety and trust. And so when people see you as human and authentic and honest, they feel safer around you, leading to likeness and trust, which is what we're trying to achieve. Bring us to number 4, happiness and warmth. Obviously, we prefer to be happy over sad. Therefore, we like people who make us feel happy, people who smile, who give off light, who feel light. Those people are often described as warm. Warm people make us feel happy, safe, and accepted for who we are. So I want you to think about your friends that they're easy to be around. You'd prefer being with them most of the time over not being with them. Versus the friends that you love them, but you can't spend more than an hour with them because they'll drive you insane. They're ones who are always negative, who are always complaining. They always have something negative to say. They're kind of cold. They're not funny. They're stressed out all the time. They feel like they have 1,000-pound weight on their back at all times. You subconsciously just don't want to be around those people because it's just stressful. It's not warm. So, people like people who seem to be enjoying life. People who laugh easily. They don't take everything too seriously. They show gratitude, excitement, and joy. Happiness is contagious, which is why we prefer to be around them. The more your audience sees you as warm, non-judgmental, and genuinely happy, the more they'll like and trust you. And so there's a lot of examples here. A great example you guys can look up is go watch some interviews with Jack Harlow. This dude has clearly studied the game, and he is just extremely warm and charismatic. So don't watch his music and stuff. Just go look at his interviews. A good one is there's one he did where they're eating the wings. What is that? Hot Ones. Go watch his Hot Ones interview. It's really, really cool. But he's a really good example of someone who just seems so stress-free and warm and just hilarious to be around. And the happier you make your audience, the more they're going to like you. Simple as that. So a good example is, think about a golden retriever. Think about a really cute dog or a puppy. They can't talk. They can't really provide any problem-solving value. They just sit there and smile. And guess what? You take care of them, you feed them, you clean their crap up off the floor. You'll do anything for them. And you like them. Even when they're put in front of random people, the random people are like, oh, look at that good boy. Golden retrievers. Smiling. If I recorded this whole module like this, and I told you guys, people usually forget what you said, but they remember how you make them feel. Warmth is you leaving them feeling better. It just doesn't feel right because I'm not smiling. I don't seem happy. I seem stressed out and too heavy. So smile is everything. So learn how to talk with a smile. And when you're writing copy, write it positively. It should seem lighthearted and fun. And obviously there's going to be copy that's more serious than others. But ultimately, you just want to have this warm tone to your copy and to your marketing as a whole. Also, voice. Voice is huge. The speed of your voice, the volume of your voice, the rhythm, the accent, the confidence, etc. Voice is, I would say, probably one of the biggest variables when it comes to warmth and happiness is how does someone sound? Because you can tell a lot by how someone sounds. And if they're pissed off and they're loud and they're just angry, they're not smiling, you don't feel warm. On the flip side, if they're just insecure and they're not confident, they speak really quietly, you just feel weird around them. And so anytime you're doing something where it's like a video, voice is freaking crazy important. I'm studying this like crazy right now. Next is calmness, being calm. I think of like the Joker, like why so serious? You see these people sometimes, especially in the business game, and they're just like, it's like life or death. It's like, bro, calm down. You're selling an online course. Just chill. Take a deep breath. It's not the end of the world. And so don't get caught up in this like phase where you're just so freaking serious in the weight of the world. If you don't pop off, if you don't get an outreach back, you're going to just go nuts. Nah, bro. Just let it go. It's not that big a deal. You're going to learn from it. It's all good. Why so serious? Body language is huge. Resting B face. I suffer from this pretty hard. If you see me out in the street, I'm like, but if you talk to me, I'm not like that. So I'm working on having a much more natural face where I'm just chilling, happy to be here. A great example is Neil Caffrey from White Collars. This is me and my wife's favorite freaking show. And if you want to learn how to be like a warm guy, is this guy. He's a con artist, which is why he's so good at it. But it's really cool to study his character because you'll see like he's a con artist, but because he's so likable, people don't want him to get caught because he's that likable. That's how good he is at creating this happiness and warmth. Another thing is telling warm and happy stories. So telling stories that are fun, lighthearted, and valuable. A good way to do this is to take freeze frames of your sales calls. So what I do this is with my videos, but you can do this with any kind of time that you're speaking and recording. So what I can do with this module is I can turn the audio off and scrub through it and see how my body language and my face is throughout most of the video. With no audio. Do this with your sales calls. Go through your sales call and just freeze a frame and think, how warm does this dude look? Like forget that it's you. Go through the call, stop at a random point and think, does he look warm? And if you don't look warm and inviting for most of the call, you got some work to do. And a good quote is people usually forget what you say, but they remember how you make them feel. And so what you say is important, but what's just as, if not more important, is how they felt when they were around you. Because you don't remember what somebody said a week ago, but you remember if you had a good time. So warmth is you leaving them feeling better than you found them. Cool. Number 5, competence with humility. So we like people who are generally successful in what they set out to do. People who don't rely on others for every little thing in their life. You've probably seen these people. You might be one of these people where you can't do anything without asking someone first. And having run this coaching offer for a long time, this is a lot of y'all. You have to ask for every single little thing. I had one guy, I can talk about it because it was a long time ago, but he asked me how to share a Google Doc. Like that was a question he had. And I'm just like, brother, if you can't learn how to share a Google Doc on your own by Googling it or asking ChatGPT or just freaking messing around with Google, there's no way you make money in entrepreneurship. And so the opposite of that is people who get stuff done. You just tell them what you want and somehow they always get it done. And competent people tend to attract others who want to find safety in that competence. And so a lot of the reason why most of you are here in this course, in this program, is because you saw a glimpse of competence in some of my videos or some of my posts or whatever, and you thought, you know what, I want to be in that guy's program because I feel safer leaning on what he knows, leaning on his competence. And so some of you guys are proof that this is a huge component of likeness. Because even if I don't have the answers, you trust that I'll be able to go find them. So these are people that seem to get it. I trust them. I want to follow their lead. But don't get it twisted. Competence isn't just IQ or book smarts. It's not about knowing a bunch of useless crap. Because there's a lot of people who know a lot of stuff. Real competence is street smarts, the ability to solve problems, be creative, and get the results and make things happen in the real world, not just on paper. They've actually done it. They've been through it. They can help me win. And this is why college degrees are misleading. Because you can hire somebody with a college degree and their paper says they can do it, but can they actually get it done? Don't know. All that paper proves to me is they were able to study and memorize some facts the night before. That's all it proves. So yeah, competence isn't just IQ, it's the ability to just get crap done. Like, do they get the results? Not how smart are they or how many tests have they, how many certifications they have. No, bro. Do they make sales? Do they get this task done? That is competence. Now, competence can quickly lead to dislike, so this can backfire very hard as soon as you become prideful and arrogant. This is straight out of the Bible, right? We like humble people. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. Humility isn't thinking less of yourself, it's simply focusing on others. So people who are arrogant, who only think about themselves and their glory, is a huge turnoff for any audience. But don't be fooled, because arrogant people can get a lot of attention, meaning a lot of likes, a lot of views, a lot of comments, etc. But they don't build trust like a humble person, and trust is what sells. That's the whole thing we're talking about. You see, we're drawn to people who are quote unquote quietly powerful. See, people like to know you're powerful without you telling them. Meaning, whenever your results, your reputation, your skill, your competence speaks for itself, that's when you build this likeness from confidence. So the more your audience sees you as competent but humble, the more they'll like and trust you. So examples is, this is really simple, but it conveys a deeper mindset and belief shift. Saying how I in a title versus how to. How to implies that you know what's best and you're going to tell them. How I just says, hey, this is how I did it. It still has the same outcome of saying you got this result, and you're still teaching them how to get the result, but it's an attitude change. And we like people who are how I's, not how to's. A great example is Sam Sulek. So we'll look at this guy. I mean, his entire brand is just insane. So this guy is pulling, millions and millions of views because he's extremely competent at what he teaches. As you can tell by the freaking thumbnails, the dude is crazy jacked, but he's humble. If you listen to him talk, he's not going, all right, here's how you get jacked. He's just saying, yo, what's good, guys? Today we're going to hit the gym, show you guys what I eat, and we're going to get a sick pump. It's humble, but it's still extremely competent. So look at how he's showing the competence in his thumbnail by saying, hey, I'm jacked. So if you want to listen to me, great. But if not, it's okay. Really cool. Really cool example. He's actually a great example of a lot of these. Another one that happened very recently is Shedeur Sanders versus Travis Hunter. So Shedeur Sanders is Deion Sanders. He plays football for you guys that are not from America. And they're going into the draft. And Shedeur Sanders is this really famous football player's son. He was the quarterback. He did really well. And he played on the same team as Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter was his receiver. And during the draft, Shedeur had the most extravagant draft day setup I think anyone's ever seen. Bro had like dancers on a pole. He had this entire streaming room. He was live streaming the whole draft. And dude did not get drafted first round. He didn't get drafted first day. He didn't get drafted the second day. I think he got drafted on the third day. The most embarrassing draft stream you could have ever imagined. And his signing bonus was $400K. Now, Travis Hunter, on the other hand, was drafted in the first round for $30 million signing bonus. Shedeur had all this flashiness and talked about how he was going to go first round. He was so arrogant and prideful. And Travis Hunter was just humble. He didn't talk about how good he was. He just played football really well. And because of that, the NFL team saw him as a good leader, someone they wanted on their team who was going to build their brand, not tear it down with arrogance. and he was paid in proportionate to that belief. So just because this person is skilled doesn't mean it's everything. Do people like you? And football is a business, whether you like it or not. And so if somebody was going to bring on Shedeur Sanders to their brand, they were going to bring on that dislike. And so he thought because he was so good at football, he was going to just make millions of dollars immediately. But he forgot to mention that, or he forgot to realize that people disliked him. And football teams didn't want that on their team. So, pretty crazy example. Now, the ultimate example is, of course, Jesus. So Jesus was the most powerful person, because he's 100% God, 100% man, to ever walk the earth. But you wouldn't have known that just seeing him pass by, because he was humble. He didn't ride by on a horse with armies. He came on a donkey with a couple of sinners, disciples beside him. And so if you want to learn more about the Bible and Jesus, I go into detail in this at the end of the mindset course. So if you're interested, please, that'll be the most valuable thing you do this entire life. Check it out. But he's the ultimate example of being extremely powerful, the most powerful in the world, yet humbling himself to the point of dying on the cross for us. That's it. I would be nothing without my faith in Jesus, without God saving me, without him allowing me to see Jesus being the way, the truth, the life, and handing my life over to him. That's why I do all this, is to tell people about Jesus and to teach and to serve you guys. So, ultimate example is Jesus, the most powerful person ever, yet also the most humble. And it goes right back to people want to know how powerful you are without you telling them. Jesus would ask, like, who do you say I am? So he asked his disciples. Or they say, or they would, like the Pharisees and stuff would be, he's calling himself, he's like, are you the Son of God? And he'd be like, you've said so. Jesus had the most, he's the perfect example of all-knowing power, yet humility to the core. Super cool. So, moving on to humor and storytelling. So we remember people who make us feel something, especially if that feeling is happy and engaged / flow state. And this is why humor and storytelling is OP for making people like and trust you. So when you use humor to make people laugh, they remember feeling happy around you. And when you tell great stories, people are engaged. Think about that one friend who you might not have had so much in common with him. He might be a little bit dumb, but he's just freaking funny. He's just so funny to be around that you always wanted to invite him because you knew he was going to tell some stories, he was going to make jokes, he's going to be a goofball. And we just like people who do that. Because in both cases, your audience's brain releases dopamine, signaling that they enjoyed being around you. So for some reason, God has hardwired us to enjoy stories. That's why Jesus taught in parables. Jesus taught in stories because the God of the universe understands his creation and people love stories. That's how people remember things. And to be honest, an entire course could be written on storytelling alone. But for now, just remember that humor and stories create heightened emotions in our audience, leaving them feeling a deeper connection with you and your message. Humor makes you likable and stories makes you memorable. So example is, think about movie and TV. That's all it is. Movies and TV is usually humor, storytelling. Comedians, we love comedians, but why? Because think about what they do. All they do is make jokes and tell stories. That's it. Yet comedians are paid millions because we like them. We love feeling engaged and laughing. Or think about your favorite YouTubers. They probably tell stories. They probably have some humor. Songs are storytelling. So many songs the song itself is a story, meaning it's a roller coaster. It's slow, then it rises, then it crescendos and falls down, whatever the terminology is. It's a story. So, really cool. Just remember, have some humor, lighthearted, be funny, make some jokes, tell stories in your marketing. We'll go over lots of examples later, so don't worry. Number 7, reciprocity, creativity. The reciprocity principle is one of the basic laws of social psychology. And it says that in many social situations, we pay back what we've received from others. The translation is, we tend to like and feel like we owe something or owe someone who's given us something. So those who offer value immediately without asking for something back, it gives goodwill. It builds goodwill. It makes us want to return the favor, even subconsciously. So think about free value videos, lead magnets, free trainings, the free samples at Costco. If you wanted to go deeper into reciprocity, I mean, you really don't have to. You just need to understand the principle. But if you want to see all the science behind it, there's a great section in Influence talking all about it. So Robert Cialdini's book. It's really technical and big words. I don't love big words. I like simple. But the principle is the same. Anytime you give stuff away that's valuable for free, people feel like they owe you, which means they like you more. And think about somebody who helps you out all the time. Wouldn't you like that person to be around? Yeah. So, reciprocity. Also, creativity works hand in hand with reciprocity because when you take the time to truly create something unique and valuable, people feel more reciprocity and the urge to pay you back is stronger and they like you more. So, wow, that was awesome. I can't believe that was free. I feel guilty for getting that so cheap. The more you show up with generosity and creativity, giving useful, thoughtful, and unexpected value, the more people like, remember, and trust you. So one of my favorite examples is, I'm going to go back to a RuneScape YouTuber because, it's my life, guys. I love these guys. His name is Settled. And back in the day, Settled had pretty basic videos, just like everybody else. Simple thumbnails. Didn't really have a story. He was just playing the account. It's like a playthrough. But in the past, 6 or 7 years, he turned his channel into telling stories through RuneScape. So he'd build an account, and the entire account would be 3 years long challenge that would make this massive story. I mean, and it's insane. 1 million people don't play this game, but he's transcended the niche because of how good he's gotten. His most recent video was a finale to his most recent account and story. It's almost got 1 million views on a RuneScape video in less than a month. That's crazy. And here's what's insane. With Monday.com. All right, let me skip these ads. Hold on. I'll show you guys. This is the best example that I've ever found of this, by the way. It's crazy. We skip this ad. Look at the storytelling in this video real quick. I promise. We're going somewhere with this example. I promise. Just watch it. Bro, I kid you not, I shed a tear. I'm not even playing when I first watched this. These are all the accounts that he went through that died on the way to him getting to this challenge. He spent 2 years getting to this one moment. And he told the story with a freaking, this is not part of the game. This is a custom animation that took 3 people working on it. The sound was designed. He went all out on this silly game that's 25 years old. But look at what happened. I don't know if you guys can see this. It might not be inside of the frame or not. But let me see if I can get it in the frame. 1 second. So look at that. People are giving him money. He's not asking for money. All he did was upload a free YouTube video. $10, $100, $200, $20, $50, $25, $100, $50, $100, $100, $10, $100. This is insane. Look at that. $100, $50, $25, $25. People are giving him thousands of dollars, and he didn't ask for it. He didn't sell anything. All he did was make a video that told a good story. And people are throwing money at him. You can scroll down. Look, it's insane, bro. You'd have thought he sold some crazy product. He made one emotional video about a 20-year-old video game. Look at this guy. I'm in tears. That last monologue hit me so hard. Bro, it's just crazy. It's crazy. That is what I'm talking about, guys. This stuff is powerful. You just not seen people do it on an elite level. Oh, it's insane. So that comes from reciprocity and creativity. When you pour your creativity into something that gives to the market, they just feel like they need to give back. They like you. Insane. Yeah. Or think about when someone pays for your food. You feel like you got to get them back. You're like, oh, dude, now I owe you one. I have to pay for your food next. You owe them. Number 8, attractiveness and confidence. So we are more likely to trust and like people who are physically attractive. Now, for me and you, this could be an L, right? Some of us not so genetically gifted as others in the attractiveness column. I've come a little ways because my middle school self was, ain't nobody liking me back then. Trying to get a girlfriend was a problem back then. But it's true, right? We are drawn to good-looking people. It's in the freaking word, attractiveness. We are attracted to people who look good. And we're more likely to like people who look good. Now, every principle we discuss in this module can play a role in your overall attractiveness. So how warm you speak, how well you smile, the things you say, being familiar. These all go into your attractiveness. But also remember that physical attractiveness is kind of a cheat code to influence. So the more attractive you can be, the more likely people are to frick with you. And a really harsh example. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but it sucks that people work this way, but this is just how people work. I don't know if you remember Corpse Husband from 2020. Corpse Husband did like a lot of the Among Us videos with a lot of famous YouTubers, and he had this super deep voice. He talked like this in all the videos, and people thought he was like super attractive. Well, someone leaked a picture that may or may not have been this guy, and he wasn't the most attractive person, and dude's brand literally fell off the cliff like that. Because he didn't show his face, everyone thought he was some like attractive anime boy, and it was just a dude in his basement that was like overweight making videos with a deep voice, and people like left just like that. And it's tough. I don't even know if the picture was actually him. That's the craziest part about it. But people are attracted to attractive people. And so we cannot all be Brad Pitt, but the lesson here is to try to look decent when you show up anywhere online. And I'm the last person to be saying this because I don't do well at this at all. I usually show up in a hoodie with my hair fricked up, and I don't really care what I look like most of the time. But just know that this is reality. People like attractive people. There's a reason why all movie stars are, for the most part, very attractive. And if they're not very attractive, what are they? They're extremely funny and warm. So it's either one of the above. Keep that in mind. Also, confident. So attractive and confidence. This one is simple. It's very simple. It ties back into the safe emotion from the text and subtext module. We feel safe around confident people. And we want to be led by people who feel confident in their own skin and their own abilities. And just think about it. Why would you place your confidence in someone who isn't confident in themselves? So if someone's not confident, it's hard for other people to be confident in them because they don't even trust themselves. But just remember that arrogance isn't the same as confidence. You can be confident in yourself without being boastful. So remember the humility principle. Example, think about the popular kids in school. I was not one of these kids because I was not confident in myself. I was super unconfident. So people didn't want to be around me because, well, I wasn't confident. Think about actors. They're usually extremely confident. Musicians, writers who write with confidence. We'll go over some examples of confident writing at the end of this module. TED Talks and speakers who speak with confidence. Imagine if I did this whole module like this. Imagine if I just said, hey, we like people who are extremely skilled at what they do. If I don't speak with confidence, these modules are going to fall flat. They're not going to work. I could go over the same exact text, but if you guys don't feel like I freaking believe this stuff, then you're not going to act on it, which means it's not going to work. Confidence is huge, and it comes from belief. So go through the belief module in the mindset module. So yeah, attractiveness, confidence, especially when anytime you're speaking or you have someone who's making content, man, they got to be confident. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So talk about things that you've done, talk about stuff you believe in, practice being confident in front of the camera. You got to be confident. Number 9, skill and social proof. So we like people who are extremely skilled at what they do. Here's the cool part. Even if it's a skill that we aren't interested in or don't find that useful. So if someone is best in the world at something, even if it's quote unquote useless, we naturally see them as having a heightened level of aura. And this is because we ascribe more value to things that are scarce. So if there's only one person in the world who's that good, we see them as valuable because it's scarce. So an example is you hear that an Olympic gold medalist is living in your town. And even if they're a gold medalist in the stupidest sport ever, I'm not going to say any sports because I'm not going to offend anybody, but you know what I'm talking about. Those sports where you're like, that's in the Olympics? The frick? You still find them pretty cool. You still want to probably, figure out more about them. You still want to check out their Instagram. Why? Because they're an Olympic gold medalist. Even if it's in the sweeping category where they sweep floors, you still are like, well, they're the best sweeper in the world. That's kind of cool. Let me talk to them. And I really think this is because skill signals safety and confidence. So really skill shows that you have this competence, confidence, and it's safe. Because if someone is very skilled at the thing they do, you're likely to trust that they can get the results they say. And skill usually leads to having social proof. And social proof in persuasion is a psychological phenomenon where individuals are influenced by the actions and beliefs of others to make decisions. And so the KJ speak, the translation, the dumb version is, we're more likely to like and do stuff that other people like and do. And so if you see somebody with 1 million followers, you're more likely to follow them than somebody with 100. Because subconsciously you think, wow, if 1 million people are already following them, they're probably worth following. Even if they give you no reason to follow them besides just that number on the screen, you're more likely because of social proof. If other people are doing it, if other people like it, you want to do it and like it because that's how God has made us. We like community. We like to fit in. And so if other people are doing something, you think, oh, okay, I'll do it. And think about this with something you thought was kind of lame or boring. Maybe something you thought was boring, wasn't that cool, but all of a sudden everybody at school gets into it and everyone starts doing it. And you're like, well, maybe it is kind of cool. Nothing changed about it besides other people like it. And now you want to like it. Example here would be athletes when it comes to skill, artists when it comes to skill. Think about artists. Like artists pop off a lot on Instagram. One, because of creativity and cool, but also because it's just skill. Like think about when you see someone drawing a portrait with their foot. People do that. And you're like, frig me, that's pretty cool. It's stupid. It's useless. Why not just draw with your hand? Why are you drawing with your foot? I don't know. It probably stinks, right? But a stinky pencil. But it's still skill, and you're still like, it's kind of cool. And so skill goes into liking and influence. Another example would be speedrunners. So I've seen videos of people speedrunning Mario Kart and speedrunners who try to get diamonds in Minecraft. It's the most stupid, useless thing ever, but it still requires a lot of skill and talent. And those people have a lot of followings. And you're kind of like, wow, that's kind of cool. Like we talked about, people with a lot of followers, it's easier to follow people. It's a snowball because the more people who follow you, the more people are likely to follow you because they see other people doing it. Monkey see, monkey do. They talk about this a lot in YouTube circles, but there's like a 10K sub ceiling. So whenever you don't get views on YouTube videos, it's very hard for the video to get views. Why? Because not many people have viewed it. And so it's social proof against you. Versus, you ever see a thumbnail and you're like, that video probably has 100 views. But you look at it and it has 2 million and you click on it because you're like, why the frick does it have so many views? That's social proof. You see other people clicking on it and you're like, oh, it must be good. Let me click on it. And so the hardest part about being a YouTuber for a lot of times is getting past that 10,000 subscriber ceiling, getting past that 1,000 plays, 5,000 plays on every video. Because once you get 5,000, people are like, oh, okay, 5,000 people like this. Let me check it out. Versus you seeing a video with 20 views. You don't want to click on it. Another thing would be we've helped 75 plus copywriters. So we talk about 75, 100, 150, whatever we've served at this point in the market. Copywriting has helped 75 plus copywriters get clients. When you hear that, you're like, okay, well, if 75 other people did it, surely it'll work for me. I can trust it. There you go. Another example is I see a lot of YouTubers screw this up. Not in the business space, but in entertainment. They'll pause the video and be like, real quick, I see that 70% of you guys are not subscribed. So please subscribe now so we can fix this number. And what they're doing is the opposite. You're showing your audience that most of your audience isn't subscribed, which subconsciously tells them that I shouldn't subscribe because most people aren't. And you want to do what most people do. So don't ever do that if you're a YouTuber, because it's the opposite of persuasion. You're dissuading them. Now, 10, anti-beneficiary bias, non-needy. We like people who don't seem like they need to be liked. People who are quote-unquote non-needy. And this can be explained by what I call the anti-beneficiary bias. What beneficiary bias means is we like things that benefit us. And so that's how I came up with the term anti-beneficiary, because I was wondering, okay, why do people like non-needy people? Like, what's the first principle explanation? And here it is. We're less trusting of people who have more to gain from an exchange than ourselves. Because they have more to gain, there's a higher chance that they'll act unethically. So a concrete example is, I want you to imagine that you see Bill Gates on the street and he hands you a $100 bill. Now imagine a homeless man stops you on the street and he gives you a $100 bill. Who are you less trusting of? If you're like everybody, probably the homeless person. If a homeless man gave you 100, you'd be like, all right, where's your buddy with a knife? Where am I about to get stabbed? Like, what's the plan? Is this fake? Is this counterfeit? Like, what's going on? You don't trust him. Why? Because he has a lot to gain from that 100. So the whole exchange doesn't make sense. Versus Bill Gates, he wipes his butt with a $100 bill. So if he gave you one, you probably wouldn't question it. You'd be like, all right, well, it's just a rich dude feeling bad for himself today and just giving away money, whatever. So it all depends on how much you have to gain from the exchange. And so the more non-needy you are, the more you appear to not care. Like, it doesn't matter whether someone buys from you or not. The more they want to buy from you because they trust you. And so the more non-needy you are, the more trusting people will be. Non-neediness also signals confidence and competence, which makes your counterpart in the exchange feel safer. So if someone sounds super needy, you're kind of like, I don't know about this. It also makes the confidence go down, competence seems lower, social proof seems down, because if you were non-needy, they might think that you have clients and you're chilling. You don't need another client. Versus if you come across super needy, it's like, okay, this person clearly doesn't have any clients, which means they shouldn't have me. I'm a client and I don't want to do what other people aren't doing. So, good example would be, I got a lot of examples on YouTube of me going through seasons of this. You go through seasons where you're so focused on the views that you come across as just needy. Versus when I didn't focus on views, I was pulling like numbers. And so it's a constant battle of doing the right things to get more views without it coming across as needy. Another one is editing breakthroughs. So we discovered that our editing was super needy. We were pretty much screaming for people, hey, please watch the video. Please, we need your attention. We need your views. Versus when we edited in much more of a subtle, non-needy, just accenting what I'm saying, it was so much better. It felt non-needy. It felt valuable. And it didn't feel like we were trying to force someone to watch the video. We were just saying, hey, we got dope stuff. Check it out if you want. Non-needy. Relationships. Think about this in your relationships. There's so many talks about how you shouldn't be needy in a relationship because the girl's going to take off. Because it's just something inside of us. We don't like needy people because we feel like they can't be trusted. There's something wrong there. So even if you have nothing going on and you're about to go homeless, don't be needy. It's only going to do more harm than good. So even if you have nothing, appear like you have everything. Act in a place of abundance. And the cheat code here is, once again, faith in Jesus. And the times when I'm fully reliant on God and trusting that God's going to take care of me regardless of the situation is when I'm non-needy. Because I don't need anybody else's help. I have God, and I know He's going to get me through. He's provided for me time and time again. The Bible says that He clothes the flowers. He feeds the birds. How much more will He feed you? He loves you. How much more will He provide for you? It's not to say that we're going to be rich, because rich can sometimes lead us further away from God. So that would be a negative thing in a lot of scenarios. It's just saying that He's going to take care of you. He's got you in His hands. Yeah, it's awesome. Praise God. And so Paul says that godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into the world, we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we'll be content with that. And so by not needing a bunch of things, guess what? You appear non-needy. Versus, even if you're a billionaire, if you keep, like, you need more money, you need to have this deal, you need connections, you still come across as needy even though you have $1 billion. So it's a state of mind, not a bank account threshold. Keep that in mind. All right, number 11, the cult leader 5. So Blair Warren, a fellow lifelong student of persuasion, he wrote in his book, One Sentence Persuasion, that there is one sentence that can explain the most influential movements in human history. And that sentence is as followed. People will do anything for those who encourage their dreams, justify their failures, allay their fears, confirm their suspicions, and help them throw rocks at enemies. This is what I refer to as the cult leader 5. Now, I'm not renamed it just so I can somehow like copyright the name of this. I've renamed it that for a very specific reason. And that's because it is as powerful as the name sounds. And I don't want you to take this lightly, because I've done this in the past and caused pain for myself and my audience by just not understanding the power of these and being very careful. So whenever you're using these 5 angles in your marketing, you must be careful, because these are real people on the other side of the screen. Like, I know that right now I'm talking to a screen recorder, but I know that you on the other side of this are a real person. And I want to be very careful to not say things and, influence you in a way that's not productive, a way that's not honest and truthful, a way that's seeking my own good and not your good. Because this is how a lot of people do this, guys. They pretty much lie. They bend the truth to increase their bank accounts and drain yours. So be careful to not become one of those people. So without further ado, let's take a look at the top 5, or the 5 here. So number 1 is encourage their dreams. So most of us have big dreams, or we had big dreams as a child. But somewhere along in our lives, parents, teachers, or just the brutal reality of the world, it convinces us to be more reasonable and let go of these big dreams, to settle for average, play it safe. So when someone comes along and tells us that we can achieve those dreams, and they encourage us to shoot for the stars and take the risk, we can become very easily influenced by them. Think about it. We want that person to be right. And so we tell ourselves that they are. If they encourage our dreams, we're like, yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. All of a sudden, we start saying they're right to everything else they're saying too. So be very careful. Number 2, justify their failures. Although deep down we know that we have to assume responsibility for all of our actions and the situation that we're in life, we don't like it. We don't like that fact. I know that where I'm at is my responsibility. But how much easier would it be to blame the market, to blame my team, to blame the people who just don't get it? They don't see the vision. It's a lot easier to blame other people. And so when people tell us that, hey, KJ, don't worry, man, it's not your fault. It's because of this. It's because of the market. It's because of these people. It's because of the government. Well, we naturally want to believe them. This is a politician favorite. In fact, all of these are politician favorites. But think about it. They blame this taxes. They blame the other country. They blame China. They blame these people who are coming in. They blame everything else for your failures so that you like them and you vote for them and you support their agendas. Number 3, allay their fears. So we hate being scared or feeling in danger. I don't mean like scary movie scared. I mean like literally scared for your life, feeling in danger. And even if someone doesn't solve that problem or make it go away, if they make us feel safer, we want to trust them. And so when you're scared, you want to be with someone who distracts you from those fears or makes them feel non-existent. We don't want to be around someone who heightens those fears. And so someone who tells us that, hey, dude, it's going to be okay. It's all good. Don't worry about that. It's fine. That thing that you think is dangerous, it's not that bad. Those people can easily influence us. So watch out. Number 4, confirm their suspicions. As humans, as prideful flesh human beings, we love being right. We love saying, I knew it. We love saying, I told you so. And this makes it very easy for someone to influence us using this principle because they can confirm the suspicions you already have and you feel attached to that person and you want to trust them. This is a cult leader classic, straight out of the book. They confirm the suspicions of their members. They say, hey, your family is out to get you. Your family doesn't want you to experience the real life, the fullness of having riches and all this, and transcendence. And so by confirming their suspicions, they make their followers fall more in love with the cult and abandon their families. We'll go over a lot of examples of this in marketing. Very, very powerful. Anytime you see the words like, it's true, or you were right, they're confirming your suspicions, right? Number 5, throw rocks at enemies. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And so we like hating on people. It's part of, like you like to hate on things that you don't like. There's something about it. This is why like sports teams can be so similar to like cults, is because it's, I like when people say, hey, the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl next year. They're going to be there. Yeah, frick the Packers. The Eagles suck. Like, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. And so when someone throws shade on people that we don't like, we get excited. We immediately feel like a friend to that person. We feel like we're on the same side. And this is extremely powerful. You see this daily in politics, in YouTube drama, in sales messages, everywhere. And we'll go over examples of this in detail as well. But it's like in my sales page, my old sales page, where I threw rocks at Andrew Tate's course, and I threw rocks at the TikTok marketing scams, whatever I called it. Like, we're throwing rocks at the same things. You feel like, oh man, KJ, he gets me. He's on my side. He's on my team. I can trust him. Once again, liking, trust, the whole point of this module. Now, real quick, if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, please don't worry. We're going to cover many examples of this in action, in a full marketing effort. It's also impossible to understand these in one day, okay? It's going to take you some time. All great things do. But be excited, because now that you've been shown these principles, you're going to start to see them everywhere. I'm talking everywhere. Your life will never be the same, because you're going to start to realize why you like people and brands. And then you're going to transfer those insights and tactics into your own marketing. Very exciting. And bonus points if you notice what I just did there by saying this. Don't worry. All right, cool. I'm going to get some water, and then we'll push on with the rest of this model. Leveraging likeness. Let's talk about how to integrate these principles directly into your copy. So in text and subtext, we discuss how to leverage the subtext of your copy to push the big 4 general emotions. But once you've decided what emotion to push, it's time to decide how to push it. So you can't just say, hey, this thing is going to be easy. You can in some scenarios, but in most cases, you're going to imply that. It's the subtext. So you have to choose the best text to convey the subtext. So just like how you can say mouse in a lot of different languages, it still means the same thing, but it's a different way of saying mouse. I don't know what the Spanish version is, or I would say it, but like English, mouse, Spanish, whatever you want to call it. So we're implying the same thing, but how we say it can determine how well someone likes us and how well we actually push that emotion. It'll make a lot more sense in a second. So this is where we can leverage the 11 variables of likeness in the text, meaning the how we push the emotion. So although there's a limited amount of emotions you can push, like there's not unlimited emotions, right? We only have a certain amount of emotions. There's an infinite way you can push them. which is cool. This is where your talent, your creativity of a copywriter comes into play. And this is why AI is not going to take over this thing anytime soon. What's going to happen is great copywriters who use AI will replace bad copywriters. So AI is just a tool. It's like a carpenter going from a hammer and a nail to a nail gun. But you still have to know the art of carpentry. You still have to become a copywriter, a marketer. And this is how. Let's go over an example. So the subtext, the emotion we're trying to push is, wow, that seems easy and safe. So that's the emotion we want our reader to feel. Look at these different ways we can push this. We even had a 17-year-old from Portugal sign a client 1 month after using the system. It's like, okay, well, if a 17-year-old did it, then maybe it's easy, right? That's the subtext. Or how about this? After 45 copywriters used this system, only one person didn't sign a client. And that's because that one person became so skilled from our copy course that clients started reaching out to him before he started outreach. So here we're using a little bit of humor, a little bit of unexpected, scenario here. Or the third one, we built this system with one principle in mind. So easy, a monkey could sign a client. And my little brother got a client using that. So that means that we're pretty close. So once again, using some humor, it's just funny. It's all pushing the same emotion though. All of these cause you to think, okay, wow, this is safe. This is predictable. This is easy. And so there's a million ways to push the same emotions. And the secret is to pick the best way to push that emotion. And best means it creates the most likeness and trust in your audience. So how do we do that? Well, that brings me to the Price is Right framework. So this might look a little bit confusing, but let me show you an example for you youngins out there. Great. YouTube ads. So there's this old game show that my parents used to watch called The Price is Right. And on this show, they would spin this giant wheel. It's like the Wheel of Fortune, but they turned it vertical. And let's watch them spin it. So you can see right there, it's really low quality. This guy spun this wheel. So this is determining how much money he's going to get. So here we see Derek spin the sucker, and you see the wheel come down and stop on 50. This is exactly how you can view text and subtext and how you can change the text to convey the subtext better. So let me give you an example. So here we have bro, man, male, guy, person. So it's all referring to the same thing, a dude, a male. But you see how you can convey dude in so many different ways? It's like spinning the wheel. And just like the wheel, no matter what number he landed on, he would have gotten some money. But some numbers would have given him more money. The same is true of our copy. Some words can convey more emotions and have more of a story to them than some other words. And so by spinning this wheel, by figuring out, okay, what is every way I can say this noun, this verb, this whatever, figuring out which one is best. So we have bro, man, male, guy, person. Like you could interchange these words together. And you can do this for every single word in your copy. I don't advise you to do that for every word, but you can rearrange each phrases. And I'll show you an example in a second. But it's cool because every word, like I said, it has an emotion or feeling tied to it, and it tells its own little story. It's your job to find the perfect words and their arrangement for your audience. This is why specific conditions is important. Because if I was talking to a bunch of professional corporate people, am I going to say bro in my email? Probably not. But if I'm talking to you guys, 16 to 25-year-olds on YouTube watching a goofy guy or in a program watching this goofy dude with a hood talk about copy in a weird, familiar way, I'm going to say bro. And so it all depends on specific conditions. So let's go over an example of where I learned this concept, which made it really concrete for me. This is in the Adweek Copywriting Handbook. They use this example. So imagine, what do you see when you hear an old woman in a motel? What do you see? What do you feel like? It feels kind of cold, maybe dark. You imagine it dark like already. What about a little old lady in a cottage? That seems completely different, doesn't it? It's a whole different movie going on in your head. Different emotion. It's the same thing. An old woman in a motel and a little old lady in a cottage, it's the same thing, right? It's an old woman staying overnight in some place. But the different words have different story and emotion. So there are multiple ways to say the same thing. So notice the different emotions with each. And when you push the emotions, meaning the subtext, using the best selection of words possible, meaning the text, magic happens. So if you have to decide, okay, what do I want to push right here? And you want to push the easy emotion. If you get that correct, and then you also get correct how you push that emotion, like it lines up with a specific condition. So you pick the right general condition, then the right specific conditions of how you push it. That's when the magic happens. So here's the little 3-step framework, and I'll show you a lot of examples. So the first step is finding specific conditions. This is why that module is so important. If you don't have clear and accurate conditions of the audience you're speaking to, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to choose the most effective text, meaning the way to push the emotions. So even if you get the general conditions right, if you don't have the specific conditions, you won't know how to flavor it, how to tailor it to your audience. Now, hear me out. You can still push the emotions. It will just sound very vanilla and generic because you'll have to play it safe since you don't know exactly who you're writing to. And see, I've reviewed hundreds of hours of copy from you guys in CopyLead. I used to do every single copy review every single day without any help. Reviewed a lot of copy. And I realized that if I don't know exactly who you're talking to, I can't really review your copy that well. I can tell you how well you push the general conditions. So I can tell you if you're pushing emotions right, but I can't tell you if your text is right. I can't tell you if you're pushing those emotions in the right way. I can make assumptions, but if I truly don't know the audience, then I can't really help you. That's how important specific conditions are. But as soon as you give me context of who these people you're talking to, you show me their condition deck, then I can review the copy and be like, oh yeah, maybe you shouldn't say bro right here because these are 40-year-old people. Maybe don't say that. Or or maybe your language is too educated and you're selling to teenagers or kids. So yeah, step 1 is finding specific conditions. Step 2 is choosing the subtext. And so before you figure out how to write something, you need to know what you're going to write. And that comes from the subtext. So decide which emotion are you trying to push with this section of copy. And I'll show you in a second how I do this. But this makes it so much easier to write copy. Instead of staring at a blank piece of page or a blank Google Doc, you're literally saying, okay, I need to make this feel big. I need to make this feel easy. I need to make this seem relatable to them. Now that you have those things you need to do, you can figure out how to do it, which is step 3, choosing the text. This is how you spin the Price is Right wheel to go through the different ways you can say something until you find one that really hits. So the final step is testing a bunch of different ways. Notice what I said there, testing. It's highly unlikely you're ever going to write something first draft and it's just going to be the best. It's going to be perfect. It's going to come through repetition, through testing. And this is where something like ChatGPT can come in handy, because if you already have good taste, if you already understand your audience, you can use ChatGPT to give you so many different examples for you to then choose the best one. You can't ask it which one is the best because it doesn't know. But you can ask for examples. It'll give you those, and then you can decide which one is the best based on specific conditions. And so the key is to write a ton of examples, then put yourself in the mind of the audience by studying your specific conditions, and then decide which version of the text you think will resonate more with them. So let's go over a real life example. So I was writing this VSL for my daily channel. So my daily channel, they're not as aware of you guys are of copywriting. So on my main channel, everyone who watches me knows what copywriting is because my whole channel is about copywriting. On the daily channel, I just talk about business and life and all this kind of stuff. So I had to write a whole different VSL because it's a different avatar, different awareness level. And so what I did first was I outlined the VSL, how I wanted it to look like. And so I did this big framework, and then I did micro frameworks inside of the VSL. And then for every single one of those, the whys, I did a million different variations. And so look at this. Here's a good example. reaffirm. Don't worry, brother, I got you. If any of those sound like you, don't worry. If you're in one of these three situations, don't worry, I got you. If one of these bullets sounds like you, don't worry. And this might seem like overkill, but this is how you make a cool piece of copy. And then what I did is I did like 4 variations of this. And so I put all of those onto a Google Doc where I took my favorite ones and kind of expanded on them. And then I did it again and created a V4. And so all that to say that the best copy comes through a lot of iteration and taste and time. Not to say you can't write good copy quickly, you can, but to write great copy, meaning it's perfectly tailored to the audience you're going to give it to, it pushes all the right things, that takes time. Some of the best copywriters to ever exist would spend months just doing research, not even writing, just doing research on what they were selling and who they were selling to. That's how it should be done, guys. Anyone selling you something else is just, they're not telling you the truth. They're just trying to sell you. And so here's an example. So I wanted to target this dream customer profile number 1. And so I wrote all these bullets. I just drained my brain of everything I could write. And then what I would do is I would take little pieces that I liked and start piecing it together. And by the end, I started to get to a really good one. It's like, you're trapped in school and looking for a way out. You're tired of watching 16 to 20-year-olds get rich online while you sit on the sidelines trying to finish your English paper. You're just as obsessed as them. You're just as smart as them, but you've been wasting your talent on video games and useless classes. You're ready to lock in, make some money online, and create the future you want for yourself, but you just need the roadmap. And so that's pretty fire. I'm pretty happy with that little segment right there. But look at how it started out, right? Even though you're young, it's obvious. You know you have an S-tier entrepreneur potential, but you're trapped in an F-tier education system. You're bored out of your mind. You need a challenge. You know you need to lock in and start obsessing over online business. The problem is you don't know where to start. So this isn't terrible, right? But it's not near as punchy and near as emotional as this one. Even though it sounds very similar. If you look at them, it's a big difference. And so that's how you do this, guys, is you make sure you know your audience, and then you choose the subtext, what you want to push, what you're trying to accomplish with this section, and then you test and iterate how you can do that. And the power comes. Oh, sorry, getting a phone call. It was Caleb. If you see this, Caleb, I love you. It's my editor, but and best friend. The power comes from effectively integrating the 11 variables in step 3. So step 3, when you actually choose the text, that's when you integrate these things we just talked about. So for example, let's go through and show you some things, some pieces of copy before and after applying some of these principles. Number 1, relatability. So here we have a pain bullet. Before, you can just say, your life sucks. It sounds general, it's vague. I mean, it creates a little bit of pain, but does it really create any likeness? Not really. How about after? You survive school, but the 9-to-5 grind is killing you from the inside out. You can't imagine doing this for another year, let alone 40. What you learned in school isn't useful. You feel completely replaceable. I've been there, man. So here, we're doing the same thing, right? Your life sucks. But because we know who we're targeting, we can create a lot more pain. And guess what? We're also being relatable. We're talking about how we felt the way they feel. And because we know their specific conditions, we've accurately talked about how they actually feel. So they're like, wow, this dude knows me. He's been there. He can help. So you can see how that's a lot more powerful than your life sucks. This is like an average copywriter who uses ChatGPT as a crutch, who doesn't understand these things, versus someone who gets it, who's competent copywriter. Okay, let's talk about familiarity with an offer headline. So think about this. This is like tailored to you guys. So sign 3 to 5 business owners using our proven acquisition system. So those of you guys who, before you got super deep into the weeds on this, you probably didn't even know what acquisition meant. And business owners sounds kind of scary. Versus sign 3 to 5 copywriting clients using our proven outreach system. Do you see how it's saying the same thing? The same thing. Copywriting clients are business owners. You're not going to sign a client who doesn't own a business. Also, acquisition system is the same as outreach system. But do you see how I'm using words that are more familiar to you, which creates trust and specificity and matches specific conditions? And so if you see a headline that says sign 3 to 5 copywriting clients using our proven outreach system, you're like, got to check that out. But if you see a headline that says sign 3 to 5 business owners using our proven acquisition system, do you see how it just doesn't spark in your head because you're a copywriter, because you don't really know that language that well? It doesn't seem familiar versus this, familiar. And what's cool is the more times you see this, the more you start to kind of have this liking towards it. There's obviously a fall off here, meaning like if you showed this, if you'd seen this before from 15 other people, it wouldn't hit as hard. But if you're seeing this from me 15 times, you're going to like it and trust it more just because you're seeing it more. Pretty crazy, huh? Pretty crazy. Think about a lot of you that bought Copy Elite. We've run a survey, and most people who bought Copy Elite, it was like around 2 to 4 months of you watching me before buying into the program. Why is that? Was the program any different from 4 months? Like, well, yeah, I guess it was. Program gets better quickly, as you guys can tell. But like, you didn't know that at the time. What was that 2 to 4 months? It was you trusting me and liking me more and more and more, to the point where it got to a certain point, you're like, you know what? Frick it. This is a great idea. I need to do this. I need to be in Copy Elite. And that's how we got there. Pretty cool. Next, authenticity. So this is like reaffirming and allaying fears. So if that sounds like you right now, don't worry. Simple statement. You wouldn't think anything of this, but this is what I used in my sales page. If that's you right now, I've got your back, brother. Notice how different that sounds. And some people will get mad at me like, well, what about the females in the audience? Look, my female audience is like 2%. So if that's y'all, bro, shout out to you. Shout out to you, sister, I guess I should say. But that's not the majority of my audience. And I found that the females who are really, I don't know why I'm saying females, the girls who really love my stuff, they just buy anyway. Like one word is not going to piss them off. But with the 98% of people who are guys, this feels different. It says, if that's you right now, I've got your back, brother. It's like, that sounds warm and inviting, and it matches specific conditions versus, if that sounds like you right now, don't worry. And it's not authentic, right? It's not me. I don't talk like that. I would say, dude, if that's you, don't freaking worry, bro. That's authenticity. And so by putting that into my sales page, you have to be careful here because if it's a cold traffic, people don't know just by your writing if you're being authentic or not because they don't know you. So they don't really know. But because it's organic, because you guys have seen me before, you know who I am, this sounds super authentic versus the top one. Cool. Next is humor. So notice how we're using humor to amp up this easy emotion. So we talked about this earlier, right? The system is so easy to run, even a monkey could do it. Not that funny, but it is kind of conveying the emotion, right? Easy. How about this? We built this system with one goal in mind. Make it so easy a monkey could sign a client with it. And my little brother just got a client using it. So that means we're getting pretty dang close. See, it's not great, but it's funny. It's humor. It's lighthearted. All of a sudden, you trust me a little bit more because it doesn't sound like everyone else. It's creative. You might have got a chuckle out of it, a laugh, And that's, you know what I'm saying? It's cool. I don't know how it's felt. It just makes you happy. It's like, that's funny, It takes some of that seriousness and just kind of exhales out a little bit. It's cool. Maybe I just hate people who are all like uptight about everything. That could just be a personal thing. But I found in my experience, people just love some humor. They love if you just don't feel so heavy about everything. Next, storytelling. So you could say, I've been there too. I was broke and dumb. That's just not even a story. Just saying, hey, I've been there, whatever, relating to their pain. Or you could tell a specific story that shows how dumb and broke you were, i.e., dude, trust me, I've been there. So back in 2009, I was so dumb and broke that I kid you not, I went to my uncle's house and I needed gas money. And on the way there, I saw someone buying cars for cheap. And so I sold them my car for gas money. How stupid is that? Anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's a terrible example, but I thought it was so funny. I don't know. Oh, guys. Hey, I'm showing some authenticity, right? I'm showing you some humanity right here by being so stupid. But you get what I'm saying. Just tell a story, because stories engage people and they're believable. They house a lot of these other principles inside of them. If you want to look at some of the great ones, look at the best TED Talks. If you'll notice, the best TED Talks, they all have stories. They introduce this big idea. They tell a story that's relatable and conveys the concept and has humor and authenticity and it has relatability. Yeah. And then you love them. You want to hear the rest of the stuff because there's actually a storytelling. Cool. Confidence. So here we have just some copy. This could be a big opportunity for you. So this could be a big opportunity for you versus this opportunity will change your life forever. I say this with 100% certainty because it radically changed my life. So notice the confidence in the big emotion just by saying this opportunity will change your life. This could be a big opportunity for you. Yeah. So this is just like one little example of confidence, but it really just, you'll notice by reading someone's entire piece of copy how confident they are based on like what they say. And instead of using might and could and maybe and all this, it's just this will, this is, you get what I'm saying? And then obviously on camera, being confident in the way you speak is huge, huge. It's going to be hard for anyone to buy a VSL from someone like, yeah, like you should probably book a call because like, I think I can help. It's like, bro, who wants to buy from that guy? So anyways, this is just a few of the endless ways you can integrate these principles to power up your copy and develop likeness. With some practice, you'll find that integrating these principles will not only become second nature, but you'll have so much fun creatively adding them in new ways that no one's done before. This is why we write copyright. This is why we're marketers. It's because we want to just create powerful, effective, money-making ideas and pieces of copy. This is why we do it. And this will make so much fun, bro. I have so much fun every time I write copy. It's awesome. But only if you understand these principles and you know how to apply them, because it's fun because it works, right? When you make a video that blows up and like one of the first pieces of copy I wrote, like about 2 months into being a copywriter, it blew up this guy's channel. He got like 300,000 views on a YouTube video, and it was a VSL. And so he made a lot of money off of it. And it was just the most fun thing ever because I used all these things and it worked and it was awesome. So yeah, but due to their quantity, I know that these principles can seem a little bit overwhelming at first, but I just don't want you guys to stress it. It'll take you time to master them all, but I kid you not. Just the fact that you know this concept exists puts you ahead of 99% of other people. Like they don't even know this stuff exists. So the best thing you can do is just don't sweat it. Just start slowly implementing these as you see them into your marketing as a whole. And what I've done is to make these principles as simple as possible, I added them to your conditions deck template. So now you will find that there's a brand new section. Shout out to you, whoever's on this. There's a brand new section called Section 5 where I ask these questions of how can you add these things into your marketing. And like I said, we'll go over examples in just a second. So yeah, let's do that right now. Let's go over these examples in real marketing strategies from your favorite personal brands. We're going to go over Hamza, Dan Co. We've got some extras on here for you guys to check out. And then we'll go over how you can do this yourself. So let's get into it. Oh, this is the fun part. Hamza. So if you guys don't know Hamza, he is a self-improvement YouTuber. He blew up, I want to say about 3-4 years ago. I owe a lot to Hamza because he honestly put me on to so many of these things that we're talking about now. He actually told me about the book that led to me discovering copywriting. So shout out to Hamza. I'm not sure exactly how things are going right now. I know he's had some kind of ups and downs and changed his strategy and whatnot, but we're going to look at like prime Hamza when he was getting millions of views, making hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. We're going to look at that. So check out the relatability and similarity. Why I quit playing Minecraft. Relatability. How to stop being a nice guy. Why you don't like being you. This is why you feel lost and unhappy in life. Why video games aren't fun anymore. All of these things are extremely relatable. And look at the thumbnails he's using. He's using memes. He's using Minecraft. He's using animated stuff. This is all targeting his audience, because that's what they want. They're that age. So titles are directly targeting the viewer. It resonates with the specific conditions. Perfectly matches the awareness. But this is ideal customer profile. Thumbnails that resonate with the problem. So yeah, he's targeting the problems they feel. He's talking about how he feels the way they feel. Cool. Familiarity, consistency. So here we have consistently posting for a long time. And look at the way the thumbnails look. They're very familiar. I remember clicking on a lot of these guys. I watched so many of these. Very familiar. That was a great video, by the way, that one. Same here. Posting frequently with consistency for years. Similar thumbnails create familiarity. Yeah, simple. Authenticity, humanity. So Hamza was so good at this. He had a second channel, which he called Hamza Unfiltered, where he would just talk about his thing. He would talk about his failures. He talked about successes. Like, he was really the first one to kind of make that I know that had like a real cult following on YouTube by using these principles. This is like a lot more like relatability and humor, but he would use this Jeffrey versus Adonis analogy. And he used these in all of his intros. So this was specific to his audience. Like, do you see the level of detail here? Like, he could have just sat down and made videos like he used to, but instead he went in depth on creating an entire like world for his audience and just a cult following. Also, the way that he spoke. So he changed his voice a lot when I first started following him. So he went from like just talking like I normally am to, hello, it's Hamza. In today's video, we're going to talk about how you can get girls. He just developed this warm and happy, smiley kind of, look at him. He's Hamza, right? Yeah, confidence with humility. Pretty cool. Humor and storytelling. He used these storytelling things like perfection. So the first 30 seconds was this hyper animated scene, which displayed what his audience was going through and how they felt about it, which was the problem he would target in his video. I mean, he nailed it, guys. He was crushing it. Reciprocity, creativity. Here he is posting hour-long guides for men. He could have charged $100 for that, but he gave them away. Attractiveness, confidence. Like, I mean, it's Hamza, right? He's an attractive-looking dude, super confident. Skill and social proof. Like, his comment section was full of testimonials. Like, it was like social proof the whole time. Anti-beneficiary bias. He would give away a lot of stuff. Yeah, you guys can check out all the breakdowns and all this, but he did this the whole time, man. The Cult Leader 5, he would justify failures, encourage dreams. I remember he used to throw rocks at other YouTubers way back in the day. I think we've all learned that lesson of like, it's not a great strategy. But whenever we all first started out, we were like, oh, why this person's a scammer and you shouldn't, buy this person's thing. The guy sucks. So it's always throwing rocks at enemies. And he did that versus Andrew Kirby. What's funny is him and Andrew are like friends now, which is hilarious, but he used to crap on him so much. Yeah, so pretty cool. That's Hamza. We have another for Dan Coe. What I'm actually doing is we're going to go over the Mint Mobile because I think this would be cool to see how a personal brand does it versus like, this is a brand. If you don't know Mint Mobile, they are a phone company. So a service provider, cell service provider. This is like the oldest freaking boomer industry you could think of that doesn't have hardly any like new innovation. But Mint Mobile is winning. They are making their own space in the market because of how good their marketing is. So check this out. Relatability, similarity. They use casual vocab and similar words to people in everyday conversation. So customer care that actually cares. Super short wait times, easy to speak with an actual human. Look at how they're using this. Like, it's subtle, but it's a huge difference, especially in a market where people feel just betrayed by the big players in that space. For those 55 and up. Familiarity, consistency. Branding is consistent everywhere. So Mint Mobile, they have this Mint branding all the time. Most of their ads are Ryan Reynolds because I think he's the owner of it. So every ad, they're used to seeing Ryan Reynolds' face. Pretty simple. Look at this. Look at this authenticity, humanity. How are our prices so low? Imagine that is is your thing, right? Like this is they're trying like this is a boomer business model. This is not selling info here. These are selling like freaking sales service. And they're saying this. We don't hate you. Transparency, care, no overage. See, we're not kidding. It's just cool. The language they're using, all their like marketing is super chill. It's like you're watching your friends' videos. On 420, they put this. The only herb we care about today would be mint. It's funny, dude. It's just so funny. Happiness and warmth. All of their marketing is just very fun and warm and humor and story. I mean, look at Ryan Reynolds, right? How can you not buy from him? In his ads, Ryan talks confidently, a lot of conviction, but it's still humble. And so here we have like a little, Mint Mobile versus these people. Yeah, pretty chill. The humor and storytelling is everything. Like humor is how they do their ads. Like every single thing they do is just so funny. It's hilarious. Like look at this. To pay another Verizon bill. Look at him. It's just funny, dude. They got it going on with the marketing for real. Reciprocity, they give a lot of free stuff. Pretty cool. Attractiveness and confidence. I mean, look, it's Ryan Reynolds' brand. Of course, he's freaking attractive. But also the brand is too. The branding is nice. The Fox is just chilling. Skill and social proof. Yeah. Anti-beneficiary bias. Non-needy. Everything they do is non-needy. It's very nice. Their marketing's on point, guys. Like this is what a pro marketer looks like in the 21st century. And then, yeah, they throw a lot of they do a lot of throwing rocks at enemies, which I think is really cool. So it uses the hashtag Verizon sucks. The letters and codes map onto the keypad as their actual phone hotline number, and this code means Verizon, I hate you. So this is their this is their number, and it comes out to Verizon, I hate you. It's just so funny. Yeah, that's so funny. So anyways, those are just a few examples of how to use this. I've got some more over here. So there's Apple, if you want to check that out, Bloom, and Danco. There's a lot of this good stuff on Danco. Like Danco did this incredibly as well. So you guys can check out how they do this. But I want to say this is just kind of some nice overviews. It goes so much deeper than this. If you notice how people do stuff, you'll see this everywhere. And I don't have time to break down every single YouTube video these guys do, but as you're watching the videos, notice how they're using these things, because most of this is used at top of funnel, because that's when you want people to start liking you and trusting you. So before you can get them on a sales call and sell them, they need to like and trust you to some extent. That's why all this is very, very important. Yeah. So that being said, I don't want you to just sit here and watch. Scroll on your phone for a little bit and think, oh yeah, I learned a lot today. This is great. Good job, KJ. Appreciate it. And go make no money. I make these videos so you can change your life and make some money. And so here's what I want you to do by the end of this week. Super simple. I want you to write down 3 brands that you really like. So brands or people. It could be just a comedian. It could be, I don't know. It could be anybody. Just find 3 brands or people that you like. Then I want you to use this Miro template. So I'm going to give you guys this template. And I gave you an example of Hamza here. And then I forgot to change that. We've got 3 places for you to take screenshots and make notes of 3 examples. I want you to break down those people that you like and figure out how are they being relatable and similar? How are they being familiar? How are they being authentic, happiness? If you want to, you can do this with mine. If you go to my daily channel, I'm practicing a lot of these. Almost every single one of them, I'm practicing and leveling up by doing those daily videos. So if you want to check that out, you can. And I want you to write down tactics that you learn that you might be able to use in your own copy and marketing. That will give you a head start on learning these concepts and putting them into a full marketing strategy. Well done. Pat yourself on the back when you finish this, because you deserve it. 99.9% of people are not going to take the action. They're not going to do it. And they're not going to learn what you're going to learn. So congrats to you. But anyways, I know this is a long one, but this one is freaking powerful. I mean, I've had more fun making this module than I think almost any other module. This was dope. Quick reminder, if you want me to crank out more modules like this one, and even better, just let me know what you thought. Let me know if you have any wins, any mental breakthroughs, any like realizations you had during this course and put it in the Course Wins channel in the Copy Elite Discord. Because honestly, selfishly, guys, it picks me up, to be honest. Like when I'm having a hard day, I look at those wins and I think, this is why I do it. This is why I spend freaking 20 hours on one Google Doc, is because it helps you guys. And so if it's helping you, let me know. If it's not helping you, then leave me some constructive feedback and I'll try to make it better. But if it's genuinely helping you, please just let me know. And we share these in my team Slack. Like we share them every time we see them, and everyone just gets so excited. So thank you so much. I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next module. All right, welcome back to Module 4, the Pain and Confidence module. I'm excited because this one took a long time to make, but man, is it freaking powerful. Every person I've shown this to that's helped me get feedback for iteration on this has been blown away by the clarity and the power of what you're about to get from this module. So without further ado, let us dive in. What we're going to cover today is the significance of pain, how to generate pain in your audience, and then how to leverage that pain you generate to create the actions you want. As always, disclaimer, I highly recommend watching every previous module before you watch this one, because we're going to build on the concepts we've already talked about. So if you don't understand those well, it'll be harder and more complicated for you to get what we're going to go over today. But if you do go through those previous modules, you will have an amazing foundation, which we can lay on some more structure to that foundation to make you a freaking money printing machine. So let's dive in. First things first, the action equation. So like we spoke about, your job as a copywriter is to create action. You want to create these beliefs and create the actions in your audience. You want them to click on the thumbnails. You want them to click on the email subject line. You want them to click the call to action. You want them to watch the video. All those things are actions, and we want to stimulate those in our audience. How do we do that? We do that by creating pain, because pain fuels action. And we can visualize this with what I call the action equation. Let's take a look. We'll zoom in a little bit. On the left-hand side, we have the pain of inaction minus the pain of action plus confidence in action gives us the chance of action. If that's a little bit confusing, do not worry. This whole module is breaking down this one equation. But basically what this means is if the pain of inaction is greater than the pain of taking the action, and they're confident that that action will alleviate that pain, they'll take action. Very simple illustration. If you have your hand on the stovetop and it's not on, meaning the pain of not moving your hand is not high because it's not hot, as you turn up the stove and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, the pain of you doing nothing, meaning leaving your hand there, gets great. And the pain of you moving it, the energy it takes for you to just move your hand is super low. And you're confident that if you move your hand, it'll stop burning. So what do? You move your hand. That is the first principle action equation. And we're going to tie this in to copy, all that good stuff, but just recognize this is why anyone would take any action. And when you understand that, you gain insight, you gain power. So right now, if you're having trouble persuading people, which means like if you're not making any money, then this is your problem. This equation will show you what to fix by focusing on the pain. And if you want to become an effective copywriter, an effective entrepreneur, an effective marketer, whatever, you must become a master of pain. You must learn where pain comes from. You must learn how to create pain in your audience. You must learn how to leverage that pain into the specific actions you're looking for. And we're going to cover each of these in this module. This module is going to go in depth on this equation so you can become that master of pain and start creating the actions you want immediately. Warning, these concepts are powerful. If you're excited right now, you should be. But I want you to understand, by learning to create pain, you influence how someone acts. So promise me, please promise me, you'll focus on creating productive pain, meaning pain that leads to someone creating positive change in their life. So pain can cause you to lose weight, or pain could cause you to fall for a scam. And so you, the person that's creating the pain in your audience, it's your responsibility to do this wisely. Do not go out here and overpromise and scam and do what's given this space such a bad rep already. Don't do those things. Use pain for good. When people hit rock bottom and they change their life, you realize what that is, right? It's this equation. Rock bottom is when someone's pain of not changing gets so great that they change. We want to create those painful scenarios. We want to fast forward and help someone hit rock bottom quickly before their life gets worse so that they change their life for the better. That's like losing weight. You've heard of people who literally hit this certain number of weight, or they look in the mirror one day and they just can't take it anymore, and they drop like 100 pounds over the next 6 months. Just like a switch flips. We want to create that in our audience to help them. Versus, I remember back like about 15 years ago, my granddad almost fell for this phone scam because someone called him and said, "Hey, it's my cousin. I have a cousin named Amanda. She's awesome, but she was like in college at the time or something, and someone called and said, 'Hey, Amanda, she's in college, she's in trouble, she needs you to send money to this account like right now.'" So what they did is they created pain in my granddad to try to leverage that to get his money, to scam him. But that's why they did it. They created pain. So by telling him this situation of like his granddaughter being in all this trouble and the only way to help her is if he sends money, they leveraged pain to create action. But it wasn't productive pain. It was pain that brings misery, that brings evil. Promise me you'll focus on using pain for good. Also, this applies to who you work for. If you are selling a product that you know is not morally in line with what you believe, brother, don't stop fooling yourself. Okay? If you're helping sell a product that brings misery to people, you realize you're playing a part. You're an accomplice. So just want to put that out there. All right, with that out the way, let us dig in. So the first things is pain origins. Until we breathe our last breath, or Jesus comes back, Lord willing that happens before we all breathe our last breath, we're continuously in some form of pain. This is the curse of the fall of man. When Adam, the first human, disobeyed God for the first time, it created sin, separation from God. And part of that punishment is we're going to have to be in pain. We're going to have to work the land. And girls have to go through the pain of child labor. So pain got introduced when sin came to the world. And because we're all sinners and in need of Jesus, until we go to be with Jesus or until we breathe our last, we're always going to be in some form of pain. So highly recommend you, if you haven't seen the mindset module, go check it out. I talk about God and all this and go into detail with that. But just understand that everyone all the time is continuously in some form of pain. And while that may sound a bit weird and depressing, it isn't. Because just like we talked about a second ago, pain motivates us. Pain is why we work. It's why we set goals. It's why we create solutions. But understand that although we may be all experiencing some form of pain, we aren't always aware of that pain. And we don't always know what's causing that pain. So right now, I'm recording this module. I am in flow state. I'm being careful to choose my words carefully. I'm trying not to say like and stutter and do all this. I'm trying to talk loudly and clearly. I'm so focused on my work, I'm dialed in, that I'm not aware of whatever little pains I've got. Like, for instance, my thumb is always cut. I don't feel it right now because I'm in flow state. I'm not aware of it. And so just because someone's in pain doesn't mean that they understand it and they're aware of it. And so our job as a copywriter is to bring awareness to the pain your audience is in. And then we're going to blame that pain on a specific problem that our product and service solves. And that second half will go into detail in the next module in problem chains. But before you can blame that pain on a problem, you need to figure out how to bring awareness to the pain. And this is also why we love distracting ourselves from life and from work. Think about why you play video games and stuff is most of the time you're trying to escape the feeling of pain from not doing enough work or the feeling of pain from your life not going how you want it to. This is why we have, ignorance is bliss and flow state and doom scrolling. People are considered to be the happiest they are in their life when they're in flow state because they're distracted from the pains that's going on around them. And they're actively usually working to solve some sort of pain. So not only are you distracted from your current pain, but you're decreasing your future pain by working on the thing that matters. So it's like a double-edged sword. Versus doom scrolling or just choosing to be ignorant. That's kind of just ignoring the pain and doing nothing about it and just distracting yourself. And so because everyone is in this state, we have to help them bring awareness to their pain and start taking the action that's going to better their life. And like I said, remember, we're doing this to help people change for the better. Positive pain. This is a good thing. Here's an amazing message that I got from Joven a couple months ago, one of the guys in CE, and he's talking about the pain of investment. And because he invested his time and money in Copy Elite, he started taking massive action like he never had before. He started doing harder work sessions and accomplishing harder things because that pain was there. He's saying if he spent $200 or even $1,000, he would have procrastinated and not taken action on sending outreach, not making his offer. So because he went through the pain of committing and investing and taking the time and being part of his community, I mean, you guys have seen his wins post. It's been awesome. So shout out to you, Joven. But that's our job here. We're trying to create scenarios like this to use pain to better someone's life, not destroy it. So let's talk about that. The first step to creating pain is by understanding where pain comes from, the pain origins. And these are kind of like the pre-coded things in our brains and bodies that signal pain. This is what God has kind of coded us to strive for. And so whenever we don't have these things, pain happens. Why? Because we need these things. That's how we're programmed. And this can be explained from Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This explains what our core desires are. And when these core desires aren't being met, that is when we feel pain. So let's start from the bottom. Number 1, physiological needs. Also, do you guys like this? This took me so long to make. This took me so long to make this diagram, but dude, I think it was worth it. It looks cooler than the ones I found on Google. Anyways, side note. Starting from the bottom, physiological needs. These are the things that we need to survive. This is just like staying alive, right? So number 1, staying alive, physiological needs. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. This is like our kind of like the monkey brain, the very, very core monkey brain. We need air, water, food. We want to sleep. We need clothes, and we need to reproduce. So that's like the base core needs. And what we'll talk about is you usually start from the bottom and work your way up. And so if you're starving to death, you are not worried about self-actualization. You're not worried about status or recognition. You're literally starving. All you care about is finding a steak. And so that's kind of how this hierarchy works, is you start from the bottom and work your way up. The second one is safety needs. So once you have your air, water, food, you're surviving, now you want to feel safe. You want to be free from fear and danger. So like security, you want to have employment. This is why people like jobs. They feel safe. Is a job safer than entrepreneurship? I could argue not really, because now you don't have any real skills for the most part. And if you get fired automatically, what are you going to do? But they feel safe. And so by having that feeling of safety, it's valuable because they feel less pain, because they feel stable at a job where they don't have to think for themselves. Not everybody's cut out for this game. I'm going to be straight up. In fact, most people are not. Most people are meant to be employees. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only wrong if you're the person who has that entrepreneurial gift that God has programmed you with, and you're not using it, or you're not trying to use it. You're ignoring it. But most people like that safety of employment. One of the coolest feelings that I've had in the past year is hitting this point where I realize, you know what? If I lost everything, I have all these skills where I feel like I could make at least $10K a month by the end of the year doing anything. Like if you just put me in the middle of anything based off the skills and how I've learned how to learn and my communication and all this stuff, I feel like I could be back at 6 figures a year. And that's just a level of like security in that. It just feels amazing. Some safety. But most of the time we're talking about physical safety, like fear from actual danger. So once you have food and stuff, like you want to have security. So there's a lot of people in like lower progressed countries. Someone got mad at me for saying third world countries the other day, but anyway, that's how I explain it. In third world countries where they're having war and stuff, this is a huge deal. So once they have food, like they want to be safe. They want safety from this warfare. So that's a big one. Next is sexual companionship, significant other. This kind of goes into love and belonging. So friendship, intimacy, family. Number 3 and 4 are kind of in the same exact level here. So 3 and 4 come from this yellow level, which is you want to have a relationship, a significant other. Then you want to have love and belonging. You want to feel like you're part of a community. You want to have friends. You want to have intimate relationships. You want to have family, a sense of connection and belonging in a community. Yeah, so that's number 3 and 4. Number 5 is status and respect. This is probably like the biggest one that you're going to target with most of your copy. Most of you with all your copy will be targeting status and respect to some extent, especially if you're in like the entrepreneurship space, coaching, whatever. That's a big one. So this is like respect for yourself, self-esteem, the status you have in the world, your recognition, your strength, being able to provide for yourself. Yeah, superiority. You want to feel like the best. You want to feel like the winner, superior to everyone else. It's the pride, the pride that our sinful nature loves so much and we try to avoid. Number 6, fulfillment of purpose, self-actualization. This is the desire to be the most that one can be. So to fulfill the purpose, I believe this is directly, there's a reason God programmed in this into us. It's because he has a purpose for you and for me. He's given us specific gifts that we are supposed to use to serve God and to serve people, to expand his kingdom, to tell others about Jesus. There's a reason I started this offer. It's because I was gaining all of these things, but I wasn't gaining this one. I was helping other people who had a lot of money make more money. Instead, I wanted to tell people about God through the gifts he's given me, through my ability to teach and through my love for teaching and communication and community that we have in Copy Elite. This is mine. It's like once you have all these things, you start worrying about, what is my purpose? What is my self-actualization? All this stuff. This is also why you see people, they hit 10K a month and they have like a crisis because they realize like they were trying to solve all this. They hit 10K a month and they're like, frick, now what? Why am I doing this? Like, what's going on? Like, what's the point of all this? What's the point of this money? All this? They go through another breakdown because they realize that there's a whole other level that they need to solve now. And shout out to the real ones who solved this before you hit 10K a month. That's the way to go. But anyways, this is where our pain comes from. And so like I said, pain can be traced back to one or more of these desires missing or being in question, being compromised. And so when your esteem, when your status is being compromised or you have no status, you feel pain. When you don't have love, or maybe your relationships is in question, your love is in question, you feel pain. You want to do something about it. And like I said, it usually starts from number 1 and works its way up the pyramid. So you go from staying alive to freedom from fear and danger, to sexual companionship, to social approval, belonging, to status, to purpose, and then enjoying food and drink. I forgot about this one. It's funny because this is a core part of humanity is we like to enjoy food and drink. It just is what it is. There's not many people who would prefer to eat bad tasting food over good tasting food, given the similar circumstances. So this is a core drive. We want to have food and drink that tastes good. And this can kind of go in any spot. Like this doesn't really follow an order. Staying alive is always like number 1, but after that, it's like you could have good food there. You can have good food later after you get a girlfriend. I mean, it's kind of just there all the time. All right. Once an origin is solved for you, you usually want to solve it for your family. Usually. So like if you're starving, once you solve that, before you go and solve, your status and respect, you probably want to help your family. And so this is a really important thing to understand, because someone could be doing something to solve the pain that their family is feeling from one of these. Really, really important. Listen to that again if you missed that. Once a pain origin is solved for yourself, you usually want to solve it for your family, especially when it's one of these bottom ones. Like if your family's dying, you want to help them get food quick. Yeah, makes sense. And most people do not realize the origin of their pain. They aren't aware of it. They just feel bad, and they just blame that bad on problems. So for example, when you guys came to me to join Copy Elite, you probably weren't like, oh, KJ, I just can't seem to become the person I want to be the most. Or, KJ, I just need to regain this feeling of strength and self-esteem I have in myself. No, what did you tell me? You said, I need money. KJ, I need money. So you verbalize this pain origin as needing money. You think money's going to give you these things because money does bring a lot of these things. Money does help you cover your physiological needs, cover your safety needs. You think it'll help you, have status and respect and belonging. And so you tie these origins into one problem being, I need money. Money can solve money problems, but it can't solve all your problems. And that's referring straight to this. Some of these things money can help with. Some of them it cannot. In fact, it might hurt. So keep in mind, people don't realize the origin. That's why we have to tie it around a problem, or we have to meet them at their awareness level. We'll talk about that in detail next modules. But an example is, whenever you're doing a sales call and you hear like, oh, my life sucks or my business sucks, but they can't verbalize what suck means. Like, what does that actually mean? You've got to dig it out of them and help them become aware of why they're in pain. So someone says, oh, I hate being in college. It's like, well, why do you hate being in college? It all comes back to this. Is it because you feel like you're not living your purpose in college? Is it because you don't have a sense of connection with the people who are in college? You don't have the same, like, think about it. You guys who are in this community, how alike we feel and how funny it is to talk about how similar we are compared to how different we are to the entire rest of the world out there. You didn't have that connection in college. I know I didn't. I didn't know a single entrepreneur in college. It was me. I felt like it was me against the world, and I was just crazy. So that's why college, quote unquote, sucks. It's because of these. And so you want to dig that out of them. And if you understand why they feel that way, you have all this leverage to create insane amounts of pain that they didn't even know where it was coming from or that it existed. And so like I said earlier, your job as a copywriter is to bring awareness to the pain your audience is in, and then blame that pain on a specific problem that your product and service solves. Once again, we'll go over the second half in next module. But for now, how do we bring awareness? How do we cause the pain? Let's jump in. This is where things get tactical. So the first step is increasing the pain of inaction. So this is like the traditional thought. Whenever you hear increasing pain, this is what you're probably thinking about, which is making their life seem sucky. How do you make it feel like where they're at is just terrible and they need to change? So like if you're follow some of the other people's teaching where they talk about there's 3 closes, right? You sell people on changing, you sell them on your method, then you sell them on your product, which fulfills the method. This is the first step. So selling them on change. If they don't think their life sucks, why would they want to change anything? They wouldn't. And that's not binary. That's a spectrum. Just like when people are about to lose weight, they didn't want to lose weight all the way up from like 150 to 160, 170, 180, whatever. And then as soon as they got to 250, they saw that number. They're just like, I can't do this anymore. I have to change. That pain was building the whole time, but there's a threshold that it hits where like it's larger than the pain of action. So what we have to do first is increase the pain they feel right now. This is like the stovetop example. So in this example, this is you cranking up the heat on the stove to where they want to change. And so by increasing the pain of inaction, meaning the pain of doing nothing and things getting worse, you increase the pressure they feel to take action and solve the problem. So your goal is to increase the pain they feel about the problem they have, increasing the pain they feel from doing nothing. Once again, you're selling them on changing. They need to change. Now, we do this by leveraging the work you've already done in Module 1, specific conditions. So this should be so easy now that you've already done the hard work of figuring out what situations your audience is in and what problems do they have. So we can create pain using positive or negative emotions. You might think, oh, well, a positive emotion, how does that create pain? You'll see in a second. Pain can be caused by just needing to escape. Like, pain is needing to change something, to escape your current situation. And we can do that in a positive or negative way. Now, negative emotions are naturally more powerful, but when they're overused, they come across as more pushy and fear-mongery. So be careful using too many negative emotions. It can cause like this bad taste in your audience's mouth from your messages, and it can come across as kind of a little pushy, a little scammy, a little fear-mongery. So just use it tastefully, but it is very powerful. So let's go over a positive angle. So a positive angle would be talking about the dream situation your audience has. So what do they want to be at? What is the mountaintop? What is the vacation? How do you sell them a vacation? And extremely importantly, how do they want to feel when that's happening? By talking about how they're going to feel, that's what brings up the emotions times 10. So if I just say, oh, you wake up and you have 3 clients, it's like that doesn't bring a whole lot of emotion to you. There's a stretch that you have to take on your own. Versus if I say you wake up and you open up your laptop and you see that Stripe screenshot of you just got a $1,500 in from your second client of this month, and the feeling of accomplishment just rushes over you because you'll be able to not only pay your rent, but save an extra $500 a month, which you could use to help your family. And they'll finally see you as that person who's the provider. And you're just content with the man that you've become. Do you feel how different that is? Way different. But notice, as soon as I said that, what probably happened? Pain, because you're not there yet. So by creating a larger gap from making the vacation seem so wonderful and the dream life seem so great, pain is created because you're not there. Why do you think the meta for selling info has been the same for the past 10 years, right? Show you a massive Lamborghini and how dope my life is and how everything in my life is great and I'm rich and I buy watches and yeah, you're poor. Buy my thing, which tells you how to get these Lamborghinis. Because they're using this angle. By showing you how amazing their life is, or quote unquote, how much amazing it seems in a 10-minute video, you feel pain. And they don't even have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just showing you how quote unquote great their life is. And that creates pain, which causes you to book a call through their funnel and buy their program. That's exactly how it works. It's a positive angle. So I consider this running to the light. So this is like running towards something. This is what this pain causes. Negative angle. This is where you use a nightmare situation and how they hate to feel, and they feel pain from being stuck there. So by bringing their attention to their sucky past, present, or future situation and how bad they feel right now, or they will feel if they don't change, they feel pain. So if I talk about, hey, this, because you don't have a proven outreach system, is why you're continually sending outreach after outreach, hating your life, procrastinating every day, because deep down these low-quality outreaches are not going to work. You've already sent 1,000, and you're sitting here wondering if this is all worth it. Are you destined for this path, or are you just another failure? Are you going to sit here and let other people sign client after client after client while you're sitting here sending these DMs that you just know are not going to work and you're wasting time? And you don't even know if you'll be able to pull this off, if you'll be able to make enough money online to do this full time. You don't know if you'll live up to your purpose. And you feel ashamed. You don't feel good enough. You feel like you're just another average person, like the world expected you to be. Whew, yeah, that's painful, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh man, the negative part is powerful, but you gotta be careful, man. Once again, use this for a positive action, but be careful creating negative pain because it's powerful. It hurts. And there's a classic study done where I might be butchering it, but basically what happens is if you ask someone if they'll walk 2 miles and get $20, they'll be like, I'm good. But if you tell them they drop $20 2 miles back, they'll walk to go get it. Because people don't like loss. They don't like the negative stuff. And so negative can be more beneficial than positive. It's the same thing, right? That you're gaining $20 than you were in this current moment. But because it's negative, you don't want to lose, it's more powerful, you go do it. You take action. So just be careful. Let's go over some examples to show you what this looks like. So anytime that you're creating pain, it can be positive or negative, and you can choose. Let's go over just some really basic examples. I just don't judge me for these. I just spun these up in like 5 minutes, using some examples from other copy and just, yeah. But let's go over fitness. So let's say, copy this step-by-step calisthenics system to unlock skills that make people look at you like you're a famous athlete in only 3 to 6 months. So here, what are we doing? Unlocking skills that what? Make people look at you like a famous athlete. What are we targeting here? We're targeting some status, right? Notice how they're doing that. But this is painting a dream outcome. And because you don't have skills and people don't look at you like a famous athlete, you feel pain from this. First is the negative approach. Copy this system and say goodbye to the embarrassment of looking, feeling, and being frail. So this is kind of actually positive by saying say goodbye, but you get the point. To the embarrassment of looking, feeling, and being frail. So on the positive angle, we're going towards how they feel when they're the beast. Here we're targeting how they feel right now. The pain of looking and feeling and being frail. Notice how we're talking about the feeling, the embarrassment, how they feel that. It's a situation that they're like going back to in their mind. All right, let's take a look at e-com. Once you know the one secret to finding a high-quality product for your store, you'll unlock what feels like an infinite money glitch. Here we're talking about a feeling that they kind of imagine from their video game era. Feeling the rush of each cha-ching, knowing you're one step closer to living life completely free. Notice what I did here is I'm talking about freedom and purpose, self-actualization, and they inherently kind of think about status during this. So that's positive. Let's look at negative. Without knowing the one secret to finding a high-quality product for your store, you will stay broke forever, never escaping the dreadful feeling of having to clock in to work on Monday. So here it's a nightmare scenario that they're stuck in, and then this we're bringing attention, awareness to this awful feeling that they've experienced of having to clock back in. It's just like, oh man, I hate that. Terrible feeling. Here's a really simple example with YouTube titles. So look at how you can do positive or negative. So the 5 habits of the top 1% men, or the 5 habits keeping men weak. The same exact content, just positive versus negative. And we'll go over examples later in this module of a lot more of how to create pain. So if you don't 100% get it yet, don't worry. But just know that you talk about a dream situation plus how they want to feel about it. And they feel pain from not being there. Or you talk about a nightmare situation and how they hate feeling about it. I just messed up that diagram. I just realized it's supposed to be a negative. And the pain they feel from being stuck there. So dream situation, how they want to feel. Nightmare situation, how they hate feeling. You're going to bring up pain. Now, how potent this is 100% depends on how well you've done the earlier modules. So it's all about specific conditions. It's all about general conditions. It's all about the liking, relatability. Are you using language that they frick with? Are you going over situations that they're actually in, that are actually painful to them? That's what makes this powerful. This is just like another framework, but this is why I have to teach this course in full, because like none of these things are going to save you on their own. But by having understanding of all of these things, that's when you become powerful, a full stack marketer. So bonus tech is story selling. So this is kind of how you can do the same thing, but using your own story. This is really good for personal brands and for stuff like that. By telling the story of how you went from their painful situation, so this one up here, to the dream outcome, which is this one, they kind of live through you and they feel the same emotions that you felt because it's so similar to their story. You indirectly bring awareness to their pain. So they imagine themselves in your shoes and they want to do /buy take the action that you took to get your results. And the reason why this works is when you nail your past scenario, it sounds exactly like their past scenario. So if they're listening to your story and they're like, dude, that is me right now. What the heck? I'm in that same scenario. I feel the same way you feel. I'm going through the same struggles. And then they hear about you solving all that problem and getting the outcome that they want. They want to follow in your footsteps and do whatever it is that you did to do that. So like I said, this works for every form of traffic, but specifically powerful when the product or service you're selling is attached to a person or personal brand. This doesn't mean organic content. I just mean a personal brand. So even if you're running cold ads or something like that and there's someone selling it, like it's not just like an e-com brand, like there's actually a face behind the person who's selling it, this can be extremely powerful using story selling. So a good example is our current low awareness funnel right now. So this is for people from my raw channel who have no idea what copywriting is. We send them to this page where it's a story selling. Now, eventually we were not going to use this in the future, but we had to do this for right now. So it's a great example. I'll scroll through it real quick. Basically, you see me, I'm talking about how I felt pain. I had one goal, and because I wasn't hitting this goal, I felt pain. So I talked about how it sucks. I tried and failed it. All these things suck. Then I saw this one thing, this one skill. I talked about feeling pain. I didn't make any money. I considered getting another job to get my wife out of the apartment we were stuck in. But I discovered the most valuable skill, which is copywriting. And I'll talk about my journey of achieving my dream outcome. So here you have my plan, then boom, the dream outcome. I hit 10K a month. Whoa, it was crazy. I helped other people do 10K a month. I did 60K a month. Insane, all from learning copywriting. Here's some crazy results from our students. So you see how I'm using the story from my example to bring them through the journey that they want to go on. So like I said, it's really good for people who are less aware of what you're doing. So like I wouldn't give this funnel to my main channel because they're already sold on copywriting. They don't need to be sold on copywriting. They need to be sold on copy and like the outreach systems and like the principles we teach in this program. So anyways, you get the point. Also, writing B2C VSLs. This module is kind of like a story selling masterclass. So feel free to go through that inside the high ticket course. This one's great. So go check that out if you want more on that. But yeah, story selling can be a good way to do the negative and positive angle in a very like low-key, indirect way. Now, like I mentioned earlier, it's vitally important. Do not forget everything you've learned so far. The amount of pain that you're able to create depends on how well you understand and use specific conditions, general conditions, and the variables of likeness. If you can't do those three things, you're going to be shooting in the dark, creating pain. So once you know those and you have these frameworks and you understand the origins, all of a sudden you can create insane amounts of pain almost effortlessly. But once again, if you talk about situations and feelings that don't match what your audience wants to feel, you won't create pain. Specific conditions are everything. If you're selling a workout program and you're targeting people who want to lose weight, but your audience is all about people who want to bulk up and they're tired of being skinny, then you talking about situations of them feeling overweight doesn't match your audience. They're not going to feel pain because they've not gone through that. And so it all depends on specific conditions. Also, the more you nail the variables of likeness when you're creating pain, the more confidence they have that you'll solve that pain later. So you guys probably won't get this till you watch this module again for the second and third time. But when we go over confidence later, the more specific and the more relatable and perfect you nailed their pains, the more confidence that they have as well. So not only are you creating pain, but you're creating confidence because they're like, wow, this guy has been through what I've been through. He knows it. And if he figured it out, I have confidence he'll help me with it because he understands it so well. It's so in detail to what I'm exactly feeling. And that comes from nailing the variables of likeness and being specific. We can also increase the pain of inaction by pushing the big FOMO general condition. So what we talked about in general conditions, using big and FOMO, they feel this pain of staying still. The pain of not taking action is great when something feels big and FOMO, like you got to take action now because you don't want to wait. You could miss it. So the pain of doing nothing increases when you use this general condition. Also, by using urgency and scarcity. So that'll be covered in the urgency scarcity module in detail. But urgency and scarcity is huge when it comes to putting the cherry on top to the pain of inaction. Cool. We'll cover that in detail later. Now, decreasing pain of action. So once again, you can't just increase the pain of inaction. You want to decrease the pain of action. So if it's super painful, like the reason people don't lose weight is because it's hard, right? It's not that they don't feel a lot of pain for being fat. Of course they feel pain for being fat. Who doesn't? You know what I'm saying? But the pain of getting unfat is too great, so they do nothing. That's why they don't take action. But if you gave every single fat person a big red button that says lose 50 pounds and all they had to do was press it, guess what? Every one of them is pressing it. I don't care what they're coping and saying. Anyone who's trying to be like, oh yeah, being fat is like cool. Brother, no, it's not. It's not healthy for you. It's not honoring God with your body. And trust me, this is coming from someone who weighed close to 200 pounds, and I'm a short dude. I was not healthy. I'm not going to put up a picture, but you can just imagine it if you really want to, if you want to create pain for yourself right now. It's all about decreasing the pain of action. And so if you make it easy as possible, if they push a button and they get this outcome, they lose the pounds, they make the money, guess what? They'll take the action. This is how a lot of people sell info, right? Is they make all these videos and stuff telling you that, oh, dude, it's so easy. If you just write 3 emails, using AI, if you just use a AI to build you an online product and sell it, dude, you'll make $10K a month in like 2 weeks. They make it seem like it's a push button when in reality, it's just a lot harder than that. But what does that do? It creates the energy in you to take action because you're like, dude, yeah, let me do that. And so once again, it's an equation here. The lower you can get this, the higher chance you're going to take action. So by decreasing the perceived pain of taking the action you want, the more likely they are to take action. This is done by following the previous text and subtext module. So we covered this in detail in text and subtext. This is by using general and specific conditions to push the new, easy, safe emotions. By pushing these emotions, this is what they do. This is why they work. If something seems new, it seems like it's going to work. There's less pain of action. It's brand new. It's like it's new tech. You just have this hope, which decreases the pain of action. When something seems easy, it literally is decreasing the pain of action. Like if something's hard versus easy, you're more likely to take the easier option because there's less pain involved, right? Same with safe. Safe says, hey, that's a terrible way. That's a weird little thing there. Safe implies that I can crack myself up 40 minutes into these modules, man. I'm telling you. Safe implies that there's going to be less pain in the future of like risk. And so there's less pain of action. So you're decreasing the perceived pain of taking that action, making the action seem easy, simple, fast, painless. It's very simple. Just make it easy for them to take the action you want. I kicked up my email list the other day because I've been busy doing this stuff. I haven't been sending emails. And I wanted to re-engage people, like re-engage the list. And so what I did was I simply sent an email saying, hey, I want to start making some new masterclasses on YouTube for you guys. What do you want to see? But I didn't say it like that. I said, just shoot me a quick reply. So I made it seem easy with any suggestions you might think of. And then I gave them examples. I said funnel building, emails, I don't know what I said, AI, like sales pages. I gave them all these examples. Why? To make it brain dead easy, where they don't even have to think of the options. They just look at the list and pick one, type it, and it's good to go. And I kid you not, I had 3 full pages of responses of people telling me what they wanted. And almost all of them were something from the list that I gave. How crazy is that? So because it was easier to just pick one of the examples instead of think of their own, they took the action. So I got the action I wanted by making it easy for them. That's one small scenario, but when your whole funnel is full of these, that's when things get interesting. So like I said, we'll cover some examples of this coming up in the future, but this is really like you've already done the work on this. It's all about making these easy, simple, fast, painless, new, easy, safe, using that text and subtext module to make things easy. Now, creating confidence. This is important. So if you've done your job well so far, you've increased the pain they feel from not taking the action. You've decreased the pain they feel around taking the action. So now they feel bad for not changing, and change seems easy. So now they really want to change now. It should be super easy for them to take action. But all that's left is to increase their confidence that if they take the action, it will alleviate that pain. And so if I make someone's life seem like hell because they don't know copywriting or they don't have an outreach system, and I show them how easy it is for them to win if they had a proven outreach system for copywriters, what if they don't believe that would work? What if they're like, okay, yeah, it might work, but like not for me. I'm from wherever, or I'm from this, or I have this problem. Well, they're not going to take action. And so not only you have to create the pain, you have to create confidence that if they take that action, it will alleviate that pain. It will work. What's the percentage that if they do this, they will get the outcome? So let's go over that. Phase 1, creating confidence in you/your client you're writing for. Now, this is incredibly important when your product or service is tied to a personal brand. So when it's tied to someone's face, we are not just a brand, it's a brand and someone's face. This is incredibly important. And this is done throughout the whole marketing funnel, but it's usually emphasized at top of funnel. And so this was pretty much everything we covered in last module from the variables of likeness. To create confidence, to create trust in you and what you say, you have to use the 11 variables of likeness. We have a whole, almost 2-hour module on this. So I'm not going to go into detail here, but go through that. That's what creates confidence in you, in your client. Also, like I said, specificity in the pain. So this is covered in 11 variables of likeness, but I kind of want to highlight it here. If I talk about the exact scenario that you're in watching this video, like to the T, exactly what you're going through every day, how you feel, you have confidence in me that, wow, okay, this guy can help me because, man, he seems like he's gone through exactly what I'm going through and he solved it. So by being so specific, that creates confidence. Really cool. So be specific when you're bringing up those pains. Be specific of the scenarios. Be specific of how they feel. Cool. Phase 2, creating confidence in themselves. So once they're confident in your ability to help them, which is honestly kind of the easy part, after you've been doing this for a year, it's kind of easy to create confidence in you. The hard part is they need to be confident that they can do their part to get the desired outcome. They need to believe in themselves. Also, this ties right back into the pain of action. And so if you're selling something where it requires a lot of effort on their part, like a coaching program, like just working out, anything where someone else has to put in a lot of effort, you have to create a lot of confidence in them. And the higher the pain of action is, the more confidence you're going to have to create in themselves. So a good example would be, meditation versus anxiety meds. So they both help do the same thing, right? I can tell you from someone who meditated for I think it was like 10,000 minutes or something. I don't know. I had a huge log of meditation. It does help. It lowers anxiety. It gives you a clear mind. It helps you to just be more grounded and to stop anxious thoughts. Same thing anxiety meds do. But what's the problem? It requires a lot of effort. Meditation sucks mentally. Like, it's hard to sit down. It's hard to avoid distractions. It's hard to continue to focus on your breath, all this good stuff. Versus popping a pill is nothing. All you do is swallow, right? So that requires, it requires a lot less effort for anxiety meds versus meditation, which is why anxiety meds are billions of dollar industry, trillions, is because the value is because it doesn't require a lot to do. You just pop it and then it works. Also, another one could be weight loss coaching versus fat loss pills. And so someone might not have to believe in themselves to buy some pills. It's easy. You don't have to have that much confidence in yourself. You just eat the pill. Versus if you're going to have someone coach you through weight loss, they got to believe in themselves to some extent because they're going to be doing some sort of work, a lot more effort, like months of effort versus just 5 seconds of just swallowing a pill. So how do we do this? How do we create confidence in themselves? The first step is to write down every reason why. This should take you like days to do. Like you should spend a lot of time doing this, especially whenever you're creating your offer. Make sure you've seen like the offer masterclass that just came out recently from the other coaching call. But write down every single reason why someone would not be able to succeed with your product or service. Add this to your conditions deck. Use your specific conditions. And so if I'm selling like a YouTube course and someone says, well, I'm ugly or something, write that down. That's a reason. Or they say, oh, I'm not good at speaking to camera, or I don't have a good camera, or I don't have a good microphone, or I don't do that. Like you need to write down every single reason why someone doesn't believe in themselves. Then all you do is disprove those beliefs somewhere in your marketing or copy. And we do this using logical arguments, case studies, testimonials, personal stories, etc. So, simple example. You don't have to go crazy with this, guys. As long as if you cover all of the main ones that your audience is believing, you're going to create all this confidence in them by addressing those false beliefs. And don't get lazy here. Don't just say like, oh, well, they should just believe in themselves. Well, good luck making less. Have fun making less money, brother. You got to do the work for them. Help them, show them why their false beliefs are false. Once again, make sure these things are true. Like, don't just do this to lie and scam people. But false belief: I'm not a natural writer, so I won't make any money with copywriting. It's a valid false belief. Some people might have. So these are not real things. I just gave an example here of these things, but. You could say 87% of our most successful students claim to be bad at traditional writing, which is honestly a lot of people in Copy Elite who've won the most stuff were people who suck at English. So like, this is sort of true, but the stat is not 100% accurate. Most of our students claim to be bad at traditional writing in school, with most of them averaging a C+ in English. Yet, now some of them make anywhere from $40,000 to $150,000 a year writing sales copy online. You could talk about like a stat. You could show a testimonial of someone who overcome that same belief. And so one of the most epic interviews we have is with Griff. Griff actually joined Copy Elite, but because he still had false belief in himself, he quit. He's just like, it's just too hard. I'm not good enough for this. He quit, played video games for 2 months until his pain of inaction got great. He came back, locked in, and signed like a $4,000 a month client literally within 15 outreaches. All because he overcame that false belief. And now he has, that false belief is like gone out of his head. He doesn't even question that anymore. And so by him sharing his testimony of him overcoming that, it helps someone else overcome that same thing. Personal story of how you failed English class and then you went on to make $10,000 a month writing copy. Dude, my English teachers hated me, bro. I hated writing. Every English paper was like a dagger to my heart. I hate that junk. And so I could tell my story, and that would encourage someone to let go of this false belief. And so if you do this in your marketing for all the biggest false belief your audience has, you're creating confidence in themselves. Lastly, you can just use logic. This is like a favorite for me. It's like, hey, look, copywriting is nothing like writing, like the writing you did in school. That writing demanded you to be boring, statistical, and long-winded as possible. Copywriting is the opposite. You get paid to write as short as possible, as punchy as possible, and you get to be creative and funny, all the while making more money than your English teacher with a fraction of the effort, LOL. Notice how like me writing this is like proof of this, right? It's hilarious. So yeah, those are how you can just prove it. Like I said, get creative. Just think, if you once had that false belief, what helped you overcome it? And how can you show that to your audience, people you're selling to? So we created confidence in you. You've created confidence in them by addressing their like most 3 to 5 biggest false beliefs. And then, make sure you have a list of all of them, but make sure you figure out which ones are the most true of most of your audience, right? Same thing with specific conditions. Like this is just another specific condition. Awesome. And then address that using, logical arguments, case studies, testimonials, personal stories, proof, etc., charts, whatever, stats, all that good stuff. Phase 3, creating confidence in the method in your solution. So for instance, if I create confidence in me, then I help you create confidence in yourself to do it. I want to make sure that you're confident in copywriting and you're confident in Copy Elite. I have to do those two things as well. And so this is like traditionally what you would think of creating confidence. So this is creating confidence in the opportunity, the mechanism, the method you sell, and then your product, the thing that uses that method. So we do this, number one, by pushing the new and only emotion in your marketing. So if your thing sounds and looks and seems like every other thing that they've already tried and failed, guess what? They're not going to have much confidence in it. And so if you come along selling an agency offer, like an agency coaching offer that's been sold millions of times and it looks exactly like everyone else's offer, like you just take Charlie Morgan's thing and you just rip it and you start running it, it's not new and only. And so people are already going to have lower confidence in your thing. This is why they offer masterclasses so important. Being creative and figuring out how to angle what you do, your skills, in the most converting way possible. That's new and that it's just like people want to buy your stuff. Next is specificity in that pain. We talked about that earlier. When you're adding specificity in the pain, they feel more confident in your solution. Next, testimonials and results. So this is like the simplest but most obvious answer, but it's still the most powerful. If you have a lot of results showing that you've done exactly what you're promising you can do, that creates confidence. And so on our Copy Elite page, we have too many, like the testimonials will break the page. So we've had to figure out like how to just get the best ones. But we have like an endless scroll of testimonials and results. We used to have on our sales page, you literally just endlessly. And what did that do? It created a lot of confidence in you guys to buy Copy Elite because you're like, wow, frick. It worked for literally so many people. This is crazy. Next, no one really talks about this. And I understand why, because it's not the most important, but it is extremely important. It's just not, you got to have other things in order first. And that is general excellence, professionalism. And so having the best looking website doesn't matter. When your offer sucks, your copy sucks, your VSL sucks, you suck, it doesn't matter. But when you have all those other things in order, looking and seeming professional and having this level of excellence to what you do, it adds confidence in you and your solution. Pretty cool. So like an example, look at these diagrams. There's no reason why I have to make these. Like I could just make them in Miro, make them in Paint, but I spend time making them in Photoshop custom. I do all these by hand, just so it adds this level of excellence because I want to serve you guys. I want to do as best as I can for y'all. And, that translates to just it being more valuable and you believing it more, meaning you get better results. Next, clear, simple, and logical arguments / problem chain. We'll go over this in detail, but basically when your sales message just kind of feels like common sense and it just makes sense in their head, it just clicks and it's just logical, that creates confidence in your method and your solution. So if I say, hey man, you want to make money, right? You're in pain because you're broke. Well, guess what? The best way to make money isn't by copying a random business model that'll go out of business. It's by learning valuable skills, by becoming irreplaceable with how good you are. And the most valuable skill you should learn is copywriting, because copywriting is everything now online. I tell them that. Clear, simple, right? Once you learn copywriting from these free videos or whatever, now you need to have clients. And the best way to get clients is by having a bulletproof outreach system specifically built for copywriters, which you can find in Copy Elite. We host client competitions. We place you directly with clients every week by Copy Elite, right? So it's clear, it's simple, it's logical. And then honestly, I'll probably iterate on that. It could probably be even simpler, even more clear. But it needs to be such a logical argument. Like there's an ads that were going around a while about this guy like offering kind of like ACT prep, and he guarantees that he'll get you an offer from these top schools. So he runs ads to parents for coaching their kids on how to get into these big colleges and how to get scholarships. And so it's so logical. It's so simple. It's like, dude, you pay me $6K, I'll get you a $40,000 scholarship. And they're like, bet. And he doesn't have to sell people on college because people already want college. He's selling what people want. And so it's simple. That all comes from thinking through your problem chain and thinking through your offer and how you position what you do in the market. That adds confidence in your solution by how simple it is. Next, proof and appealing to logic. This is like what normal people think of when they hear of creating confidence. But this is like a huge part of it. Case studies, showing what you've done. Demonstrations, showing how your thing works, the process. Showing the process, the systems proof. Testimonials from people who have been through your thing, who've got the result. Quote from authority. So like if you want to sell like your method, your thing that you're selling, and you have someone who's very high up in this space, very well respected, and they say something about how, like if Hormozy came out and was like, copywriting is the most valuable skill you should learn, you better believe I'd be quoting that sucker all day, every day, because people respect and trust Hormozy. And if he says something that aligns with my argument, I now get to borrow that trust. Creating confidence. Next, visuals. People love visuals, bro. Anytime you see something in a chart, you're just like, yep, it's true. Because we just love charts and graphs. And you can kind of use data to show kind of what you want to show. So visuals are really good as well. It also is just, it's easier, right? It's easier on the eye. If I pull up the Copywriting thing and you see, there's me, living my dream life. I did this on purpose. I used a visual to just help people see, like, I'm literally doing it. I'm living the dream life because of this one skill. And using the visuals of testimonials and visuals from, all this stuff. Yeah, just using visuals is a great, like if I just said, hey, I got 100K views right after starting my channel, it wouldn't hit as hard as if I just showed the picture. Use a visual. Proof. Cool. Next is like official studies and documents. So using like, research paper, and this is like a huge one for OG copywriting, but like using reports and things that are official, that are trusted, like the government stuff or by a Harvard or some kind of study that aligns with what you're selling and the opportunity you're selling. Next, risk reversal, guarantees. This one's huge. So you can create confidence by having a guarantee. By saying, hey, I only get paid after these emails get you, revenue, or doing a revenue share. So I only get paid whenever you get paid. Or saying like you'll get an extra, 50 leads a day from my copy or your money back. Like that creates confidence. This is one of the biggest ones you can use as a copywriter. And what I use a ton, to land my first clients, every single one of them, I gave them like a crazy guarantee. Because I needed clients. I wanted to get my foot in the game. And I was like, you know what? If you don't like anything about this, even if you make money, if you just don't like me, if you don't like anything, you just say the word and you get your money back. I'm not saying you offer that because like if people are unethical, they just abuse that. But I was kind of ignorant. And that's what I did. I just offered that and I trusted that people would be good, act in good faith. And it worked for me. So just be careful with that though. But yeah, guarantees, huge. That's huge for creating. I mean, think about every single thing that has a guarantee. Like most everything has a guarantee. Whether you realize it or not, they put the guarantees there because it's just kind of like free confidence whenever you have a good product. When people don't have guarantees or they have shady guarantees, you should be high alert that it might not be a great product. Be careful of that in the infos. But lastly, this is really important, but the believability of your claims. In the future, I could sell a program which like promises you to hit 100K a month if you follow this and do all these things. But the believability is it's not there. You guys barely believe you can make 1K a month, So me selling something that makes 100K is like, what? But it all depends on who you're selling to. But if I was going to give that offer to people who have been in business for a while who were at 50K a month, then of course, like it's believable. It sounds really believable. But just make sure that you're whoever you're selling to, it needs to sound believable. It needs to be believable. And that depends on specific conditions, who you're selling to. So that is how you create confidence in you or your client, creating confidence in your audience, the people you're selling to, then creating confidence in your method and your solution. Really cool. All right, last section, becoming a master of pain. Like I said, if you master pain, man, everything's going to start swimming for you very quickly, especially built on the concepts we've already talked about and the ones you're going to learn in following modules. And the best way to learn anything, including pain and confidence, is by the hyper learning cycle. I'm going to say this and preach this until you guys get sick of me saying it, because y'all ain't doing it still. And I don't know why, because this is the only way I learn anything. Like, this is what's given me all my progress, is the God's blessing and the hyper learning cycle. So what do? I want to make this super tactical for you. First step is practice daily by writing copy that uses negative and positive angles to stir pain. Focus on being specific in the situations and using language that match your audience and brings emotions. So focus on matching how they want/don't want to feel. And don't, guys, just please think about it. Don't be like, oh, what do I write? I don't have anything to write for. Write freaking anything. Google, literally use AI. Say, hey, I want 15 products that I could write some copy for. And then just try. Try to imagine yourself in the shoes of that audience. Just do it. You're going to suck. But the only way to not suck is to do it, to do more of it. So freaking sit down. Guys, I did this when I first started. I would find random products online, random info products, and I would just start writing copy about it. Just writing about how the person would feel and being specific in those emotions. Number 2, learn, which is learning from someone teaching how to do this, which is this module. So just rewatch this module. I don't know anywhere better that's going to teach this. So just rewatch this module and the previous ones, okay? That's what you should do in your learning time per day. 3, study these examples. We'll go over these in a second. Break down great funnels and copy that you find using the same methods in this template. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. We'll go over this live, how to break this down. And break down at least one piece of copy every workday. So find an email, a sales page, even a headline, anything, a YouTube video, intro, and just break it down. I would spend 4 hours a day doing this when I first started. I would watch Iman God's YouTube videos. I would pause it every 3 seconds and write down every word. I'm not joking. And you know how many people are like, dude, just use AI, just use AI. I don't want the AI to know. I want to know. I want to know what he's doing, not the AI. So I'm going to write down every freaking word until I understand why he's making so much money. And if you don't think like this, it's going to be so hard for you to get ahead. And I'm sorry I'm preaching right now, but some of y'all, I know you need to hear this. You're an hour into this module, and you need to take some freaking action. And I'm going to preach until you do so that I can help you. Let me use this module right now. If you're sitting here wondering why you're not making progress every month, you keep learning stuff, but nothing's happening. Nothing's coming from your mind into the real world. Your situation is not changing. You're not getting new clients. You're not making any progress. People are still not respecting you. You still feel average. You got to take action. You got to do something. And this comes straight back to the Bible. Paul says that faith without works is dead. If you say you believe stuff, but you don't do actions that align with that, do you really believe it? No. Faith without works is dead. You have to have faith first. We're saved through faith in Jesus. But if you truly have faith, you would do the things that he says. None of us are going to be perfect, but it's all about doing more. In John, it says, you will know my disciples because they're the doers of the word. It says, don't just be hearers of the word, but be doers. And so that's spiritually, but, reality is spiritually. Like, reality is the Bible. And so copywriting works the same way. Bro, if you just sit here and hear this stuff, you don't do anything, you're not going to make any progress. So do this stuff, okay? Learn, rewatch the modules, study these examples. I want you to break down good copy every day. And number 4 is iterate. Sorry for the rant, guys, but I don't know. I'm just feeling fired up and energized, and I want to cause some productive pain here to help you change your life, man, because I know how freaking powerful this stuff is and how it radically changed my entire scenario, like everything. And it's all God. I thank God for it. Literally, I thank God for it every day. And I should be more grateful. But I'm a broken sinner, just like the rest of us. But I thank God every day, man, for the situation I'm in right now. It has nothing to do with revenue, by the way. Revenue is like lower this month than it's been in a while. But my life, like what I do every day, the fulfillment, the purpose that I feel in my life, the amount of people that these things are helping, and like you guys are just telling me how awesome this stuff is and how it's helping you. That's what matters. And like, I wouldn't trade it for freaking anything. I wouldn't trade it for $100 million. I'm serious. This is dope. And I want you to feel that same purpose. But if you don't start taking some action every day, it's not going to work, man. You got to take action. So write some stuff. You're going to suck. You're not going to know what to do. That's fine. Just do something. Just write something, man. Try to write something emotional. Learn, rewatch this module, study these examples. We're about to break them down right now. The number 4, iterate. So what I want to do is I want to do a study cycle together live. So obviously I can't write for you. You're going to have to go and write. And until you just sit down and do it, there's nothing I can tell you. You just got to do it. Learn. This is what you're doing. You're learning right now. But what I can help you do is I can help you study to kind of show you some examples. So what I've done here is I've got some examples here. Let me wake my mouse back up. Then we'll get into this. All right, what we're going to do is I want to take you through a study cycle live of how we break down copy looking for these exact concepts we just went over. So this will be linked under the school module or inside this Google Doc. It'll be linked right here. What you can do is I want you to make a copy of this first. So let's go to board and duplicate so that we can actually draw on it for yourself. This is in Miro, by the way. If you don't have a Miro account, then bro, what are you doing? Make a Miro account. Best thing ever. We'll duplicate this. And what I'm going to do is, I've given you a lot of examples here for you to check out. Just some basic copy. This is not my stuff. I just got this from others. So check it out. It's good stuff. We got some Iman Ghazi. We got some Russell Brunson. Just people that you'd be aware of. Then I just took some random bullets from a lot of different sales pages that I like. And what I want you to do is you're going to break these down after we go through a cycle live. Also, I've got 200 plus examples of copy coming in the synthesis module. These are just to give you guys like a primer of how you should break this down. So if you're looking for more stuff, don't worry. Synthesis module will have more copy than you will be able to break down in a long time, in years. So don't worry about that. But for now, just do these 5. And so what I want you to do is to pause the video, and I want you to use different colors to break down what's going on in this old Hands of Sales page. So this sales page has a lot of good like pain. It's for a kind of a younger audience, a little more emotional. So there's a lot of pain going on here for whoever wrote this. And I want you guys to try to figure out, where is he doing this? Use red, use orange, use green. And then I want you to unpause the video. We'll come back here and I'll break it down with you. But like I just had sorry for my rant. Actually, I'm not sorry because I feel like some people probably needed that. But in the rant that I just had, right, take some freaking action, dude. If you're at work, if you're doing whatever and you can't take action right now, then don't even continue. Because once I break this down, you can't unsee it. I want you to pause the video whenever you have time, which should better be freaking today because we all got the same amount of time. Right? We all got 24 hours. It's your choice what you do with it, ultimately. So break this sucker down, come back here, and we'll go through it together, and we'll see how you did. And it'll be dope. So let's do it. Number 1. First thing I want to do is I want to go through the whole page looking for red. So pain of inaction. So where is he increasing the pain of us not doing anything? Where is he turning up the heat on that stove? Let me get a smaller thing there. All right, transform into a modern day Adonis. So we're doing that here. He's using the language that his audience will understand. So no one's going to hit this page who's not seen him on YouTube. And he uses this Adonis as a word bucket to kind of associate with their dream outcome. So by saying modern day Adonis, his audience is thinking about this dream outcome that they want. So being the Giga Chad and having a sharp jawline and being muscular and whatever else you do from being an Adonis. And build a $3K month business in 6 months or less guaranteed. So here we have 3K a month business. Because they don't have that, this is painful. It's a little bit like indirect, right? He's saying, you can build this. He's not going too emotional here, but, here we go. Let's see, pain. It's time for you to leave all the Jeffreys behind. Here we have some pain going on. So Jeffries is kind of like the opposite of Adonis. So what Hamza did is he kind of created this like negative and positive angle to associate with his audience for their current situations and their dream outcomes. So no one wants to be a Jeffrey, and everyone of his audience knows what a Jeffrey is, but everyone wants to be an Adonis. And so by saying you're going to be an Adonis, you're going to leave the Jeffreys behind, we're creating the pain of inaction if they don't do this. Okay? Transform your world with Adonis School, the only program designed to improve every aspect of your life. Okay, so here we have like a little bit going on here. I'm not a huge fan of this headline. Transform your world is kind of like vague, but improve every aspect of your life. There's a little bit of, pain of inaction going there. You're about to leave all the Jeffreys behind. Okay, dream outcome. This is your secret advantage. It will set you apart from everyone else. Status, pain of inaction. While everyone else is getting mindlessly consuming TikTok, still watching bad things, getting ready to work a crappy normal job. You'll be leveling up. So here we're literally going from like massive negative to positive. So this is all pain of inaction, right? He's saying while everyone else is having the worst life ever, I wish I should have censored that out earlier. Oops. You'll be leveling up fast. Imagine actually making real progress as an entrepreneur. Frick, am I going to have to censor this in the video? I probably will. Dadgummit. Hamza. Imagine actually making real progress as an entrepreneur. Okay, so once again, pain of inaction. First, you start making little bits of money here and there. Then soon, before you realize you're literally making more than your parents. You'll improve to new clothes. You can afford haircuts. Or you can travel. Okay, this is all. Look at what he's doing here. This is an entire section of copy doing nothing but painting the positive dream outcome, which creates this pain of inaction, of them doing nothing. By him saying, look, you can buy the latest MacBook without even blinking, upping your game, boosting your work hustle. You feel pain because right now you can't buy the latest MacBook, right? So once again, here we're using pictures. Imagine yourself stepping into a realm where the actions command respect. Look at what he's doing here. What is he targeting? Status, right? Pain of inaction. I've had an amazing life-changing experience. Okay, here he's going into story selling. He's talking about the dream outcomes that you guys want to do. Then he talks about how it makes him feel. Pain of inaction. You work for your own hours while wearing a bathrobe. LOL. Here we're gaining confidence in him as well. So we'll go over that in a second. Never have to commute to work again. What is this? Nightmare scenario. You know it's within your grasp. Cool. Here we're like talking about the mechanism, support. We'll go over that in a second, but cool. Your life is a modern day Adonis. What is he doing here? He's painting the future scenario. All of this is like, this whole sales page, literally, the whole start of it is just nothing but pain of inaction, showing you positive and negative scenarios. He's helping you run towards the light and run away from the darkness. You're running towards Adonis. You're running away from being a Jeffrey. And he's showing you how that feels, how it felt for him, how it's going to feel for you. Very emotional. How does this Adonis offer work? Okay, so this is really some more confidence stuff. We'll keep going. A little bit more confidence. Getting clients, what skills you need. You guys should be breaking this in more depth than I am, but, I'm on a clock here, so we'll explore how to not just reach, maintain, we'll touch aspects. Okay, so not a whole lot of emotion going on here. Just a lot of just kind of systems proof. Optimize testosterone, powerful network, how to make genuine friends, accountability partner. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Join Adonis School today. Here we have meet your coaches. Here we're pain of inaction because he's talking about how he's just like you. He felt this painful situation. This is story selling. By telling his story that matches where you're at now versus where you want to go, your emotions are heightened. You want to do what he did, which is Adonis School. Here we have all these coaches. YouTube wins. Okay, his Brandon Brothers committed to best version of himself. Here, he's targeting that community hard. This is something that I think is really cool that Hamza did. Is he really focused on the tribe? He sells you on this. He's targeting this, right? He's targeting the pain of you not having love and belonging. You don't have friendship, intimacy with brothers. You don't have family, a sense of connection. He's targeting that here in this right there. Pretty cool. This is what we're all about. Frequently asked questions. Okay, so that's kind of the pain of an action. Obviously, it's really front-loaded because, like we said, you want to increase the pain and then ascribe that pain to a problem and then show them confidence. So that's exactly what he's doing on this page. Let's go ahead to the pain of action. How does he make it sound easy? How does he make it super easy? All right, let's take a look. Very soon, before you even realize. So that sounds like easy. Improve your life. You can finally afford this. Not a whole lot of easy, really just pain of an action here. Command respect. Okay. Work your own hours. This has a little bit of pain of an action by saying like you can just wear a bathrobe. You don't need a boss. So that makes it sound easy. A little bit less effort. Okay. Down to school work. This is really by doing the whole so I won't break down every single one of these. It'll take a while, but look at how he's doing here. It's like, we will help you identify the bad stuff that's taking up your brain points. We'll show you how to use this. We'll help you by saying will. He's helping it seem like it's easier. It's closer to just pushing a button than it is you doing a bunch of work. And this is what this whole section does. So look at this. How does he done us all for work? We'll give you a 90-day protocol, which lays out simple steps for you to follow so you can take action. So making that pain of action decrease, making it like a push button, you get the thing that you want. And he's doing this throughout the whole thing. So he's just literally showing you how we will help you do all of this. So this is kind of really this is how he's decreasing the pain of action. So now we'll go on to the confidence. So how does he increase that? You know what? This is, you're gonna be able to do this. You should trust me. All this stuff. So here we have a little bit of that going on here by him showing pictures of his life and where he's at. Here we have confidence in him by he's telling his story. Here's some more proof of him just showing you like, hey, I'm really living what I'm telling you. Here's me doing whatever. Here's me making a ton of money. Once again, more proof here using the same pictures. How does it work? This gives you confidence because this is like systems proof. So all of this is us being like, okay, wow, if I thought this wasn't legit, I'm rethinking that because I'm seeing all of this stuff that he's doing and I see the proof that he has. Here we have the wall of confidence. So by all these people getting you tons of showing them how they're making money. So if other people are doing it, so can you. Yeah, going over this stuff. Cool, meet your coaches. This is confidence from here because this dude's just like jacked. So if he's going to teach you fitness stuff, then that's giving you confidence. Agency codes, we have more YouTube wins, simple stuff there. Global network. This is actually a really big part of confidence because what he's doing is he's showing you like, look at how many other people bought this thing. And that's social proof. And so if you're seeing that all these people around the world bought this, you want to base your decision off of them to save mental energy. So you're like, you know what? They thought it was a good idea, so it must be. I'll buy it. I'll check it out. Especially if it's all across the world. Here we have frequently asked questions, which just boosts the confidence. Yeah, and he's being specific here. So it's specifically designed for young men looking to scale their business, make a lot of money, and become a lethal masculine man along the way. So he's using language that really adds to confidence that he knows who he's talking to, and he can help you. And there's a lot of confidence in this top part as well by how specific he is. By nailing exactly what you want and by showing you how he's done exactly what you want specifically. He doesn't just say like, hey, I'm going to make your life better. No, he goes into, you're about to leave these Jeffries behind. All these things you were struggling with, you're not going to struggle with them anymore. All this good stuff. And yeah, that specificity leads to confidence. So that's how we do it. That's how you break it down. And by doing this, you gain understanding. You start to see why stuff works. And when you learn how stuff works, you know how to create things that will work for you. That's the magic. So what I want you to do is I got lots of bullets. I got emails. I got sales pages and all this. Like I said, 200 plus pieces of good copy coming soon for examples. But for now, 5 is more than enough to get you started for this. Oh, my camera just glitched. Anyways, hopefully this recording didn't just screw up. Should be good though. But that's it. So I want you to go through these, every day, find more copy. There's tons of databases in Copy already. Like we've got like thousands of pieces of copy for you to study. But I'll put together a new bank for this last module soon and put it in Miro for you. But yeah, that's what you do, guys. That is the study part. So you just do that. Like that took what, 15 minutes? Obviously, you want to go in more detail than I did, but you get the point. Not hard. It's fun. So, like we've discussed, this takes practice. But once you learn how to stir pain, you can become a profit-spawning machine because that pain leads to the actions that you want them to take. And if they take action, they change their life. If they change their life, that's valuable. And that value is tradable for money. That's how you make money, by helping others. So you'll unlock the ability to hook your target audience, keep them engaged, and keep them feeling emotions in your copy. And that will motivate them to take action. So good stuff. Congrats. We're finishing the module. Pat yourself on the back. Take a break, get some water. Quick reminder before the next module. If you like these modules and you want me to crank more modules out like this one and even better, please let me know. Any wins, any mental breakthroughs, any thoughts you have on this module or the course in general inside the Course Wins channel in the Discord. Just to be completely honest, it just gives me energy. Making this stuff is not easy. I love it. I chose this path and I'm paid well for it. So I'm not complaining at all. I love this. But when I see the wins from you guys of talking about how much these things have helped you, how much it means to you, or how this has changed, your life, or you've made more money from this, it gives me energy to push through the sticking points, the times where it's hard and I gotta figure out how all this stuff fits together and make it into a concise module. Anyways, just know that I love you guys and I appreciate you, whether you like this or not. I appreciate you for checking it out. And if you do like it, let me know, because it'll help me make even more modules that will change your life even more. So I love y'all. I'll see you in the next module. Welcome to Problem Chains, the 5th module in the Copywriting 101 course. And I'm not kidding when I say that this is my favorite module in the entire course. This will change some of your guys' trajectory forever, because what this module is going to do is it's going to take you from that higher beginner up to intermediate advanced CMO marketing wizard status. This module is so powerful that just by making this thing, I had to change my entire funnel, because I realized how powerful this stuff is and how much I was missing and leaving on the table. I am excited. I'm actually so excited that I'm back in the bathroom. We have OG KJ for this video, because I've been locked in my room grinding on this module because I just couldn't stop working on it. I couldn't even sleep the past 2 days. This one is freaking sick. So what we're going to do in this module is we're going to cover the psychology behind problems. And we're going to figure out, how do we use problems to position our product and service, what we sell, as irresistible to our target audience. As always, disclaimer, I highly, highly recommend watching every previous module before this one, because we're going to use every single module we've talked about so far to kind of tie them together into this full marketing funnel strategy called Problem Chains. But you gotta know that stuff first, or else this is going to be Chinese to you. So go watch those. But with that out the way, let us dig into my favorite module in this entire course. This is game changing. I can't say that enough. But you know what? Let's not say it. Let's just show it to you. Let's get right in. Starting with value creation. As you may know, the ultimate goal of entrepreneurship, what we're doing here, is to create value for our customers by solving their problems. That value we create is exchanged for their value in the form of money. So before we get into this, you gotta rewire your brain. We're not trying to make money. You're trying to create value. And if you create value, you will receive the money. That's the whole point. And so everything you do, if you want more money, you better change that to say, I want to give more value. I want to provide more value. I'm pretty sure Dave Ramsey said it best when he said that money is just certificates of appreciation from happy customers, people who love your stuff. And so in order to get more money, we have to create value. So let's go over the value creation equation. Let me actually try to zoom in here if I can. There we go. So we start with pain. We discussed in last module that the origin of goals and all these things, it comes from pain. We have core desires that God has kind of pre-programmed into our human system, and we try to fulfill those desires, the core desires. And when they're not fulfilled, it creates pain. And it's pretty simple. If someone's not in pain, they won't look for a problem that could be causing the pain because there's no pain. So if you don't feel like your leg is hurting or your foot is hurting, your ankle, are you going to go to the doctor to try to figure out what's wrong? No, because nothing's hurting. There's no pain there. So if there's no pain, they're not going to look for a problem. The next step, problem. If they don't connect their pain to a problem, they'll never discover the solution you offer. So let's say you go back to the doctor and the pain in your foot is killing you, but they don't figure out what the problem is. You have no clue. Versus, let's say that they do help you figure out the problem. They say, oh, dude, you have a sprained ankle. You now need to get an ankle brace. If they didn't figure out the problem with your ankle, they wouldn't prescribe you the solution, the ankle brace. Next, if they don't believe that your solution is the best, only solution to that problem, they'll never choose your solution to solve the problem. So if you don't believe that the ankle brace is actually going to fix your ankle, then you're never going to buy an ankle brace. It's simple as that. If you think that instead you should just take a bunch of pain pills and that should be the solution and just forget about it, then you're going to do that. So once they're in pain, you have to show them that pain is because of this problem, and then how your solution is the perfect solution to that problem. And step 3.5 is decision. This is very, very important. And a lot of people miss this, and I've missed it so many times in the past. But if they don't believe that they have to decide/buy right now, they'll procrastinate on making the decision. So in our scenario, if they don't believe that their ankle is going to get worse and worse if they don't do something right now, they're probably going to put it off. Because I don't know about you, but those ankle braces and those knee sleeves, I used to play soccer in high school at a decent level, and I tore my MCL and tore all this stuff. These things are like thousands of dollars to pay for these braces. It's crazy. And there's many times where my parents were like, well, if we can wait and see if this thing just heals on its own, we kind of would. But the doctor was like, no, it's going to get worse. And you don't want it to be so bad that, he suffers forever because of this one mistake. So he had to buy right now. So you're aware of pain. You blame that pain on a problem. You then are shown the perfect solution to that problem, the thing that they sell or whoever it sells. And then you have to decide right now. There needs to be a reason why you have to do it now and you can't wait. And so whenever someone waits and they aren't given a reason to buy now, what happens is they usually will find another problem to blame their pain on, or they wait until the pain increases, or they're forced with urgency or scarcity at a later date. So let's put this into the copy lead example. So some of you guys know I like to be super transparent and just straightforward, and we don't really do like salesy sales calls and none of that. It's just like, if you want to buy copy lead, you buy it. And if you don't, I kind of just like, I don't really care, Now, while I do like that approach, I do like being transparent, honest and stuff, there does need to be some sort of reason for someone to buy now. Because what's happened in our experience is someone really needs this information that we sell in copy lead. They need the community, they need the systems, the outreach methods, all this stuff. But because we just tell them, hey man, just do whatever, take as long as you want, go decide. They go about their day, they kind of forget about copywriting, and they find a different problem. So although they're sold that copy lead is the best solution to copywriting, if they start blaming their pain on not knowing drop shipping or high ticket sales, then they're never going to buy Copy Lead, even if it's the best solution for them, because they've shifted to a different problem. Or option B is they go about their day. They keep seeing the win screenshots from all you guys, like posting wins on my Instagram and the Discord, and the pain grows and grows and grows. They come back and they purchase. So the pain increased more and more to the point where they had to buy. We talked about that last module. Or they're forced with urgency and scarcity at a later date. So if I'm like, hey, there's only this many slots left in Copy Lead before we close it down for a long time, now they're forced with urgency and scarcity at a later date and they have to do something. So that's kind of what happens. So do not forget this, guys. This is huge. So I would hate for you to go through all the struggle of bringing awareness to their pain, showing them the problem that they have, showing them that your offer is the perfect solution to it. But just because you didn't give them a good reason to decide and buy now, the person just left, which is not good for them if you truly solve their problem. And it's not good for you because you don't receive the value in the form of money. And we have an entire module going over step 3.5. It's actually the next module, I'm pretty sure. But just keep that in mind. Step 4 is effectiveness. So effectiveness is the amount of value created. And this is determined by how well you solve the problem, which gets rid of the pain, or how well the person thinks your product and service solve the problem, which alleviates their mental pain. And so we'll talk about this in a second, but you have pain you're in mentally, and you have pain you're in physically and situationally. And if you change the way you think, it changes the way you perceive reality. We talked about this in the beliefs course, and you create the reality starting from your mind. And so you can technically not solve someone's problem, but you solve the way that they think about the problem, and they perceive the problem as solved. It gets complicated, but we'll talk about that in a second. But basically, this is what it looks like. We have pain. That pain gets blamed on a problem. They then search for solutions to that problem. And then they decide whether to buy or not to buy the solution. Then the effectiveness is how well did it solve the problem. And the value would be value created. So let's say that let's take this super basic. Let's say that you're starving. You're hungry. You feel pain in your stomach. And you're like, I need food. That's the problem you want to solve. So the solution would be someone has, a hot dog stand. And you decide to buy a hot dog. If they sold you a hot dog that was literally like pretty much air, like it wasn't actually real calories, it didn't have the calories in it, it would be ineffective. Therefore, you didn't actually create the value because you didn't solve the problem. In fact, you created misery for them because they traded you their value and you didn't hold up to it. This is the problem with online, education. This whole space is like, this happens a lot. People are sold on this thing and they think this is how valuable it's going to be. So they pay a price, which is a little less than that. But then the actual value of the course, the program, the coaching, whatever, is like a fraction. And so they feel like they got quote unquote scammed, or they feel misled, which, most of the times is, it's kind of true. But it's also all about expectations. We'll talk about that in a second as well. But yeah, this is what you want to understand is pain, problem, solution, decision, effectiveness, value created. It's pretty simple when you get the hang of it. But that is kind of what we need to kind of get straight into the rest of this course. Now, as you move up the hierarchy of needs, the effectiveness of your solution gets more and more subjective. So what I mean by this is what we talked about a second ago. It's easy to tell if someone's no longer hungry. So the bottom tier of needs is very kind of simple. Food, shelter, water. Like if you're thirsty, you get water. It quenches your thirst. Value created. But it's much harder as you move up the hierarchy of needs. So it's much harder to know when you've achieved true fulfillment or purpose, or you've raised your status or self-esteem. Like those things are not as quantifiable as like, are you still hungry? So keep this in mind. It's a lot more subjective, meaning that the value is much more about like perception and how they view the product that they got. This is why packaging is so important. Think about the packaging that your iPhone comes in. This thing comes in like a beautiful, sleek, minimal, professional feeling, expensive feeling box. And what does that do versus it just coming in like a paper sack? It increases the perceived value of the thing you bought. You feel like you're getting your money's worth as soon as you open the box. So once again, just keep in mind that like it happens in the mind as well. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to go over some major breakthroughs around value. I've not shared these with almost anyone because I've just been able to conceptualize them and make them useful. But I'm telling you, most beginner entrepreneurs stay stuck in place for years until they get this. Like these held me back for actual years. So just by you listening to this, it's going to break a lot of chains for some of you guys and help you break through some plateaus. Breakthrough number 1. Selling your audience on the problem, then your solution, has to happen first before the value is created. There were many times in my early years of entrepreneurship when I had life-changing products, life-changing frameworks and advice that whenever I launched my product, whenever I shared my free advice on YouTube, I got nothing. No sales, no views, etc. So my life-changing advice changed no one's life. But in the past year, there's been multiple times where I've sold my audience first on that exact same advice before giving it to them. And this time, that same advice changed hundreds, if not thousands of lives. So think about what I did at the very start of this module. Think about the difference if I would have just started going straight through this module, or if I told you how important this module was to not only my success, but your success, and how crazy this stuff is. I made it feel big, important, valuable. That way, you pay attention to the module and you use it, and it truly becomes valuable. So once again, this isn't lying. This isn't like, this isn't misleading people. It's simply leading them to realize the true value of something. There's a verse in the Bible, and it talks about like don't cast your pearls before swine, meaning like don't give this valuable stuff to people who don't recognize that value. And that's not like a direct, that's like KJ abridged version, but it kind of goes along the same principles. Like if someone doesn't know your stuff is valuable, then why would they stick around to try it and test it out? You have to sell them first. So that brings me to the next point. Then I started to think, well, if I just build it, they will come. But what I'm starting to realize is that the saying build it and they will come only applies if you have something truly extraordinary. I mean like best in the world. It has to be like the best. And to build something that good takes at least a decade, at least, and close to 100 times more effort than we think. And to spend a decade on something, what do you need? You need money to survive while you build that thing, which requires you to sell in the meantime. So there's really no way around it. You have to learn how to quote unquote sell. It's not a bad thing. In fact, selling is the first step. For products and services that require substantial effort from the customer to get results, the sales process is the first step to real value being created. If you're selling something where someone else has to do part of the work, like they've got to put in their effort, the best thing you can do is to really sell them on the front end so that they believe that they can do it. I learned this the hard way with Copywriting is when the people who I'd really spend time breaking their false beliefs on sales calls and making sure that they were fully ready and all bought in and they paid a lot up front, those people got results because they did the actions, because they believed in the mechanism, they believed in themselves. Versus when the price of Copywriting used to be like very cheap, I was charging monthly. I got a lot of people who were not serious, who didn't believe in themselves and didn't really believe in copywriting. They were just kind of messing around. And it was misery for everyone because they weren't serious. They just wanted me to do all the work for them. And they didn't get results because they weren't bought in. It's the same product, same information, and one person succeeds like crazy, makes 6 figures a year. Shout out to Jason. And then someone else doesn't make any money. Same product. What's the difference? One person was sold on the method, they were sold on themselves, and they paid a lot up front, so they're basically like showing their belief by putting up money at stake, and they got the results. They took action. So, another example, if you're coaching someone through a weight loss journey, the more false beliefs that you break during the sales process, meaning the more sold they are on your methods and their ability to do those methods, the more likely they are to put in the work on their end, which creates the results, the value. Also, I learned this the hard way with the free Discord back in the day. So way back when I first started, I wanted to help everybody for free. And I started a free Discord, and thousands of people were joining. The issue was those people didn't really care, and they weren't bought in. And so because they paid no money, I was losing my mind trying to coach people who didn't actually care. They just wanted me to do the work for them, and they were just kind of there for a good time. And then it was magical. When I started selling Copy Lead, high ticket, all of a sudden I got people who were fully bought in. Their beliefs were like perfectly in line. They paid money up front, and they got results. They took the same information I was giving people for free who just pissed it away, and they actually took it seriously and got insane results. So yeah, selling is vital, and it's part of value creation. So I want you guys to stop seeing selling as different from the value being created and start seeing it as one and the same. Selling is just the first step to creating that value. Disclaimer, I don't mean selling by saying a bunch of claims that are not true and are misleading. That's not what I'm saying. The reason why selling gets a bad rep is because people confuse selling with lying. Not the same. I simply mean helping your audience break their false beliefs and show them what's really possible with your stuff so that they can go win with it. Cool. Breakthrough number 2. Value is created in the mind and depends on which core desire or desires the person or audience is currently trying to achieve. So the saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's true. We'll talk about some concrete examples. But also, there's no universal set value for a product or service. Every single product and every single service has a different value for every single individual on earth. This big day, this drink, shout out to Iman, is extremely valuable to me. Don't tell him this, but I would pay 2 to 3 times just to make sure I keep drinking these because it solves a lot of problems in my life. I get the perfect amount of caffeine, not too much. It's only 80 milligrams. This is going to sound like a sales pitch, but I'm not affiliated with this at all. But I do want to be. So Iman, hit your boy up. I get 80 milligrams of caffeine. There's no artificial sweetener, so it doesn't mess up my gut, my microbiome. There's no actual sugar, so I don't get like a sugar rush or blood sugar spike. And it has electrolytes, so it hydrates me. And it tastes decent. I love the taste. So this helps me work every single morning. It's solved a lot of my gut issues because I stopped drinking so much coffee, and I feel great. So I would pay a lot for this. But someone else who doesn't have those problems and doesn't really care and is happy drinking coffee, they're not going to pay as much. And so value is relative, and it depends on which core desire, which problems you're trying to solve. Value is relative. So some concrete examples. If you tried to sell a famous Picasso painting in a remote African tribe marketplace, the best you'd probably get for it is a few pieces of fruit, or if you're lucky, maybe a couple of bowls. But you certainly wouldn't get the $50 million price tag that the same painting would fetch in New York City. And that's because the relativity of value is determined by which core desire a person is trying to achieve in the hierarchy of needs. So if you were dying of thirst in a desert for a week, you don't give a frick about this painting. What do you want? Water. But if you've solved all your needs, you have as much food and money and clothing as time as you want, then you care more about your status or, personal achievement or fulfillment. And so you don't mind spending $50 million on a painting because what else you can do with the money? And your friends think it's cool. You want to be cool to your friends, your other rich friends. And so the painting is worth $50 million to you. But to that African person who cares more about building their home and shelter and food, they don't give a frick about the painting. They don't care. It's all about the hierarchy of needs. Which core desire is the person trying to solve? Now, like I said, if you were dying of thirst in the desert for a week and someone had a gallon of water, but you had to pay every dollar in your bank account for that water, you would do it in an instant. Why? Because you don't want to die. You're better off paying all your money than dying. And so, depending on which level, make sure you go watch the Pain and Confidence module. The level decides the value of what you're selling. Like, this is crazy. Crazy. Another example. If someone is trying to solve the bottom tiers of core desire, meaning they're starving, they need shelter, they're endangered, they couldn't give a frick about a Lamborghini. They couldn't care less about getting their picture taken with Tom Brady. Or they couldn't care less about buying your looks maxing course. The brothers over there in Africa do not care about your jawline course. They're worried about making a living in shelter and food. Next, if someone is trying to solve the middle tiers of core desire, meaning they have low status, they don't have community, they don't have sexual companionship, they don't have time freedom, but they have the food, water, and shelter, then they don't care about food, water, and shelter because they've already solved those problems. But they'll also be less interested in true fulfillment and esteem and all this enlightenment because they don't have the middle tiers of the desires. Chances are they'll be locked in on chasing the bag. Like, they're worried about getting a girlfriend, not, changing the world. They just want a girlfriend. And so it's all about the core desires. That determines the value of what you sell. Lastly, if someone has more money and more time and they have, sexual companionship, they have family, whatever, they don't care about your Get a Bag 101 course, your dropshipping course. They'll be more interested in things like enlightenment, self-actualization, purpose, legacy, maximizing their status, their reputation. And this is exactly why a Picasso painting is worth millions in New York City and not remote tribes in Africa. Another concrete example that I thought was funny is there's a rapper that I loved growing up. His name is Big Sean. And when he first started rapping, he would literally be outside. There's a story of him like approaching Kanye on the street and begging and walking with Kanye as he raps to him, trying to sell him on how good he was that he could get signed. He was trying to make it out the hood. But now Big Sean raps about hilarious things. Like he raps about holistic health and, empowerment. And he talks about crystals and meditation. So old, high school, 20-year-old, like trying to get a bag, make it out the hood, Big Sean was rapping about completely different problems versus the Big Sean who's like multimillionaire, has all those things covered. And now he's trying to work on enlightenment and crystals and meditation and all that stuff. So it's all about which problem are you trying to solve in the hierarchy of needs. Now, important disclaimer, it's not to say that this is like a direct level up. So you could be like, once you have the basic needs covered, so levels 1 and 2, so like physiological needs and like fear from danger, and you have shelter. The ones after that get a bit more like you can change the order around. So you could still have like quote unquote not a whole lot of money, but be worried about fulfillment. I mean that's me, for example. Like, I don't have a lot of money, guys, compared to these people who have billions and billions of dollars. But I have enough money where I don't feel like I'm trying to compete for status and stuff as much anymore. Obviously, I'm still like a sinful human being and in need of Jesus every day, but I'm constantly kind of shedding that sinful nature of trying to compete and have status, and I'm working more on like changing the world and telling people about Jesus and giving away stuff like this that's life-changing for other people, and working on fulfillment and legacy, stuff like that. So just know that it doesn't go directly up in order, but the bottom two usually go in order. So it's like, you gotta not be starving, gotta have shelter, And then you start worrying about like, love, belonging, status, all those things could be interchangeable. And the top one is usually kind of last once the other ones are covered, usually. So fulfillment of purpose, self-actualization, stuff like that. All right, breakthrough number 3. This is so important, guys. All these breakthroughs are massive. Like this, you should be having like epiphanies every 5 minutes right now. Breakthrough number 3. What you sell doesn't have to be worth $1 million. It just has to be worth more / more valuable to the person who bought it than the money or price they paid for it. So you don't have to sell $1 million energy drink. You just have to sell an energy drink that is more valuable than the price you charged. And so like I said earlier, this big day, I would honestly pay like, I don't know, $5 to $10 a day for this thing. Really? Because it's worth that much and the money is less worth it than that. But, it's probably like $3 or something a day and when you calculate it out. So it's worth it to me. Let's say it's worth $6 to me every day. That's the maximum I would pay for this thing is $6. But right now it's only $3. It's still profitable for me value-wise. But like I said earlier, you can't forget value is relative. And so someone who's just like thirsty and they just need like water, they don't care about this. They're not going to pay $6 for a small thing of water. They're just going to go drink water out of the tap for like 25 cents. And so it's all about the problems you're trying to solve. That's what determines the value. This is also why selling stuff to rich people is overpowered. So a couple of reasons. One, since they have more money, each dollar is worth less to them. Money isn't scarce. So if you only have $100, this $5 big day is a hit every day. Like you're going to go broke in a couple weeks. But if you have $100,000, you don't really care. The money doesn't matter as much to you because it's less scarce. Next, they are more likely to be focused on the higher tier core desires, which are unironically less solvable by money. So what I mean is like having $1 billion doesn't mean you're automatically fulfilled in life. We've seen this a ton of times. Think about how many rich and famous people, in their game early on their own decisions. You know what I'm saying? I can't say it. I don't want to put it on the video, but you know what I'm saying? How many rich people who are rich, they famous, they quote unquote have everything that we think of by society terms, but they decide to turn the game off early. So you've heard the saying before probably, money solves money problems, but money doesn't solve everything. And so what it means by money problems is usually those bottom tiers of the needs. And so if you're selling to rich people, they don't care as much about money because they know that the money is not going to like inherently solve their problems. And so they're willing to pay a higher price. The money is less valuable to them. So once again, it's about solving problems. And so if the problems that they're trying to solve can't really be solved by money, that means that money is less valuable to them. They're more willing to just trade it for something else that can actually solve their problems. And the key thing to note here, it's all about expectations and which level of life they're trying to be. So this one analogy will change the way you see business, especially in the online space. I want you to view life as video game levels. So that hierarchy of needs chart we went over in the last module, view it as each level is in the video game. Now, obviously, it gets way more granular than that, and that's what this whole module is about, like the problem chains and all the problems you go through to solve just one level. But just imagine that each thing is a level. And so if someone is stuck on level 1, selling them the cheat codes or the quest guide to level 5 doesn't help them right now. They can't beat level 1. And so they don't have a use for the level 5 cheat codes yet. Therefore, they're not as valuable. But to someone who's stuck on level 5 and they cannot beat it, they've been stuck on it for years and the pain is building up and they want to pass this level, if you sell them the cheat codes to level 5, it's extremely valuable. Are you guys getting this? This is crazy. Crazy. So what I mean is you can sell the same online course, the same course, to two different people for the same price, and one of them can find it extremely valuable based on the problem they're solving, while the other one can believe it wasn't valuable at all. Guys, this almost drove me insane, because what would happen inside of CopyLead is I would have guys who would literally tell me that this program changed the trajectory of not just their life, but their entire family lineage. I'm not making this up. Like, people have said this to me. Real customers, real results. But to be transparent, there's multiple people in the past who've told me that this thing wasn't valuable at all. Do you know how nuts that makes like me feel? And obviously, like, there's gonna be people who are just doo-doo heads. Like, you don't discount the hater rate. There's always gonna be a percentage of people who just like hate everything. Life is miserable, and they're gonna take it out on you. That's not what I mean here. I mean the people who genuinely like wanted to be here and they're good people, but they didn't think it was valuable. Why? Why is this? It drove me insane for months. But it's because they sold themselves, or they got sold on by our sales rep, or like they just misread the marketing in my videos. They sold themselves on this program, which is like a level 2, level 3 program, when they hadn't even beaten level 1. So these people hadn't even decided they wanted to be entrepreneurs. They hadn't even fully committed to this path. And so if you're not fully committed to this path of making money online and like truly changing the trajectory of your life and your family's life, then you're not ready for this program, because it's not easy. Like, it's tough. I mean, just watching this module is going to take you an hour and a half, 2 hours. So if you're not willing to sit through a 2-hour thing, like, there's just no way you win. There's no way you win in entrepreneurship if you can't watch 2 hours or the 8-hour course. You just can't do it. And so by selling people who aren't ready for this level's cheat codes, it created like, quote unquote, like phantom value misery for me and them. And so I had to swap the way I was doing everything. I started like treating CopyLead as like application. Like, you've got to apply for it. And we want to make sure that you're bought in and you're going to get results. And that changed everything. We've had like, dude, I think, I don't know for sure, but like our refund rate request is lower, like ethically lower than anyone's I've ever seen. Ethically, there's people who use like tactics to get around that, but like literally ethically, it's insane. And yes, it's because I care about the product. I'm not discounting that, but it's also because I don't care to sell everyone on this just to make money. I only want the people who need this thing to buy it. That's the difference. This is why selling intangibles like info and selling coaching and selling courses gets such a bad rep. This is why people think it's a scam. It's not because the information is a scam. Now, granted, there are courses out there that are freaking terrible. And to you guys selling those, like, please step it up. Please just put some care into the market. But to the people who do have like a decent program and it's good and it does get results for other people, the reason why people call it a scam is because they were not at the level where they needed that info. So because they weren't at that level, they saw it as not valuable. Versus if they were on that level and they wanted to solve this problem, they had the motivation, they were ready, it would be insanely valuable. So this is also why like selling to more aware people, selling to more advanced people, selling B2B, like it honestly is better in the long term as far as like when you're just trying to keep it simple. But I do believe selling to B2C creates more impact, which is why I do this. There's a reason I go through all this pain instead of just transitioning to like a consulting for B2B. It's because I love you guys. I love my younger self. I love the people who want to just get in this online game, learn the true fundamentals and make money. That's why I do it. It's not because of the money. It's because of the love and servitude. And so this is a huge realization for me. And if you're going to sell info, if you're going to sell products online, you got to understand this for you or your clients. So what happens? Well, people make claims on the front end. They charge huge prices based on, like you've seen it before, right? Make 5K, 10K a month, guaranteed. It's going to happen. They charge huge prices based on those claims. but then their product or service doesn't live up to the claims in the price charged. Once again, most of the times the product is bad. But even in scenarios where the product is phenomenal, it doesn't live up to the claims because the people you sold on it weren't ready for it. And so just because one person in your program made $10K a month doesn't mean that you should automatically start blasting, make $10K a month the next 3 months. Because will everyone who goes through your program do that? No, not unless you're being very selective with who joins, and most people aren't. That's why this space is fricked right now, and that's why I'm trying to change it with some major moves coming up. But offer owners sell their products and service to anyone and everyone possible because, oh, I know my stuff is valuable. Failing to realize that it's only valuable to someone at a specific stage where they then need the info being sold. So once again, the level 3 cheat codes are the most valuable to someone who for the life of them can't beat level 3. That's it. You guys getting this? I hope so, because this is some major breakthroughs. I feel like no one even talks about this. Maybe I'm just going nuts. I could be. I mean, I'm back in the bathroom. Things are getting crazy. But what I want to do is I want to make this so concrete. Like I want to make this like just stick in your head. You won't forget it, okay? Real world example here. If you sell a brand new MacBook Pro, something we'd all consider to be extremely valuable, like, right? If someone gave you a MacBook Pro, you'd be like, oh, dude, I love you. I'm going to name my first kid after you. If it was a MacBook Air, I'd name my second kid after you. But since it's a MacBook Pro, you're getting the firstborn. Anyways, we'd all consider that to be extremely valuable. But if you sold this MacBook Pro in a remote African tribe who doesn't have internet and they don't have electricity, this MacBook is barely worth anything to them. Why? Because it doesn't solve any of the problems they're currently facing. It's not even a good paperweight. I can't even make that joke because they don't have paper. Does that mean the MacBook Pro was a scam? Is the product terrible? No, the product is fine. You just sold it to someone who isn't currently trying to solve the problems that a MacBook Pro solves. And they don't have the resources that make the MacBook Pro valuable. And so as society progresses, this MacBook only works because I have electricity, I have internet connection, I have processing chips, I have, plastic and metals, and it only works because all those things, all those technologies were built before it. The MacBook Pro sits on this massive, bank of other technology. That's what people aren't understanding with info. If you sell this course that you think it's good, but someone doesn't even have the right mindset, they don't understand how to think, they have all these false beliefs, then brother, it doesn't matter. They can't use the MacBook Pro because they don't have electricity. They don't have internet. The internet hasn't been turned on in their brain. Therefore, your course is not valuable. Is it a scam? No. You just sold the wrong person. This is so important. And because I'm losing my voice. This is the problem with the online space right now. This is the problem. So what I want you to do is focus on selling the cheat codes to people who are stuck on that current level that your cheat codes work for. If there aren't many people on that level, make free/lower price stuff that helps them beat the earlier levels and reach the level where they need your main offer. So this is the thesis of my strategy going forward. Is I'm going to give away free stuff, free courses that is better than what I consider anyone has ever given out in the niches that I'm in. Why? Because I don't want to deal with people who aren't ready for the stuff that I sell. And so instead, I'm just going to educate the people and see the people who should be in this lane, give them the stuff that normal people would pay for, and give it to them for free. That way the people who aren't ready can just drop off before they ever pay anything. So I get to work with the highest quality individuals they get extreme value because they're ready for the exact thing that I sell. It's just amazing. It's amazing. This is also why organic YouTube works so well. This is why it works. Is because most of the times people get educated and you filter out people who are who aren't ready, who don't want this bad enough before they hit your sales process. Think about Russell Brunson with ClickFunnels. So instead of trying to push ClickFunnels on everyone, what he did is he wrote a book explaining funnels and how they can help your business. And that book filtered out people who weren't, like if people bought the book for $20 and they read it, they weren't serious, they didn't move on to ClickFunnels. But the people who were educated, who went through the whole book, and they were now ready to make money using the funnel software, they received the funnel software. So if he made everyone pay $100 a month, who doesn't have a business, who doesn't know about funnels, who doesn't know any marketing, they might call it a scam or say it's not worth it. But if he teaches funnels, if he teaches marketing, if he teaches entrepreneurship concepts, and then he sells them ClickFunnels, it's now extremely valuable. ClickFunnels has gotten thousands of dollars out of me over the past 2 years because they're helping me make a lot more because I read his book. So, crazy concepts. All right, I'm going to get some water, then we'll continue on with pain buckets. We'll get into the real meat of this module. All right, moving on to pain buckets. So as we discussed in the previous module, our job as copywriters is to create pain and then blame that pain on a specific problem that your product and solution solves. And so, once again, if someone's having foot pain and the doctor says, oh, that's because you need an ankle brace. They blame that pain on a problem, and now guess what? You want to go shopping for ankle braces. Or the doctor could have said, hey, that pain is because you're not stretching your hamstring, and you need to roll out your hamstrings. So then what do? You search for a foam roller. So the same pain can create different desires to solve the different problems. And so what you have to do is you have to attach the pain to the problem that your product and service solves. So we'll go over this in a second. And the more pain that you associate with that problem, the more pressure you feel to take action to solve that problem. So here's a cool little diagram. You create pain, you attach that pain to a problem, so you fill up the problem bucket, and now they have a desire to solve that problem because they blame that pain on the problem. The problem is housing all that pain. So, examples from my life. In middle school, I couldn't get girls. So the core desire there, right? Sexual companionship, love, belonging. I couldn't get girls, and I thought the problem was because I had acne. So that pain created by not having a girlfriend, I attached it to having acne. That was the problem. And so, as the pain grew, I became more willing to do anything to get rid of my acne. So I would buy all these special facial washes. I would buy this expensive medicine cream. I would take these pills. I would do whatever it takes to get rid of the acne. So I spent a lot of money trying to solve that problem. But if I thought that I was ugly because of my hair, I would have spent money on a haircut and hair gel and hair supplements instead of the acne stuff. And so the same pain caused me to buy, could cause you to buy completely different things. So, sorry guys, yelling for 2 hours makes your voice just dead. I'll try to tone it down. In 9th grade, I wanted so badly to join a famous trick-shotting team, like FaZe or SOAR or DARE or BAY, etc. And this is because of status, respect, belonging. So when I was in middle school, the coolest thing you could do was be in a trick-shotting team. Everyone played Call of Duty. Your status was associated with how good of a team you were in. And so I wanted that status by joining the team. And so to join those teams, I needed to do what? I had to hit insane clips in Black Ops 2 in the game. So as the pain grew of wanting to join a team to get status, I started buying anything I could to help solve the problem. So I bought a brand new SCUF controller. I bought Control Freaks, which is the little stick extenders that go on the thumbsticks. I bought a better Xbox that had less lag. I did whatever it took to hit clips. So because I attached the pain of not being in a team, and I had to hit clips to get in the team, I had the desire to solve that problem. I spent money on it. 2 years ago, I wanted more than ever to make money online. The core desire being freedom, status, purpose, fulfillment. But every business I started failed. And so I was looking for anything to change that. I was looking for a problem to blame that pain on. I started to notice people talking about copywriting. As I watched more videos and learned more about copywriting, I realized, basically I sold myself on how important copywriting was to every aspect of business. I started to blame all the pain of failed businesses on just not knowing copywriting. So the more broke I was, the more times my business failed, the more I felt like I got to learn copywriting. And so as the pain grew, I did whatever it took to learn this skill. I bought courses, I read books, I practiced writing daily for hours, I studied videos for hours, and the rest is history. So thankfully, I came across this problem because, man, it is very, very important. But for every problem that you've tried to solve in your life, at some point, you blamed the deep pain that you feel on that problem, which led you trying to solve it. I want you to think about anything in your life, literally any problem you've ever tried to solve. Think about what led you to put your pain on that problem. Think about it. Some of them are obvious, some are less obvious. So the acne one is pretty obvious. You look at your face and you're like, wow, I don't like how that looks. So other people must not like me because of how it looks. Pretty simple, like logical problem chain there. But other stuff can be more complicated. Like why I bought this expensive microphone. Like it gets deep. So I want freedom, status, and fulfillment and purpose. To do that, I need to make videos and learn how to teach. But in order for people to actually stick around for my videos, I need to have clean audio because that increases the watch time because it's easier on their ears. Like it can get deeper and deeper. So, but think about every single time you've ever bought something, this has happened. You felt pain, you saw a problem, you bought something to solve the problem. Once again, the value creation, right? Pain, problem, solution, did it work? Value created. So, going back to our thing here. Your job as a copywriter is to attach as much pain as possible to the specific problem or mechanism that your product or solution solves. So, if I sell a speaking course, I would show my audience how every pain in their life is because they don't know how to speak. Can't get girls? If you knew how to speak, you could. Can't get views? If you knew how to speak, you could. Can't get a job? If you knew how to speak, you could. Don't have friends. People always interrupting you. If you knew how to speak, this wouldn't happen. So, notice how I'm not telling them you can't get girls, buy my speaking course. I'm saying if you can't get girls, learn speaking. There's no price tag attached to the mechanism. And so they want to believe it, and it makes sense. Then they think, well, how do I learn speaking? And that's when you tell them about the course. It has to go in this order: pain, problem, solution. Sorry, guys, my voice is cooked, man. You can't leave likes on these modules, but if you could leave a like for my voice. Rest in peace. All right. Now, it's important to notice that the exact same pain points could be blamed on a completely different problem. This is why copywriting is essential. You have to know this skill because your product is not just competing against your niche competitors. Your product and service is competing against every other possible solution to the same pain points. So if someone feels unattractive, your weight loss program isn't just competing with other weight loss programs. It's competing with hair and makeup and clothes, and you've got to show them why the only answer, the only real problem in their life to being unattractive is their physique. You got to show them how the clothes won't change because they can see like People can see how your clothes fit on you. So the physique is the issue. You see what I'm saying? You can't just show why you have the best clothing. You have to show why the best fitness program. You have to show why the fitness program is the answer to the core desire. This is why it's so important. So important. This is why people like Iman, who understand this to a very, very deep level that he doesn't show on YouTube, are the ones making hundreds of millions of dollars. It's because they're not just competing against other online courses. He's helping his audience realize that everything they want in their life is tied to them buying his course. That's the secret. So, you must show them why the problem you solve is the true source of their pain, nothing else. So another example is if I sold fitness coaching, I'd show my audience how every pain in their life is because they don't have an attractive physique. Notice, the same pain point. Can't get girls, can't get views, can't get a job. If you had a strong, attractive body, you could. Don't have friends? If you had an attractive body, you would. You'd be more confident. So notice how same pain points, but different problem, which leads to selling a different solution. It's crazy. It's crazy. And as discussed in the last module, when the pain of doing nothing becomes unbearable, people do something. They take action, they tip the bucket. So if you create more and more and more pain, and you attach it to the same problem, it begins to fill up this bucket, and they have no choice but to do something. They want to empty the bucket. They want to buy a solution. They want to buy your course. They want to buy your product, your whatever it is, your service. When the pain attached to that specific problem gets unbearable, they have to try to solve it. Crazy, crazy. Let's grab some water. Unique mechanisms. Things are about to get fun. A unique mechanism is a specific, intriguing name for the problem that your solution solves. So by using effective, unique mechanisms in your marketing, it creates curiosity, intrigue. It creates new and only emotion. So if they've never heard it before, it sounds new. If they only heard it from you, they can only get the solution from you. If it's also going to create a big FOMO emotion. So by having something that's unique, it's curious, it's intriguing, it has like some energy to it, it creates kind of FOMO to get in on it, to figure out what's going on. The problem is most people do these wrong. I'll show you an example in a second, but effective, unique mechanisms are specific, they're unique to you, they're casual, and they're simple. So it's this beautiful elegance of it. It's curious, but it's also familiar. It's new, but also familiar. This is a big thing in the world of products and aesthetics, is like the new and familiar balance. If you have something new, you got to make it feel familiar. If you have something familiar, you got to make it feel new. The balance is what makes people intrigued, and they like that stuff. Yeah. And so it needs to sound specific and unique, but also be casual and simple enough where they understand it and it just makes sense logically. And whenever you do this wrong, it comes across as salesy and inauthentic. You sound like a snake oil salesman. So here's a personal example. One of the mechanisms that I use, a unique mechanism to me, is high-value outreach. Before I popped on the scene on YouTube, I didn't know anyone using this word. No one. I created it. Now, are there other people who do high-value outreach in the real world? Yeah, but they're not selling the concept. They're not teaching it. They haven't coined the name. And so by doing that, it sounds what? Specific. It's unique, but it's also simple. You understand kind of what it means immediately, but you don't know how to do it. It creates intrigue. Versus if I would have named it KJ's 4-step magic bullet outreach trick. This is the problem with a lot of people's offers, is their unique mechanisms and their process sounds like this. KJ's 4-step magic bullet outreach trick. It sounds like you're at a children's magic show or something, or I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? It sounds salesy, it sounds weird. It doesn't sound really intriguing at all. It sounds like you're using just corny curiosity. Now, warning is these variables, how specific, how unique, how casual, how simple, those are not universal. It's determined on the specific conditions. And so what sounds unique to one audience could sound boring to another one. What sounds simple to one audience might be too complex to another one. Also, audiences and markets evolve and become more aware over time. I'm gonna have to start talking real quiet to make it through this. I'm gonna have to whisper, but always keep the specific conditions of your audience in mind. Always. And let's go over some examples of successful, unique mechanisms. Kino body, very famous example from like the 2010s, is intermittent fasting. No one was talking about intermittent fasting when he was talking about it. It was a very esoteric niche thing, but he brought it to the forefront and he sold his weight loss programs that were based around this idea of intermittent fasting and how it burns fat while you gain muscle and you curb hunger, all these benefits. Iman used SMMA to sell the agency model. So obviously this one is like, for people like us, for our specific conditions, this is overused. SMA agencies, like, it doesn't sound new. It's not unique. It's not specific. Everyone's talking about it. But back then, SMMA was it was Iman. He was the only person really selling it and teaching it. P90X in the early 2000s, I did P90X as a kid. They sold muscle confusion as the unique mechanism. And so they explained how in order to keep your muscles growing continuously, you had to confuse them and always do new stuff so that they grow. It sounds unique, it's interesting, specific, and it sold millions. Bulletproof coffee. They made MCT oil or brain octane oil famous to sell their coffee. So they created this recipe of coffee that includes this special brain oil, and that sold their coffee more. ClickFunnels. Russell Brunson coined the idea of funnels to explain. This one's beautiful, right? It's so simple. It makes sense. It doesn't even sound like a unique mechanism. It just sounds like a word that people get. But by using funnels to explain websites and making money through websites, it was a brand new opportunity. And so people paid a lot of money for his funnel builder, which is essentially just a pretty crappy website builder with less features. But because it was angled around the funnel concept and it focused on making money, it made them rich. Another one, a really good example, is True Classic Tees. And so you might think, well, KJ, how do you use unique mechanisms when you're selling a crazy oversaturated product like a t-shirt? This is mastery. This is mastery, guys. These guys figured out how to make millions selling plain white t-shirts. Can you think of anything more saturated and more like commodity than that? But they did it. Why? Simple, unique mechanism. By using muscle fit shirts. So basically shirts that focus on the fit, not the style. Shirts that are tight around the chest and arms, loose around the waist to sell their t-shirts. And you can check out this incredible advertisement, which is so good. It's so simple. Where they just literally focus on the unique mechanism. That's it. They don't really talk about their t-shirts. They just say, look, there's a guy who's sad because he looks out of shape. And they say, dude, it's not you, it's the t-shirt. Using a t-shirt that fits you tied up here and loose around the waist. And then he's like, oh, now I look great. It's so simple, but it made millions. This is the mastery of unique mechanisms. So once again, it all depends on specific conditions, which can change over a long enough time. So back in 2020, selling SMA, selling dropshipping was unique. It was shiny. It was exciting. But now in 2025, those same unique mechanisms are no longer unique. They're falling flat. So people are using new mechanisms to sell the same model. So growth operating, IPGA, etc. I don't want to break it to you, but they're just agencies. It's the same agency model. But they work more. Why? Because once again, it's all about belief. If you believe you can make growth operating work, but you don't believe you can make SMA work, you're right. This will work for you. It is more valuable. And so this is why unique mechanisms are so important to creating value, is like you got to create hope and inspiration. And I don't want you to fall in the trap of thinking it has to be some crazy, complex, scientific sounding thing. It doesn't. It could just be a logical angle that sounds unique and exciting. The True Classic Tees, muscle fit shirts. So simple. Now, I just want to say learning to create these takes a lot of practice. It takes iteration. It takes taste. Creating compelling, unique mechanisms could be one of the biggest levers that you pull in your marketing. Like, think about it. One perfect, unique mechanism created millions of dollars, maybe even like hundreds of millions, I don't know, tens of millions of dollars at least, by selling white t-shirts. Now, obviously, there's a lot of work going around it, but like it's the core of your sales message is the unique mechanism. So we'll go over examples, but just know that it takes time. Keep practicing, keep learning. Do not get discouraged. You should not be able to watch this module and go print the best unique mechanisms. It's going to take time. But now that you're aware of it, now that you know how it works, you can start to see it and learn it, and then you can go get good at it and make money. So now, some mechanisms. This is where things get even spicier. So sub-mechanisms are unique mechanisms within your main mechanism that solve the micro problems involved in the process of getting their desired result. Now, that sounds a little bit complicated, but I promise it'll make a lot of sense in a second. But the reason we come up with sub-mechanisms is to destroy limiting beliefs that your audience has around the problem opportunity mechanism that you're selling. So for example, if you're going to sell the mechanism of intermittent fasting, immediately, what are the false beliefs that come up? What is every reason why you wouldn't want to do intermittent fasting? You'd be like, oh, well, I'm hungry, or I couldn't eat too much during the actual window, or my blood sugar would drop too low, or all of those things. And so now you got to come up with other sub-mechanisms to address those false beliefs. And we'll talk about this a little bit. This is not a necessary thing, but it could be extremely, extremely powerful. Let me give you an example. So when I was selling copywriting as the unique mechanism, so like when I was targeting like an unaware audience and making them aware of copywriting, one of the biggest fears and problems around copywriting is doing outreach. So what did I do? I created the sub-mechanism, high-value outreach, to give hope and explain how you can get clients easily through the systems in Copy Elite. And now that we have so many client competitions and I place people with clients and their job board is there, like most people who sign clients for Copy Elite aren't even doing outreach. We've kind of like completely eradicated that problem as long as you get good at the skill. And so soon I'm going to have a new mechanism called like, arbitrage, like whatever, placement, client placement, or some kind of new unique mechanism. I got to think about it to explain how you don't even have to do outreach if you get good enough. We'll just place you with the network of people that we have who need copywriters because there's a massive need. A lot of people think that copywriting is saturated because like, oh, no one can get a client. It's not because the need isn't there. The need is growing exponentially. People keep asking for clients. And we had one guy who ran a client competition last week and he hired 4 writers at one time. I mean, what the heck? Like, people need good writers. The problem is they don't need bad writers, and everyone's bad. No one knows this stuff, and so they're not good, and no one pays them. So yeah, pretty crazy. So by creating high-value outreach, what I did was I gave hope to people, and now they thought, oh, wow, I can actually win with copywriting now because outreach is covered. I have high-value outreach. It also explains why their past attempts to do copywriting didn't work. So the mechanism inherently, like whenever you hear high-value outreach, you immediately think, well, frick, I've been doing a lot of low-value outreach. That's why I don't have clients. But if I start doing high-value outreach, I can get clients. Versus if you didn't have a mechanism and you just said, oh, we'll help you get clients, they think that you're probably going to give them the same thing everybody else has given them, the same stuff they've already tried that doesn't work. And so they don't believe your solution or your problem will be solved, and they don't buy your solution. So these sub-mechanisms are so, so powerful. And if you really think about it, every single mechanism is a sub-mechanism. Like, it's not like, same thing with problems. Like you have like the big problem, like it stems from the core desire, then every problem could be a micro problem or a macro problem. So like if your main mechanism is copywriting, copywriting could be a sub-mechanism of like business fundamentals or like essential skills. Copywriting can be a sub-mechanism of that. And then high-value outreach should be a sub-mechanism of copywriting. So like sub-mechanism just refers to the mechanisms underneath what you've chosen to be your main mechanisms. So also I used long-form copy as a sub-mechanism to how to make big money and get paid a lot for copywriting. Because at the time, everyone was selling emails. And I didn't make 10K a month doing emails. I did some emails as part of my revenue, but a lot of my revenue came from sales pages. And so I just simply educated people and told them, dude, you can write long-form copy and make money too. In fact, you might make even more. And that gave people hope. They're like, oh yeah, I've been writing emails. That's why I'm not making money. And they now have hope in copywriting again. Super, super powerful. Another example, when Iman was selling SMMA as his unique mechanisms, one of the biggest false beliefs around any agency offer is fulfillment. How do I actually provide these ads and these clients I'm promising? So he created the sub-mechanism called the arbitrage economy to explain how fulfillment is easy because you don't have to do it. You don't have to learn the skills. You just hire someone overseas who's willing to do it for a super cheap price and you pocket the difference. Then he explains it logically. It's the same thing Airbnb does. It's the same thing, I don't even know, Uber and like Walmart and all them. Like they create the arbitrage. They create the marketplace, and that's what you do, and you get paid the same. So it's cool. You address their false beliefs underneath the big mechanism. So to create this, it's actually very simple, but it takes a long time to master. The first step is break down the result that your mechanism gets into a simple 3 to 5 step process. So through learning copywriting, what are you trying to do? You're trying to make money online. That's the whole point. It's the reason you're learning copywriting. And so how does copywriting help you do that? Well, what are the steps? First, you get good at the skill, then you get clients, and then you get paid when you do good work. Pretty simple. Get good, get clients, get paid. Now, is that hard to do? Yes. But you want to break it down into a simple 3-step process where it's simple to understand. It sounds easy. And then all you do is you make sure that each step is targeted to break a false belief. And so what can help you kind of find these steps is figuring out what the biggest false beliefs are in your audience. And so after working with a lot of people for free and being a copywriter myself, the biggest false beliefs are it takes too long to learn, it's too hard, outreach doesn't work, or I have to send too many outreaches, and I can't charge a lot of money for the copy that I'm writing. I can't make a ton. And so you use the same rules as applies to a normal mechanism for creating, the sub-mechanism, because they're essentially all the same thing. So it takes too long to learn. I created what? Hyper-learning cycle. Outreach doesn't work. Takes too many to send. High-value outreach. You get more responses by sending less. Beautiful. I can't charge a lot of money for my copy. Oh yeah, it's because you're selling short form copy. Instead, you should be selling long form. It's more valuable. It does more selling. Do you see how in literally 3 steps, we've now created 3 sub-mechanisms that now make my offer so compelling? And I kind of did this by accident back in the day before I really dug in and understood this. Because honestly, I just did this in my own journey and then just named it something cool. I didn't understand what I was doing. But the more and more I got into marketing and understanding the marketing as a whole and just how the human mind works, I realized how powerful the things that I'd accidentally done were. In all my videos, I teach hyperlearning cycle, high-value outreach, long-form copy. And people were so sold on that idea that I revived the whole idea of copywriting to them. And they bought back in and they were ready and they got results because I gave them a program that actually worked. It's insane. Do you see how powerful this crap is? This is nuts. I would be screaming right now if I didn't lose my voice 20 minutes ago. This stuff is crazy. Now, what I want to say is some mechanisms are not necessary in every single scenario, okay? And I like to teach things that apply across every marketing ever, but this is one of those things where you're not always going to use it, but when you do, it is extremely powerful. This is a very important tool to have in your inbox, in your marketing toolbox. You might not always need it, but when you do, it's great to have. Very great. And so, just think about it. What are the results that I'm trying to give by my like mechanism? Break that down into a process and create sub-mechanisms. So simple, so powerful. We'll go over examples in a second. All right, problem chains. This is where things get exciting. If you weren't hyped yet, you should be now. Everything we just covered is so that we can get to this, so that we can address this big concept that will change your marketing forever. What you have to realize is that we solve big problems by doing what? By breaking them into smaller problems. That's how our brain works. And so you don't just stare at the wall saying, I'm going to make money, I'm going to make money, I'm going to make money, I'm going to make money. You try to figure out, what do I do to make money? And you start making a to-do list of smaller problems. So this is why we create processes and to-do lists. We break the big problem down into small ones until we can achieve the small outputs to get the big output. This is also why first principles is so freaking important and why I teach it in everything I do. There's a reason that this course has been 8 hours of concepts and not necessarily just templates and frameworks. Yes, we've given some of those, but if you break the big to-do list all the way down to as small as you can get it, it comes back to what? First principles. The things that can't be broken down any further. So subconsciously, we form these problem chains in our head. And these act as the usual subconscious to do. So even if you're not aware of what your to-do list is, you have one subconsciously. And so in middle school, I didn't have a to-do list for getting a girlfriend. But I had this subconscious idea that I need to lose weight. I need to get rid of my acne. And I need to be friends with cooler people. I wasn't conscious of it, but I did have these ideas. And these are what we think will fulfill our core desires. So, our goal as a copywriter, hear me out here, is to prove how your unique mechanism, the specific problem that you solve, is the final domino that sets off the chain reaction of that subconscious to-do list and solves the big problem. It resolves the core desire. If you do this right, they will have an overwhelming urge to buy. So if you show them why attractiveness is the problem, looking more proportionate, looking more attractive is the problem that if they solved, their whole life would be changed forever. They could get girls. They would be confident. They would have popular friends. They would be able to make money. If everything resolved on attractiveness, and then you show them how the main thing, the main variable that changes how attractive you are in an instant is how well your t-shirt fits. Do you see why you're going to buy True Classic tees now? It's so powerful. This is what you're doing, is you're hacking someone's mind. You're understanding, why do people do anything, and just aligning what they're going to do with what you want them to do. Insane. So how do we do that? Well, we do that by mapping out and iterating on what I call the problem chain. By mapping out the problem chain, you're going to see how you logically and emotionally lead your audience to the conclusion that they need what you sell. They have to get it. There's no other option. The problem chain starts at the core desire. So what we're doing is we're taking everything, every step from their internal need, the very drivers that cause us to do everything. We're tapping into that and showing them all the way down the chain logically why your thing that you sell, the problem you solve, is the key to all of it. That's when you unlock insane action. So you start with core desire, the internal problem they're trying to solve, the origin of their pain. So for me, it was, I wanted a sexual companionship. I wanted a relationship. I wanted love. I wanted belonging. I wanted status. the status that came with having a girlfriend in middle school. That's what I wanted. The big problem, this is the obvious big problem that they're currently blaming their pain on. The thing that they think their pain is coming from. So for me, I didn't sit there and think, oh man, I just need more love, belonging, status, and sexual companionship. That wasn't what I was thinking. No, I was thinking, I need a girlfriend. So the big problem is the obvious thing that they're currently blaming. You could also see this as like their current awareness level. What's the big goal? What is the goal? The massive goal. Next, problem fractals. So this is that subconscious to-do list, whether conscious or subconscious. This is the to-do list they believe will lead them to achieve that big goal. And so for me, it was like, I got to be more attractive. I got to be cooler. I got to get rid of acne. I got to start losing some weight. Like, those were the fractal of problems that came from the big goal. Getting a girlfriend. What do? I got to get jacked. I got to lose my acne. Got to get better hair. Like, you start doing this to-do list. That's the problem of fractals that fractal out from the big goal. Once again, we'll go over examples. These fractals lead all the way to your unique mechanism. So the problem and opportunity that your product and service solves. So let's say it fractals out. And over here, you want to be more attractive to get a girlfriend. And under that, you want to lose weight. You want to get jacked. You want to become, get better hair. You want to lose your acne. Under that, get better hair, you might realize that, you need, so under the get better hair, like what are the problems you could solve around get better hair? Well, you could make it, you could change the color. You could help it grow out longer. You could get it cut differently, a different style. You could use product. You could use different shampoo to make it shine better. And so depending on what your product does is where you put in that mechanism. And so if you show them how, dude, the reason why your hair isn't attractive isn't because you got it cut wrong. It's because you don't know how to style it every single day when it's been cut. And you need this specific hair gel, which uses, soft hold compound, whatever the unique mechanism is, to hold it in place without it looking like a turtle shell. And your product just so happens to have that compound in it. It's like, that's what I'm saying. This is how you do this. This is how you sell stuff. Then under that unique mechanism, if you want, you can have the sub-mechanisms. So the unique solutions to the micro problems involved in your big mechanism. So these are questions that you can ask yourself to create problem chains. Like I said, we'll go over an example in a second, but like, what are the core desires? See pain and confidence module. What is the obvious external problem that they currently blame their pain on? It's like, what is their big goal? What is the unique mechanism that your product and service solves? So before you start the problem chain, you need to know what are you selling? Because you're going to work backwards. You have the core desires and you have what you sell. And then how do you tie that together? That's the whole plan. Then what is the logical chain of problems that someone would go through, their to-do list, to go from that external problem, the big goal, to needing your mechanism? So as these things fractal out, the problems get more and more granular, more specific until they hit the thing that you sell. And what's cool is like the higher up the problem chain you go, the more you can charge because the more valuable it is. Because if you go up the problem chain and you solve that problem, it includes all the sub-problems. And so if I was to just sell like a sales page course, it wouldn't be as valuable as me selling Copy Lead, which includes outreach systems, sales pages, first principles thinking, mindset, coaching, community. Like, do you see what I'm saying? I could just sell my unique mechanism. Oh, goodness. My unique mechanism could just be, sales pages. I could sell a sales page course. But because I go up the problem chain, because I've solved more problems, I can charge more. So then, what are the sub-mechanisms under your unique mechanism? And then follow the steps above for that. Important reminders, keep it simple. What makes the most logical sense to reach the conclusion? Also, it takes practice. The important part is that you can see why you buy things, why other people buy things, and you can start noticing it everywhere. So we're going to go over a bunch of examples in a second. But I don't want you to leave this module and then be discouraged because you're instantly not a CMO after having all these breakthroughs. It's going to take practice for you to use what I'm showing you and become a master at it. It takes time. The more time you spend thinking about problem chains, the more discoveries you will make. The better you'll sell stuff. So my goal here isn't to make you a master in 1 hour. It's to show you the concept that now that you know, now that you can see, you will become a master in 100 hours, 1,000 hours, whatever. And if you nail the problem chain, you'll have extreme clarity around your entire marketing effort. Your whole funnel will be clear as soon as you nail this chain of problems, because you know exactly what you have to prove in every stage of your funnel when you nail this. That being said, there is no perfect problem chain. There is no right answer. There are endless amount of angles and paths that you could take to sell the same thing. The main point here is that you find a path that is compelling to your audience, to their specific conditions. It can be so easy to start overthinking this like crazy. Don't do that. You'll find the best problem chain for your offer over time. It won't be immediate. It will take time. But keep taking action. Keep iterating. Keep trying new problem chains and let your subconscious cook on it. It'll come. It'll come. So how do we do that? Let's talk about mastering problem chains. Well, like usual, for these concepts to translate into real money in your bank account, which they will over time if you continue to do them and practice them, you need to understand them and apply them. How do we do that? We do that using the hyperlearning cycle. We put this at every module because this is what makes this module come into reality. Otherwise, it's just in your head and you feel good, but it doesn't make you money. This is what turns these things that I'm talking about into money for you. So if you don't do this, then the chance of this turning into money for you is extremely slim. Number one, do. We talked about you have to start doing first. This is the first step. So I want you to map out the problem chain for something you've bought recently. Get creative. Do this for any single thing you've bought. The more creative you get, the more you'll understand the first principles, which means the better you can go sell whatever it is you normally sell. Don't just stay an info product. Map out a chain for everything. Do this daily. Map out one problem chain a day as you continue to gain understanding of how this stuff works. I do this subconsciously all the time in my head. I'm like, oh, how did this, why is this supplement store at this location? Oh, it's right beside the gym. How do they have demand? Well, people from the gym have supplements. Why do people need supplements? Who's telling them about supplements? Do this daily. Think about it. And you can use this section in the conditions deck. So I've added a section of questions to help you do this every single day. I've also added it to the Miro template as well. Number two, learn. Rewatch this module and the previous ones. Right? So if you're going to learn, someone teaching you this is what these modules are for. This is the learning material. 3, study these examples. So in a second, we're going to break down problem chains for other offers. So study what other people are doing. Like break down their problem chains. And then 4, iterate. So use what you learned from watching and studying to then improve the problem chains you create. So that being said, let's do a cycle together. Let's do it. Let's check out some problem chains. So here we are. This is the problem chain examples template. What I want you to do is I want you to make a copy of this. And you can take this chain and use it as like your template to create other chains. Now, a couple of disclaimers. This can be infinitely big. Like you can create a problem chain for someone's entire life. It could have like hundreds of these things all tied back to the core desire. But like I said, you just want to keep it simple. I can make this super big for every product you ever sell, and you could really get into like every other thing they could go down and every rabbit hole, but just try to keep it simple. The way we've got it laid out is we start with core desire, which goes to the big problem, the big goal, which then goes to the problem fractals. So every single problem, this is like the to-do list that tries to achieve the big goal. The grayed out ones are the paths that you didn't take, but they potentially could. So these are the things that I'm talking about, where most people don't recognize that this is their competitors, but it is. Like if the goal is to make more money, and I'm over here in the copywriting niche, I'm not just competing against copywriting, I'm competing against dropshipping, agency, against every other avenue someone could take to make money. And so you want to write those out. Through the problem fractals, you end up at your unique mechanism. And then under that, you have sub-mechanisms. So let's just break it down real quick. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break down. I'll break down a few of these. We'll see how long my voice can make it. But first example is a product that I sold, right? I want to show you guys a simple example of something that made me, $90K from a low ticket product in the span of like 5 to 6 months. Insane. Most of that was made in the first 3 months. I stopped selling it so I could focus on copy lead, because copy lead creates more impact. It changes more lives. So easy choice there. But all this to say, I did this exact thing I'm about to show you and made a lot of money very easily with a small following. Like insane. This is how powerful it is. So the core desire you guys had was status, freedom, and purpose. What you wanted is you wanted money to give you that status, to give you financial freedom, location freedom, and to give you wanted to do what you loved for a living. So purpose. The goal that you ascribe all that pain to is just make money online. This is like the obvious problem. You think all your pain is coming from not making money online. It's really coming from not having this. But the obvious external problem is make money online. So what did I do here? I was like, well, how do you make money online? You could learn skills, or you could copy business models. These were the two paths that I kind of showed in my marketing. And so it goes from, okay, you want these things. Well, you need to make money online. The best way to make money online is skills. So this, you can see me like showing this logical path. Then I went through, okay, there's different skills you can use. We got persuasion, editing, graphic design, etc. There's a bunch, but I just put 2 on here for the purpose of this. And I say, well, editing sucked. Graphic design didn't make much money. The best skills come from persuasion. So another little step in the chain. And then I went, well, you can persuade people through doing sales, offline persuasion. You can go in person and talk to people in groups or one-to-one, but you don't have scale. You can't persuade you can't persuade 1 million people at once in person. It's too hard. There's not enough scale there. But digital persuasion is different. You can do it from anywhere in the world. You can persuade tons of people at scale. It's easy. And then inside digital persuasion, which is the unique, it's honestly just like copywriting. And copywriting is not a unique mechanism to you, but copywriting is a mechanism. It is a unique mechanism. It used to be unique to you. I'll show you an example of that in a second. And so what I did was I just took the concept that you guys know as copywriting, which is really just persuasion with written word on a screen, and I turned it into digital persuasion. So it makes sense, right? It sounds intriguing. You kind of understand what it is, but not really. It had this hope to it. I didn't really understand sub-mechanisms, so I don't really have any. I'll show you kind of how I did it, but these are not like clear, unique, tangible sub-mechanisms. But I did do something right by breaking the process down and making it seem easy and clear for them to get the result. So I kind of accomplished what sub-mechanisms do, but I didn't have the intrigue, the FOMO, and the curiosity behind having a good, sub-mechanism. So this is cool and all, but I want to show you, how does this translate to a marketing message? So what I did was my YouTube videos targeted these up here. So I targeted what people were aware of, and also I targeted other kind of manifestations of them wanting status, freedom, purpose. So my old videos back then when I was selling DPS was copy this strategy that made me $40K a month last month or something like that. So it's all about making money online. That's the current awareness level that I was targeting. From there, I told them about skills and told them if they wanted to learn the most valuable skill, you should check out my sales page. And so now we end up here. What does this sales page do? I'm going to break it down. So how anyone can master the art of digital persuasion to make $5 to $15K per month. Here we have the big goal immediately, to make money online from anywhere in the world. This also plays into the core desire. So the freedom aspect, I'm leaning in on that here. Then we go into the pain part. So I'm building pain by addressing the core desires, right? Why does it seem like everyone's making money online except me? What is that? Status. I've tried everything. Nothing is working. Building the pain. What's the real secret the online gurus aren't telling me? I'm throwing rocks at enemies here. This is to bring awareness. It's not great. It's not a great. I wrote this a year ago, but it's not bad, and a lot of people try to copy it. It does a good job of like bringing awareness to pain that's already there. So it's just like, oh, remember all that pain you feel? Like, dude, think about it right now. And what do? I immediately say, I'm going to show you how to make money. I'm going to show you how to make money. Now, this is where the problem chain gets fun. I immediately say, okay, how do you make money online? You've got skills and business models. I immediately trash business models. So now I'm cutting off this strand. So they don't want to go down here. It's already caused them pain. And then I even trash the sub-mechanisms under business models. So check out how I did this. Agencies, growth operators, buying cheap courses, jumping on the latest marketing trend. Instead, I said, frick all that. So I said, this doesn't work. I'll show you what works. Skills. I immediately say right there, I learned the most valuable skill. I talk about how all of these old skills and business models failed. And I bring back all the pain. Is this a big scam? What if I make money online? And I immediately attach that pain by saying I discovered a skill. A skill changed it all. So what have I done here in their brain? So what I did was I got rid of this, say, okay, business models are bad. I trash on these business models and how it brought me pain. I'm building more pain. I tell them that skills is the route you want to take. But then I immediately say that, I tried editing, I tried graphic design, and these skills didn't work. So now I've built a lot of curiosity, and they're like, okay, what? When you burn every other option, they're thinking, well, what is the right option? Let's see how I did it. Here, the new skill that made me money. It ties right back. See how it's like so simple. It goes with the problem chain. Skill, money, core desire. I talk about how somebody else was doing this and he had mastered this one skill. The skill was called digital persuasion. And then what I'm doing here is I'm bashing the business models again. And I showed them how the real skill that I needed was persuasion. So I'm going down the persuasion route. So it's like skills. Now we're at persuasion. But now I got to show them why offline persuasion sales isn't the option either. We got to cross that off. So, if you use persuasion with the power of the internet, you get more money, less time, less effort from learning one skill, digital persuasion. So instead of spending time, energy, money in person, they were persuading them online. It all made sense. So here I'm just building insane curiosity around digital persuasion. Do you see how I cut off every other option in this problem chain and it led them straight to here? So now if you just read through this and you believe me, you took me at my word, you're thinking, this is it. I've got to learn this. I've got to learn this. Where else can you learn it though? You've never heard this word before. You have to learn this from me. You have to buy this thing or you don't learn digital persuasion because you don't know where else to get it from. That's the power of a unique mechanism. So let's see what I do here. Here, I'm just building tons more. I'm solidifying in their brain that this path is the only path. So it's like digital persuasion, skills, make money. Digital persuasion, skills, make money. So I'm showing how digital persuasion was what made me all of this money. I'm showing them how other people have made money with this skill. And then what I do is I show them my product, Digital Persuasion School. Notice how it is angled perfectly for exactly what they want. Digital persuasion. It's powerful, guys, powerful. In the purple, you can see me doing the sub-mechanisms. So like I said, I didn't do a great job at this, but I did do a good job of like breaking down the process and putting it in phases so where it seems simple. So it's like phase 1 is addressing the biggest false belief, which is learning the skill quickly. Phase 2 is getting clients. People are like, okay, well, I can learn the skill, but I don't know how to get clients. And phase 3 is like, well, I can learn the skill, I can get clients, but I don't know how to provide good copy. So by showing them all the phases, I'm knocking down the dominoes. And so now this is what's happening on the problem chain. It's very simple. They're like, oh, I can learn the skill pretty easily. I can do outreach. He's going to give me a strategy that works. I can get clients. I can write valuable copy. I can do digital persuasion, which means I know persuasion, which means I learned a valuable skill, which means I can make money online. I'm buying this course. That's how this stuff works. Oh, I'm so pissed my voice is gone, or else I would be screaming right now. It's crazy. When you actually see it all come together clearly, perfectly, there's no wonder why this sales page made so much money with very little traffic. It's just good. Crazy. So let's look at some other examples. You could do this for coffee, so you can kind of see like, okay, I want status, maybe community, going to a coffee shop. So what you would do actually is like status and freedom would fall under the make money one, and then you'd have community over here, which would be under like, I need to go around people, I'd be around people I like, and that would lead to you going to a coffee shop, which could lead into you getting coffee. So multiple problem chains come together for some different things. But you want to make money. So in order to make money, you have to do work. You got to be productive. To do that, you need energy, you need focus. And so you could, do a good diet, but that's hard. You could do other things, which are like have bad side effects. Instead, you decide caffeine. Caffeine is the unique mechanism. It's not unique to us anymore because like you've heard about it all the time. But this is how you landed on coffee. At some point, like when you first were introduced to coffee, this is how you got here. You're super aware of it now. But like back then you weren't. You went through this. Pretty cool. Let's do one more. Let's go over, actually, we'll do two more. This is kind of how two chains can come together. So shout out to Virgil. He helps me make these modules. Absolute friggin' beast of a human being. But I wanted him to kind of do this live, so I was making sure that he was getting it so that you guys will get it. And here's how he decided to go through. I was like, how did you end up doing calisthenics? Like you were obsessed with calisthenics. How did you get here? Why did you choose this? Because there's a reason you chose it. Do you know why? And so we built it out. He wanted love. He wanted sexual companionship, which manifested into, I need a girlfriend. He also wanted status. He wanted to be cool. So this is a completely different thing here. I wanted to be cool. I need a girlfriend. Over here, he wanted to be attractive. Attractiveness leads to, attractive faith. Like you could have a lot of these fractals over here, but we just did this to save time. So he went to, I need an attractive body. To do that, I need to gain muscle. So we had a lot of different options. You got powerlifting, you do bodybuilding, you could do all kind of stuff. You could just literally just do steroids and not even work out. So how did he get to calisthenics? Well, we started thinking, what led you to calisthenics instead of these other ones? And he's like, oh, well, it was because I wanted to be cool. I was like, oh, that's different. So he also wanted status. And so by also wanting status and, respect, he wanted aura. He wanted to be cool. And so to be cool, he thought, I need to have athletic skill. That makes me cool. As anybody thinks, that is cool. Athletic skill is cool. It's the reason we watch sports. And so instead of doing all these other things, he decided to do calisthenics because it also builds muscle. And that is how he landed at this unique mechanism at calisthenics. This is awesome stuff, guys. So cool. So freaking cool. Let's do Iman's real quick, right? Now, disclaimer here. This junk is kind of confusing. I'm going to trash on it a little bit, but who am I to say, bro? He's made freaking 1,000,000 times more money than I have. But I just want to show you guys kind of how kind of vague it can get sometimes. So he has this sales page for Digital Launchpad. And this is what it looks like. People want status, freedom, and purpose. Because of that, they want to make money online. Okay? He says, he's like, okay, a lot of people tried to copy what I did. Sales funnels, dropshipping, I tried them all, no avail. Until I made this small yet extremely effective change. So this change, this first kind of belief in the chain, the problem chain, he talks about, he says the change you need is you're focusing on so what he does, he says you're doing things that keep you at the bottom. So he's saying you're not succeeding. This is why it's so confusing, bro. For most of you, the reason you're not succeeding is not because of what you're not doing, but because of what you are doing. What the frick? I'd love to know what you guys were thinking on this one. I mean, I did a lot of sales, so maybe I'm stupid and I'm not seeing it. But basically his argument is okay, you could copy other people's success, which doesn't work. People tried to copy me, it doesn't work. So what's the opposite of doing that? Well, you got to become skilled, the person who creates the things that people are copying. He trashes on agencies and YouTube and short form strategies, all this. But he says, wait, this is not supposed to be red. But he talks about, well, it's because you're focusing on what you aren't doing. And instead, he's like, you should focus on what you are doing. This is the unique mechanism. I don't know. I mean, it worked, I guess. So it's like, okay, to make money online, you got to become skilled. You can't just copy people. You got to forge your own path. But you got to focus on what you are doing instead of not doing. And then he kind of shows how that leads to the sub-mechanisms, which do make some sort of sense. He like immediately goes into, okay, that's why I created Digital Launchpad, is to show you what you are not doing, I think. I don't know. Then he just does some really good copy. Like, he just cracks out a ton of copy, which talks about how this program gives you a lot of these juicy things that give you money. So, I mean, it's still kind of simple. It's like, this thing will make you money, but the actual problem chain is a little bit vague here. And then he goes into, okay, well, you got to have a way. Like, you got to have a way that works for you. So here we're going into kind of a whole different part of the sales message where he's saying, like, instead of having one way, you need multiple ways. And that's why he's giving you 3 programs. And then the sub-mechanisms are copywriting, organic e-com, and sales. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. Kind of confusing, but this is also why liking-relatability model is so important. There's been so many times where my funnel is so bad. Like, my funnel is terrible. I'll make a change and I'll like spaz and make some new VSL and it doesn't even make sense in my marketing message. And people still pay me thousands of dollars for this course. Why? Because you guys like me and you trust me. That's it. Simple as that. It's like when you have liking and trust, you can tell someone, hey, I can make you money. And guess what? They'll buy because they just believe you. Versus if you don't believe someone and they tell you, dude, I can make you some money, you're like, I'm good. Even if they go through all this trouble to sell. So because, Iman has mastered the art of being a pretty likable person to the people he's targeting, keep in mind, to the people he's targeting, he can just sell stuff and it could be kind of confusing and it can work. Either that or I'm completely missing something that I'm not getting here. And Luis, if you're the one who wrote this, please reach out to me and tell me how, like, what I'm missing, because I would love to learn. So anyways, that's the problem chains, guys. Man, okay, cool. So what I want you to do is like take this layout and start making problem chains for the things you sell and the things you buy. You got to practice this. You're not going to get good at this by just staring at me looking at it. Like, you got to do this for yourself. And you have to look at problem chains that I've not solved for you. It's like doing math equations. If all you do is watch someone solve them, you're like, dude, I can totally do it. And then you go to solve it and you're like, oh, freak. I don't even know where to start. You got to start practicing. It takes time. Like I said, it takes practice, but once you learn how to create simple and compelling, straightforward problem chains, your marketing will become dangerously effective. I mean, like, dangerous. Problem chains are everything. This is why I don't know if anyone's teaching this to this extent. So congrats for being here. But yeah, so quick reminder, if you want me to crank out more modules and even better ones than this one, let me know. Because honestly, the wins that you guys were sending me from the last couple of courses, or the last modules that came out, gave me the energy to do this one. So you getting this module is part because you're sharing your breakthroughs with me. Now, don't lie. If it didn't help you, then don't tell me it helped you. But if it did, share it in the course wins in the Copy Elite Discord. It just gives me a lot of energy to know that the pain I go through, losing the voice and hours of without sleeping, trying to figure out these concepts, is all worth it because it's helping you. It's changing your life. So if it is doing that, let me know. And I love y'all. And I'll see y'all in the next freaking module. All right. Welcome to Urgency-Scarcity, the 6th module in the Copywriting 101 course. I can't believe we're on module 6 already. Man, time is flying by, but I'm excited because this stuff is powerful. And the sooner I get it to you, the sooner you start using it to make money and change lives. So let's get into it. In this module, we're going to cover the importance of urgency and scarcity to creating action in your audience. Now, I'm hoping this will be a shorter, more straightforward module, but do not think that this is not as important as every single other module in this course. It's extremely important. This is like the cherry on top. This is pulling the trigger. This is taking advantage of everything we've already done leading up to this. So because of that, I highly recommend watching every previous module before watching this module, as we'll be building on the concepts that we learned there. So if you don't understand those, it'll be hard to understand urgency-scarcity. So without further ado, let us get right into it. Cognitive ease. You see, our brains prefer tasks that feel easy, smooth, familiar. Things that are effortless, simple, not complicated. When something feels mentally effortful or complex, your brain subconsciously resists it. We don't like hard stuff. Simple as that. Humans will naturally gravitate towards the path that requires the least cognitive and physical effort, even if it's not the best choice. So if we think something's going to be hard and it's going to take a lot of effort mentally and physically, well, we don't want to do it. Why? Because the brain is a lazy optimizer. It optimizes for laziness. It wants to conserve energy. And that sounds terrible, but it's actually a great thing because it's a biological survival mechanism, which basically means like if everything we did was hard and we didn't seek the easier path out, we wouldn't create technology, we wouldn't solve problems that make life easier. But we have to take this in mind whenever we're coming to, try to influence or persuade someone. If something feels hard, your brain will do whatever it takes to avoid it. This also applies to making decisions. So an example, making a big decision to invest thousands of dollars into a coaching program where you'll have to do more work if you join. So this is what you guys went through in Copy Elite. You had to make a big decision. Do you invest a lot of your money into a program where you're going to have to do more work for joining? It's a big decision. And I can bet most of you procrastinated on it. Because a lot of people we talk to, they're like, oh, I need to think about it. I need to take some time. And so for weeks or maybe months, you were like, I'm not going to do it, until the pain of life got so high and the conviction you had in us became so great that you decided to, pull the trigger and to buy the program and to invest. And what's funny is, even if there's an action will benefit you, if it's hard, your brain will try to avoid it. So a lot of you guys, you knew Copy Elite was where you wanted to be. You saw all the wins for over a year now, just straight wins. You knew it would help you, but you also knew it wouldn't be easy. And so you tried to avoid it. And our brain's favorite tool, its ninja weapon, is procrastination. Saying, I'll do it later, or saying, I'll decide later. So whether it's school exams, doing outreach, breaking up with your toxic girlfriend who you should break up with, or firing people, letting go of people who clearly aren't a good fit for your business. It's tough. It sucks, man. There's nothing fun about it. And because of that, our brain likes to use procrastination. And here's why procrastination is such a favorable option. It's kind of genius, low key. Like, your brain is very smart at avoiding doing crap. So the first thing is, you don't have to suffer the pain of doing now. So by not doing the action, you don't face the pain of taking the action. So think about pain and confidence. Why do we take an action? Well, if the pain of action is low, meaning it's easy, and the pain of not taking the action is high, meaning life's going to suck if you don't do it, you're going to take the action. Procrastinating gives your brain a loophole to not take the action because you're procrastinating, so you avoid the pain of doing it. But also, you trick yourself into thinking you're going to do the action later. So you still feel the benefit of taking the action. So by doing this, you're avoiding some of the pain of inaction, which is crazy. So let's imagine you've got a school exam coming up and you should study, but it's like 2 weeks down the line and studying sucks. You'd rather do anything else. And so what do? You procrastinate. You tell yourself you'll do it later. So you're not saying you're not going to do it. So you don't fight the pain of like failing the class. So you kind of avoid the pain of inaction, but you also avoid the pain of action because you agree to do it later. It's sneaky, man. It's ninja, but our brains will do this. So you basically trick yourself into thinking you get the benefits of doing the action even though you've not done the action. You're like, oh, I'm going to do it later. It's kind of the same thing of talking about doing stuff all the time instead of actually doing stuff. So when I first started entrepreneurship, me and my brother were so bad about this. We'd call each other every day and talk about our plans and how we're going to make this money, how we're going to launch this offer and do this thing. And we got the dopamine of talking about the reward without actually doing anything. It's dangerous. Be careful. There's people who talk about doing stuff and there's people who do stuff. Be the second one. Be the second one. So that's why procrastinating is such a favorable option for your brain. And this was the downfall of my college business career. Part of it was because I inherently knew that everything I was learning was not valuable to me. So that was a huge part. Don't get me wrong. That was a big part of it. I knew what I was learning I would never use. And so I didn't want to learn it because my brain optimizes for leverage. And I knew how low leverage that was. But story for another day. I would procrastinate my end of term papers until, I'm not kidding, the very last hour possible. I would be walking to the test studying on Quizlet for the first time. Like, it was bad. Sometimes I would even ask for an extension on the deadline because I procrastinated through the actual deadline. And it wasn't until I was faced with a mandatory time that I had to decide, until I had no choice but to write the paper now or fail, was the only time I took the action I needed to. I'm going to say that again because it's very important. Until I had no choice, procrastinating was no longer an option. I either faced the pain of action or faced the pain of inaction. I had no choice. That's when I took the action I needed to. That's when I made the decision. And the same will happen in your marketing without the power of urgency and scarcity. And so if you never place them in a situation where they have to decide, they won't decide. They'll procrastinate. Now, ultimately, you're going to get some people who buy, but that's because life has put them in a situation where their urgency and scarcity is already there. There has to be some sort of urgency and scarcity for someone to take action. There has to be. And so some people will buy because they've already placed that on themselves, but you should do the ethical job of giving them good urgency and scarcity to help them take the actions that will benefit their life. So you must present them with a situation where they have to decide now. You must help them face the awareness of their pain, no longer avoiding it. Simple example of this is like a 15% off pop-up for first-time visitors to give you their email. I messed that up right there. Oops. If you give them their email. Hold on. 15% off pop-up for first-time visitors if they give you their email. There we go. Sorry about that. So what does this do? You want their email. They want a discount. By forcing them to literally choose right now, like they don't get another option. It's only for first-time visitors. They're now forced with a decision. Either they let go of the 15% by holding on to their email, or they give you their email and get 15%. There's no other option. They have to do those one of those two options. You're forcing them to make a decision. Now, I want you guys to just, if you're being distracted, please listen to me. Please listen to me. This is like the most important section of this whole module. You're not forcing someone to buy. You're forcing them to decide. You're helping them make a decision. There's a very big difference. We're okay with yes or no. We're just never okay with maybe. That's what you want, because maybe doesn't help anyone. Maybe keeps them stuck where they are in life instead of progressing down a path. There's so many ways you can succeed. But the only way that you'll never succeed is if you never do anything. And that's what we don't want. We want a yes or a no, but never a maybe. And that's exactly what we'll cover in this module. How to help people make the tough decisions and take the hard actions that will benefit their life. Not take their money, not leave them feeling like they got scammed, but to benefit them. So, psychology of urgency and scarcity. At their core, urgency and scarcity both stem from loss aversion, which basically is like a principle saying that humans fear losing something more than they desire gaining it. So we talked about this before in this course, but most humans will like walk, or if you tell someone they dropped $20 2 miles back, they'll walk to get it. If you ask them if they'll walk 2 miles to get $20, they won't do it. Because humans fear losing more than they desire gaining. So when time is running out or availability is disappearing, our brains throw a mini panic party. Rational thinking, logic steps aside, and decisions get made faster, usually emotionally. Urgency is about limited time. So time is running out. The clock is ticking. If I don't do this now, I'll miss out. Scarcity is about a limited availability. So urgency is limited amount of time. Scarcity is limited amount of stuff. So people feel pressure to act because there's not enough to go around. It's the classic example of, imagine there's not enough food to go around. Like someone's going to starve. Well, you're acting pretty emotionally. You're like, you want some of that food. It's scarce. You need to get it. And so the emotion here is if I don't act fast, it'll be gone. So what I want to do is, this is honestly the first principle. Like that's it. If you use this and think creatively, you'll be good. But it's hard to know, like, how do you use this ethically? So I want to go over the typical forms of urgency and scarcity. Reminder, always keep first principles in mind. Make sure you're using the best form for your situation, or even better, get creative and create your own form for your situation. Don't just copy these blindlessly. Think about what is going to work best in your scenario for your people and your offer, and get creative. All right, forms of urgency. This is limited time left to decide. So time. Starting with number 1, rolling cohorts. This is when a new group starts regularly, but if you miss this round, you have to wait. So you have to decide or face the pain of waiting till the next time. So example would be, next cohort starts June 15th, doors close this Friday at midnight. So it forces you to decide, or else you're going to miss out on this thing that's leaving. Or kind of like a train. Like a train's coming to the station, and if you don't hop on in that 30 seconds, it's going to leave without you, and you've got to wait till the next train. It's the same thing. Next, seasonal urgency. So very similar, but it's only available during a specific time of the year or tied to a seasonal event. So our summer launch bootcamp only runs once a year. Enroll by July 1st or wait until 2026. So face the pain of action now, or the pain of inaction, meaning waiting for an entire year. Next is pricing urgency. So this one's very, very typical in this space, but the price increases after a specific deadline. So join now for $997. Price increases to $1,500 in the next 48 hours. So forced with a decision to decide now, pain of action, or pain of inaction, meaning paying more at a later date. Next is exploding opportunity. So a rare, time-sensitive external advantage. Act now or miss out forever. Think gold rush. So like something's happening that's external of everyone, but it's an opportunity that if you don't get on now, you could miss out big time. FOMO. So Instagram's algorithm is favoring Reels in 2025. Learn how to dominate before the next update rolls out and they become obsolete. So once again, gold rush, opportunity. Next, bonus urgency. So enroll before Sunday to get a free one-on-one coaching session, $500 value. So basically saying like you've got limited time to enroll in order to apply for this bonus. Next, event-based urgency. So tied to a live event, a launch, or webinar. Registration closes when we go live on June 10th, 7 p.m. EST. This is another reason why webinars are so compelling, just naturally, because it's a live thing and there's urgency baked in. So if you miss it, you miss it. It's over. So event-based urgency is big. Same thing with concerts. it's only happening once. You got to make it there. Next, countdown timers. This is just visual urgency. So have like an actual clock on your page saying this is how much time is left. And every second that ticks down is like another pinch on the urgency vein. It's just like every second that ticks by, you feel this urgency and you start thinking emotionally, you start panicking. Fast action urgency. So bonus or offer only for people who act within the first whatever of seeing the offer. So like if you enroll in the next 15 minutes, you get an exclusive bonus vault. So basically the urgency is now fast action instead of like waiting for the time to run out. External deadline urgency. So basically something is happening outside of you and your clients that's like someone else has a deadline. It's an external deadline. So Kajabi trial ends June 1st. We're shutting everything down after that. That one's kind of niche. You probably won't use that a lot, but good to know. Personal deadline urgency. This is good for use in one-on-one calls or email follow-ups. You can basically tell them on a sales call, I can reserve your spot until tomorrow, but after that, I'm going to have to open it back up. It's only fair. So that's personalized urgency just for that one person you're talking to. I've used this a lot in Copy Elite. Back when we had a wait list, I would tell people, hey man, like I'm going to reserve your spot for the next week, but after that, like I'm going to let other people in because I can't save it forever. Very, very powerful. Here we have urgency plus emotional leverage and pain. Shout out to Big Verge for this one. This is a great one. Urgency can hit harder when it's paired with an emotional pain or dream outcome. So one way to do this is by using like the top of mountain versus rock bottom duality. So what you're doing is you're basically tying urgency to the pain that life is already forcing them to feel. So a good example was in Iman's Remote Revolution 2.0. Top of the mountain was owning your own future, being your own captain. Rock bottom was being owned by others, being enslaved. Urgency with no emotion would just be, hey, enroll before Friday to get $100 off. But urgency using emotion would be, if you're serious about not being told when to wake up, where to be, or how much you're worth, this is your chance. Enrollment closes Friday. After that, it's back to being owned by someone else's schedule. So notice how we're not actually offering anything. It's just some urgency with a serious amount of emotion tied to it, which is very, very powerful, especially in like B2C. Cool. That is urgency. Moving on to forms of scarcity, meaning limited amount of stuff. So the first, very basic, is limited amount of supply. So there's only so many available. Once they're gone, they're gone. This is very, very popular in clothing brands. They do this a lot. So there's only so many available in this drop. And after that drop is gone, they're never being made again. So extreme scarcity. Only 30 hoodies left. Once they're gone, they're gone. Next, limited supply of bonuses. So everyone can still get the main thing, but the bonuses only apply for the fastest movers. So first 10 buyers get access to the VIP mastermind, 3 spots left. Next is never available again. So this version of this offer won't ever return, not even on Black Friday. So nothing is coming back for this offer. This is the last time we're ever going to do this. After this, it's going to be gone forever. That's kind of like a limited supply would mean like you're going to resupply it later. Never available again, meaning like after the supply is gone, it's never coming back. So think like high-end designer clothes. They'll do like a drop, and once they do that drop, you're never going to see anything like that again. Next is dripped availability scarcity. So you release only a few seats and products each round. So it's kind of like just drip feeding stuff. So only 5 new slots are open each month. This is what I did in the early days of Copy Lead, where I had to one-on-one coach everyone because there was no program. Like this course didn't exist yet. I had to basically teach this course one-on-one to everyone, which is very low leverage. But that's the best way to start a coaching program, is just getting hands-on and helping people live. I had to have dripped available scarcity because I simply could not, under good faith, sell 30 people into this program every month because I couldn't get them result because it was just me. There was no program. So I did this. Only a certain amount of people were open. Only a certain amount of slots were open each month. Next is tiered scarcity. So different bonuses for the first amount of buyers, the next amount of buyers, etc. So first 10 get this, next 20 get this, and then it's just the base course. Pretty simple, just a little bit fancier way to do tier scarcity. Next is scarcity by qualification. So not everyone gets access. You must apply or be approved. So we only accept students who pass our onboarding form and match our community standards. This was not extremely powerful when it comes to like actual scarcity's sake. It's more of a play on status. So we want things that we can't have. And so by somebody positioning this as something that is kind of scarce and only the smartest people or only the best people get in, you want in. So pretty different angle of scarcity, but I like it. Next is time plus quantity scarcity. So both a deadline and limited spots. So doors close in 48 hours or when we hit 100 members, whichever comes first. So a little bit of double action going on. Scarcity of access or support. So you can buy anytime, but personalized access is limited. So this is the only time I'll be coaching live. Future rounds will be self-paced only. So like I said, pretty simple, but make sure you're using first principles and not just copying these, but use the best ones for your offer. Now, let's go over keys. So anybody can just copy and paste one of these forms, but what makes effective urgency? Urgency that really drives action. The first thing is it must be real. People can smell fake deadlines. I see this all the time in the info space, and it cringes me the heck out. I mean, if you have stupid marketing, you're going to attract stupid people. And you don't want that, ideally. You must be real. Don't say doors close at midnight if they reopen every single week. People are not stupid. You're going to lose trust. And honestly, you're just being slimy. So make sure it's real urgency. Use deadlines that actually matter. So real events like launches, seasons, price changes. Show a countdown timer. Like make it visual. Remind them frequently. Like people need to get in this frame of like, I need to make a decision. And if you lose them, just remind them so they come back to this frame. Most people will delay until the last second. Procrastination. So use multiple touch points, email, SMS, ads. The closer the deadline gets, the more you should be reminding them. Fourth, very, very important, combine with a reason why. Give a logical reason behind the deadline. So we start group calls on Monday, and I don't want to let people in late. It's like if you want in, now is your chance, 48 hours left. So give people a reason. Pretty simple, but like if you don't do these right, guys, it leads to just, you're going to leave so much on the table. Versus when you nail this and you really clock it in, it's so powerful. Next, keys to effective scarcity. Number one, obviously, like be real again. I'm just like, be legit. Don't say you've got 10 left if you've got 100,000 left. Don't say never selling again if you're going to sell it again. Be honest, be truthful. But number one, be specific with numbers. So limited spots is kind of Only 3 VIP spots left is juicy. It's specific, it's tangible. It makes people want to get after it. Number 2, make it visible. So show a live counter, a struck through bonus, or say like 10 claimed out of 12 total, almost gone. 3, follow through. If you say you're capping access, freaking cap it, you goobers. Don't do fake scarcity. Scarcity only works if people believe it. Number 4, explain why it's limited. Not just to make you buy, but give legit reasons. So I can only coach 20 students at a time to give proper support. That was my legit reason for why I had scarcities, because I literally, as being one human, I'm scarcity. So I had to limit the coaching. All right, so let's go over a quick little urgency and scarcity checklist. So when you're going over your urgency and scarcity, consider running it through this checklist. Number 1, is the urgency and scarcity real and specific? Does it sound real? Is it believable? Is it specific? Number 2, is there a clear reason why for the limitation? So have you explained the urgency and scarcity? Does it seem legit? Number 3, have you tied the urgency to a real-world consequence? So that emotional part we talked about. What happens if they don't take action? How are they going to feel? Have you made it visible, timer, counter, explicit numbers? Have you reinforced it across multiple touch points? Have you reminded them? Just keep these in mind and you'll be on the right track. So let's grab some water and let's go over my example. So this is a real example of me using urgency and scarcity to sell my low-ticket product, Digital Persuasion School. And what's crazy is I did over $90,000 in sales with a very small audience with just a sales page. That's it. Like small YouTube videos to a sales page, and did almost 100K in the span of like 6 months. But honestly, most of that was in the first 3 to 4. Like I was doing 20, 30K months. I think it was like 20K months for months on end. It was crazy. And I attribute a lot of that to how perfect I nailed the urgency of scarcity on this offer. So let's look at it. You're still early. Lock in your spot now before it's too late. So FOMO. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for. What is this one? We're talking about, where is it? Exploding opportunity. While this is the opportunity of a lifetime, there's one small problem. So here I'm explaining why I'm going to drop the urgency and scarcity. The more people who have access to the information, the less valuable it becomes. So to keep DPS as valuable as possible for each member, I'm going to raise the price of DPS for every 100 people that join. This is crazy. So basically I'm like, I now have you thanking me for raising the price, which is insane. And it's a real justification. Because I had outreach systems in here, the more people who knew the information, the less valuable it become for everyone else. This is crazy. This is some ninja stuff. So, and what I did was I then gave it even some more copy. So this will ensure 3 things. DPS remains valuable for each member. The community is full of only the most high-quality entrepreneurs who are serious. And you are rewarded for taking action now by locking in your access before you have to pay double. So really, really powerful point. That being said, now is your chance to lock in your spot for the insanely low price of $97 a month. After the first 100 people join, it'll never be this price again, so click the button below to save your spot for $97. And what I did was, to show how real this was, when I raised the price, I crossed out the price and I put the date of when I raised it. So I documented like, hey, I'm not joking. I am raising the price. Here's what happened last time. Here's where it's at now. Here's what it'll be next time. Extremely, extremely powerful. I can't state this enough. You have to help them decide. So there's a lot of people who didn't buy this and they never bought it. But at least I helped them decide. They didn't have to wonder, am I going to buy it later? I'm going to decide next week. No, they decided now. They made the decision. They moved on. Very powerful. Now, very important reminders. Very, very important. Your marketing message as a whole, meaning the copy you've written, the state of mind your audience is in, and the emotions you've brought up affect the urgency of scarcity they feel. It affects the frame they're in. And what I mean by this is you can't just slap limited time left on a page and make $1 million. The tactics should be the cherry on top of a perfectly executed sales message. And with great power comes great responsibility. Please, please, please do not start lying and bending the truth in everything you write to create urgency and scarcity. Please do not do this. You're only going to create misery for your leads and yourself down the line. Don't do this. And some verses to back this up, because I base all reality on the Bible, is so that we may no longer be children tossed to and fro by the waves and carried about by every wind of doctrine, by human cunning, and by craftiness in deceitful schemes. So Paul is warning believers about people who misuse persuasion. He's saying there's human cunningness by craftiness and deceitful schemes. I don't want you guys to be the people doing this by setting traps and by lying and by using urgency and scarcity in an unethical way. Please don't do this. Next, but we have renounced disgraceful, underhanded ways. We refuse to practice cunning or to tamper with God's word. So do not play with the truth. Don't lie. Refuse to practice cunning. Do this out of a heart to help people. Genesis 3 says the serpent was more crafty than any other beast that God had made. Don't be crafty. Don't be cunning. Don't lie. For such persons do not serve our Lord Jesus Christ, but their own appetites. And by smooth talk and flattery, they deceive the hearts of the naive. Your customers are probably going to be less aware than you. Do not lead them astray with smooth talk, with cunningness, by lies, by bending the truth or not telling the whole truth. Instead, use truth to help people take action, to change their lives for the better. So some positive verses. Rather, speaking the truth in love, we are to grow up in every way into him who is the head, into Christ. So speak truth in love and look more like Jesus. So, yeah, there's really no better way to recap this section. I just want to warn you guys, like I said earlier, by knowing this, you now have a great responsibility. Don't fall for other people's false urgency and scarcity, and more importantly, don't use this to deceive others, to lead them astray. Don't do it. Even if your product is great and it's quote-unquote going to help them if they get in, do not lie. Do not bend the truth, because I can tell you from experience, guys, I'm not perfect. And I've done this many times in the past on this offer, and it always brings misery down the line. I'd rather speak the truth in love and to share the honest goodness truth and to use urgency and scarcity ethically to help them decide and to change their life for the better than to just deceive them, take someone's money, and leave them out to dry. So please don't do that. Use truth to help people take action to change their lives for the better. So a quick reminder, thank you guys. Thanks for watching these modules. I hope it's changing your life as much as making them change his mind. And this information has changed my life for the better. And it's helped me understand how to help the people I love. So please use this to help people. And let me know any wins, any breakthroughs, any thoughts you have on this module of course. Like I said, be honest. If you didn't like it, then don't tell me you liked it. But if you did like it and want to encourage me to make more of these, just let me know in the Course Wins channel or on a coaching call. It gives me a lot of energy to know that the pain of losing my voice every week is worth it, just to see you guys succeed more and to achieve your dreams. So I love you guys, and I'll see y'all in the next module. Hello again, and welcome to Concise-Curiosity, the 7th module in the Copywriting 101 course. Now, in this module, we're going to cover how to write copy that hooks your readers and keeps them reading until the very end. As always, quick disclaimer, I highly recommend watching every previous module before you watch this one, as we'll be building on the concepts that we've already learned in the past modules. And to be honest, if you don't understand those in depth, applying the concepts you're about to learn will be very hard and very complicated. So go ahead and go watch the other modules first, and then we'll get right into this module. See, there are 2 principles that, if you don't understand, can put a massive dent in the effectiveness of your copy. And they stem from this. The human brain is wired to prefer efficiency and stimulation. In human speak, or in layman speak, we don't like wasting energy and we don't like to be bored. Simple as that. If you have to get a task done, if you have to do something, and you can either do it in 30 minutes or an hour, and they get the same outcome, well, you prefer 30 minutes. You want it to be efficient. We also don't like to be bored. If you can choose between being bored all day or being entertained, well, you try to be entertained. That's why we watch movies, TV shows, video games, etc. We don't like to be bored. Even when you decide to choose quote unquote boredom, what you're choosing is not boredom. You're choosing to entertain yourself with your mind and your ideas. That's what the greatest entrepreneurs are. They just hate being bored. The issue is they choose to solve boredom by solving other problems. That's how I entertain myself, by making these complicated modules. So we must keep this in mind when writing copy, because it'd be a shame for you to nail their specific conditions, craft a perfect problem chain, create urgency and scarcity, all for someone to just click off because your copy is too complicated or boring. You have to optimize your copy for efficiency and stimulation. Remember, we aren't writing English papers here. We're writing words that grab attention, hold it, so we can give them our sales message, to transfer that belief over the bridge of trust. So what we're going to do in this module is we're going to talk about how do we combat both of these enemies of great copy. How do we hook someone? How do we not let them fall off? How do we hold their attention and deliver our message in the best way possible? We do that by starting with the CUB method. I discovered the CUB method from Robert Bly. He's a well-respected author and copywriter, and he developed this method to ensure that our copy abides by those principles above. The CUB method. We'll go over what CUB means in a second. But this is built on the assumption that your readers and viewers are looking for any and every reason to stop consuming your copy and carry on with their life. Think about videos, reels, things that you read. Your brain is looking for any instance where it gets bored to move on. Because just the act of moving on and swapping what you're doing fights boredom in your brain. This is why kids of this generation have such a hard time focusing and building businesses or doing anything great. Even people like you who are into entrepreneurship, you swap what you're doing all the time. You swap offers, you swap niches, you swap skills. You go from copywriting to growth operating to agency to this. Because as soon as it gets hard, you want to swap because your brain thinks, oh, well, that'll be more fun, so we'll just change. So you must assume that everyone that you're talking to is looking for any and every reason to stop consuming what you're presenting them and carry on with their life. For this reason, we need to use the CUB method to ensure that readers make it through our sales messages in the fastest, easiest, and most enjoyable way possible. That is the key. Once you have a compelling sales message, it's not good enough. You have to make it fast to consume, easy to consume, and enjoyable to consume. And Robert Bly states that there are three main reasons why a reader wouldn't make it through your sales message: confusing, unbelievable, and boring copy. Hence the name CUB. So if your copy is too confusing, it's too hard for the brain to understand, they'll move on to something easier. If your copy is unbelievable, meaning it's too good to be true, people see it as a scam and they move on. If your copy is boring, meaning it's just not entertaining, it's too hard, it's like sludge trying to read through it, they don't care about the sales messages. They'll just move on. It sounds silly, but it is what it is. So you must fight confusing, unbelievable, and boring copy with all you've got. And we'll go over how to fix each one in a second. But before we dig into the details, let's overview how to use this method effectively. So we'll talk about how to fight each one, but let's go over how does this fit into your daily routine of writing copy. So if you go to write a sales page, how do you use this method? The first thing is you must write an emotional first draft. Copy is all about transferring emotion and belief. And so if you have no emotion there to begin with, there's no sense in refining it. So it's going to sound kind of counterintuitive, but the first step to writing great copy is to not worry about writing great copy. Don't worry about the spelling mistakes. Don't worry about the cub method. Just literally spew out the raw emotion that you're trying to convey. And focus on volume. Put down 1,000,000 ideas. At this stage, there is no such thing as a bad idea. Let your brain just crank. Let it spew out everything you're trying to get across. What's funny is I coach a lot of people in Copy like yourself. And on these coaching calls, someone will send me a piece of copy. I'll talk about how it doesn't make sense or whatever. And then they'll stop me and they say, well, here's what I was trying to say. And then they'll just speak the most beautiful piece of copy. And I'm like, why don't you just write that down? And they're like, oh yeah, I should have done that. Why does this happen? Because when you go to write, you start to get in perfectionism mode. But when you're writing, you just need to put it down. Don't worry about the spelling mistakes. Don't worry about if it makes sense or not. Just spew out the raw emotions. That's the first step. Step 2 is to take a break. Get your mind completely off of copy. Go outside. Do something active. And don't come back until you're fresh mentally. Until you've hit a full reset on your brain and you're not even thinking about copy and the principles, don't come back. And this sounds so counterintuitive, but I promise this is how the best writers write. This is how you're going to get the best results in your writing. So first draft, write a super emotional first draft/drafts. Write as many as you have to. Just do volume. Then take a break. Then come back and start looking for the cub. So start by looking for anything confusing. Remember, your copy should be so simple that a monkey can understand it. Simplify everything. And you'll start to realize that simplifying is hard. But the more you absorb the pain of action, meaning you have to go through the pain of simplifying, the more you take that pain of action off of your customers, and it's easier for them to take action. So if you're lazy and your copy is not simplified, it doesn't have a big idea, it uses complicated language, it doesn't follow a train of thought, you make it hard for your customers to then follow the message and buy the stuff. But if you make it hard for yourself and simplify your copy and edit it over and over and over and simplify it, it's easier for them to follow along and take action, meaning you make more money. And we'll go over how to simplify in a second, but that's just how you should do it. And then you just repeat the process. So once you've focused on simplifying things, you take another break. Forget about simplicity. Forget about the copywriting. Forget about principles. Go outside, do whatever. Then come back and look for any copy that is unbelievable. So do the same thing, but just for unbelievable. Then you guessed it, take another break, come back and fix anything that is boring. So the point of me putting this in here was just to show you, you got to stay focused on one state of mind at a time and then take a break to reset and come back and focus on the next thing. That's how you want to edit copy in the best way possible. For example, if you went through this course and you learned about pain, confidence, problem chains, confusing, curiosity, text, subtext, there's so much stuff that it's hard for you to do all of it at once, which is fine. You learn one at a time. Same with reviewing copy. So moving on to fixing confusing copy. So this is what you'll do when you're in step 3. So you've already written your emotional copy, you've taken a break. Now you come back and you want to fix copy that is confusing. Here's what we do. First, you want to remove esoteric points. So don't go so in-depth about details and stuff that your audience doesn't care about or things they don't need to know. And as always, this is very highly dependent on specific conditions. So some audience will want some more logical, more technical stuff. If you're selling something very technical, very niche, you're going to have more esoteric stuff in there. But the main principle here is people care more about the results than they do how you get there. Focus on the outcomes. What do the hows get you? We'll go over examples later. Next, avoid confusing language. Simplify everything. 3rd to 5th grade reading level. Use layman speak. Don't use confusing language to try to sound smart. This is not an English paper. It's a sales message. We don't care whether they think you're smart or not. We care whether they buy. And when someone's in an emotional, like monkey brain, it doesn't matter if they're a PhD scientist, they want simple language so they can understand what you're trying to say to them and then move on in the quickest way possible. Think about when you're trying to solve a problem and you're in this state of problem solving. You don't want someone to sit here and use the biggest words possible to tell you how to write this email subject line or how to fix your email deliverability. You want them to tell you in the most simple, straightforward language possible so that you can get the information and solve the problem. Avoid confusing language. And you can take your copy, throw it into ChatGPT, and ask it to spit it out in the 3rd, 5th grade reading level. That can help you simplify it even more. Next is avoid vague explanations. So use specific, concrete, and visual language. Use language that appeals to the 5 senses. You want them to have a movie going on in their head. So when they read your copy and you're explaining something, a situation, a scenario, a pain point, make sure they can visualize what's going on. Don't just say life sucks. Say every time you walk past the mirror, you catch a glimpse of your gut peeking out of your shirt. And you look around and hope that no one else saw that. And you can't help but just feel ashamed of how much weight you have. Make it visual. They can see it. Next is distracting ideas / rabbit holes. This is a big mistake I see beginner copywriters write. They have so many good angles, so many good ideas to pitch a product, but they put them all in one sales page and it becomes so distracting and it doesn't stay on point. Think about a sales message kind of like light. When there's a lot of light, it might cover a big area, but it's not very powerful. But when you have a laser, the same amount of light but focused, it can burn through steel. And you want your sales message to burn, to cut through steel. And you do that by having one big, simple, useful idea. Don't stray away from the main idea. It isn't worth the distraction that it causes. Your other angle might be great, but use that for a different piece of copy. Don't put it in this one because it's going to distract from the main idea you've already got going on. Next, fixing unbelievable copy. Now, this is 100% dependent on specific conditions. So what's believable to your audience depends on what your audience believes. And what your audience believes is going to be completely different to what a different audience believes. So if I'm selling something to brand new beginner entrepreneurs who have never made money online, making $100K a month or $1 million a month sounds crazy. But if I'm selling to seasoned entrepreneurs who are making $2 million a year, getting up to $1 million a month doesn't sound insane. It sounds very believable because their beliefs are different. So it always depends on your audience. And how we do this is you can cut out the unbelievable section completely, or you can make the claim more believable by adding very specific and compelling proof. And you can also relate to the reader and viewer using specific conditions so that they trust you more, and then what you say becomes more believable because they trust you. So this was pretty straightforward, but just make sure that your claims are believable to exactly who you're talking to. Once again, specific conditions. That's really the key to this one. Next is fixing boring copy. The first step is to don't talk too much about what they already know. Once again, specific conditions. You have to match their awareness level. So watch specific conditions, watch problem chains, because that's going to basically make it impossible for you to not talk about what they already know, because you'll be matching their awareness level perfect. And we'll go over examples of this, but imagine you came to my channel trying to learn copywriting, and you click on a video, and I start talking about why you need money and why you should want to make money online. And you're bored out of your mind because you're every waking moment you're spending is trying to make money online. So you don't need to be sold that. You already sold it. You already believe it. It's already part of you. So by talking about stuff you already know and believe, it's boring because you already get it. And this is just human. This is how humans work. If I was to sit here and teach you 1 + 1 = 2 over and over again for 8 years, you'd be bored out of your mind because you learned it immediately as a kid, and now you move on. You solve the next problem. So match their awareness level. Number 2 is not enough emotions being pushed. So we don't want to sit here and just hit people with facts and sound like a nonfiction book. Copy is about emotion. It's the language of emotion. So make sure you go through text and subtext, pain and confidence, and use concrete and visual language. Next is using way too many complicated words. I've already talked about that. Make it simple. Concise as possible. How can you say the same thing with as little words as possible? Mountain copy, not brick copy. So you don't want your copy to all be the same exact sentence length. You want it to flow nicely. So use connecting words, use phrases. It's true. People like this don't know X, Y, Z. And to be honest with you, that's because things are really slow. Like, vary your sentence, and we'll go over some examples of this in a second. It'll be easy for you to see it. But also make your copy visually easy and fun to read. I see a lot of you guys mess this up. Even in your outreaches and your stuff for clients, even if it's a VSL and someone's just reading it, use bold, use underline, use italics, use color. Do you see how much more fun this PDF is to go through? Just because I use little arrows and colors and bold and italicize. Make it visually fun. Where are we at? Yeah, vague explanations. Once again, use specific, concrete, visual language that appeals to the 5 senses, to talk about what it looks like, what it smells like, what it feels like, what it sounds like, all those things. All right, so what I thought we'd do is, the best way to understand this is by just going over some examples. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's get to it. So this mural will be linked below this school module. But the best thing you can do, as always, is to study copy on your own. And synthesis, the next module, will have tons of great copy that you can study, dissect, and put through these examples for yourself. Let's go over just one example of each one. So, confusing versus simple copy. I want you to look at Virgil's old loom on the left and Matthew's on the right. Look at this process section. Virgil says, targeted lead magnet system. Deep dive discovery. Uncover your target's deep latent conditions. Lead magnet launchpad. Create an email opt-in page with a high-value freebie. RB email campaign. Build a personalized 5-step relationship building campaign. You guys might be thinking, oh, that sounds juicy. That sounds good. It doesn't appeal to emotions. These are literally just features. It's not talking about what that does for us. It doesn't talk about how it makes their life easy or safe or big outcome. It's literally just like things. Versus Matthews. And this isn't perfect, but you can see the difference. Get to know your niche. Look at how simple that language is versus uncovering your target audience's deepest latent conditions. Get to know your niche and position your channel in a way that gets high-ticket leads coming to you. Simple visual. Your channel, your target audience. Pretty cool. And once again, it's all about specific conditions, but just remember, the human brain hates complication when it comes to being sold to. When you're in the mode of solving a problem, you don't want to read a research paper. You want to know what you should do and then go do it. So keep it simple. Avoid too much technical talk. Here's another good example. Our CRM pipeline architecture uses an auto-triggered webhook that syncs with our Zapier paths via whatever. Versus, when someone books a call, we instantly send their info into our sales system. No manual work. You see the difference? All right, let's look at some 12th grade versus 3rd grade reading level. So over here we have I think it's the 12th grade reading level. The acceptance letter from Yale University was glowing on the screen. She'd always dreamed of studying at an Ivy League school. Now that dream was within reach, but there was a problem. Her parents couldn't afford to pay the tuition. Used up all of her savings. Talked to a guidance counselor. So this isn't crazy. There's not a whole lot of big words there, but you can see how hard this is to read versus this insane example over here, like 2 of my pieces of copy. I was in a dark place. I've had one goal for the past 10 years, make money online. And I tried almost everything, graphic design, you name it, I tried and failed it. And 2 or 3 things got real bad. It's so simple. It's so easy to read. Or this one over here. I've had enough. If I hear one more boomer say, just go to college, you get a stable job, I might puke. How can they be so blind? It's so simple. It's so easy to read. Here's another example from Iman. Look at the mountain copy versus brick copy. Look at how difficult this, like you literally look at this and it just looks a freaking word turd. This though is very fun. It just flows right. Look at how it starts off super easy to read. I could double your salary right now. I've had enough. It's so easy. Cool. Now let's look at, this is an OG Copy-Elite meme you guys are seeing right here. So the story is Matthew, one of his first clients, Matthew had this like nightmare client. And the guy forced Matthew to write a sales page with like 3 mechanisms. Matthew told him it was a bad idea, but he kept forcing it on him. Like, I sell all this stuff. We want to talk about all the stuff I sell and not one big idea. And so we had a meme about this, but it's funny. Build a money printing personal brand while getting jacked, upgrading your mindset, mastering your business in the easiest way possible. And it used to be so much worse. This is actually not so terrible. But he went over, it used to be called like get financially jacked, get spiritually jacked, and get mentally jacked and physically jacked. Like he was selling everything all at once. And it was impossible to write a good sales message for it because there's four ideas. 4 big ideas here. This one's actually not so bad. I shouldn't really copy this one over here. But this is what shout out to Matthew. He actually made this thing somewhat into one big idea. So here he's talking about the personal brand while doing this. It's better. It's better than the old one. We couldn't find the old one, but you get the point. A lot of ideas going on here versus this one. Very, very simple, straightforward. Reveal the secret to money online. How anyone can master the art of digital persuasion to make $5K a month from anywhere in the world. I made $11K in 46 days after I learned this skill. You might think, well, Katie, that sounds just as long. It sounds a little complicated. But if you really look at it, you'll realize that it's all around one idea, laser focus. Secret to making money online. This secret, digital persuasion. Make money anywhere in the world, which means online. I made money online after this skill, digital persuasion. It's all one thing. It's juicy to read, but it's super focused. So, pretty cool. All right, moving on to unbelievable versus believable copy. This is actually from this morning. One of the guys in Copy-Elite sent me his offer, and I was explaining to him why it needs to be more believable. By having, like, he had crazy claims versus realistic claims that I'm going to show you. And once again, this is all about specific conditions. So what's a crazy claim to one audience might be completely believable to another. So it's all about conditions. But I want to show you how you can use specificity and believability to really take an offer statement to the next level. So here we have online coaches under $75K a month. We legally vow to deliver your first $100K a month within 90 days using our done-for-you infinity acquisition framework. And if we don't deliver, you don't pay a dime, and we'll wire you $1,000 just to say sorry. The problem is in this audience, so many people have used offers that sound very similar to this that the stimulus is entropy. So your first $100K a month within 90 days. Any business owner who is under $75K a month should understand that this is hard. Like hitting $100K, like you got to really push. And doing it within 90 days is just not realistic, honestly. It's not believable. Done for you infinity acquisition framework. It's vague. It doesn't explain what it actually does, and it just sounds like you don't know what you offer, and so you're coming up with this crazy thing. And yeah. And also, we don't deliver, we don't pay a dime. This makes me think that you got some crazy contract and it's like, you're actually going to send me that. It doesn't sound believable to me. Once again, I could be the wrong target audience here, but I am an online coach, currently under $75K a month. I've done over it a little bit, but usually under it. And I don't want to convert on this offer. But this one, completely different. Coaching offers over $20K a month. We'll book you 25 plus extra qualified calls per month using our 100% done for you LinkedIn content system. So here we have a very reasonable outcome, and we have a tangible, specific solution that actually makes sense. So not some infinity whatever. We've got done for you LinkedIn content system. I can picture what you're going to do already. Then we explain it. You don't have to move a finger. We'll take your existing YouTube content, repurpose it for LinkedIn, qualify leads, and set them into your calendar. Do you see how this is so believable because it's just straightforward? All we need is an OK and your Calendly link to get started. I think this is cool. I think this is dope. And I would probably talk to somebody who hit me up with this offer if I was looking to get more calls. So pretty crazy. Let's look at vague proof versus specific proof. So vague proof. 4 months later, my YouTube channel blew up. I see this all the time. This is just laziness. Versus putting a picture there, having analytics, and telling them exactly what happened. What does blew up mean? I gained 120,000 views, 8,000 watch time hours, and 4,000 subs in just 4 months. Very specific. I'm explaining what blew up even means. Some more examples. This course will make you rich, guaranteed. Versus one of our students made it $6,000 in his second month using a version of the same email you're about to write. Very good. You'll close every lead you talk to. Not believable, because you won't, right? Versus this script won't close every lead, but it'll make sure that you never sound desperate again. So it is giving you like a really nice benefit, and it sounds believable. You gain their trust. This system works insanely well. Versus, after switching to this format, David's open rates went from 23% to 51% in 2 days. Here's the subject line. Very specific proof. Here's relating to specific conditions. So anyone can do this. Versus, if you've ever booked calls but struggled to close them, this works scary well for you. You're relating to them, becoming more trustworthy. So that was unbelievable versus believable copy. Now let's look at boring versus epic copy, so fixing boring copy. Here's an example of starting way too high on the awareness level. So once again, imagine when you first found my channel, you're already sold on copywriting, you want to figure it out, you see one of my videos talking about a sales page, and then for 25 minutes, I explain why you need to make money online. And you're bored out of your mind because you're like, brother, what the frick do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm trying to do? You're down the awareness level. And so if I'm starting way too high, it's going to be boring. Or imagine you're writing for a niche bodybuilding coach. So he works for the most jacked people who are trying to win competitions. And you write him a script on why working out is healthy and why someone should try to work out 3 to 5 times a week. Those guys are like, no dip, Sherlock. I bench pressed 400 pounds. You're telling me to start lifting? Like, it pisses people off when you start too high up the awareness level. And it all depends on specific conditions. So if you're targeting retired moms who need to get in shape, well, this could be a great email or a great YouTube script. It all depends on the specific conditions. So let's look at an example of research paper copy versus easy to read mountain copy. Look at this word turd. This is terrible. Like this, look at the massive words here. Yeah, I'm not even going to read that. It looks painful. Versus this, part of my sales page. The same secret that allowed me to make $22,163 in all-in income last month. And to be honest, it's not even a secret. It's actually very simple. Despite what the gurus have told you, you don't make money online by starting the latest trendy business model. Don't fall for the IPGA, AI agency, growth operator scams. Do you see how fun this is to read? It's really fun. There's a lot of punchy words there. Look at the mountain copy. It goes up and down. It's just juicy. I've got rid of pretty much every word that doesn't add some kind of juice to what I'm saying. Look at the language. Frick all that. I'm going to be honest with you. It's pattern interrupt. It's cool. These are obviously very extreme examples, but I'm telling you, a lot of you guys' copy is starting to look like this, and nobody wants to read that crap. Doesn't matter how smart you are. Like, dude, that's not fun to read. I don't care. You're a lunatic if you think this is fun. And people aren't sold through research papers. You can use research paper as proof. People want the easiest, quickest way to get the info they need and move on with their life. All right, super vague language versus specific, concrete, visual language. This is vague as frick, right? Our program helps you grow your business faster and easier with strategies that actually work. I see copy like this all the time, and it's usually from people using AI that are being dumb. Look at this. In week 1, we help you write a 3-message cold DM sequence that get replies from total strangers, even if you have 0 audience. One of our students booked 4 calls in 48 hours using it. Very specific. Remember, people think in pictures, not words. So your brain doesn't see these words. When I say dope sunset, blue and red clouds, couple of sus rocks, maybe ice, that's what you see. I'm so funny, guys. Oh, geez. Not this. Remember, they see in pictures. So if you're not using specific language, it's going to be a hard time for someone to make it through your sales page. Also, you can go, specificity is on a spectrum. So if you just say food, people don't know what to think about. If you say fruit, they have a little bit better idea. Red fruit, they're getting closer. Apple, now you're getting closer. Then you have craziness, freshly picked, crisp and red and yellow Fiji apple with a few green leaves on top and a worm on the leaf. It was picked in upstate New York, so fresh that it still has a few specks of that fresh New York dirt on it. You can smell the freshness. That's specificity. Now, obviously, you don't go in this much depth for everything, but it's a slider. Understand that it can go a lot further than you think and make it be a movie. All right, pretty cool. And that's it for the concise examples. So hopefully that gives you guys an idea, just a little head start on what to look for when looking to make concise, enjoyable, fun to read copy. So the CUB method we just covered is all about removing reasons why someone wouldn't read your copy. So removing the negatives, getting rid of the fluff, the dead stuff. Creating curiosity is giving them a reason why they would read your copy. So adding in the positives, adding in the spice. So now that your copy is concise, let's add in the flavor of curiosity. And technically, you'd probably add in curiosity first, but for the sake of this module, they're flip-flopped, but you get the point. Curiosity is one of the most powerful motivators for holding attention and creating action. So, curiosity leads to action, and you're trying to create action. It's the reason you click on thumbnails. It's the reason you watch murder mysteries and shows. It's the reason you keep reading great copy. All from curiosity. So when we create curiosity, what we're doing is we're introducing a knowledge gap, a mental itch that your reader has to scratch. So you've felt this a million times a day probably. If you open up short form and you see the start of a reel, and next thing you know, you don't even know what happened the next minute. You're just watching this reel that you had no business watching. It's because they created a mental itch and you didn't want to leave the screen until it got scratched. And it's called a knowledge gap because you're proposing a gap between the information they currently know and the information they need to know. And when we're selling, the information they need to know is usually around getting their desired outcome. That's very important, and we'll talk about this more in a second. But curiosity happens when your audience knows just enough to feel like they're missing something important. So your job as a marketer is to grab their attention by creating that gap in the knowledge and then hold their attention by not closing it too soon. And for entertainment, you can create curiosity using anything intriguing, whether it's useful or not. This is Instagram Reels. This is TikTok. You're curious to see what happens just because you're curious. Like there's no problem there. Like you just literally are entertained. But for selling, you create curiosity using their desired outcome as leverage. We'll go over more examples in a second, but here's an example for entertainment. This is Veritasium's channel. Why are there 96 million black balls on this reservoir? Does this have anything to do with you making money? No. You're just bored. And you see this thumbnail and you're like, well, frick, why are there? And so you click on it because you want to figure out the question. It introduced a gap. You understand that 96 million is a big number. You understand that black balls are a weird thing. You kind of understand what a reservoir is. Oh, I cracked myself up. So you have this knowledge already, but there's this missing knowledge of why are these things all put together? Why are there so many black balls on this reservoir? And so guess what? You click on the video because you want to fill in that gap. These are the asteroids to worry about. This one actually has a little bit of problem solving in it because you don't want to die. And so you're like, well, which asteroid should I be worried about? Does it actually solve a problem? No. Because what can you do about an asteroid? Freaking nothing, bro. You're out here trying to write emails. But it's curiosity. All these things are very, very curiosity inducing. And you see how, it resonated. 40 million views plus on every single one. It's all about creating that mental itch. So the mental itch that Veritasium creates with his thumbnails is so strong that tens of million people are willing to trade an action, meaning clicking the thumbnail, investing their time, just to scratch that itch. So they'll trade the action, clicking the thumbnail, to scratch the itch of, I want to answer this question. Why is there so many balls in this reservoir? And by slowly releasing more information throughout the video, he holds the attention of his viewers and then finally answers the questions at the end, filling the knowledge gap, satisfying the itch. That is how a good, entertaining YouTube video works. But what about selling? Once again, for entertainment, you can use anything to create intrigue. You're just trying to entertain someone. But for selling, you want to create curiosity using their desired outcome as leverage. That's the thing they want to get to, that they have to use your information to do it. A good example is Iman Gadzhi's One Thing promo. I've linked this video. It's actually deleted, but someone re-uploaded it. You can check it out. But here's the intro. Have you ever looked at all these people online and asked yourself, how do they get so rich? And then he goes into this cinematic sequence of this question. So he bakes this question into your brain. How do they get so rich? That's how he creates the gap. You are not rich. These people are rich and you want to be rich, but there's something in the middle that you're not realizing. He's already opened the gap in the first sentence. It's a skill set. I have to give that out. Most people live like slaves. Personal experience. There's one specific thing. So to make this more look like actual copy, this is just a transcript from ChatGPT. But he immediately says there's a difference between where you're at and where you want to be. It's because of this one thing. And that one thing is going to lead you down the sales message, because if you don't read this sales message, you're never going to unlock the riches that you want. That's how we use curiosity for selling. And we'll go over how to do that right now. So how do we use these concepts in our own marketing? Well, the first step is we want to create a knowledge gap by directly or indirectly posing a question or problem that your audience wants to know the answer to. So in copywriting, we typically do this by showing them how they're missing something, some secret or hidden information that they need to achieve their desired outcome. There's a lot of creators who end up getting a lot of attention, but they're still broke, because the way they get attention is by just using random stuff to create curiosity. To attract people who want to pay to solve a problem, you use their problem, their dream outcome, as leverage. That's how you create the curiosity. So you don't see Iman out here making weirdo, trick shot compilations and trying to say, oh, is the ball going to go in? No, he's out here talking about, hey, there's one thing you need to get rich and you don't know it. He's leveraging what you want for you to consume his sales message. So the best way to kind of visualize this is you have current knowledge, where you're at. You have a dream outcome, and that dream outcome is locked behind your secret or hidden information that you have, that's in your sales message, that's in your reel or your lead magnet, whatever it is you're trying to sell. And that question mark lock is separating them from where they are now to where they want to be. And they can unlock this lock by taking the action you want them to take, by watching the video, by consuming the sales messages, by checking out the VSL, by booking a call. You're leveraging their dream outcome to get them to do whatever you want them to do. To watch the video, open the email, whatever. And this can be done directly or indirectly. So an example of a more indirect method would be, when we looked at the data, we noticed something weird that completely changed our marketing forever. Let me explain. So something weird is that purple thing. But you didn't just flat out say you had some hidden information. You just said that you noticed something. It's always around a thing. There has to be some kind of hidden mechanism or secret info. Versus more direct. This is like kind of like the Iman method. There's one secret technique that could quite possibly double the returns from your marketing efforts. So indirect is like, we found something that's kind of mysterious. There's this thing that'll help you. Direct is saying, hey, I've got this secret thing, and it'll help you get what you want. As always, which route you take should depend on your audience's specific conditions. So use your critical thinking skills. Which approach do you think would work best for this specific campaign, for that specific type of copy? Is it indirect, more like a story, more like, oh, we just happened to find this thing? Or is it more direct, like, I've got this thing and you need it? So let's go over some tactical ways you can do this. Now, don't get overwhelmed by these. I know it's funny because you guys love tactics and you hate tactics. You want tactics because it gives you something useful. You feel like it's easily productive. But when you get too many, you don't know what to do. So I'm just going to tell you all these, but come back to them later. You don't have to use these right now. I'm going to put this in a very simple checklist at the end of this module, so don't worry. But I want to give you options, to give you some things that will help you start some ideas. And you could feed these into ChatGPT using your specific conditions to kind of create some hooks. But once again, ChatGPT sucks at writing copy, but it's great at giving you ideas. And you, if you're great at writing copy, can make great stuff from the ChatGPT nonsense. So number one, a glimpse of a solution. This is where you give them a glimpse of something they don't know, but they need to know. So most people are one sentence away from doubling their prices. There's a reason your emails aren't getting opened, and it's not what you think. So we're hinting at something, some hidden information. Next, ask a provocative question. What if everything you knew about productivity was wrong? Why are seven-figure coaches using this ugly landing page? So it's a curious question. You're like, I don't know why. I do want to figure it out. Number three, contradiction/paradox. Flip the expectations. Say something that sounds wrong, but it's actually right. We stopped posting content and grew faster. How our worst performing ad made the most money. So the curiosity is in, how did that happen? Because it's the opposite of what you think should happen. You see this a lot on thumbnails these days, where it's like, how to grow your YouTube channel, and it's like, stop posting content. It's a paradox, contradiction. People want to figure out, well, how's that happen? 4, open a loop, a story loop, a cliffhanger. So start a story or insight, but don't finish it. I was 2 days away from quitting, and then this happened. We tested 5 headlines. One crushed the rest, but it shouldn't have. So there's a cliffhanger there. You want to know how? How did it crush when it shouldn't have? Number 5, imply a hidden secret. Nobody talks about this part of freelancing, but it matters more than your skill. We discovered something weird buried in this data. Shock or surprise, pattern interrupt. We deleted 30% of our list and made more money. This is what happens when you drink 7 coffees before a sales call. You want to figure out, well, what does happen? Number 7, tease the result, but not the how. So he went from 0 to 10K a month in 43 days. You see this a lot in testimonial emails or in testimonial videos. This one strategy added 1,200 subscribers overnight. So you talk about the strategy, and because this is such a big result, you want to know, how did that strategy get that result? Number 8, use odd or specific details. So very random or hyper-specific things kind of pull our brain in. So how a Ukrainian bakery helped us fix our onboarding process. You're like, what? That's odd. The $7 PDF that made us $100,000. It's kind of contradictory. A lot of these kind of tie in together, but you know what I'm saying. 9, turn the mirror on the reader. Are you unknowingly pushing leads away? If you had to sell 10 times more tomorrow, would you know what to change? So asking them, which leads to them seeking clarity. Number 10, call out mistakes or hidden problems. If you're writing emails like this, you're leaving thousands on the table. Use incomplete comparisons. So this is when you make an analogy, but you don't explain it all the way. So like think of it like a gym, but for closing clients. This sales funnel works like Netflix, but better. You're like curious. Well, Netflix is great. Like how could this be better than Netflix? How is a sales funnel like Netflix? It instantly spawns in all these questions. All of these are all about creating a question in the reader's mind. It's the gap. The question is the gap between what they know and what they want to know. Taboo or forbidden framing implies something edgy or off limits. This persuasion trick banned from TV ads. This was so aggressive, Facebook almost banned our account. This actually worked on me as a kid. There was this driver when it comes to playing golf, and it was banned from the PGA Tour. So, of course, me not being on the PGA and wanting to crush all my friends with the longest drive possible, I really wanted that driver because it was forbidden from the PGA, so it must be crazy good. 13, use numbers without context. So quantify the outcome, but leave the why unanswered. 7 reasons why we stopped running retargeting ads. 22K in one day, and it wasn't even a launch. 14, visual curiosity triggers. This is for videos, for thumbnails, for ads, whatever. Out of context screenshots, weird expressions, blurred out faces, censored text, split screen contrast. This is just visual curiosity. How do you pose the question visually? 15, time bomb framing. Imply that something big is actively unfolding or it's on the clock. So we only have 4 days to make this work. We're losing $1,000 a day until we fix this. And then you could just use curiosity, words and phrases. Weird trick. No one talks about this. What happened next shocked us. Insider secret. Lesson. Stupidly simple. Almost gave up. This blew my mind. The internet lied to you. You get the point. All right, so once you've grabbed someone's attention by creating the curiosity gap, you now need to hold on to it while delivering your sales message and moving them through your funnel. This is extremely important. In fact, this is like the secret to really a great sales message or a great YouTube video, whatever you're trying to do. And everything you've learned so far in the entire course is going to affect this. So how well you hit specific conditions, how well you've crafted your problem chain, how well you use text and subtext. It's all going to affect this, but I briefly want to cover like how this is done through the concepts in this module, so curiosity. So the 2 main variables in holding attention when it comes to curiosity is number 1, how compelling your hook, your knowledge gap is. So that question that you've raised in their minds, how intriguing is it? How deep did you dig the hook? And once that gap is created, how much would someone be willing to pay to scratch that mental itch? So it's always on a spectrum. If you look at YouTube thumbnails, the one you click on your home screen is usually the one that has created the deepest hook. The one that you can't wait to click on. You got to click on it now. It has to be first. And so whatever you're doing, ask yourself, how can we create a more compelling knowledge gap? Example that we used to use for our YouTube videos is, would someone pay $100 for this video if it delivered on the promise of the title and thumbnail? And so when we had a title and thumbnail that was so curiosity-inducing that someone would pay $100 if it actually solved the question it posed, that's when we knew we had a banger. because you understand your hook is very deep at that point, if someone's willing to pay this much to solve the gap. And two, this is so important, it's the pace at which you release information. And so to hold someone's attention once you have it, you have to drip feed them information, making them feel like they're progressing closer to closing the gap, to getting that big payoff, the answer. If you give away too much, too fast, they feel like they got the answer already and they'll move on. But if you give away too little, too slow, they'll get bored and unmotivated and they'll move on. You have to balance giving them the information to keep stringing them along towards that goal. You have to balance being unexpected. If you have too much chaos, they'll get confused and they'll get lost and they'll click off. But a great plot twist or a pattern interrupt is a great way to re-engage people. It's all about balance. This is something that Mr. Beast has really mastered. It's why he gets so many views. It's because his specific conditions, basically meaning like, brain dead humans everywhere, he's figured out the perfect pace at which he progresses the story to where it's not too fast, where it overwhelms people when they click off, but it's not too slow where people get bored. It's the perfect pace. This is so key. So the key to holding attention is, number one, creating a powerful curiosity gap that they have to solve, and then giving them just the right amount of information at the correct speed to keep them engaged. And a simple example of this is murder mysteries. Think about how a murder mystery works. I love these things, by the way. I love murder mysteries. It starts by opening a juicy loop, dramatic question that you want solved. Who did it? Who did this murder? As it progresses, you're given more and more clues that lead you closer to the big payoff. But you're not given too much clues to where you know who it is. You're given just enough to start posing more questions in your head. And you have a suspect, but you don't know if it's 100% them yet. You're also hit with unexpected turns along the way, which make you rethink the assumptions you've already made. So just when they give you all these clues and you think, man, I think I know who it is, that's when the murder mystery hits you with a turning point. You're like, oh crap, it couldn't have been them. And now you got to rethink all those assumptions you just made, and you're engaged, right? You're locked in. And it ends with a juicy, epic payoff as the murderer is exposed and your mental itch is scratched. Your copy should feel similar. The biggest mistake I see beginners make when it comes to curiosity is you give away too much information too fast. This is something that I screwed up so much in my early career. I was so scared of being quote unquote salesy that I would give away everything immediately. And I would sit there and wonder, how come people don't buy my stuff? How come people aren't watching my videos? How come people aren't this? Because if I hook them in the title and thumbnail and then give away the answer to whatever I hooked them with in the first 5 seconds, why would they watch the rest of the video? You see, people love mystery. Don't give everything away immediately because you're scared of being salesy. String them along just enough to keep them intrigued and excited to change their beliefs, sell them your awesome product, and change their life. Now, once again, how much to change each variable completely depends on the specific conditions of your audience and the consumption patterns of the medium of your copy. Let me make this very clear. Example, you've got an 18-year-old watching an Instagram reel. He's going to need more concise information, faster pace to stay engaged. Versus you have a 50-year-old reading a sales letter they received in the mail. You can release information a lot slower. Different specific conditions, different medium of copy. And what's very important is that same 18-year-old can go to a movie theater and watch a movie where information is released a lot slower. All because of the frame they're in when exposed to that copy. So when you're scrolling through TikTok, your brain is in a very hyper ADHD state. You expect to just keep scrolling. And so watching a 2-minute TikTok feels like eternity. But if you watch 2 minutes into a movie, it feels like nothing. You're the same person. But it's all about expectations and the frame you're in when you're consuming that information. So as always, use your critical thinking skills based on the principles you've been taught throughout this whole course. Don't just start willy-nilly slinging stuff out there. Think. And to tie everything together, let's take a look at how I leveraged this principle in one of my successful sales pages. My mouse died. Let me pull it back up. Here we go. DPS. As you can see, headline, how anyone can master the art of digital persuasion. I made this word up, so no one knows what it is yet. It's curiosity inducing. I made this much after I learned this skill. Have you ever wondered, why does it seem like everyone's making money online except me? I've tried everything, but nothing is working. What's the real secret? Do you see what I did here? I literally opened up that gap immediately. As soon as I start the sales page, we immediately do this. I immediately say, here's what you know, here's what you want to do, and there's something secret. This same secret allowed me to make this much. And to be honest, it's not even a secret. It's very simple. This right here feels like you're getting new insights, like I'm teaching you more. But am I actually showing anything? No. Despite what the gurus have told you, making money online is not about this. You feel like you're getting value. You're learning something. But have you learned at all what the secret is I'm talking about? No. I'm talking about what it's not, which makes you even more curious to what it might be. And here I talk about you haven't learned the most valuable skill. So they still don't know what the skill is. I'm giving away a little bit of information slowly. Trust me, I learned this the hard way. Curiosity. I'm opening another loop here. What did he learn the hard way? What is the hard way? What happened? I was in a dark place. You see how I'm opening loops? I'm starting stories. It feels very murder mystery-esque. I'm asking more questions. What if I never make money online? Those were dark days. Now I'm talking about actually coming across this skill. And here I'm just slowly giving more information that's concise, that's juicy, without giving it all away immediately. I literally could have taken this right here, right? If you combine persuasion with the power of the internet, you can persuade people at scale. That could have been the first sentence. I could have given it away immediately, but I didn't. I withheld the information. I built the curiosity. I gave them more context. I entertained them. They learned more about me. So by the time I tell them this, they're actually ready to believe it. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. So that just shows you a little example of how I literally did this with my sales page. I did like $90K in a couple months. No, it's more than a couple, but like we were doing $20K a month with this for like 3-4 months straight, which is crazy before I shut it down. All from one good sales page and using these concepts. So, since this module, like I said, is very tactic heavy, it can feel a bit overwhelming at first. And to combat this, me and Virgil, shout out to Virgil, had the idea of making a simple checklist that you can use to add this into whatever you're writing. So once again, you're not going to master this overnight. It takes time. But the first step is knowing that this even exists, which is why I'm making this module. But let's go over a simple checklist that you can use to increase any copy you're writing. Number 1, have you simplified your copy as much as possible? Simple language. Simple examples. Have you stuck to the one big idea? Are you using as few words as you possibly can? Number 2, is your copy as entertaining as possible? Does it appeal to their emotions and desires? Does it use visual, concrete language? Is it easy to read / formatted well? Have you avoided all the techno babble, all the crazy specific technical stuff? Number 3, are your claims believable? Is your proof solid? Do your claims match your audience's current belief of what's possible? Very important. Number 4, have you created a compelling knowledge gap to hook your audience? What question are you trying to imply? Is that question juicy to your audience? And does it feel like they have to know the answer? If you have not created this feeling, you're doing something wrong in your copy. They must feel compelled to keep watching, keep reading, to figure out the answer. Number 5, are you releasing clues to the question at the right pace? So once you've created this question, are you drip feeding them information at just the right pace? So does this rate of release fit the medium your copy is on? So for example, faster for short form, a little bit slower for long form. Does the rate of release fit the audience you're targeting? i.e., faster for youngsters, slower for unks. Once again, it's all specific conditions. Number 6, do you have any tasteful plot twists or pattern interrupts to increase engagement? Do you remind them of that question throughout your video to keep them hooked? So if you see in the sales page, you'll see me talk about over and over again the skill that made me this much in 1 month. The most valuable skill. The secret allowed me to do this much. So I'm constantly reminding people that there's a lot at stake here. You have to read this message if you want to make money online. And you'll watch any of the biggest YouTubers and watch how after the first 15 and 30 seconds, they will remind people of what's to come at the end of the video. They'll rehook them. And once again, use this sparingly. It's always a balance. If you do nothing but remind them of this hook, they're going to get bored and leave. But if you remind them at just the right point where they might be kind of disengaging, they remember why they're here in the first place and they're rehooked. So, as always, use the hyperlearning cycle, right? Feel free to use these questions to break down other people's copy and study how they've used these concepts. But yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed this one. This one was really fun to make, and honestly, not something I've covered a whole lot up to this point, but this is very, very important. And if you don't know anything else, this isn't as important. But now that you guys have this insane foundation of really strong marketing fundamentals, this becomes very powerful. So hope you guys enjoyed. And as always, quick reminder, if you want me to crank out more modules like this one, and even better, let me know any wins, any breakthroughs you had, any thoughts you have on this module or the entire course in the Course Wins channel in the Discord. And it gives me energy to know that these modules are helping people. So love y'all, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been over a year in the works, but here we are. The final module in the Copywriting 101 course. Welcome to Synthesis. Got my Copy hoodie on for the good vibes. In this module, we're going to cover how to implement everything you've learned throughout this course together to see insane results with your copy. This is like the cherry on top. This is tying the bow on the gift. In this module, we're going to take everything we've talked about and piece it all together into a very tactical, useful list that you can use to just make some money and help some people. So I hope you're excited. I'm freaking lit. I got a whole thing of coffee down. Already recorded 4 videos this morning. We are on 10. So what a better time to record this module. Let's freaking do it. Disclaimer. I highly recommend watching every previous module before watching this one. Because like always, we're going to be building on the concepts we've learned before. If you haven't gone through those modules, then this module will be pretty worthless to you. But if you have gone through every single module, this is going to be a freaking powerhouse for your copy. So let's get into it. The goals of this video are simple. There's 2 of them. The first goal is I want you to leave this module with a simple yet practical way to start implementing the principles you learn for every piece of copy you write. So you've learned all these first principles, you've got all this stuff, but I want it to be useful for every piece of copy you write going forward. Goal number 2, I want you to leave this module knowing exactly what skills and what type of copy to focus on learning and how to learn them to achieve whatever outcome you want in life. Now, this module is going to seem a little bit overkill, meaning we're going to go into depth, cover every detail, how you can apply everything, but this should become subconscious over time. So all the great copywriters go through a checklist similar to this in their head. It's just subconscious. And that's what this will become for you. As you go through this manually, it'll soon become subconscious to you over time. That's the whole point. So to achieve goal number 1 of this module, I've compiled the first principles you've learned throughout this course into a tactical checklist you can use to enhance every piece of copy you write. Until you become extremely confident in your writing, I highly suggest that you use this checklist as you write everything. So your first couple months writing, I want you to just literally live off of this checklist. No matter what you write, run it through this to make sure you're not missing anything. Because honestly, the results in copy doesn't come from being like insanely good at one principle. It's just by having all of them there and doing them well. That's what gets you the majority of the results. It's kind of like a bucket. If you have any holes in your bucket, it's going to be hard for you to make money. Same with these principles. If you're missing any of them in your entire sales message, it's going to be very hard for people to get through your funnel and make it to the end and buy the stuff. So starting off this checklist with phase 1, foundations. Before you start writing, you need to have proper foundations. So if you're ever stuck on a Google Doc just staring at it, it's probably because you haven't done the foundations yet. You don't have the basic understanding that you need to write this compelling piece of copy, and you're sitting there blanking on the screen. So before you write anything, let's go through these questions so that you have a good understanding and writing will become easy. Number 1, understand the specific conditions of who you're writing to. We talk about this a ton. If you don't know who you're writing to, how are you ever supposed to write a compelling piece of copy? It's going to be very hard. So the first step is specific conditions. Now, obviously, we have a whole module on this. It's the first one because of how important it is. But if you really have nothing to go off of, I've made a ChatGPT script. Now, hold on. Everybody pause. Don't get too excited. This script should only be used to start. You will not make millions by outsourcing all of your thinking. It's not how this works. But just to start, I have made you a research prompt. And it's actually really, really good. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good. Disclaimer. This should only be used when getting started in a niche. Nothing, and I mean nothing, will replace your ability to critically think through these questions. Your understanding of the niche is the foundation of everything you write. Do not outsource this or you will fail over time. That being said, this can be a great way to get a quick and decent understanding of a brand new audience. This can be a good starting step, a good foundation. So to use this prompt, all you have to do is replace your niche with your specific niche and paste it into ChatGPT. So whoever you're writing to, be specific and tell ChatGPT exactly who you're writing to right here in this slot. Copy the entire script and paste it and watch and see what happens. It is pretty cool. So that's it for specific conditions. Obviously, like we talked about in that module, this is an iterative process, and the more time you spend learning your niche, the more money you will make. It's really that simple over time. So do not just outsource this to ChatGPT. This is only for you newbies who just really need to take some action and get somewhere to start. Number 2, what is the goal/micro action of this specific piece of copy? So whatever it is you're writing, what is the outcome that you want? I know this sounds simple, but a lot of copywriters will start writing stuff and they'll forget why they're even writing it. They're just yapping. They're just talking to hear themselves talk. You're writing for action. Never forget that. So what is the goal? What is the micro action? Is it to click the CTA? Is it to click the thumbnail? Is it to go to the next page, the next part of the funnel, put in their email? What is the goal, the micro action of that piece of copy? So the micro action of the headline could be to watch the video, watch the VSL. It's that simple, but you need to make sure you know exactly why you're writing this. Because how are you supposed to know how good your copy is if you don't even know what it's supposed to be accomplishing? It's simple, but even I overlook this. You must need to realize, what is the goal of this one specific piece of copy you're writing? Number 3, what is the goal or the macro action of the entire system that this piece of copy is in? And so another mistake a lot of people have is they'll focus too much on this one little piece of copy and miss the whole point of the big system. A good example of this is a YouTube title. Someone could promise something crazy in the title and thumbnail, clickbait, right? But if they don't actually deliver that stuff, will their YouTube system work? No. They might get views, so the title might have worked, but they're not going to build trust, not going to book any leads, not going to build any credibility or add value. The system failed, but the one piece worked. What matters more than the piece is the system, which is why question 3 is so important. What is the goal of the entire system? And you want to make sure number 2 happens without compromising number 3. That's the whole idea. Number 4, are there any special rules of the environment that you must abide by? And so your copy is not just floating in space somewhere. It's being deployed on something. Excuse me. So whether you're writing an IG reel or a YouTube community post or a YouTube long form video or an email or a LinkedIn post, every single one of those environments have different rules, different things that your copy needs to abide by to do well on those platforms. Once again, the best answer is the hardest one, which is do your own research. Talk to people, test, figure out, how do I write copy for this specific platform? But if you really have nowhere to start, I've made another ChatGPT prompt. ChatGPT is the GOAT. Like I said before, this will only give you a small, basic understanding of the environment. Nothing will replace time spent in the environment. That being said, if you know nothing about the environment you're writing for, this is a great place to start. So to use this prompt, replace this with whatever platform environment you're on, and then just paste this into ChatGPT. I'll show you an example of what this spits out, but it's actually really, really good. It's not bad at all. Really great place to start. So enjoy this prompt. Have fun with that, guys. Make sure this link is right. Yep, we're good. So pretty cool. Phase 2, rough drafts. Now that you have all this precursor done, you're ready to actually start writing. The first step is, what is the big idea of your copy? So before you write your copy, summarize your whole sales message in one sentence. And then ask yourself, is this one sentence simple, useful, and compelling? And if it's not, rewrite it until it is. What is your whole sales argument in one sentence? Number 2, what is the main emotion you're pushing with this piece of copy? Is it new? Is it easy? Is it safe? Is it big? And is that the most compelling emotion for this piece? Maybe instead of pushing easy, you should be pushing big with this one. Or maybe instead of new, you should push safe, because people you're targeting are very risk averse. What is the most important emotion that you should be pushing? And are you pushing that? Is it the main one? 3, what sections are needed in this piece of copy? So break it down into sections. Do you need a headline, a lead, a body, a CTA, an offer stack, a price anchor, a story? If you're writing an email, is it subject line, preview line, hook, body, CTA? If you break it down into sections, it'll make it seem so much easier for you to write. Number 4, write as much volume as you can without judgment. So once you have the sections, you got the big idea, you've got the emotions, now you're ready. Writing should be way easier than staring at a blank piece of paper. So write as much as you can. Just write. Don't think about it, just feel the writing. Like, write what you're doing. Honestly, you could even speak into a voice recorder and get it transcribed. That's a great way to kind of get some raw emotions out. But all you're trying to do is to capture the raw emotion that you're trying to convey to your person. That's it. You don't want to worry about spelling and none of that stuff. Just write. Write as much as you can. I'm going to show you some great examples in a second. Number 5. Create as many rough drafts as you need until you feel the emotion come across. And the more important the piece of copy you're writing is, the more rough drafts you should write. If you're writing something that's like a weekly email, you don't have to do 15 rough drafts. But if you're writing a VSL where all your traffic is going to go to, and it's very important, you should have a ton of rough drafts. You should write as many as possible until you're like, man, this one feels good. There's some kind of raw emotion here that's great. This is kind of like making demos for a song. So before you go spend thousands of dollars recording a full song and getting it produced perfectly, you should make sure the melody doesn't suck. If the song isn't catchy, if it doesn't make you feel something with just a demo, just a person singing into a phone or whatever, there's no point in recording this masterful version. The same is true of copy. Look at it in stages. The first step is getting something melodic, getting something that really makes you feel first. Once you have that, you can move on to phase 3, the refined draft. So now that you have something that's in line with the big idea, you're pushing emotions, it's very emotional. How can you make the emotions more potent? So how can you focus more on benefits, not features? Have you put in there how they feel about their current situation? How can you paint a more vivid, specific, and painful situations? Number 2, how can you create trust using the 11 variables of likeness? So this is a whole big list. You can see the module for more. But have you used those methods from that module to create trust? Let me fix that real quick. Number 3, how can you change the text, so not the meaning, but the actual words you're using, to match you or your client's voice better? So what words can you use that resonate more with that specific audience? How can you make the words more authentic? Number 4, how can you make the hook lead angle more curious? So ask yourself, what is the question that you're implying in their head? What's the big question, the big hook? Would a different question be more curious? Or maybe you could tie more emotions to that question somehow. Number 5, have you added urgency and scarcity? So see this module, of course, for more on that, for all those tactics. But is there a feeling like they have to act now? Do they have to decide now, or can they just procrastinate? Can they put it off? And finally, number 4, the final draft. So first, you're just going to remove and fix anything confusing. So obviously see that module for more in-depth steps. Number 2, you're going to remove and fix anything unbelievable. Number 3, you remove and fix anything boring. Number 4 is simplify and condense. Get rid of any lines that are fluff, anything that you can condense or simplify, do it. Now that you have all this raw stuff and all the pieces are together, it's time to simplify it, condense it, make it nice and neat and easy to consume. Number 5, which seems stupid, but is probably one of the most important steps in this entire sheet. Wait 24 hours. Sleep on it. Come back the next day and repeat this entire phase depending on how important the piece of copy is. So if it's just a little piece of copy that's like a one and done weekly email, then you don't have to do this all the time. But if you're writing a cornerstone VSL, a sales page, a massive video for YouTube, repeat this as many times as you can until it is like dialed. Obviously, there's nothing that's ever going to be perfect, so don't spend too long on this. But you should do this for at least a couple days if it's like a really big project. So what I thought we would do, which would be very, very interesting, is why don't you watch me use this entire checklist to write a piece of copy selling this exact course. How crazy would that be? Well, I did it. So let's go through it, guys. Over here, we have synthesis live example. So the first step is foundations, right? We talked about understanding who you're writing to, which I obviously have a conditions deck. You guys have seen it in specific conditions, but it's more just in my head. I understand you guys and who I'm writing to. Only because I've done nothing but write to you guys for over a year. So that's how I got that, is a year's worth of work. Number 2, what is the goal micro action? So what we're going to do is we're going to write an intro for this course as like a free course YouTube video. So I'm going to launch this course on YouTube for free, see how many views we can get, and write an intro for this thing right now. So let's take a look. The goal is to get people to click and watch the full video. So what we're doing here is the piece of copy is the packaging, meaning the thumbnail, the title, and the intro. So how do I sell people on watching the full thing? Because it'll be like 10 hours long. The macro goal of the system, of my YouTube system, is to attract people with the problem that I solve, provide immense value to them for free, and generate interest in our product, being Copy Elite. And then get qualified people to book a call with our team so we can demo the product and see if they're a good fit and change their life. So I can't just accomplish the small goal and shoot this goal in the foot. So if I like paid people $10,000 to watch to the end of the video, it might not be the people who are qualified. That's an extreme example, but you see what I'm saying? Like the micro goal I have to accomplish the micro without compromising the macro. And here's what ChatGPT said about the rules of YouTube. It's actually really good. Like, this is some solid stuff. You guys can check it out in this example if you really want to, but goes to show you, man, if you're smart, ChatGPT is an amazing tool. But if you try to outsource getting smart to ChatGPT, you're going to fail. You have to become the person who knows how to use this crap, or else it's useless. And you do that by the things in this course. This is the entire course teaches you how to be an insane marketer. Phase 2, rough drafts. So, what is the one big idea of your copy? What is the main emotion? What sections are needed? And then write volume. So the big idea is this free course is unlike any other free course because you'll learn how to think, not just tactics. So it's not crazy. But you'll see kind of how I fleshed it out in the actual piece of copy. And the main emotion that I was going for is big. So because it's going to be posted on YouTube for free, it's got to be different. There's already a lot of free courses out there. So just by making it a free copywriting course doesn't set it apart. It needs to have big. There needs to be some FOMO involved. This has never happened before. The sections of copy is we have the title, we have the thumbnail, it's like the stimuli on the thumbnail. We have the intro, the first 15 seconds. Then we have like the lead, which is the full piece of copy, the first few minutes. And then urgency-scarcity kind of at the end. Those are the sections I need. Here are the rough drafts. And so we started out with just doing some research on other people who have made free courses, looking at my old videos that have performed well, looking at the branding on those courses, and writing down, like, what are the stimuli that have been proven titles for this type of video? So we made this list. What is the thumbnail stimuli? Like, what are some ideas? So we sat down, we looked at all these and took inspiration, made a couple demos. So these are always me taking old stuff and just photoshopping my face on it and then trying new stuff. And then we took the titles and literally iterated on so many, you would be so surprised how many different ways you can title a free copywriting course. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of iteration that goes into it. So this was the finished rough, looked like this, right? Free Copywriting Masterclass 2025. And we were going to make a thumbnail that looks sort of like this. I'll show you what it turned out to be in a second. But here was the actual raw emotion. So here is me just literally spewing crap on a page. Look at this goal. Wow, this is big and different. Look at this. I'm just like spouting out ideas. Just a lot of it. It's just going crazy. And from these ideas, like you'll see me scrap a lot of this, and you'll see me take some of these ideas and flesh them out and make them more concise later. But if you want to look at all the raw stuff, you can check it out. I mean, in this example. Now, here's draft one. So what I did was I finally put everything together and said, all right, let's figure this out. So we have, this video could change the space forever. The secret information used to generate millions has been hidden behind paywalls until today. You see, for the past 3 years, I've spent 5,000 hours using the secret information. It's time to pass it along to you. This goes far beyond just copywriting. You'll develop the ability to sell anything at scale. So it's not bad, but it's very long, and it's the emotions are not 100% like dialed. It's there, the idea is there, but it's not great. And some of you guys might look at this and be like, this is great copy. There's levels to it, guys. There's levels to it. And I'll show you kind of how we progress to the next level. So phase 3 is refined draft. So what I focus on here is how do I make the emotions that are raw more potent? How do I focus on the benefits? Focus on their situation. How do I create trust, meaning authenticity, matching my brand? How do I change the text to match my voice better? How do I make the hook more curious? How do I add urgency and scarcity? So here's kind of what happened with the title and thumbnails. So we've got free copywriting course, 10 plus hours. Here's some feedback from Mr. T. He said, I love the thumbnail. It's inviting. It's authentic. The title could use more spice, though. How do you appeal to what they want to learn? Here's some more input from Virgil and Griff and Luca. Here's another iteration. We're getting there. Griff says, what about adding 2025? Mr. T says, what about adding 0 to 5K in the thumbnail to really enhance like the feeling? And so we end up going from this to the final version, which I'll show you guys in a second. I'm actually going to put this down there to show you all kind of like the difference. Intro draft 2. Here you can see, it's honestly just been cleaned up a little bit. I've actually added some more stuff in here. Like I've already used these same principles to test group of 100 copywriters. Then I go into, okay, rough draft 3. Here we're expanding on those emotions. So instead of going from, start your own business, escape the trap of school, we went to, you're about to lock the ability to write high converting copy with ease. Land dream clients get paid 5 figures. You'll have real confidence in your skill. No more imposter syndrome. So we got a lot more emotions going on, unlocking insane confidence. The emotions got fleshed out in this version 3. Cool. The urgency of scarcity is talking about how the video could get taken down, which I can't speak on in too much detail legally, but it's very real possibility. So it's very ethical. Urgency of scarcity, helping people to take action because the video might not be here forever. So it forces you to decide, am I going to watch this or not? I can't put it off. I either watch it now or I don't. Really cool urgency of scarcity. Phase 4, final draft. This is when we go through and just clean, simplify, and condense. So as you can see with the thumbnails, we went from this right here, which was free copywriting course, 10 plus hours, to free copywriting course, make 10K a month online, 225, 10 plus hours. So I think this is really compelling. So pretty cool, pretty little change there. And the final intro. Here's me, like I've got a bunch of notes here for Caleb so he could edit the intro to be as juicy as possible. But as you can see, it's just been tightened up. A lot of things to be condensed. You can see me like, just honestly a lot more condensed. The emotions are hitting very well right here. The sales argument has been kind of simplified. Yeah, it's just cool stuff. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Excited about it. And so that is kind of how we did it, guys. That's how you go from absolutely nothing, having a bunch of like crappy scraps, to then having a really, really cool title, thumbnail, and intro and packaging. And so when I drop this for free on YouTube, which will hopefully like change the entire game, We'll see how well it does. But this is like a real, I mean, you watched me just now go through these phases that I'm giving you right now to build a full piece of copy that will perform hopefully well in the environment, which is crazy, super crazy. So going back to synthesis, that is the checklist. So use this for every piece of copy you write for, honestly, as long as you want to, because I have been doing this for a long time and I still need this. It's so nice to have a simple checklist that gets you the result you want, which is a very powerful piece of copy. Moving on to goal number 2 of this module, the hyper-learning cycle. You see, I believe that skill is the most important form of leverage for any beginner. And honestly, for anyone ever. Like, skill is the focus. So by having more skills and a higher level in each skill, it allows you to get way more output per amount of input. So by having more skill, you have leverage. By working 4 hours, you get way more output because you're more skilled than someone who works 4 hours and has no skills and makes $10 an hour. And a very concrete example is a beginner sales rep, a beginner closer, might take 8 calls a day with a 10% close rate. So his skill determines his close rate. And if he has 8 calls a day at 10%, versus an expert closer might take the same 8 calls, same leads, same everything, but because his higher skill level, he has a 30% close rate. Same inputs, triple the outputs, skill leverage. This is why becoming extremely skilled should be the sole focus for anyone trying to make their first 10K a month online. You shouldn't be worried about business models. You shouldn't be worried about all these crazy tactics. You should be worried about, how do I become the freaking best at the thing that I'm trying to do? And this is the same realization that I made that allowed me to hit my first 10K a month literally months after realizing this back in 2024 with copywriting. You see, once you realize that this is the answer to what you've been looking for, not some crazy business model, not some hack or ChatGPT or AI, it's skills. The next logical questions are, number 1, what skills do I learn? And 2, how do I learn them as fast as humanly possible? And to answer these questions, I developed what I call the hyper-learning cycle. The hyper-learning cycle allows you to figure out which skills to focus on and then learn them extremely fast. I'm talking like faster than you've ever seen anyone learn a skill, like lightning fast. Here's how it works. Part 1 is choosing what to hyperlearn. And so half of the leverage comes from focusing on the right things. And so if you have to learn skills, which ones are the most important? And once again, everyone is different, and God has a different plan for every single one of us, and He's given us different gifts. And so if you copy someone else's skills tree, it's not going to work for you, more than likely. It's all about creating your own. Which skills should you focus on? And the first step is asking, what is the outcome you want to achieve? And the more specific, the better. So for instance, my example when I first started copywriting was, I want to make money selling online courses to YouTube audiences. And you might not know exactly what your outcome is right now, but just follow your gut. Like, you're obviously interested in copywriting for some reason. What is like the outcome you imagined as being a copywriter? For some people, it's working with major e-commerce brands, doing their email marketing. Some people, it's like me. I wanted to make money on YouTube, selling courses, educating people. Maybe you want to hit 100,000 subscribers, making daily videos. Got a lot of typos in this one. Sorry, guys. So the more specific you can get, the better. Because specificity kind of tells you what you need to achieve the goal. And so if I want to hit 100K by making daily videos, the skills I should focus on are going to be different than if I was just going to hit 100K subs without the restriction of making daily videos. Or run a 4-minute mile. That's another outcome. It's different from like persuasion in business, but it works the same way. Number 2, once you have the outcome, what skills / what pieces of copy do you need to be great at to make sure you achieve that outcome? So list the skills that you would need to make it impossible for you to fail. Make the skills tree on Miro. I'll show you an example. Number 3, what are the micro skills inside of each one of those skills? And don't be scared to go into detail. So example is like, if you're going to write YouTube scripts, if one of the skills you need is YouTube scripts, break that down. YouTube titles, YouTube thumbnails, YouTube hook, the body copy, the CTA, etc. How can you break down that skill into micro skills below it? And bonus question, what are the 20% skills that account for 80% of the results? This will come with time, guys. This will come with wisdom and iteration and just time in the game. You'll start to realize like things that you thought mattered when you first started actually matter very little. And some things that you didn't even know about are the real secrets to winning. Example for me was on YouTube was speaking. I knew you had to talk on YouTube, but I didn't know how important it really was until I realized like there are people who watch live streamers play any game and do anything, but they'll watch them just because they love to hear them speak. And the community that a live streamer has in their stream, like, it's crazy. And so ask yourself, which skills in the stack are non-negotiable? And what skills would make the outcome impossible without having? And remember, this is an iterative process. You're not going to get it perfect the first time. Your skills tree should evolve as you learn. And bonus question, which skills do you feel most excited to learn right now? So if you have passion about something, it leads to obsessing over it, which leads to focusing, which leads to you learning the skill quickly. And so sometimes the best option for you could be skills that you are more passionate about. Now, granted, they should add value to the marketplace, meaning they actually make money. But if you have a passion for something and it's going to make you some money, like choose that over something that might make you a little bit more, but you don't like. So the best way to do this is go over some examples. So let's check this out right here. On the same synthesis example page, we have hyperlearning skill tree examples. Here is my real example from 2024. I actually made this in 2023, but the video came out in 2024. Look at this skill tree. I wanted to make $1 million. I wanted to give $100 of value to 10,000 people. And so I was like, this is the outcome I want, and I want to do it through YouTube. And so like, what do I need for YouTube videos? And so you see me, I kind of got it right here. Packaging, writing. I didn't know what copywriting was at this point. I just knew it as writing. So packaging, scripts, cinematography, editing, speaking. You see OG KJ plan out the skills that he was about to learn. And guys, fast forward, what's crazy, I'm trying to do this without getting emotional, is I am like really close to have generated $1 million in revenue. Now, at that time, I didn't understand that $1 million in revenue versus profit is wildly different. But young KJ made this plan, and current KJ is steps away from completing it. It's crazy, guys. Like, man, I'm just so blessed to be able to do this. And God just has so much grace upon grace. And I don't deserve to be here. I deserve to fail and to lose everything so many times. But God has just continued to bail me out. And because I believe that we're serving people through this business. And I think that's why God is allowing us to continue going, even though we've been ignorant and stupid and made so many mistakes. But there's something beautiful about seeing a video. This is still live on my channel, by the way. 2,000 views from the end of 2023, fast forward 2025, and I've literally learned a lot, almost all these skills very well, or hired someone. Shout out to Caleb for editing. And we're freaking close. We're really close. That's crazy. But how do you do this for yourself? Well, let me show you kind of how this looks like. So you have a big outcome here. So I wanted to make money selling courses to a YouTube audience. Whether I was doing it for clients, doing it for myself, this is the outcome I wanted to provide. So what skills do I need? You could also view this as like the funnel. Well, I need valuable, entertaining YouTube videos. I need a compelling low-ticket sales page. And I need a course that solves a painful problem for the audience. So in those skills, or in those types of copy, what skills do I need? And so we have speaking, storytelling, titles, thumbnails, scripts, editing. In the sales page, we have headlines, hooks, bodies, stories, offer stack, CTA. We're not even going to get into how complicated making a course is. You guys don't need to know that, and frick me. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. You get the point, though. Take the things you need to do, the skills, and break it down. And you can go even further. So inside of a YouTube script, you have a hook, the content, the payoff, the CTA. Inside of just the offer stack, you've got the process, you've got benefit bullets, you've got price anchoring, etc. And keep in mind that the first principles turbocharge the success of all of this. That's why I'm teaching you guys the first principles. I don't want you to just learn how to do a title from me. I want you to learn how to win from me. And if you learn how to win, you can do whatever you want. That's why I'm teaching the first principles and going through so much freaking pain and effort to try to show you this so that I can change your world forever. Here's another one from Virgil, building muscle with calisthenics. He broke it down. He needs to learn how to train. He needs to learn nutrition and recovery. And so to do that, he's got to work on, how do I program workouts? So that's a skill. How do I track my progress? That's a skill. Cooking, meal prep, tracking calories. These are all micro skills that lead to you completing the nutrition variable. How about recovery? Sleeping, stress management, stretching. These are all things, skills that you acquire over time. And so those can get, even more in depth with the nano skills. You go micro, nano. It's pretty cool. Here we have Griff's with make 5-10K a month, high ticket closing. So look at these on-call sales skills, like learning the actual skill, follow-ups, post-call systems, like iterating on his systems. So, you guys might have been kind of misled by most gurus, but high ticket sales is not easy. It's just as hard as anything else. And you don't just need to know how to do sales. You know how to do follow-ups, how to create systems, how to iterate your systems, how to check in with people, how to know what to say, what kind of message to say, the timing, what to follow up. And he's got it like broken down really autistically here, which I freaking love. Shout out to Griff. But yeah, this is kind of it. Here's another one. Write e-com emails that make money. So let's say you want to write e-com emails. Shout out to Coach Ben, absolute G. But me and him had a conversation, I want to say like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe even 6. And we just kind of figured out, like, what do you want to focus on? And we were in the office back in my old place. And he's like, you know what, dude, I want to write e-com emails. Like, that sounds dope. I can focus on that for a long time. I said, dude, do it. And so he's been crushing it ever since. It wasn't my advice. It was literally him just committing to something. I was just helping him kind of get some clarity. And he's been killing it. But he started to actually break it down. Like, what do I need to make this happen? Well, he needs the copy, so the words you put on the email, which is the most important, but also graphic design. Then he also needs the skill of, how do I send these emails? Like, how do I learn the email service provider in and out? Like, that's a skill. And you could break this down into subject lines, headlines, benefit bullets, CTAs, creativity. Graphic design, you got colors, hierarchy, white space, Photoshop, fonts. Sending the emails, you got segmentation, automations, record setup, list management. Guys, this is the game of life. Are you getting this, man? This is it. Like, this is the game God has given you to play. Wake the frick up and start playing it, man. I don't know who needed to hear that, but someone did, because it's hit me like a wave right now. Guys, God has given you the most fun, most rewarding, most fulfilling game ever. And he's made you a player. It's time to log in and start playing it. The issue is that no one's going to play it for you. There's no game developer on the side waiting here who's going to set up all your habits for you and figure out your skills. You've got to do this for yourself. You've got to become the game developer of your life. Set yourself up the game you want to play, and then become the player and play it. And when you start doing this, guys, and you're doing what God has called you to do, you're learning, you're helping people, you're serving, it is the most amazing feeling in the whole freaking world, man. Besides just the joy of the Holy Spirit, right? That's obviously trumps everything. And knowing Jesus is the best thing you could ever possibly feel or do or ever. But outside of that, like, this is it. This is the pinnacle. Not making the money, not doing this stuff, but working on your skills and developing yourself. This is the most fun thing. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes, the wisest man in the entire world back then said there is nothing better for a man that he should eat, drink, and find enjoyment in all of his toil. Do you want to know how to find enjoyment in your work? This is it. Build out your skill tree. Start playing the game of real life. Take it freaking seriously. Don't worry about what anyone says. You think I would have gotten here, dude, if I worried about what people were thinking about these videos of Ghost KJ in his bathrobe, inhaling mold from the wall, going crazy, making these? Like, no, dude, I would have quit. But thankfully, God gave me like the dedication back then, and God helped me to focus on just doing the right things. And here we are, dude. I mean, we're here. That's crazy. I want you guys see me as, I don't know, someone I guess you're looking up to if you're watching this video. But guys, I'm just like y'all. 2 years ago, I remember showing one of my mentors this graph, and he didn't even want to look at it. He just kind of laughed. 2 years later, and it's happened. It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy. But it comes from this, focusing on skills. So, not sorry for my rant there, but hopefully that gave you guys some energy. So that's how you figure out what skills to focus on. And like I said, this is iterative. You're going to mess up. It's not going to be perfect. But the only way to get the perfect skill tree is to make a bunch of them that suck. So just do it. Just get after it. So part 2, once you know what skills to focus on, it's time for you to start learning the skills. How do you do that as fast as possible? And I got to say, this is my secret, by the way. This is my secret to anything. To anything I've done in the past, anything I've done in the future. I just feel like I have an edge because no one does what I'm about to show you. And if you do it, it is insanity. It's insane. Insane how fast you learn stuff. So the precursor here is choose one skill, just one. Start small. So pick one of those nano skills. Pick one of those micro skills. Start there. Repeat this cycle 5 days a week, and do not forget to rest. I know I'm going to say this, and it's going to go straight over your guys' head. If you don't rest, this cycle will not work. And I'll explain more about that in a second. Repeat this cycle every week until you feel like you've learned the skill that you need to kind of get that outcome. So for instance, let's say you're working on speaking for YouTube videos. You don't have to become the best speaker in the world to get a successful YouTube video, but you do have to be good enough. And so depending on what skills you need for your stuff, don't go all in for years and years, unless it's the thing that you're really passionate about. It's the core thing. If you want to be a public speaker, then speaking is the thing you work on for 10 years. If you just want to make YouTube videos, then don't focus on it for 10 years. Just do it until you got it good enough. Cool. So step 1 is do. So for 30 to 90 minutes a day, do the thing. You will suck at whatever you try to do. That's the whole point. You must fight procrastination with massive action. Do the thing before anything else. And so you guys want to learn how to make money online. You want to be good copywriters. Copywriting is a skill. It's like riding a bike. And so you guys are trying to ride the bike, but instead of actually getting on a bicycle, all you do is watch other people ride bicycles and you read books about riding bicycles. Guess what both those things do not teach you how to do? Ride a bicycle. The only way to ride a bike is to get on it and to be scared and to wobble like crazy and fall over 3 times before you get it. You have to start by doing. There's no other way. You must do to start with. Step 2, learn. For 30 to 90 minutes a day, learn from someone good who teaches the skill. They don't have to be the best in the world. They just have to be better than you. That's it. If someone is better than you at this one micro skill or macro skill you need, then listen to them if they're teaching about it. So find someone credible and learn from them. Books, courses, videos, etc. Don't go to these college professors who've never owned a business and ask them how to run a business, because they don't freaking know. If you want to learn how to be like a 9-to-5, corporate pencil pusher and just talk to people and do that, then yeah, maybe they can help you. But if you want to learn how to run Facebook ads for your agency offer, don't go ask business college, because they've never run Facebook ads. So find someone who is better at the thing you want than you. They don't have to be great. They just have to be better than you. And if they're teaching about it, take notes. Take notes. Notice how this is a very important step. I'm not saying you guys don't ever watch courses or read books. I freaking make and sell courses. So courses are extremely valuable. I wouldn't be here without all the courses I'd bought in the past. But they don't do anything if you're not actually taking the action. That's the point. Action first. Then you have something to apply those notes to once you're taking action. Step 3, study. So for 30 to 90 minutes a day, study someone great who is doing the skill right now. So learning and studying is very different. Learning is you're sitting down, you're watching this module. I'm teaching you something and you are learning it. Step 3, studying, is you go out and see people doing the thing and take notes. So if you were to go look at my old copy, my old sales pages and break it down, that's you studying my stuff. This is you learning from me. And the key with studying is it is overpowered because you can go find the best people in the world and study them. So for instance, if you're going to learn how to play basketball, Michael Jordan might not have a course on basketball. Your high school coach is probably not as good as Michael Jordan, but he can teach you. He can make you better. But you can study Michael Jordan. You can watch his game film and notice what the greatest people in the world at your thing are doing. That's the secret. So find someone who is/was the best in the world, or at least really good at what you want to learn. Watch them closely and take notes on the insights you find useful. This is where it gets fun. Make epic resources, so databases, swipe files, etc. Study people and make some sick resources. And the secret is in making your own databases to the skill you're learning. But I wanted to give you guys a little something here. A juicy database full of copy to get you started. So if you're going to study great copy, here's just a massive database. And I'm not sure all this is great, but I just got as many pieces of copy as we could find. We got sales page examples. We got tons of sales pages. We got VSL scripts. We got email examples. We got e-com email. We got, shout out to, I think, Trevor for this. Dude, absolute G. Look at all these examples of e-com emails. Amazing. Amazing. So study these. This is a good start. We've made this for you to make it as easy as possible. But keep in mind, the secret is making your own databases. Because honestly, the database isn't the valuable part. The valuable part is you making it. So by making a database, you're studying all these things, you're documenting them, and those are lessons you take with you. This isn't going to help you a whole lot, just having a database. But if you were to make your own database, you would receive all the insights while making it. That's the secret. And all important step 4 is to iterate. So for 15 to 30 minutes a day, all you want to do is look over your notes that you took from learning and studying and write down how can you improve your doing for the next day. So focus on 1 to 3 things only. If you're just getting started, just focus on one. Focus on small, consistent improvement. 1% better every day. And the cheat code to iteration is the coaching calls. Guys, if you're not coming to the coaching calls, I don't know what you're doing, or at least watching them back, because you can show up with your copy, show up with your skill, and get live iteration from us. We can help you iterate. That's why the guys who come to coaching calls regularly, the ones like crushing it, is because they're just skipping levels like crazy. They're cheat codes. Because instead of just wondering what's going wrong and figuring out the hard way, which is a great way to do it, they're coming to us and asking us, what do you see? What iterations would you make? And that gives them a massive, insights and cheat codes. An example of this is, I record daily videos, and I only focus on one thing every day, one improvement. So today's improvement might be speaking with more articulation. So making sure whenever I say words, I'm really going crazy on the movements. That way the articulation is coming across very clean. That could be the one thing for that day. Or it could be volume. Or it could be smiling while I'm talking. So being more smiley. Genuine smile. Focus on 1 to 3 things. What's going to happen is, if you try to focus on 10 things, you're going to overwhelm yourself and get nowhere. If you focus on one thing at a time, you slowly keep cementing that one thing. It becomes part of you, and you slowly start just getting better and better and better and better and better. 1% better every day, not 10%. Important reminders. Growth happens through action and rest. So building any skill is kind of like building muscle. That's how you have to think about it. How stupid would it be if you worked out every day for 8 hours? You wouldn't get anywhere. You'd overtrain your muscles. You wouldn't be able to rest because you're so overtrained, and you would just burn out, and it would have serious health effects. Versus if you work out for 1 hour a day and then properly rest. Same with learning guitar. I watched videos on how to learn guitar when I was trying to learn it. And they really stress the fact that your skill is cemented in your sleep. So I would be struggling with a guitar solo. I'd be practicing it for like an hour and a half. And after an hour, I would just start losing my mind. I'd go to sleep. The next day, I would wake up ready to practice fresh. And that guitar solo would be easy. It was crazy. It's like that one part I was struggling with, I could just do now. Because I had slept in my brain, my subconscious refreshed itself. It cemented that skill and that pattern recognition as I slept. And I came back to crush it. This is why you must rest at least 1 day a week. Like, this is biblical. On the 7th day, God rested. Not because he needed to, but to show us how important rest is. We need rest. So without further ado, let's go through examples of how do you do this cycle. So what does this look like? What got me started in this whole game, the whole copywriting game, what led me to copywriting and advertising and all this was me learning YouTube thumbnails. So I knew if I ever wanted to succeed as a YouTube agency or my own videos, I had to have good thumbnails. And so I did this every day for a year. I'm not even kidding with you, a year. I spent around 30 minutes to 1 hour a day making thumbnails. So I'd pick a video and I'd make 8 to 10 thumbnails for it. Number 2, I spent 30 minutes a day watching videos or courses that I bought on thumbnails/graphic design. Always learning new tactics. How do I increase the clarity? How do I color correct better? How do I work on hierarchy? How do I open a hook? Number 3, study. I spent 1 hour a day. I didn't do this every day for a year, but I did this for a while. I spent 1 hour a day finding and studying the best performing thumbnails on YouTube. And I made multiple thumbnail databases. So here is proof. Here's a real database that I used back when I had clients who wanted me to do thumbnails. I took screenshots of every single one of these thumbnails and I put them in here. And for a lot of them, I even, did the title and the intro, and I talked about why, I studied, why does this stuff work? It's so cool. It's so sick. Make these databases. This is dope. So dope. Show you guys that I mean what I say. I actually did this, and I do this daily. Then 4, iteration. I would spend 15, 30 minutes a day, and I have my notebooks over there. I'm not going to try to find which one is in, but I would write down, what did I learn today about thumbnails? And how do I improve my thumbnails tomorrow? So maybe for this week, I'm working on color correction, or lighting, or the contrast, or I'm working on curiosity. So keep an iteration log of your discoveries. Really, really important. Or how about my current skill, which is learning to speak. So I make one video a day where I speak freestyle on a topic for around 10 minutes. And so here's a channel. If you guys want to see it, this is it right here. I literally make videos every day. One came out an hour ago. Look at that. I've been doing this for, I don't know, about 2 months now, and I want to continue doing it for hopefully years. So check that out if you're interested. But this is me doing it. Guys, I'm working on different skills than you are right now because I'm a little bit further along than probably most of you. But I do this. We are the same person. Like the things that I tell you guys, I don't just say it because it sounds good in a course. I say it because I do it. This is my secret. This is it. And if you're not doing this, then, brother, you're just missing out. So I do. I make one video a day, every single day. And I do rest, by the way. I make multiple videos per day. So I do rest on weekends. I don't do that every day. I do rest, like I tell you guys. Number 2, I spend 30 minutes a day consuming videos, courses, and books on speaking better. So I bought a couple speaking books. I actually just bought a course. It's kind of a mid course, but it's pretty good. It's like $100. I've been watching that course last week, and hopefully some more this week. Number 3, study. I spend 30 minutes a day finding and studying the best speakers in the world and taking notes on how they speak. So the speaker I'm on right now it's called Jim Ron, I think. But he's a legend. Dude is freaking good. And so I'm studying how this guy speaks. Number 4, iterating. I spend 15 to 30 minutes a day reviewing the video from yesterday and writing down things I can improve for tomorrow. So just in case you guys wondering, today's improvement was speaking more authentic on the videos today. So I've been learning and trying all this new stuff, but it's coming across as a little less authentic because I'm so focused on what I'm saying. And so for today's iteration, this morning, I focused on kind of chilling a bit, relaxing, not worrying so much on the speaking, and instead just talk about things I'm interested in. And hopefully that authenticity comes back a little bit. So yeah, and like I said, don't forget, to check out our juicy copy database to get you started on the copy side of things. I showed you that earlier. You can check that out. But once again, the best results are going to come from you doing all this on your own, making your own databases, because honestly, guys, this is the fun. This is why we do this, to play the game of real life. If you guys outsource all of your success to me, you're going to always rely on me for your success. And that's not a good place to be in. And it's not fun. I've seen a lot of people on YouTube who, you look at their channel and their channel looks like they just copied 15 other people in their niche all the time. Like all their thumbnails are never their ideas. All of their titles are copied from someone else. And I'm not saying copying is bad, because it's taking what works and learning from it and using it is what this cycle is. But how much fun are you having if you never have an original idea? You just copy everyone else. It's not fun. Why are you in the game, bro? To have another 9 to 5 or to have fun? And so hopefully you guys take this in the right way and use these resources that I give you guys. That's why I make them, to help you. But don't build on it. Make your own things. Okay. I'm gonna try not to get emotional here. But man, what a ride. What a ride, man. This course is honestly my life's work to this point. So every course that I've made, every course that I've made the past year and a half has led to this course. And I don't even know if it's good or not, but I'm proud in myself for setting a goal and sticking to it. Frick me, man. Anyways, I'm praying that the information in this course is truly life-changing for you. Not just life-changing in this life, but I mean hopefully the dedication you've seen me put into this and just the passion to serve, hopefully you've seen that it's so much bigger than me. I could not have done this on my own. In fact, this is literally God working through me. And I hope, my prayer is this, somehow, this random course on copywriting points you to the real truth. So hopefully me showing you these truths that you've never seen before about the world shows you to the real truth, capital T, meaning the fact that God loves you, God created you, and he wants a relationship with you. The Bible says he sent his son Jesus to die for you. Jesus did not deserve to die. He lived a perfect life. The only person ever to walk the earth and live perfect, sinless life was Jesus. The only person who didn't deserve death was Jesus. But he died on a cross 2,000 years ago for me and for you, so that whoever believes in Jesus, not whoever goes to church 4 times a month, not whoever reads their Bible every single day, not someone who never cusses or never does anything bad, no, but whoever believes. If you believe in Jesus, if you believe in that God sent Jesus to die for us because he loves us, and that Jesus rose again. He didn't just stay dead. He rose again, conquering death. And he went on to be at the right hand of the Father as we speak. Whoever believes in Jesus does not die, but has eternal life. Now, if Jesus doesn't come back beforehand, we will die in this body, but our spirit will go on to be with God forever. And it's not to get riches and honor and glory, but the prize is to be with God, the Creator who loves us, the only source of true joy. Praise God. Praise God. I'm just so thankful. I kind of don't want to end this because this is like a huge chapter in my life, honestly, is this course. And I've been doing nothing but working on this for so long. I'm excited for the future, but I'm also, it's an end of a chapter. So I'm kind of just like enjoying it right now. But what matters more than anything I could ever tell you, past, present, future, if I die tomorrow, I just want you guys to know that Jesus is King. God sent Jesus, his son, to die for us. And that is the good news. That is the gospel. And if you believe in Jesus, you don't just have eternal life when we die, which is extremely important, but you have life abundantly here. And I'm hoping that through this course, somehow you guys have seen the life that God has given me. And he's breathed life into this worthless sack of bones. And I couldn't be more thankful. Actually, I could be. I should be a lot more thankful. But anyways, that's rant over, guys. If you want to learn more about Jesus, definitely check out the mindset course. The whole mindset course is not about like God in the Bible, but the mindset course shows you how everything ties into God and his creation and his love for us and what he did for us. Or shout out to our Saturday Bible studies. We've been hosting Bible studies every Saturday at 11 Eastern. So check the Discord to make sure time hasn't changed. But yeah, come show up to that. If you have questions, we're always welcoming of anyone, regardless of what you got going on, regardless of whether you think you're good or not. Like, we just want to talk with you about God and just have a discussion. So love you guys. And as always, I will see you in the next module. All right. You made it to the end of the 10-hour free course. Congrats. To be honest with you, 99.99% of people would not even finish a video like this. So if you're in the percentage of people who watch the whole thing, dude, congrats to you. Hats off. And I'm praying, hoping that this video was a massive step forward to you accomplishing the goals that God has put in your heart and the dreams he's given you, the visions. I hope this video helped you. I don't want you guys to come or to subscribe, like, whatever. I will ask you to do one thing though. And that is, there's going to be a lot of people who click on this video and wonder, is it worth me putting in the 10 hours to change my life? And I want you to let them know. If it was worth it for you, let them know in the comments. Talk about what this video did for you. Maybe it gave you a breakthrough. Maybe you used it to go make some money already. Let the people know. Not for me, but for them, just so they will decide to put in the time to actually changing their lives and investing in this video. So yeah, love you guys, and I will see y'all in the next video.